342 Broken Wind. Johnny, Iron Console Caldwell. Blinking away the remnants of my restless slumber, I groggily rise from the narrow cot. Every muscle in my body aches as the pain in my head still swarms my vision. Dark blots swim in my eyes, but I blink them out as my blurry vision is partially recovered. Back-to-back battles. They wore me down quite heavily, so much so that I couldn't help any further. I have that issue far more than many others, despite my ability to rewind time. I can only do it so much before the vast majority of my capabilities fall to the wayside with my blindness. Weary and wounded, I push myself to my feet with the usual alacrity, but something's amiss this time. A sudden pang in my chest grips my attention. My hand instinctively clutches at my heart as if trying to subdue the pain. Panic flares in my eyes as I survey the train compartment while trying to ignore the random ache. It must be an old wound. I have many of those. The sight that greets me is only suffering and despair. The people I fought to protect sit, lie, or stand wounded, bloodied, and few in number. My nose crinkles as I immediately notice a malevolent scent. The air is thick with the pungent odor of crimson dust that clings to their injured forms, their flesh quivering under its unsettling influence. I try to make sense of the situation, piecing together the scattered remnants of my memory as I notice many missing figures. It's then that I catch that the train has come to a standstill. Panic rises within me as I remember the peril on the way here. Turning to the woman who has taken control of the train in my absence, Elizabeth, I muster the strength to ask the question that plagues my mind. How many did we lose while I was out? Elizabeth, not discerning my wakefulness, nearly jumps backward as she twists with a shout. She dives for me, wrapping a pair of trembling arms around me. I raise a hand to pat her back as I notice Abraham stumble into the car, a hand on his head as dried blood lies under his nose. You're awake, finally, nodding to the man. I repeat my question as Primrose and Sky Swain look away but sit against a wall covered in bandages. What happened while I was out? It was only a few hours. Where is Wyatt and Millie? I don't see Virgil's shadow, either. Elizabeth sniffles as she steps back from me, hardly able to raise her head enough to respond. Her voice comes out low and quiet at first, not loud enough for me to hear. What? I push some ether into my ears, grimacing at the fact I'm not fully recovered. Those battles in Blackstone kicked the shit out of me. Even the runs back and forth were supremely exhausting. Elizabeth finally gives me an answer, though, even if it's not one I want to hear, as she sniffles her way through with tears. Millie is dead. So is Edward. As for Wyatt and Virgil, Primrose sighs, cutting in as the young woman in front of me is unable to finish her sentence. We made it to Gravecross, but the train broke down just at the top of the Grand Ridge. Some events caused us to be attacked constantly by monsters while tremors shook the earth. Wyatt and Virgil drove themselves to exhaustion and were thrown off the train and to the bottom of the ridge, along with many others that we picked up on the way. I nod, understanding the situation they're in, but what I don't understand is why no one is going after them. Everyone seems to have given up. Okay, so who's getting them? Tomas. My tongue lies upon Tomas' comatose body with more red than bandages as I continue on to another possibility. Lennon? Quakata. Primrose shakes her head, grunting as she uses the wall to supplement her dust-inlaid form to stand. I open my mouth for another suggestion, but Primrose slams her heel into the ground. I furrow my brows at her as she raises her voice at me, pointing in my face with a heated breath. No one was sent after them. None of us are in a condition to search for them, let alone dive into these new crimson wastes. The sand alone eats into your skin, gradually devouring you and your ether. The monsters form out of the very sand to rip you limb from limb. No one is after them because no one can save them. They are dead. The Prime condemned them to death when he decided to become a god. Silence hangs for several moments as my eyes shift, trailing over to gaze out the window at the grand sandstorm over a cliff. With a profound sense of dread, I stare beyond the broken window, Deadeye's gaze pushing my sight beyond any mortal bounds. The precipice extends its stony fingers half a mile above the unforgiving terrain below, an incredible feat of ancient strength on its own, but past that holds me in shock. What I behold is a tempest of red sand, a maelstrom spawned likely by Vincent's ascension to godhood. The crimson storm stretches farther than even my golden eyes can perceive, an abyss of violent, swirling destruction. It carries an aura of enmity, and I sense the presence of grotesque entities hidden within its bloody depths. These figures, indistinct yet undeniably menacing, appear to possess gaping maws and razor-sharp claws, as if born from the most bottomless pits of nightmare. They shift and twist like that of a freakish abomination, but do so with such ease it gives me pause. But what troubles me most are the colossal silhouettes lurking even further within the crimson abyss. Their immense size questions the already colossal ridge, extending a third of the way up its towering height. What size? What are those things? My heart quickens with unease as I shift back to Primrose, my hands only steady by the virtue of my years. So he did it? Vincent really did it. I slump backward, falling to a seat as I just take it all in. A god. A new one. How long has it been? So very long. A whole civilization of man has passed without a person even coming close. But in my lifetime, of course, it happens. And of course, the ascension comes from one of the bloodiest men to ever live. Fumbling, I retrieve a cigar from my pocket, finding it largely undamaged despite the horrid battles. With multiple people watching me, I take my time to think, unwrapping the cigar and lighting it with a match. Then I take it to my mouth and enjoy the smoke. My eyes earn some vibrancy as I savor the tang. Then the faces begin to roll in. All the people I saw in Blackrink, Blackstone, and the people whom I knew that lived within Blackreach. Very few escaped before the storm covered it all. We were probably the last ones, too. Each countenance that passes through my mind makes my hand tremble just a little bit as the faces pass faster. I let them come. It's the only way I don't lose it all. The only way I stay human. 1,000 faces pass before I even see one whose name I know. Judas, an old man who served twice as long as me. Phineas will miss his drinking partner. I only wish I had the chance to meet the two legends at another time. Sydney and Lance, 1/3 of Gravecross defenders remain. No longer can they scare away angels without all three of them together. Now they'll need Laura's grandfather to step in, even at his old age. Laura is awake, but she's staring at the floor without emotion. Edward and Millie, the two people I didn't see dying anytime soon due to their skills and might, especially Edward. I can't believe I outlived him. My mind then moves to the gravely injured, feeling something missing in my mind. Tomas' condition shows that he might not make it. Lennon was similarly hurt. Sky Swain may never fly again. At least Elizabeth seems better from the last time we saw her. Earl must have put some work in. He and Dawn will have to do incredible work to get many of these people back in a fighting shape. So many men and women. So many children. Children? Why? The tremor in my hand finally reaches a peak as the cigar falls out of my fingers, landing gently onto the metal floor below. Elizabeth, beside me, with teary eyes, looks at me worriedly. I leap to my feet, moving back to the window as I gaze at the red sands once more. The pain in my chest. He still has the death's lantern, and while my heart isn't inside it anymore, that can't be a good sign. How fatigued was Wyatt before he fell? Does anyone know? A deathly critical question leaves my mouth, and I await an answer. Laura, this time, replies to me. We fought at the last car for hours, and he was the only one to never rest for anything more than a minute. Johnny, I can tell this boy means much to you, but he's... I raise a hand, cutting her off. Once upon a time, I worked under her. Being above her in stature, however, brings me zero pride. It brings me only sorrow. Wyatt is not just a boy, Laura. Turning around, I find her gaze removed from the floor, focused on me. Even Abraham and Bonfire are wholly entranced, staring at me. A dozen unconscious or severely wounded lie in this car, but the waking ones know how dire our situation is. Laura is confused by my statement, which makes sense. She has seen so very little of that kid. She does not understand. So few do. Wyatt Graves does not simply die. He will be back. Whether he claws his way from the underworld or this hellish storm, he will be back. We might not be able to follow him, but he will be back. She shrugs at my words while I notice Elizabeth's sigh in relief. Even Earl, who is still tending to Tomas and Lennon with a severely fatigued Dawn, as his shoulders rise slightly with ease. But I still hold some worries despite my confidence, not that I can show them outwardly. Wyatt is tough, inhumanly so, but he's not immortal. Yet, at the same time, Virgil is with him. The man is likely even more potent than ever under a plane where the sun can't invade. While I worry for my own survival in such a place, I'd wager those two could make it, wherever they are. But I can't follow them to guarantee it with all these people under my protection, and I can't send anyone after them. Lennon could brave the storm, but I doubt he'd want to even after he recovers. Quakes is similar. Bonfire, Abraham, Primrose, or Silas would be devoured regardless of my respect for their personal power. Blake, she would have the greatest chance amongst them. Growing up in a mirroring environment would go leagues to provide her safety in those sands. But I can't send her on that. I'm sorry, Wyatt. I'm sorry, Virgil. You two will just have to follow us. It's going to take us weeks, if not months, to fully recover from this. I don't even know if Skyswain, with Dawn's help, can regrow a wing either. But every journey starts somewhere. It is best to get a bit further away from this storm if it decides to move. First off, though, I need to know what I'm working with. So many came with us on this train, and I need to know how many are still with us. So, I turn to Elizabeth. She needs to get her mind off Wyatt missing. I can already see the erraticness in her eyes. Elizabeth, can you go get a tally of all those who made it? Get me as much information as possible. Sigils, unsigils, etc. I don't care for their affiliation, just their strengths. Too late for drama. She nods before grabbing a pen and paper from a desk and stepping away as she leaves the car. Primrose pipes up again once she's gone, my trusty friend knowing my thoughts. Distracting her won't save her if they don't return. I nod, stepping alongside her as I look down at Tomas and Lennon, while Earl connects blood vessels with some odd tools I don't recall. Giving the young man a nod, I remember something vital. You're right, but they may still live. The more you kick that kid's ass, the harder he rebounds. Hopefully, the weights don't push him beyond that limit. As for these two, you said Edward's past, correct? What about his things? Bonebeak and the Phil I am. Do we have eyes on them? Primrose's eyes light up in surprise as she shakes her head. What? He has Bonebeak? I thought. No, that makes sense. Why would Edmund give that up so easily? I'll go look for them right now. I laugh slightly at her aloud, thinking, but I give her the correct answer with a hint. How did you think his claymore worked? It used Bonebeak by connecting to his bone marrow and siphoning the most vital blood from his core. Heirlooms don't play around. The Philium should fix up one of these too. We'll just have to hold them down after. The more nuanced injuries will require Dawn, though. Primrose runs out of the car with a thumbs up, a pronounced limp to her gait. I sigh, seeing her so injured but shake aside the worry. Instead, I focus on Earl and Dawn. I hope it is fine if we use your husband's things, Dawn. The mature woman slides an eye at me. The kindness I'm so used to is heavily muted, leaving only a lingering ache. That is fine. You'll want them to be used anyway. Just give them back when you're done, please. The Dudley bloodline isn't over yet. My teeth touch and grind as I agree. Of course, I'd give it back. I just hate that Dawn is now alone. What even happened? How did he die? I can't imagine him going out without a fight. He was the only one of us angels not nearly dead after the fights. Earl flinches at my words, his hand nearly stabbing Lennon with his tool. I give him an odd look as he sputters out an answer. It's my fault. Dew ambushed him while he was resting on the train and turned him into a stream of blood that gushed right out of the train. Wyatt then beat the vessel until it wasn't one anymore. A deep, long-held breath of air leaves my lungs. A trap? Earl and Wyatt are going to be feeling that one for a very, very long time. Devil be damned. Eli thought that far ahead? But why? Why kill Edward? Earl nods sadly while delivering me the missing puzzle piece. Wyatt told me that Vincent was de-aged by the sacrifices from Ed Summers, Myriad, and Edward. That's probably the reason he was so strong. My mind flutters over the dead names. All angels of incredible power, but one thing connects them. Their sigils. Each of their sigils are primary abbots with slight occultists or the exact opposite. Blood and vigor making youth? I can see it. The price, however, is as extraordinary as the benefit. No longer is Vincent some old man, it would seem. Fuck. What now? Stepping back, I fall back onto my cot. What do we do now? Vincent is waging his war against the gods as I ponder right now, likely barging into their resting place. The bridge of the gods, the fabled land where the gods go to die or hibernate for millennia. He'll have the advantage of attacking them before they reach wakefulness, but at least a dozen gods still live after the collapse. Twice that number might actually be in wait for him. There is a high chance he dies in that fight, even as a god. However, I thought the same about today, and, well, he proved us all wrong. So, what do we do? Wait for him to either kill them all or die trying? No, that doesn't sit with me. Even if Wyatt doesn't come back, someone whom I had the most hope for reaching that insane height, there are other things we can do. We could find someone, aiding them in becoming a god. Hell, we could even ally with a turn and aid him instead. The War Master is one of the most amenable of the living dominions. I'd be most willing to join the King of the Greylands. But that figure is so far away that it'd take months, if not a full year, of brutal travel to reach him. Not worth it at all. Or I could take charge. I never thought of myself as gifted or special. But maybe, just maybe, I don't have a choice. Just as Pa said, greatness is not born or gifted. It's born in the fires of hell. Yet, the rest of these people can't survive what would be needed for me to even stand a chance. I can't do that to them. They trust me. They believe in me to protect them. I can't simply leave them. Someone else will have to take the mantle. Sir? Sir? A voice rips me from my thoughts as Elizabeth stands in front of me, a piece of paper in her hands. Lifting a hand, I motion her to continue. 2,231 survivors, of which all but 400 are sigiled. 12 sixth sigils, 25 fifth sigils, 103 fourth sigils, 511 third sigils, 1,000 second sigils, and the remaining 200 or so are first sigils. It seems that many of the lower sigils died on the way or in the fight. Also, Phineas Garth was confirmed to be alive. He was sitting with some hunters from Galeston. I nod to her as I take it in, digesting the information. A lot more power than I thought. She left out the angels because I already know them. Lennon, Tomas, and I. Or so I thought. Oh, and Quakate is an angel now, and Abraham Damard Wyatt's mother. She's hurt but alive. So, we have another power and a virtue. I doubt Oniwa will care about any of us, though. Interesting. That woman is only becoming more of a mystery every day. As for Oniwa, we have an amenable relationship. I can likely get her to find her son or something once she's better. As I rub my chin in thought, Elizabeth whispers a question over the rest of the cabin's noise. Do you really think Wyatt is okay? And Virgil. I allow a loose smile to fall onto my face as I reassure her and myself. To kill that kid, Elizabeth, would be a grand undertaking, let alone with Virgil by his side. He will come back. For now, we must ensure the rest of us are safe. So, let's get off this damn train. I'm tired of all this fucking metal. 343, pining away for blood. Wyatt Graves. As my eyes flicker open, I'm greeted by a world of agony. Every breath feels like daggers in my chest, and the red sand grinds mercilessly at my battered flesh, both inside and outside. I can feel it burrowing in my chest, even as my physical wounds are mostly healed, besides my prosthetic, of course. I struggle to push myself up, disoriented and bewildered by my surroundings. The cave's darkness envelopes me, but my unique vision allows me to make out most of the details from the hanging stone spikes to the tiny room I have to move as I attempt to rationalize how I got here. Looking ahead, I find a crimson film that stretches over the cave's entrance. It's a gruesome barrier that is connected to my left hand by a stringy piece of meat. Nodding to Blodwin as thanks, I stare at my flesh that has transformed into a protective shield against the raging sandstorm beyond. I can't recall how I ended up in this cave, only that I am here now. I can, however, guess Blodwin. The artifact is unresponsive, likely exhausted beyond understanding, so I leave it be after a subtle nudge. He must have taken over while I was unconscious from the fall. Fuck, my head is absolutely screaming, definitely from the fall, but I'm not alone even then. My groans of pain reverberate through the chamber as I stand carefully in a crouch due to the low ceiling. But my attention is drawn to my companion. Virgil lies nearby, shivering uncontrollably, his body seemingly at war with itself. battling the conflicting extremes of hypothermia and hyperthermia simultaneously. Sweat drips from every pore in his body, drenching his clothes. I spike with worry as I hobble over to him, crouching beside him as I exhale, bits of crimson dust gliding like blades out my lungs. I cough out a palmful of blood. My eyes return to the membrane of flesh shielding us from the outside. If the bits of sand in here are making me bleed from the inside, Virgil can't be much better, especially with his condition. I need to get him somewhere with a serum to save him, but outside has to be 100 times worse. Those winds have only become more lethal. From annoying dust granules to deadly blades of blood red. More minor than you can see. Vincent, devil be damned. He might have just condemned us to death. I examine Virgil once more, looking over my friend as his clothes are torn all over, exposing raw or open flesh. At least his tight glasses protected his eyes, but none of what I can see is the real issue. Nonetheless, I bandage him up with the strips of hanging clothing. He can live through all the external wounds with no problem. Like me, he has significant regenerative abilities, only he has to be asleep for them to work. I think it might be that very nature of a night owl that has kept him alive so far. Creating fire and cauterizing his injuries would be best, but I have no ability to make a fire here. None of my matches are with me from the fall, and I'm lucky Lily is even here with me. She probably did something to stay in my holster, as she's not bolted to my belt like Death's lantern is. I quickly scan Virgil before my head sinks. He's missing all his weapons. My mind briefly flickers to all the angels we have killed recently and all the artifacts that will likely come from them in time. But we can't enjoy them if we don't get out of here. I focus back on Virgil as he shivers and groans incessantly. My heart yearns to save him, but I can't think of anything. I find my pocket watch in the dirt not far away, yet the glass is shattered and unreadable. It's no longer clicking, stuck on 2:23, likely AM. I sigh in forlorn nostalgia at the broken glass. I've had this watch for so long. I need to focus, though. Tossing aside my emotions, I examine my friend. Virgil has been under acute ether saturation for at least several hours. I don't think he pushed himself as far as I often do, because he didn't immediately turn into a puddle of goo. The man likely passed out as his brother once did when he went beyond his physical and ether limits. Only he went a bit further beyond. Speaking of, I tie his ankle tightly, creating a rudimentary splint for the time being. I'm no doctor, but I've seen Earl treat enough people I can help. Still, after I finish tending to his ankle with all that I can do, I fall to my ass, unsure of what's next. I can only stare at him as his condition slowly worsens. What can I do? Run out and make it to someone with a serum to run back with? No, he'll be long dead before that. He needs to wake up. I can walk him through the self-treatment for acute ether saturation, but he must be conscious, scooting closer while trying to ignore the biting sands. I lightly shake him. Then I shake him again and again. Virgil, 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 Virgil. I attempt again and again, doing everything to rouse him, barring hurting him. But none of my actions hold any effect. Sighing, I rest a closed fist on his motionless chest. He won't wake up. Why? Is he too hurt? Too exhausted? I remember the notes back, then stating something along the lines of few even getting the chance to attempt the treatment due to the side effects of the condition. Most are forced unconscious from the wounds that brought them to push past their limits. A heavy breath leaves my chest as I lean forward, pressing my ear against his chest. Badump, badump. Virgil's heart still beats, even if erratic. But it beats. I pause and listen for several minutes, thinking of anything I could do to help him. Yet his heart only worsens, the erraticness increasing as his breathing starts to halt with hiccups and coughs. My own breath picks up at the thought of losing him as well. If only I could do it for him while he's asleep. I could save him like that. Wait, I can. With EY, I compelled her body to move against her will. I even managed to use my own skills within her body. Perhaps I could save him, or maybe just extend his life long enough so that I can learn to use burdenless. A plan rapidly forms as I sit as comfortably as possible within this sand beside Virgil. Then I stare at him as I urge the ether in my body to move. The ether shifts, turns, and contorts as it blooms in my eyes, insight coming to life. A second later, I'm blind with closed eyes. Pain, a familiar but forgotten agony, racks my entire form. But no mental resistance at all from Virgil meets my attempts to move or open his eyes. Slowly, as blades of chill and heat slice through his flesh, he sits up against the wall, and I open his eyes fully. Seeing myself sitting still as I focus fully on aiding him is odd. It's like I'm a sleeping puppet, like a vessel. It's always so odd how skills progress. Sometimes there are these grand improvements made with new forms of ether manipulation, and then other times your improved way of controlling ether gradually shifts the skills into new forms. Just as when I was fighting Edward to learn instinctive ether, I managed a new way of siphoning ether with Struggler's Gasp that I only continued to expand upon later. I think a combination of willful strand and instinctive ether naturally infecting insight is what allows me to do this. To extend a hand into another and puppet them. It's less mind control or puppetry, though, and more similar to what Blodwin used to do to me. The act is more akin to a forceful injection of action into the muscles. The ether, however, is the most fascinating part. Somehow, I managed to push my ether to Oniwi, who was miles and miles away. Or, at least I think I did. Was I using her ether, but manipulating it with my sigil and soul? I'm not sure, but it's time to find out. Now or never. If I wait any longer, Virgil might not return from the edge. I need to pull him back up. My first instinct is to reach for burdenless, but as I expected, it won't come. Either my soul isn't fully connected with it to use it in Virgil's body, or some other piece I'm unaware of is stopping me. So, I push through the pain and begin to follow the directions lodged deeply within my mind. They've saved my life before. Surely, they can save Virgil's too. First, though, I have to find Virgil's sigil. Turning my attention inwardly, I follow along Virgil's veins and paths of ether with my mind, wincing at the state of them. Torn, bruised, and beaten are the only descriptors I could formulate. It's awful and makes me wonder how mine often look after a fight. Ignoring the damages for now, I move to find his core as I have to pull ether from it carefully. And after just a few moments, I locate it, the heart of his sigil hidden within a corner of his body. It's a bizarre thing that I find as I gaze closely at it. Because of his absolutions, his core holds an actual shape, but I don't know how to describe it other than a pulsating shadowed light. The eminence of the Mother Below's dark light is not lost on me. The god must have a similar combination of sigils as Virgil. I can only hope that holds little against him. Both sides of his metamorphosized sigil possess the same unorthodox glow. I can tell from it that he is a sixth sigiled. After viewing the shape of his sigil, I attempt to sense what it feels like. Slowly, I let my mind drift around the darkness that simmers in his flesh. And over the course of just a few seconds, emotions and sensations invade my mind. I feel hate, hope, and a worrying sense of heat covered by a chilling cold. I mentally nod to the sensations as I continue to the next step. I'm unsure if this detail is needed, but I want to be as close to his sigil as possible before I begin pulling at it. Oniwi is tough, and I hold no qualms about yanking at her sigil. Virgil, however, is deeply wounded, so I must be precise. Virgil's sigil seems to be an ocean of darkness, cradling something hidden deep within its depths. I know it is kept at the bottomless pit, though. It is light. Virgil holds one priest to contest his many idols. Then, after acclimating to his sigil, I begin step 3 from the list I read nearly an entire year ago. Meticulously, so much more intricately than I did for myself long ago, I create a tiny strand of ether with my mind. And as I thought, it comes from his core, not mine. 1,000 burgeoning thoughts fight to bloom, but I stop them all and focus wholly. Even just that infinitesimally small pinch of ether, however, nearly rends me unconscious. I try to continue to the next step, bringing the bit of ether out from the area that surrounds my sigil. The second the piece exits the threshold of where the bubble used to be that has now shrunk to become the sigil in my mind, well, pain erupts just as the document said it would so long ago. The pain is so great, I begin foaming at the mouth, forcing me to spit or I'll choke on my own saliva. It truly is all-encompassing. Despite the ether still being in my skull, it hasn't even entered my neck yet. I can feel a sensation similar to every toe getting cut off at once, a snipping like bone on steel. This pain is far too much to bear, and I am forced to quickly release the ether I created into my body. This only worsens it as the ether begins to sink into my body, further increasing the misery. I can resist pain, but I'm by no means immune to it. Yet, every time I shrink back, the pale face of my friend makes me stand back up to it. Ether, the supernatural substance coursing through Virgil's veins, has infiltrated every part of his being: bones, blood, flesh, and even the marrow, like an insidious intruder who refuses to be evicted. He's unconscious, unable to feel the pain that comes with it, but I feel every square inch and even more. The punishing parade of agony and affliction clenches my mind's eye around a single sentence that I glossed over when I first read the page about acute ether saturation. And those of ranks higher than third sigil who experience S must immediately seek medical attention at the nearest forward base or headquarters. Fuck. A curse leaves both Virgil's teeth and mine as I hold our mouth in a tightly gritted embrace. Pain, a merciless sentinel, has taken up residence even in my bones, forcing both our bodies to shake like that of a seizure. My head throbs with a searing migraine, a vice of torment that squeezes my consciousness to the brink. Every other second, it blinds me in one or both eyes, plunging my world into obscurity. Deafness descends like a shroud, severing me from the world just as temper would. Even Virgil's hands lose the ability to tighten as we both fall utterly defenseless. All of his ailments transfer to me in a moment as I try to save him, and I quickly realize they are far worse than when I was in his position. A savage dance of temperature extremes racks my body, spiraling from hyperthermia to hypothermia and back. I feel just as useless now as I did within that storm while dominions were fighting. Like a man before a demigod, I shiver for mercy. Our hearts beat in sync, but not in a good way. Insight does not come without backlash. The threat of organ failure looms, the pale lady peering down right at us with insidious interest. I feel it, that chill, the one Edward spoke of fondly. It's there, and not just for Virgil. Trying to help him has looped me in. If his mind shuts down from death, I think mine might as well. Quickly, my memory unravels like delicate threads in the wind. Thinking hard, I attempt to remember the next step past grabbing the strand of ether, but the specter of death lurks in the shadows, a constant menace. She lingers on the periphery, waiting for a single mess up. The difference between going beyond one's limit as a higher sigil and a lower is massive. To break a steel door and replace it is 1,000 times more complex than that of a wooden one. With each agonizing breath, I gather my resolve. The room spins as I find a future. With trembling hands against the rocks around me with sand that bites into my flesh, I delve into Virgil's body, fast losing the sense of which is which. Again, I grasp that first strand, a shard of agony born from its mere essence. As I pull it through the veins, it draws more ether along its path, only adding to the torment. Finally, after who knows how long, it reaches the end of my hand. At the precipice of the fingertip, I gather all the strength I can muster and expel it from the flesh and bone. A hammer cracks open my skull, chest, and hands as I fall to the ground from my seat, unable to breathe. Gasping for air that eludes me, I teeter on the precipice of unconsciousness. The room spins, my senses reel, and despair tugs at the edges of my resolve. But I can't give up. If I back down now, Virgil dies. He has done far too much for me, including pulling me back from the same abyss he is lodged in right this instant. Virgil might have expended the concoction for my life, but it was his only one, not to mention he spent a fortune for it. He might not be in such dire straits if he had it right now. After a few seconds, I regain my breath, wanted to just fall back asleep. But I don't. I can't. If I simply repeat what I did back then, Virgil will die. He's a far higher sigil than I was, and the man of darkness is already teetering on death's doorstep. So, I bite my thumb, my actual thumb, as I split my focus and dive back in to cleanse him of his saturation. I can't let him die. If there is one thing I do, even if it's my last, it will be to save this man's life. 344, a bucket of blood. My eyes tear open suddenly, and I sit up, heaving with agonized breaths. I flip my head back and forth, comprehending my situation after just a few glances around. The sight of Virgil's chest moving calms my baited lungs, but I can't be wholly calm. A simple look at Virgil tells me that he's not better yet. Not even close. He's just a little bit further from death. It took me weeks to recover entirely from my case of acute ether saturation. I don't know if we have weeks. In the dim, secluded cave, I scoot alongside Virgil, his body tightly wrapped in makeshift bandages and dark clothing torn from my own garments. As I sit beside him and enjoy my few moments before I enter the pain again, I turn my attention to the entrance. Our refuge is still shielded by the pulsating, grotesque, fleshy film that Blodwyn made. I can see it bulge occasionally from the relentless onslaught of the godly sandstorm that rages outside. It cloaks us in a fragile cocoon, offering some semblance of shelter from the tempestuous maw of crimson dust. I run my ruined right arm, the metal ripped, bent, and torn, over my left hand, and Blodwyn grunts out a short phrase from the depths of my mind. "We'll break soon." My lips sink down on my face as I understand his meaning. Blodwyn is gradually gaining more sentience and is actually able to articulate himself at this point. I wish I could be happy about that, but I am a bit distracted by the rest of everything else. Virgil shivers beside me with a groan, and I look at him. But the moment that noise enters the cave's insides, a cacophony of roars, scratches, and eerie whistling sounds emanates from beyond the cave's maw. Like an alarm, those unsettling noises remind me that the storm outside is not the only danger. When we get out, we have to deal with more than just the flesh-eating dust. The creatures of the storm, born from some connection to Vincent's ascensions or whatever act he did, prowl the periphery of our refuge, their intent as malevolent as the very sands that envelop them. I listen a while longer as they continue, holding my hand against Virgil's mouth to stop him from making any noise. Sweat runs down my back as deep and guttural roars resonate through the marrow of my bones, vibrating like the death cries of immense, inhuman monstrosities. It does not sound at all like the silent winds of the angel that attacked me, nor does it sound like those crimlimes. How many creatures are there out in the storm? What the fuck did Vincent do? Our survival may just depend on whether or not they find us, and whether or not I can determine what they are before they do. Closing my eyes and steadying my breathing, I temper my senses until I reach echo with a daydream inside my mind of visualizing these beings. As I strain my enhanced senses, attempting to form a mental image of these abominations, their shapes begin to materialize within my mind's eye from merely the sounds. Scuttling sand, whirling winds, and grim grunts paint a picture in my mind as the noises burrow deep into me. Twisted, nightmarish silhouettes manifest, cloaked in nightmarish visages that don't fit the idea of any living being I know of. The scuttling sand, shifting to fit its mover, is caused by a half-dozen snake-like humanoids. They have serpentine torsos, their coiling forms covered in a melange of incarnadine scales and barbed backbones. Yet they also possess the arms and heads of women. They each wield weapons birthed of the sands, bloody spears, and swords formed of compact dust. I lower myself, as if to reduce my presence, as the being of winds comes to my mind's eye. It's that creature made only of sand once more. I can't see its chains through only my hearing, but I know what it is. It's a disastrous monster. So few non-humanoids reach the angelic realm outside of the deep ocean that it's almost unheard of. The only cases I've ever actually heard of are Latish that have touched upon the seventh sigil, and of the Deep Wraith, a ghost that haunted Kien decades ago. Other than that, I can't remember anymore. Rougarou and Urayuli are vaguely humanoid due to their intelligence, and therefore are counted like any other race, but to see an angelic monster, Vincent must have broken open another dimension, letting in creatures that should not be here in the slightest. Now, while that may infuse new sigils into our world, it births endless new threats. The consequences of his actions can't even be fully calculated by me, as I'm not the most knowledgeable in this field. But I do know that the bloodstained whirlwind is not alone. There is yet another angel. My ears twitch as I sense the next one. Once it forms in my mind from the sound of squelching, my cheeks squirm in disgust. It appears to be a hideous, fleshy conglomerate of limbs and appendages, a chaotic assemblage of bodies fused together. All around its body are massive, asymmetrical jaws, brimming with rows of jagged teeth that open and close in a dreadful, rhythmical cadence. From the maw's drool of viscous, bloody ichor that turns into dust as it hits the ground. Paying closer attention, the image in my mind gains granularity. Slowly, those limbs of flesh transform to limbs of sand and dust as I recognize the sound of squelching to simply be that of blood-stained rock. Is that a fused crumlime? Oh fuck! My head sinks as I pull back my ether, removing echo in a gradual release. Because of how I stopped the skill, I still hear more movement and anarchy. So, I restart the skill as I hear a low buzz, the noise confusing me. Focusing deeper, I release my ears, unwilling to miss something. The many minor monsters are something I can deal with on my own, but to kill those angels requires that Virgil is awake. I can't afford to miss anything. And as the sound of shifting rock deep beneath the earth, the sound so amplified that I can hear the ground moving in its usual rhythm, I notice that there is something in the air. The sand itself. Gradually, I build an image of the sand in my mind and piece it all together with it. The sand isn't sand. It's tiny, almost imperceptibly small insects that clump together with jittery eyes that glitter wickedly in even my mind's eye. They're innumerable, twitching appendages, tipped with cruelly serrated claws, writhe constantly as if attempting to cut anything they find. The sand moves through the air with a knowing, coordinated grace, as if driven by a unifying intelligence. The visceral clarity that I picture these insects with shakes me to the core. Seeing every little aspect of them, from their bloody chitin to their flickering wings that bristle with thorns, I nearly jump out from my seat. The sand beneath me is calm after I dealt with it all with the help of Blodwyn, but it still concerns me. Tiny, invisible creatures that... Wait, the swarming wastelander, executioner of dust. The name. It was there all along. None of us just truly understood what it meant. The endless devours all. A light whisper leaves my mouth, just loud enough to be told that it ever existed. Nevertheless, I place my hand on my lips to stop any more words from leaking out. It all makes sense now. He did not turn the earth into sand. He did not create a sandstorm that encompasses a desert inhospitable to any life. He did something far, far worse. He transformed the earth, the dust, the sands, and all the in-between into these tiny insects, into the endless. His swarms are filled with such dreadfulness and of such number that he could turn anything into a wasteland. Vincent Harvey, undefeated since birth, had to have been the worst possible option to become a god. Not because he's incapable, but the opposite. His power, it's awful. It borders on the hideousness of the Mother Belos abilities. Reaching down as I release Echo with a shudder, I grasp hold of the bloody sand that Blodwyn turned into a slush of red liquid. It's wet and bizarre, but as I pay attention to the sand, I can feel slight, almost imperceptible movements in the slush. I clench my fist as I flood the liquid like crimson mud with ether, forcing everything I have to crush it. The squirming stops when my hand fully closes, but my stomach doesn't settle. All I can do is focus on Virgil, pivoting my head back to him. I return to caring for him and expelling his ether. Before I do so, however, I ask Blodwyn for his aid once more. Can you run your power while I do this? I'm worried that the swarm or some other creature will sense the ether. A low mental grunt is my only reply as I feel the relief of his power. A subtle, invisible field of sorts extends from the hand, covering my whole body and more. Were I not connected to the palm, I doubt I could notice it even with my highest tier of senses. Nodding to Virgil, I place my hand onto his chest, delving deeply into insight once more. Once I enter his mind and his body, I grasp for that ether to save him from the pale lady and the pain. Though I could do without the latter. Gasping for air while covering my mouth to avoid creating excess clangor after treating Virgil, I reach for my canteen. As I position it over my mouth, I stop, feeling its almost non-existent weight in my hand. Fuck, I completely forgot. The fall put a hole in it, and I only have one canteen. I've been so focused I haven't thought about food or water for at least a day. I can go a while without either, for Blodwyn can supplement much of my needs. He doesn't like to, as it takes from him, but the artifact takes from me in turn. We're almost a closed building, able to live off each other, but it's not perfect. Some energy is wasted during the transfer, while Blodwyn siphons ether from the air. Virgil, however, has to be dying of thirst right now. I crawl over to him, meticulously not to bump into a rock or any other object, and gingerly search him for water or food. He's a survivalist, the kind of man to be thrown to the wolves and return with all their pelts. Seconds turn into a full minute, as I find only a single half-full canteen and a few strips of jerky. Sighing, I feed him the jerky with tiny pieces one at a time before giving him some water. I expected him to have more food on him, but I suppose he doesn't need all that much as he has the skills to quickly find animals to kill and water to drink. I peer down at my left hand, giving the artifact some words in my mind. Seems we're going to be hungry for a while. At least we're used to it. I say that we're used to it, but really, you can't be. Starvation is a brutal thing, and as time has passed, I've had to eat more and more food to fulfill the needs of my companion. All that means, however, while Blodwyn groans in frustration, is that we have to do this faster. Sitting up, I place another hand onto Virgil and dive into insight's grasping agony. Slowly, I'm learning to hate this skill, even for all its might. It's versatile and profoundly hidden in its usages as I gain proficiency with ether, so much so that it should be divided more so, but I can't be bothered. Instead, I concentrate on saving my friend, the one who nearly killed himself just for a chance at preserving my life. I wake from a pain-induced slumber only to return to Virgil's side. Whenever I fall unconscious, I fuck up slightly, making minor errors in my wake. Doing so hurts him, but not more so than it is worth to push that far. Again, I dive into insight, rushing as I can almost see the future of Virgil dying of thirst. He's got days until then, maybe a week or so with his enhanced constitution. At most, I can stretch it to 2 weeks with his canteen and whatever moisture I can gather from these cave walls. Days turn into nights, as I all know is the repetitive motion of grasping tiny strands of ether and bringing it agonizingly through Virgil's flesh. He twists and turns here or there when I'm not treating him, forcing me to hold him still. We cannot afford to make noise. And now, we're out of water. I rationed it as best I could, but there is only so much for him. But it's not all bad. His head is almost entirely clear of the insidious ether that refuses to leave as it damages his organs. I've been able to keep him alive from it just barely, doing the work on my own to help him, but I worry about how he will be after this is all over. 7 days just to clear his skull? That has to be way more than what it took me. At least when he recovers, the limit of ether that his body can withstand will increase drastically. That's partially why mine is so high, discounting my Sigils effect. All the times I've been pushed to the brink and beyond, only to crawl back through force of will or drugs. Yet Virgil is not wakeful, and there are no drugs, so I can only take his place and endure the torment for him. I'm sure he's not without pain, though. The man must be in some dream state that is just as worrisome as my current situation. Nevertheless, I need to rest. I would like to do one last push to clear his whole head of the ether, but I can't. My hands are shaky and trembling. I need a restful sleep, and so does Blodwyn. His power isn't ether-intensive like most others. In fact, it scales according to the ether it suppresses, but the artifact is not an unfeeling thing. Lying back, I rest my head on a rock with my torn pack on it for cushioning. Then, I close my eyes, entering the realm of dreams. My eyelids immediately reopen to a sea of spider lilies, with Lily standing among them, her hands behind her back. She doesn't appear as cheerful as usual, but the little girl with red eyes and fangs runs to me, wrapping her arms around me tightly. It's been a whole week. Why haven't you slept fully? Knocking yourself out like that isn't rest, and I can't see you like that. I smile slightly at her concern and hug her back before gently pushing her away. Sorry, I just had to make sure Virgil wouldn't die. She bods her head up and down rapidly before reaching for my hand. Then, while shouting into the endless night sky of her mind, Lily runs away, hauling me with her toward the cardinal. I don't try to resist her, but her strength is unusual, nearly the same as mine. I can't help but show my surprise. Follow me. Come on, I have a surprise for you. I do as she says, running behind her nearly inhuman speed as I struggled to keep up without ether. After a mere few seconds, we reached the edge of the dark, abyssal waters of the Cardinal. At the bank of the depths, she points across, drawing my attention to a figure on the other side. Look, it's our father. The way she says father is filled with so much joy that I doubt I could ever replicate it for the man she points at. A silhouette on the other side of the bank, hardly visible at all, stares back at us. But it's different than before. Black chains wrap around his arms, tying him to the ground and forcing him to kneel, as if readying him for an execution. Killian Graves' head hangs lowly, unable to pivot as his neck is too, fettered by a number of those abyssal chains. My eyes widen at the sight. I don't recall seeing his chains before. What does that mean? And they're black? Isn't that the same as the Lords and Vincent? What does that mean? What is different between those dominions and ones like Etern, Tanyuan, and all the other primes? A midnight purple and an abyssal black. I couldn't see the chains of Hurakan, despite knowing that they existed. The restrictions placed upon gods must be so far beyond my standing that I can't even observe them. It'd be like looking at an angel as a base sigil. Might as well die. Perhaps the black fetters mean they fulfill some condition required for godhood. But what could it be? What is different between them? Wait, I think I know. Tanyuan, Etern, and all the primes didn't have any one grand, inconceivable skill. They had Zil's incredible things that were amazing to witness, but they weren't godlike. They weren't like the endless tide that Vincent conjured. They weren't like the mountains that Leviathan hauled into the sky. They weren't like the mountain that Behemoth became. They weren't like the explosion of electricity birthed by Hurakan that broke segments of the sky itself. They weren't like Marshall's sky-shattering fist. The difference is that they don't have the thing beyond Adzil. They don't have a Surza. How many steps are needed to become a god? There are so many requirements, and even if you personally reach them all, others will strike you down to devour your secrets of how you did it. The mountain is so tall, it might as well be insurmountable, but it isn't. I saw a man defeat a god. I felt that very same man reach into the heavens and rip down any who opposed him. It's not impossible. It has been done. The road is just a difficult one. How many have to die for a single person to reach that peak and leap beyond it? My mind immediately flickers to Edward, his death eating at me. He didn't have to die. He was killed to simply increase the chance that Vincent succeeded in his push for godhood. I don't think the man needed it. Eli Weiss is an awful man who will do anything if he even believes himself slightly in the right. Then I think of Virgil, his near-death form not far from my sleeping body. I can't let him be a victim of this. He has to survive. The man's been through too much. His family has been too. For Aaron, for Nora, and for Victor, I'll save him. But even then, those faces, the cheery ones that reprimand their older brother while loving him dearly, are turned into lifeless facades in my mind. They may die too. Every thought that enters my mind adds weight to my mind until a hand tugs on mine. Wyatt? Wyatt? Wyatt. Hearing Lily call my name, I turn to her. What? She stands on her tippy toes, still overshadowed by my height, as she asks me a question. You okay? Lily usually is more selfish, focusing on her thoughts and feelings, but right now she's asking for mine. Stepping back until I effortlessly sink into the rising bank of the Cardinal, falling onto a bed of spider lilies, I answer her. No, I don't think I am. 3:45, playing a lone hand. Why not? Lily's cheerful voice that somehow ignores the reality of our situation digs into my mind, and I feel hints of fury boil within at her callousness. Pivoting my attention to her alabaster skin, I open my mouth but pause. Those red pupils of hers radiate such naivety that it completely halts my steaming rage. She reminds me much of myself, even if it wasn't that long ago. She's killed people, devoured souls, and satiated herself on the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. And yet, she is unfazed. The benefit of not being born human, I suppose. Regardless, I can't be frustrated with her after just a moment of thought, especially with how she scoots closer to me, staring right back into my eyes. Why not, Wyatt? With a hearty sigh, I tell her one of the many reasons, the one that weighs heaviest upon my conscience. The hurt comes out rapidly from my mouth, ending with me holding my forehead with one palm. Virgil's going to die of dehydration soon. We're stuck in this cave, and Blodwyn can supplement me partially, at least enough for another few weeks, but Virgil's fading. I don't know what to do. Lily twists her head curiously at my thoughts, as if confused by my indecision or lack of knowledge. Looking around, she points right at me with her petite nail, ending with a sharp point. The nail is colored a deep crimson, as if painted to hint towards something. Why don't you share your water? This time, I can't help but TSK with a measure of annoyance. Really? She had to have misunderstood me. She must still have issues seeing the outside world, after all. We're out of water, Lily. I don't have any to share. I already gave him all I had. Lily, however, doesn't seem so sure. Reaching forward while I sit still, she taps her elongated nail against my chest, motioning for my heart. You didn't share it all. Your blood, isn't that kind of like water? Or am I wrong? No, I think I'm right. My blood? That doesn't sound right. 1,000 problems spring up in my mind, simply from things I've heard from being around Earl while he treats others. What about infection? Can he even drink it? And what about us? That's going to drain us quickly. Lily's only answer to my questions is a shrug. She slinks back onto the bed of flowers, her hair spreading out in every direction like the petals she lies upon. Then, she lays out her arms in a similar fashion, ether slowly shifting around her hands. Dunno, all that stuff is your job, but is it better he dies now of dehydration or later because he gets sick? Oh, you should see this new skill I'm working on. It's based on that big sandy glove thing that weird old man who turned young did. Placing my fingers on the bridge of my nose, I try to recollect her rapid-fire burst of sentences that leave in less than a second as dark red petals begin to rise from her hair into the air. They hover with a threatening attitude, but with one that doesn't seem angled toward me in any fashion. The crimson petals float sideways, crossing each other as if kissing before clumping and attaching fully. Her two other skills are entirely meant to help me defend myself and strike back with ruthless efficiency, but Lily must have seen something in the way Vincent captured Hirakan. I watch with close attention as the petals gather around her right arm, the one she was waving crazily as it slowly stops moving before being wholly still while encompassed by the petals. To force her arm with the strength she possesses in this realm, if it's not simply a measure of her imagination, that is quite substantial. It doesn't seem complete, however, as I see her face scrunching up before she lets out a gasp. Sorry, I can't make that many petals yet. For some reason, they are harder to manipulate than the river. I hate it. I'm Lily. Why can't I control the smaller lilies? My head moves on its own in a side-to-side manner before I move over and offer a hand to help her to her feet. She stares up at me with a smile, then takes my hand, practically flying to a stand. Isn't it awesome, though? You think one day I can do what that weird man did? Gazing at her cheerfulness with the vastness of the Cardinal's waters in my peripheral, I simply nod with a smile before speaking. Those waters have no end. They may not be the endless, but it is not impossible, but I don't think it is likely to happen within my lifetime. Vincent is, by all standards, a monster among monsters. Lily grows slowly with her ether manipulation, and because of her nature, this cult will be around long after I'm gone. That is something I am sure of. Of course, it'll just be a long, long road. You'll have to learn more than just that skill, though. Everything you learn will help you advance toward that. The small steps add up to big ones. Lily nods back up and down rapidly before depositing a bit of wisdom I've honestly been enjoying not thinking about for a few minutes. Yeah, that makes sense. So, feeding Virgil your blood would be like taking small steps to help him survive, right? So, that eventually you can do something to make him all better, right? My teeth slice across my lips without drawing blood, thanks to the nature of Lily's dreaming realm. She's partially correct, even in her ignorance. I need to buy as much time for Virgil as possible. But that's enough worrisome talk. I need to relax and think through what's happened. Yeah, I'll try that. But can we slow down on that stuff? I just want to lie down. Lily's energy drops suddenly, yet she nods with rapt attention before stepping to the water's edge. Furrowing my brows, I give her only a few seconds of attention before taking my time to find a comfortable spot on the bed of flowers. I simply stare at the featureless night above as the splashing and flopping of water is not far from me. So much has happened in just the past day, let alone the past several. But I should focus on the past 24 hours. The attack on Eli's property went quite well. No one was killed or even seriously hurt. In fact, Kate advanced to angelhood. Everything after that, however, briskly went downhill. All of us were fatigued before we even got to Blackstone from Black Creek. I was on the verge of using Burdenless. Virgil was walking funny. Edward was short of breath. Lennon and Johnny were red-faced. And Tomas was the only one not tired from the multi-mile sprint. Bonfire was the most exhausted of us all due to the nature of his sigil with short bursts of extreme power. But he held on nonetheless while Sky Swain flew without a hitch. Of the people we met in Blackstone who showed up while we were gone, few lived. I didn't see one of the duo of old men die back there. But only one came back to the train afterward, while the other carried an extra necklace on his neck when I saw him. Laura, the woman that both Lennon and Edward seemed to know, was the only one from her trio to hobble onto the train as well. The many angels and invading figures from the alliance of the three races wore us down in less than an hour. We were so heavily outmatched that Edward had to double up on foes, and 6 Sigils were fighting angels. But we couldn't retreat. To do so meant condemning all those slower than us to death by the horde. That included people like Elizabeth and Esther, people like Virgil's family. Nonetheless, we eked out a victory only because Aniwai was there. Her reasons are constantly shifting, odd, and inscrutable, but I know that, in the end, she wants to see my father. That fact makes it somewhat easy to predict and trust her. Well, trust is a strong word. Without her, though, we would have died. Even if her slot of virtue was unfilled, we would have all died. Perhaps Edward could have escaped, but the rest of us would have certainly died. The man told me that himself. After all, he's strong, very strong, but he can't cross boundaries with such little time to prepare or improve his sigil as Lennon can. He's called a monster for a reason, just like Vincent. I can see the similarities between them beyond their strengths. The unwavering pride that narrows to the fine point of becoming arrogance instead is so blatantly obvious that I sometimes wonder how they reach their respective heights. Yet, I know the truth. It is that exact overconfidence that gives them such strength. Ether moves toward the beat of one's mind and one's rhythm. If a person believes themselves invincible, it is likely to make them more so. I'll have to thank Aniwai when I see her again. She saved us, and despite what she might say, she didn't have to. An angel as powerful as her could surely find her own way to the underworld to search for my father. Needing me had to have been an excuse to save me. Aniwai cares. She probably just feels she has to hide it. Or maybe that care is still a false one, extended by her love for my father. Either way, I'll take it. Best not to upset the savior of your life and the lives of all those you care for. I hope she's doing fine. The demon didn't look too healthy the last time I saw her. While I'm lost in thought, Lily falls to the ground beside me, a light grin on her face. The fangs in her mouth show as always, but the girl joins me in staring at the starless sky noiselessly. Nodding to her, I asked her a question I've wanted to know since I fell asleep in the cave. Did you get Edward's soul? Lily's head twists, facing me directly as her lip pouts and her eyes tremble. Before she even says the answer, I know it. No. Of course, both of the Dudleys I cared for died beside me. Now, all that remains of their family is Dawn, Edward's wife. I need to get to her. I need to make sure she's safe. It's my duty, right? I think so. I still can't believe he died like that. It was so quick, so easy, so pitiful. Even angels are fragile things that can be broken with just a little nudge. Only artifacts are genuinely durable. Am I the exception? Or is it my family? Everyone else seems so delicate compared to me. I get beat, broken, bloodletted, and every injury imaginable at once. But I stand regardless. What is the difference? What makes me unique? What makes my father unique? The Dudley family seems exceptionally gifted with ether. The Grimes are skilled with craftsmanship and weapons, while the Harveys seem abundant with talent. What is the difference? Why are we so damned hard to put 6 feet under? I stare out into the endless sky, devoid of a moon, stars, or any feature whatsoever. No answer comes to my mind that truly makes sense. Just as demons are more robust than the average human, I suppose some humans are born differently. A phrase from my father, one of the very few I know of comes to my mind as the darkness begins to take me once more, my sleep coming to an end. You were simply born with heavier shoulders. The dark cave greets me once more as I flutter my eyes open. Without waiting a moment, I sit up and hurry to Virgil. My knees scrape the rock beneath us, and I place myself right beside him. Once there, I check how he is doing. Even freshly awoken, my hands rapidly begin to shake with adrenaline due to our situation, but I force them to still. Then, I press my palm against the chest of my comatose friend, his shallow breaths a ticking clock of his dire circumstance. As I consider his condition, I check my own and nod as I'm mostly rejuvenated. Much of my flesh is still damaged, and I ache all over with my eyes still somewhat fatigued. Even still, it's not all that bad after my rest. Who knows how many hours I slept, but I'm glad I got any. Shaking my head, however, I force myself to focus and remove my hand from his chest. Then, I bring a sharp edge from my broken prosthetic to my left hand, flinching as I shove the point into my flesh. Drawing the makeshift blade across, I open my hand for blood to flow. I stare at it for a moment as the liquid gathers in my hand before I turn to Virgil's sleeping facade. Pushing aside the searing pain in my hand, a result of the crude self-inflicted wound, I cut my hand and position it so that the blood will flow into his mouth. The solution is crude, disgusting, and likely to get him sick or some other condition, but I don't know any better. Blodwyn can make more blood for me, but can't make water. I don't know how it all works, and frankly, I don't want to. I'll just take his innate sigil skills as a boon. A crimson rivulet trickles from the gash in my palm, forming a macabre drink for the unconscious man. Watching my blood move under my ministrations feels so bizarre, but I don't halt it. The blood, warm and pulsating, drops rhythmically into Virgil's slightly open mouth, the metallic tang mingling with the faint scent of the cave's earthy air. Alarm rises in my mind for a moment as I consider that something might sense the blood, but I remember the film Blodwyn has installed on the entrance. I don't know how much longer it will last without his upkeep, but it should keep in smell for now. Each droplet falls with utter quiet as I observe life leave my body in hopes of rejuvenating my friend's weakening frame. I'm used to losing blood, so I'm able to force past the early warning signs of losing my essence. But I am still acutely aware of the vertiginous sensation sweeping over me as my own strength wanes. With each passing moment, my vision blurs, and the cave's walls seem to waver, their outlines growing increasingly indistinct. I keep my gaze locked onto the flow of blood, repeatedly telling myself that I have to do this. It's slowly draining me, and Blodwyn can't rejuvenate us forever. But I cannot afford to relent. Virgil's life hangs in the balance, a fragile thread threatened by the onslaught of the ether nestled deeply within his flesh and our locked environment. Pushing through the pain and fatigue that is rapidly setting in, I pull back and let Blodwyn seal my hand, stemming the blood loss. Then, as I almost collapse onto the cave's wall behind him, still careful not to make too much noise, I realize that I'm not done yet. I still have to treat him. However, a thought does blossom during this wooziness. Is there any way you can help him with the blood we spilled? It did come from you after all. Once more, I plead for Blodwyn's help as I feel guilty. All I do is ask for his aid, especially since he woke up, but I'm not in much of a position to do anything else. He likes to eat artifacts, but the only ones we have here are Lily and Virgil's daggers. Perhaps when Virgil wakes up and gives permission, Blodwyn can feast. Yet as I hope, Blodwyn can do a little, just not yet. The blood has to be digested before anything can happen. Only after that can Blodwyn have some measure of control over the recipient's blood. How insidious. We'll have to try that out someday on someone nasty. After confirming with him, I delve into insight once more, the agony of acute ether saturation gradually getting to me. And the exhaustion beset by exsanguinating myself for Virgil only makes it a dozen times more difficult. Every second, I fight to stay awake as all I want to do is sleep, even while Blodwyn rejuvenates me with more blood. As the minutes stretch into hours, I labor to maintain my fragile grip on consciousness, fighting the creeping darkness that threatens to envelop me. Gradually, however, my efforts are rewarded as Virgil's breathing steadies, and color slowly returns to his pallid cheeks. Finally, some progress. It's not a lot, only a bit of better breathing and some color, but it's better than nothing. I fall back onto the cave of the wall as I finally make an error that has my eyes open to the top of my head. A chunk of rock breaks off above me from my impact and falls toward the ground. Lunging forward, I reach to catch it, but my wobbling vision misguides me, and I utterly miss, leaving it to crash into the ground and splinter everywhere. The sound hangs still in the small cave for only a moment before I hear a dozen crackling limbs. My eyes move to Virgil, and then to his knives. Just in case, I grab his 5th flam dagger instead of his 6th. 346 pick back. The oppressive silence within the cave is shattered by a cacophony of unseen creatures outside, and I immediately shift my position with Virgil's dagger in hand. I don't know how to use it other than as a standard weapon, so I don't try, instead lowering myself in case the monsters are closer than they sound. As I crouch, poised for action, my senses attuned to the looming creatures, the strange, skittering noises grow ever closer. My heart pounds within my chest as Blodwyn accelerates to refill my chest of blood. In only a few seconds, my eyesight stabilizes, but my heart rate only continues to accelerate. I bled until he was somewhat tired of fixing me up, careful not to send him too far into exhaustion just for this very reason. With cautious steps, I edge toward the cave's entrance, my hand jerky from the blood loss with a dagger clutched in my left hand, its blade glinting with deadly promise. I dare not breathe, acutely aware of the fragility of this balance. Right now, they probably only have an idea of prey, not certainty. Some measure of surprise still remains. I peek at the film of flesh, our feeble shield against the encroaching peril. It shimmers like a gossamer veil, with a light tremor from the sand that blows against it, attempting to bite into the flesh. Against the wall, I ready the dagger to strike the second they step through the film, preparing Blodwyn as well. Let me know when it is punctured. Blodwyn replies to me as we both shuttle ether through our pores, the artifact hiding the presence of the substance with his power. It's not just going to be vital in a fight. It will be required for stealth and survival in this hellish place. Breakneck Struggler's Defiance, and release empower my arms for a quick fatal attack to begin the battle. I need to end this as fast as possible with as little noise as I can manage. If too much sand funnels into here, then we will have to immediately leave and find somewhere else to hide. And if these creatures fight for too long with me, more may come. Arbalest wrapped around both my ankles as I strain to hold Lily in my ruined right hand. The cult does her part to help as the dark mucus of Petal Shield leaves the petals on her frame and glues her to my hand. I smile as I see thorns build on the tip of the weapon, steady for action. The plan isn't to shoot her, as I doubt these creatures are worth devouring since they're in a pack. But Rosethorn can still be used as a weapon when things get all up close and personal. Lily isn't an ordinary gun, and as such, I won't treat her as one. A seething apprehension courses through my veins as I consider Virgil's unmoving form, but I cannot falter. His safety depends on whether or not I can kill these things before they ruin our hiding place. I focus my senses, drawing upon ether and channeling it toward my ears in a desperate bid to glean insight into the coming force. Listen immediately garners new sounds and details that I was not aware of before. And there, through the enhanced acuity of my senses, I recall the entities on the other side. It's the snake-like things that move in teams with spears. This isn't that bad. It could be that fusion of crimlimes or the blood-stained whirlwind. After all, their serpentine forms writhe and undulate along the sand that treats them as one of their own. Their inhuman movements make me hold my weapons with tighter grips as I consider how they may fight. Perhaps they work simply to overwhelm with numbers and odd movements. I'll have to bank on that particular thought. It makes sense. I've sensed that few other things hunt in groups, especially not groups of a half dozen. Time seems to stretch in the agonizing seconds before the first creature, whom at this moment I name a Slither, breaches the fragile film that guards our sanctuary. My grip on the dagger tightens as I lurk just beyond the entrance's corner, poised for the most opportune moment to strike. The chamber's darkness conceals my presence, but the scent of their foreign flesh stings my nostrils. It's like a cooked snake. Yes, that's it. However, I don't let anything distract my thoughts and creep slightly closer to the edge without making a single sound, thanks to stealth. As the lead Slither inches into the cave, the boundaries of its vile form breaking into our refuge. I seize the opportunity. My body springs forward with my left hand in front, and Lily quickly follows. The dagger in my hand finds its mark, plunging into the slither's neck with a visceral thud. Using that force, I continue to bring the creature to the rocky ground as I simultaneously bring the lily to bear, smashing its thorn barrel against the creature's skull with a force born of desperation. The creature gurgles until the thorn steel cracks its skull open, leaking out a foamy liquid. A primal ferocity fuels my movements as I watch the slither's form crumple and collapse, a life snuffed out in an instant. I withdraw the dagger, slick with its foul blood, and grasp the spear the creature once wielded with the sticky glue that Lily has expelled from Petalshide. It is a crude yet deadly weapon made of bone, sand, and blood that I slide along my wrist to use with Lily. However, my actions have cost precious time as creeping tongues slap into the dust that is leaking through the film. Thus, I backpedal swiftly from the advance of the remaining slithers. It seems they sent one ahead as a test or sacrifice. How brutal. There are 5 of them now, their grotesque forms writhing and contorting with a ravenous intent. I stare into their faces possessing nothing but hunger. No sense, no reason, only a ravenous want for satiation. They want to eat me. They want to devour me. My senses heighten even further as I feel my ether ramp up even further with Blodwen's help. With each heartbeat echoing into the cave of a growing pain's forge, I become more acquainted with their presence. Still, I hold back on forcing the skill too far. It is quite loud after all. I confront the remaining 5 slithers, driven partially by the urgency to protect Virgil and partially by my own voracious hunger, finally bursting at the seams with the smell of blood that isn't mine. A creeping smile twists onto my lips as Blodwen encourages me. As the first of the creatures lunges at me, it slithers through the seeping red sands invading the cave that sting my heart. Too many grains are getting in. I need to do this faster. And so, I meet them at the entrance one at a time. My movements are swift and precise, my senses honed to their pinnacle without Blodwen's bone mask. Upon being attacked, I twist my neck with a deft maneuver, narrowly evading the creature's spear as it slices through the air. As I avoid the spear, I sense the ether coalescing into peril in the depths of the slither's gaping maw. These things are all 3rd and 4th sigils. It is nothing too crazy, but still risky with their numbers, even if I wasn't injured. My gaze hardens on the back of its throat, while the ones behind the first try to slide beside it to help. Like a scene predicted, I watch a slimy ether protrude from its throat before soaring through the air. I elude the venomous spittle that gushes forth from its mouth with the incomprehensible swiftness of arbalest, pivoting my whole form in an instant. With my heart pounding in my chest, I steady my right arm, and with a swift, fluid motion, I drive the stolen spear deep into the creature's mouth, the primitive weapon exiting the back of its scaly skull. The slither convulses, its fire within extinguished in an instant. The next adversary rushes towards me with spittle falling onto its weapon, but as I attempt to pull the spear free from the first to retaliate, I realize it's lodged too profoundly. I don't hesitate and cut my losses almost instantly. With a surge of determination, I wrench the weapon sideways, snapping it in the process. Now armed with the broken spear, I use it to deflect the oncoming attack from the slither. Their weapon crashes against the rocky wall as I press my advantage. Then, exploiting my superior speed, I sidestep the creature's advance and thrust the dagger I wield into its chin, driving it mercilessly into its brain. The 3rd slither, in total, falls in a twisted heap, its life snuffed out by my relentless assault. Now, only half remain. Unlike other humanoids, creatures with minds, these slithers don't seem to mourn the fallen. They only lash out their tongues at me, the enemy that has slain half their number in a single moment. This is a point that causes me extreme frustration because my body is not at its peak. My legs wobble from the excessive use of force as I stumble backward. I catch the cave wall on my right, preventing me from falling, but that gives the slithers time to attack. And as I've stepped backward, more than one can fit into the entrance to strike at me. 2 spears scream for me, one to my head and another toward my side. Sidestepping with arbalest, I dodge them both, only to feel a sudden threat on toward my back. I can almost feel the tip of the spear, likely thrown, entering my neck, but my ether roars with instinct. Cracks resound in my body as my whole body sinks to the floor, my body shivering downward in an instant as a dozen leashes extend from my body. They wrap around each slither, harrying and impeding them as they surround me. I catch eyes with one that I immediately assault, flicking my wrist toward them as Virgil has taught me. I let loose the dagger, sinking it deep into its skull with a crackle of the air. Then, I flip to catch a spear in the trigger guard of Lily. A brief contest of strength begins as I, unfortunately, learn that these things are not weak by any means. With the muscle to break a dozen men, this one attempts to force me to cower. And as I'm caught in this contest, a spear enters my back from the remaining one. It digs the pike deeply, the edge peeking out from my stomach on the other side. As it does so, a flicking tongue prances about on my shoulder. Then, the spear is ripped out, only to shove another hole as I try to regain my footing. I flinch with a muffled groan of pain before I tighten my jaw and force my heart to beat with power, ordering the forge to warm up. With that, a resounding echo bursts from my chest as ether flows to my every muscle according to the pain. As the third hole is opened up in me, I win the strength contest, breaking the spear in half as I throw the slither to the slide. Whipping around my head, I grab a hold of the spear from my front, staring at the slither. I peer deep into its eyes, searching for anything that resembles an actual soul, only to find nothing at all. Monster. I grunt out the only appropriate word as I rip the spear out, before promptly grabbing the snake-like humanoid's throat and shutting its mouth with my thumb. Unable to spit at me, I gore them with their own spear 5 times before their last partner stands. Finally, I hobble on worryingly wobbly feet with dark spots in my gaze as I meet the final slither. It gapes at me while I glare at it, and in this short pause, I finally look it up and down, discovering what it is. These things don't possess legs but have a single long tail extending to a human-like body made entirely out of scales. 2 arms, 1 head, and 2 eyes. It's so bizarre, yet it fits this place created by Vincent so perfectly that I don't know how to feel. Its jaw trembles momentarily, and I act, unwilling to see how it will attack me next. Arbalesting myself forward, I thrust Lily directly into its throat before it could even respond. But as I remove the creature's most vital artery, I realize that it put its hands up in a final act. Not even another breath leaves the being as it crumples to the floor, bleeding out in seconds from Lily's thorns. The weapon falls to my side as I comprehend what I just did. I attacked first. They might have been peaceful. No, who am I kidding? These things are monsters, right? They don't look human at all. But neither does Oniwai, Ro, Skyswain, or even Lennox. Even Silas isn't entirely human-looking with his dead flesh and fiery sockets. Did I just murder someone? Did I just murder 6 people in my own extreme paranoia? No, I couldn't have. They didn't care for each other even when they died. Or were they simply beset with such hunger that they had no choice? Hungry. Eat, please. Blodwyn interrupts my internal commotion as his words bring my full attention to the flowing blood and red sands that are not hovering in the air. The dust made of tiny insects isn't attacking or burrowing into me or Virgil, and I know why. Blodwyn's power is at maximum capacity right now, preventing any hint of our ether from existing, any indication of us being different from the rocks around us. The newly made bodies, however, are free game. The sands tear into them, ripping off pieces of flesh with a crazed frenzy. The sights and smells make my stomach growl, not in disgust, but instead hunger. Damn it. I try to resist for a few moments, but as the bodies quickly turn to more sand, the insects shifting the flesh into more of their kind, I reach out, grabbing handfuls of snake meat. I scrape off the insects with my hand before devouring the raw meat, unwilling to waste the time to cook it. If I were to, it would all be gone before the meat was even rare. And like the monster I am, I chew through it ravenously, my hunger overpowering my distaste for uncooked meat and the meat of possible people. My meal ends in less than a minute as my stomach is full, both of food and guilt. I sit on the shifting crimson, sands beside Virgil, as Blodwyn croaks to me. Thank you. Power is tiring. I nod to my artifact as I wrap one of the spears around my right arm, treating it as a makeshift weapon that points off the ruined hand like a claw. Using Virgil's dagger, I cut up the other 4 unbroken spears to make miniature javelins for throwing. Virgil's Colt is out of bullets, so the only ranged thing I can manage will be rocks and these javelins. And I don't really trust the stones right now. My eyes constantly check the broken film as more and more sand enters the cave, flowing in like water that then spreads out into the air. I glance down at Virgil when I'm finished preparing the weapons, and I lift him onto my back with a grunt. Blodwin's on a timer. That power, even with the sustenance from those slithers as an extra oomph, will run out. He's a living being like all others, and as such, he has limits. Once he reaches them, we'll be open to the full dangers of the wastes. I need to get us all out before that happens, which means I need to either climb that plateau or trek all the way to Lawless Lake. Blood still leaks from my side and abdomen as my artifact only had enough spare ether to stem the bleeding, not seal the wound. Regardless, they aren't a problem anymore for movement. Within an hour, the injuries should be wholly healed. Taking a deep breath and lifting Virgil's mask over his mouth while doing the same for my own, I step outside of the cave for the first time in what has to be a week or more. 347 sandy taps. Stepping into the tempest of the maelstrom, my gaze takes in the disheartening chaos that unfolds before me. My vision stretches a mere few dozen feet into the relentless red sands, tainted by the unmistakable hue of blood. Any further is hidden from both my eyes and ears, the crackling impacts of endless granules too much to see or hear through. My skin prickles with unease as I recall that these deafening winds of sand are, in actuality, an amalgamation of countless tiny insects bound together, a nightmarish swarm that hungers for flesh. My first footprint left in the sand vanishes before I even land my next from the savage winds, ravenous and unrelenting. They assail me with ferocity, leaving painful welts on my exposed skin and attaching clumps of sand onto my body. Each bit that sticks to me makes my heart skip a beat in concern that they will attack me. But for now, Blodwin keeps us all unseen by them. Every step I take seems to be met with resistance as the sand beneath my feet constricts like a living, malevolent entity, because it is. Every second is made of uncomfortable worry and caution as I inspect my surroundings. The most unnerving aspect of this sandstorm is the perpetual crimson shroud that drapes the sky. The sun hides from me, only fragments of its marvel breaching through and echoing through the sands in such a way that it's impossible to tell whether the light is false or true. In the remains of Blackreach, the boundary between day and night is obliterated by the wasteland. The once trusted wristwatch that I've had since before my first sigil, now shattered, stabs me in the heart by leaving me disoriented and robbed of any semblance of time. I spin around, finding the sheer face of the plateau that leads up to Gravecross, and beneath its mass, I feel almost helpless. The Grand Plateau is nearly a mile tall, and I have to climb it all if I want to go up with a man on my back. Is that possible for me? Staring up at the insurmountable cliff that I can hardly see twice my height up at once, I feel useless. Virgil's dying, and I have such an obstacle in my way. But what else can I do other than climb the damn cliff face? Do I say fuck it and haul ass for Lawless Lake? I lift my thumb to my mouth and gnaw on the nail as I'm left indecisive, something that I grew out of when I was younger. Based on my memories, I believe Oniwai beat it out of me, but hid the memory. Not a good time to unpack that. Fuck, if only Virgil were awake. He'd know what to do. Though, I suppose it's about time I start making my own calls. I'm always doing what others say, going where they want, and fighting who they call for. I'm not that against it, of course, as most of the enemies are those I want dead anyway. But I can still recognize that it's limiting. The only other time I've been alone or in charge was before I had the power and experience that I do now. Yet, why did I have to be given this responsibility the first time I was given the point? Virgil's life is too much to have weight on my shoulders right now. But as my father says, some shoulders are heavier than others. There is no point in complaining. Action is the only thing that will help. And I'm not alone. Lily is here, even if she can't talk, and Blodwin is putting in all his effort to keep us hidden while unrewarded. I need to keep him happy. The next break we get, I'll let you devour one of Virgil's daggers. I make the decision, one that I may or may not come to regret, for the good of our relationship. I can always get Virgil another claymore, but Blodwyn is far more volatile. He won't understand like Virgil will. The eldest boon will, at most, sigh with remorse at the lost weapon. I don't know if I've ever seen him get angry before, like genuinely angry other than Vernon's death. Even then, it was more sadness than rage. Nevertheless, Blodwyn returns an enthusiastic grunt, so I nod to myself. Good. Now, I must make another choice. Up the cliff, or south toward Lawless Lake. Were it before the sandstorm was here by Vincent's doing, I'd choose the cliff. Alone without any impediments, I could likely climb it in one go with few issues. But I have no clue what's up there. The blood-stained whirlwind could be waiting for me. Lily almost has a bullet back from all the dead angels, but she's not quite there yet. Up the cliff is risky, not necessarily even fast, and undoubtedly arduous. Southbound until Lawless Lake, however, presents a different series of issues. The winds here at the wall of the cliff slap my flesh like powerful punches and kicks. I can only imagine what it will be like plunging further into the storm. I almost need chain-link boots to stand on the dune right now. And that's all not even mentioning the plethora of monsters I'm almost guaranteed to meet. How much will I have to fight through to reach Lawless Lake? And is Lawless Lake even still a lake? I know Eli said it would be safe, but how could he be sure? What prevents the insects from Vincent from taking it over? Can I actually make it to the lake before Virgil dies? Or we're caught by the storm? Too many unknowns with both plans. I hate them both, but I don't have any other option. Climbing the cliff is the fastest way to reunite with everyone else, but if I mess up and fall again, Virgil's dead. There is no way I survive another fall like that and still manage to help his recovery afterward. So what do? The risk-taker in me wants to scale the cliff and fight that angelic monster, but I know better. Upon the rocks above, I will have no way to help Virgil, to ensure he's not dying inside. Forging my own path south, however, I can take refuge within other caves if I follow the cliff southward, or worst case, make my own. No matter what I do, I'm taking a massive risk. If I head south, though, I'm risking returning back to everyone else, and my own life, and Virgil's equally. Going up that cliff, something just rubs me wrong, and I've learned to trust my gut instincts. They're rarely wrong, and so, I place my left hand against the cliff wall and let Blodwyn run along the rough, sandy stone as we embark southbound. My right hand still has the spear tied intricately to act like a weapon, and I hold it ready for anything as I walk. Determination practically becomes my compass as I set my course toward the elusive southern horizon. The further I walk, the more scratched up my hand becomes, but I don't want to step any distance away from the rock wall. Random spikes of particularly nasty winds make it impossible to even see my nose or sense anything around me due to the calamitous sounds. So, I take the bruised and bleeding palm as a sacrifice that must be taken. Each step I take is a negotiation with the unrelenting sands, which seem to harbor an insatiable curiosity, a relentless probing and tugging at my feet. It's as if the very earth beneath me has grown inquisitive, eager to unravel the mystery of my presence. And I know it has. The insects are searching for me, wondering why I move yet how I am not one of them. I don't know how long this trickery from Blodwyn will last, but I hope it's long enough. Time quickly fades behind the forefront of my mind as I stumble onward. Each pulsating pain that bursts from my wounds gives me the force to continue ahead with Pain's Forge. Part of the reason why Blodwyn didn't heal me entirely. Gradually, I also lose the concept of how far I've traveled, as all I see in every direction is either a rock bee, sand or sea, a man-eating monster that I must avoid, though the third is relatively rare. The world around me is a desolation of crimson, where time seems to have lost its way, caught in a ceaseless cycle of gloom. I find no solace in the ever-present sky. Day and night are mere elusive phantoms. I don't even know if it's been a day since I left the cave, but I don't think it has. Virgil's body is heating up and cooling down again, so I have to find a place for us to rest to deal with his condition. My eyes peer at the cliff face, but no caves bring themselves to my attention. Entering that cave from before is still lost in the confines of my memory. Was my head hit that hard? Probably. I wonder what else I forgot? Guess I'll never know. Without a cave, I simply trudge onward. My wearied body bears the weight of untended wounds, the pain both a strength and a weakening curse. Yet, there is no respite in this relentless desert. Any pause invites the lurking horrors born from the red sands. To rest in the open is to risk death. Out of nowhere, I hear an odd crackle, like that of a distant laugh, and I pause entirely. I twist my head all over, craning it to see anything that may be coming, but I can't find a single sign of life or death. My heart ramps up in speed, but I force pain's forge to cease. The sound of the organ may give me away. Not fighting is ideal. So, I crouch down, careful not to wake or disturb Virgil, and step along the cliff. And despite knowing it will eat through Blodwin's reserves even faster, I use stealth to quiet us. A Dumbril shadowed would be amazing right now, but it only works on me, the wearer. It won't have any effect on Virgil. The echoes of that chilling, mirthless laughter resound through the air again, carried by the relentless winds of the Crimson Storm. The sound freezes me in my tracks as I almost trip over myself in surprise. Is it following me? How? No, it can't be. I crouch even lower, forcing adrenaline surge into my veins to increase our speed. The increased blood flow keeps my senses sharp, each nerve tingling with trepidation. The sound seems to taunt me, emanating from the shifting sands themselves, a malevolent specter lurking in the void. With the cliff face as my steadfast ally, I sidle away from that sinister giggle. It's as though the wasteland mocks me, amplifying the haunting chorus of laughter, only to scatter it in myriad directions. I don't know where it's coming from, only that it exists. The fact eats at me almost as much as the sand at my feet pulls at me. The compulsion to flee intensifies as another round of giggling taps into my ear. It's clear that I am being pursued. Why else would that eerie laughter continue to hound my every step? I need to go even faster. My heart races as I quicken my pace, the urgency to seek refuge growing with every second. I cast anxious glances over my shoulder, my eyes straining to pierce the ever-present curtain of red. Yet, even with a temper that focuses entirely on bolstering my sight, I discover nothing other than swirling winds. Shaking my head, I upgrade adrenaline surge to breakneck. The ether streams through my body as I can feel Blodwin struggle to hold it all down for this long. I send it a quick apology before darting along the wall away from the sounds. I cover a great distance in only a few moments, allowing me to uncover a possible place of safety. As the noises are seemingly getting closer despite my speed, I take my chance, falling to my knees as I inspect it. The cave is a thin crevice with unknown depth, barely wide enough for me to crawl through. Taking the spear off my hand and Virgil off my back, I start to get us in it. My heart races as I drag my unconscious friend, his body an unpleasant burden, into this confined space. Sharp rocks graze my flesh and tear at my already battered Dumbril. If I don't fix it up soon, the thing might not even be wearable anymore. But that's a worry for later. My heart drops as I realize that the cave isn't just thin. It's short, barely longer than two of me. My feet don't stick out, but if someone were to look in, they'd certainly see them. And the difficulty of getting out of here is a no-brainer. The tight squeeze in the cave amplifies the desperation that claws at my chest. My core thunders in my chest as I endeavor to calm it while holding on to Virgil. I know not how close the creature is, but the laughter persists, an eerie sign of enmity that echoes into the crevice we lie in. The cave's confining walls offer no respite. They seem to close in around us. My world narrows to this stifling, inescapable trap. If that thing finds us right now, we're dead. So fucking dead. I fucked up. I fucked up bad. Desperation surges and adrenaline tightens its grip. Unlike others, I don't freeze up, but I only grow more energetic, an energy that I must dampen or risk being found with. So I stifle my breath, careful of the hunter that stalks us. The rhythm of its footsteps appearing on the sand outside has my heart rise even further, deliberate and unhurried like a predator savoring the anticipation of the hunt. Clenching my teeth, I have to physically force pain's forge from beating. The sound will kill me. I press my back against the cave's rocky wall, as I angle my neck to see out the slim tunnel. Virgil remains unconscious, an added weight to my load. I dare not awaken him, not in this stifling darkness. He could easily escape this tight situation if he could use ether. In his state, however, grabbing ether on his own will end him in a moment. So, I can only lie quiet as the laughter inches closer, taunting and malevolent, echoing within the cave and beyond. The pair of footsteps reach just outside my crevice. A pair of nothing shown in my eyes? What? I swear I just heard the boot land outside the crevice. What? Where is it? Why can't I see it? I remain silent for several moments, hoping that I'm crazy or imagining this whole thing, but I'm quickly proven wrong. A lecherous voice rubs the inside of my ears as if right beside me. The tone is both a threat and a warning, yet playful at the same time. Strike one. 3 strikes and you're out. Get running, birdie. I don't like killing the Sigils. Then an instant later, I hear nothing. The omnipresent sense of being watched is gone, leaving Virgil and I alone. I don't know why it left us alive, but a sigh of relief seethes out my teeth as I sink into the cave. Its words must mean something, though. Does it not know I'm a sigiled? Wait. If it's not surprised by my not being a sigiled, then are those without ether left alone by the sands? They might be, but just the winds alone would kill any unsigiled within them. I can't see a normal human withstand the striking sands, even if they aren't actively devouring them. Blodwin's power is even better than I thought, though. It goes beyond just hiding ether. It hides the fact we even possess sigils. I smile a tad before recalling the other phrase it left. 2 more chances. If it finds me 2 more times, I suppose I'm dead? That doesn't sound all that good. My teeth rub against each other before Blodwin follows my question brimming at the forefront of my mind. The pinky from my left hand detaches, transforming into a film of flesh that covers the tiny entrance. Then, we begin to empty out the cave of whatever sand manages to fall inside, which is quite a lot. The cleaning takes almost an hour, and only once we're in the clear does Blodwin release his power, leaving us without its protection. But he has to rest, and as he does so, I delve once more back into insight, treating Virgil's wounds. The agony of doing so has long become something I'm acquainted with. That doesn't mean I like it, though. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. He'd do it for me. So, I gradually bring strand after strand of ether through his body, collecting all the infiltrated pieces of ether to cleanse him. As usual, progress is slow due to the crippling pain that makes me rest after each strand, alongside just how much ether I need to retrieve. But before I collapse, I manage to clear his skull of ether. If I'm lucky, that means he'll wake up soon. In the worst case, I might have to continue until I purify his core. 348 Shattered Bibles. Johnny, Iron Consul Caldwell. My feet are sore and filled with blisters despite the fortitude of my time. Pulling several wagons of weapons, wounded, and the weight of the ramshackle steel we used to make them terrorize the frame of a human body, even an angelic one. But there are few other physically capable sigiled remaining who aren't severely injured. All there is to truly pull these things without collapsing in minutes is Lennox, Lennon, Kate, Frank, and I. Blake is hauling her own carriage as well, but the rest of us have at least 2 connected. And I'm in the lead with 6, leading our disheveled group of survivors through the sparse forests surrounding Gravecross, the city that has become both our beacon of hope and next destination. I still want a home for us all to stay in permanently, but it always seems as though we are constantly on the run. I doubt this will be the place to give it to us because of the old man who lives within its walls and his neutrality. Nevertheless, Laura promised us shelter once we arrived, and I believe her. She and her 2 other fallen companions used to protect this place alongside her lumen. Together, they managed to levy an equal standing with the surrounding pillars. Scarce few want to invade Gravecross due to its height, so even with lesser power, they kept the peace. And that's all, not to mention the monster that resides within its depths, a man who was once even a rival to Vincent despite his younger age. Looking back at Laura, however, I find her face darkened and wistful as she rides one of the makeshift wagons. She's already helped us guide the way, and she's still recovering as well. 2 of her closest friends are dead. I know the feeling. I think the worst part may be that she already got her revenge, managing to kill the angelic demon that did it to them. No matter what she does from here on out, though I will hold boundless respect for that woman. She traveled hundreds of miles just to try and save the souls of people she hardly or didn't even know. And in the process, her fellow claws died. But she's not the only one that experienced loss. What are you to do now, Phineas? Go back to your wife. The old man beside me, with a missing right arm and an eye patch over the eye on that same side, sighs as he limps to keep up with me. He's too stubborn to ride one of the wagons, but the weathered figure, who is long retired, has done more than prove his strength. He was a legend before I even made a name for myself. Maybe. She told me not to come back until it was safe for our grandchildren. Always expects too much of me. Wouldn't have it any other way, though. But with Judas passing, I will have to deliver the news myself to Joyce. I nod along with him as I see Dawn still caring for the patients in the wagons. Phineas has a few weeks until that arm can't come back. He should seriously get her help soon, but I simply continue in quiet. We should be close to the infamous wall of Grave Cross, the city upon the sky. At my side is a massive fox. It's for a blend of russet and charcoal, while the end of its tail borders on the color of bone. Dakota is nearly the size of a full-grown wolf, but the mournful look in his eyes reveals its proper attitude. It's the faithful partner of Wyatt. Even when I first met the young man, he had the fox as a tiny kit. It has grown much, just as its master has. The fox's sadness mirrors our own, and it worries for its owner's fate as much as we do. But there is little we can do. I've spent many months teaching, guiding, and training Wyatt, and beyond that, Marshall did the same. I can only hope that Wyatt survived the fall to the bottom of the plateau, which he probably did, and that he can make it out. He's not even alone either. Virgil is with him. The former damned can track us to the ends of the earth if I'm not actively hiding my trail. They'll find us in no time at all, I'm sure. And slowly, the trees become more sparse as we walk, having us take fewer side routes for the wagons. Gradually, the sight beyond the forest reveals itself to us. A city I've only ventured within thrice myself, all of which without permission. Most of the sigiled within Gravecross are retired hunters or those who simply don't want to fight anymore. Outlaws and those who hate the estates aren't given free rein here, as per the deal Laura made years ago. As we approach Gravecross, I'm struck by the sight of its imposing fortifications. It's not a fortress, not at all like Bent, but it's not far from a fortified citadel, especially counting the path to get up here on its own. Enormous walls stretch out in every direction, encircling the city like a protective shield. They rise to a height of 20 feet, their tops bristling with cannons. It's a city that has been through more sieges than any other in history. I pause for a moment as my feet hit gravel, gazing at the city once more. The other times I entered were using vehicles, so I've never stood before the walls in the past. Gravecross has been attacked more than any other territory in history. It was once the forefront of all of mankind, touted as our last bastion, something that, were it to fall, we would all die. Of course, those were in the old days, shortly after the first fall. Nowadays, well, maybe not so much anymore, but regardless, Gravecross has been peaceful due to its position deep within the territories. But as I stand here, I have to wonder, the graves that created this plateau, this enormous defensive position for humanity, who was he? Which one of Wyatt's ancestors was this? Few first names continue on through history, especially from that far back, but I do wish I knew this man's name. To uplift the ground nearly a mile into the sky, he had to have been either the strongest 8 sigil in the world or not named a prime simply due to his lineage. There have been many graves in history that tout extreme strength and personal power, but never, not once, have they ever been called to become prime. Conceivably due to their inherent mental issues due to their tomb or their missing trait. But I do have to wonder, who is this man? A shoulder slides against mine as a woman strides past me, her gait confident and determined as she walks past me and toward the gate of Gravecross. Laura's hair, darkened by the dirt and reddened by the sands, waves in the air as she waves upward to her people who stand upon the walls. Still, as she moves, her right arm is set into a sling. Dawn can only focus upon the most egregious wounds, and all the other medics are the same. I have returned. Open the gates. We have injured guests. Bring medics. I spot motion blitz into overdrive beyond the walls with my keen eyes at her orders. It takes only a moment before the iron gate is wheeled up, slowly providing us in trance into the fortified city. Once it's open, a dozen people rush out to greet us. One of them, with a massive blade on his back that is larger than the man himself, approaches Laura. I fall beside her as the bald man with a deep alabaster beard speaks while eyeing me closely. His wrinkles seem to glare at me, but without knowing who he is, with the possibility of him being who he might be, I keep my mouth shut. Where are Remy and William, Laura? The rest of the people seem to beeline for the wagons, prompting my right hand to move on its own purely out of instinct. Yet I relax my trigger finger as I see they're carrying medical equipment. But the conversation before me immediately ignites into the highest heat possible the moment it starts. Laura's head falls as her lips quiver. Grandfather, the woman, younger than Lennon, yet still absurdly talented, can barely keep a straight face in front of the man as I quickly realize who I'm talking to. The grandfather of Laura Sift, Canyon Sift, the only man to ever tie the prime in a battle. Now, this was before Vincent became the man he is today, but Vincent is lauded as never once losing a fight. And the one he had against Canyon almost 100 years ago was as close as he ever got. They were both very young at the time, and both of them at their 8th sigils, fighting over the most childish thing of all, a woman. That battle cost humanity one of its most talented individuals ever. Canyon was crippled, unable to ever advance his sigil again due to the damage Vincent left inside his body. So, here he stands nearly a century later with a family to take up after him. I nod to him in respect as Canyon's face twists in a fury, a rage directed at only Laura. The old man shakes his head at the end of his exasperation. I can't help but stare at him with interest. He is now, technically, the oldest man alive. Vincent is no longer a man. He is a god. I told you not to go. What did you not understand about what I said? Vincent's ascension would be happening at any time. Saving those people doomed them both. Laura, however, does not hold the same respect for her grandfather that I do. She stomps the ground, concrete cracking beneath her boot as her face reddens. If you had come, we could have. Canyon reaches forward, placing his wrinkled and calloused hands covered in a wolf's pelt of a coat that leads up to his neck around her finger that she raises at him. I step back slightly as the man speaks in calm tones that bristle with coldness. They could have what? Died a little slower? I cannot protect you and your friends your whole life, Laura. That is why I sent you to Edmund. I'm not the man I once was. I have not been for a very, very long time. The furious mountain releases his granddaughter's hand as she stares at the floor. Meanwhile, he turns to face me, a hand outstretched in only a moment. Wish we could have met under more gracious terms, Caldwell, but it is nevertheless a pleasure to do so. I have heard much of your exploits from my plateau. I might be willing to join if I wasn't so old. I nod back at him as his lime-green eyes stare into mine. The furious mountain, a shaman soldier mixed with incredible might. If only he hadn't lost that fight, perhaps there'd be a new mountain range in the world, not a new wasteland. A pleasure, sir. I've looked up to you my whole life. But I do have a very pressing question to ask. This plateau? Are we safe? Will the storm invade? Canyon steps to the side, motioning for the wagons to enter while the people on them are cared for. As he does so, he nods to me. Of course. Do you know what lies in the heart of Gravecross, son? They leave us alone, not for the claws or my weakening strength. Soon, I'll show you, but for now, let's get your men settled. His words are not all that forthcoming, but staring at his aged face, I see little reason not to trust him. Laura has put her life on the line and lost her closest allies to help us all. Her grandfather can't be so awful as to turn on us. Of course. I crack my neck for a little bit of relief as Lennon sits beside me with crossed legs, Quakate, or more accurately, yeah, on his other side, 3 powers against a virtue, a forerunner, and plenty of sigilled. I'd say it's relatively equal if that power were not Lennon and that virtue was not Canyon Sift. It is far beyond me to accurately gauge the balance of strength within this room. The long table in front of us is filled with food, but only Mie is eating. The artifact has far less control over her carnal desires that involve her actual movement. That is fine though. Gluttony is not all that bad of a sin. Meanwhile, dozens of guards lined the perimeter of the room, making me glad I didn't bring Bonfire or Abraham. Those two sure as shit would have done something stupid. Blake and Primrose are watching over everyone else for me right now, giving me faith in doing this meeting. While I think of them and how Phineas' arm was regrown by Canyon's personal doctor, the ancient man speaks his mind while cutting open a steak before my eyes. The world is changing, kids. I've seen much pass in my time, most of which was spent in self-loathing and misery for a single mistake fueled by rage. But I think, even with Vincent rising, things are not all sunshine and rainbows. The wasteland left behind will forever be a menace we must deal with from his ascension. I give Canyon my full attention as the man pauses, taking a small sip of his white wine as I spot his doctor glare at him. The look reminds me of Heath and sends 1,000 memories into my mind. Biting my tongue, I refocus. But just as the hurricane of old from Huracan lessened in the eras of yore, so will the storm. It might take millennia, but it will. The thing is, we have to survive to witness it. I believe that Gravecross is the safest place within all the territories right now. You are all free to stay as long as you want. Food is a non-issue. While I live, the earth shall be plentiful and fruitful. The old man finally finishes speaking, and I quickly follow up his words with a question of my own. It's one that has haunted me since I woke up. Sir, do you think Vincent can kill her? The one below? The possibility of the eldest man failing falls onto all of our faces as it has hung on mine for a full day. Canyon closes his mouth as he leans back on his chair, obviously custom-built for his extra-large frame. Our attention collapses toward him as he opens his jaw once more. No, I've known that man for nearly a century. He is strong, even stronger than I probably could ever be. Canyon taps a scar on his neck as he extends to his head, letting the fur around his clothing show the healed wound. As if using that as an excuse, he continues. But she's a different beast. The other gods? The one she's corrupted? Sure, and I think we'll start to see signs. Crackling lightning without clouds, spreading plagues, shattered houses, earthquakes. Whenever gods act, massive tragedies fall simply from their ether collecting the ether around it, let alone when they fall. Plus, over my extensive studies, I have reason to believe that she has a whole sigil over the other gods. That isn't just a personal power difference. His news leaves a devastating impact on Lennon, Mia, and me. Even the other people in the room, his trusted guards, Doctor, and Laura, shudder at the information. I always thought it was odd how powerful the mother below was, but there has never been any talk about an 11th sigil. Lennon, the one beside me, is the first to recover a smile on his lips. Damn it, Lennon. He's getting excited. How do you know this? Are there some records left behind or something? Canyon nods, a bit of insecurity on his face as he replies. Yes, there are a few historical tales of a sigil that go beyond that of the gods, and they are from before she arrived. Back when we used to have contact with gods like Glusgab, we were sometimes given broken pieces of knowledge during our advancements. It said they were nothing like the lighthouses we now know, but were more like becoming one with the universe. Of course, she now disrupts that connection. I believe her singularity of ether, such tightly bound sigils, distorts all else around her. Canyon pauses as he glances down at the table in longing. I devour the knowledge given to me in but a moment and quickly come to a devastating conclusion just as Canyon's head raises again. No one else can reach her sigil. The old man nods, shattering the hopes of many of us. No matter what Vincent does, he'll never be on an even field with that god. The monstrosity that might as well be as old as the entirety of reality. I mean, what could it even possibly take to become whatever she is? What's above a god? And what will it take to kill such a thing? A note from Broken Saint. Merry Christmas. 349 Corral Dust. Emmett Bonfire Knox. With a hand nestled against my bandage that scours the entirety of my chest, I lift up another tent, finding a sleeping Abraham. His eyes flutter and squirm, but don't open. It's rare to see the insomniac asleep, but I need him right now. Johnny is hiding something from us about Wyatt. I can't find him anywhere. It's normal for Virgil to disappear, even for days at a time, but not Wyatt. And to make matters worse, no one will tell me where he is. Not even Earl or Elizabeth. I crouch down close to the sleeping man and place my fingers around his nose. But before I squeeze, I stop. This is serious. I can't be playing around like usual. Shifting to accommodate the searing sensation of my skin touching my clothes from the recent burns, I shake him awake. Abraham, the alabaster-skinned man with equally pale eyelashes, wakes up in a haze, staring at me, confused. I don't give him a chance to speak before I start. Where is Wyatt? Do you know where he is? Can you daymare him? Abraham's eyes droop the moment I ask my question, unable to parse my gaze that rapidly turns into a glare. The thumping in my chest accelerates as I feel my hands grow hot. Sparks fall from the tips of my fingers onto the ground beneath him, where we are given temporary shelter. You! I hardly croak out a word before Abraham throws up his hands, pleading mercy. Hey, I'm only doing as Johnny asked. Go talk to him with those sparks. My teeth grind as I look at him, awake by only an inch with the dark shrouds around his eyes. I thought we were friends. I thought we were close. Why are you hiding something from me? I thought we were. Abraham sighs as the sparks grow in volume to a near stream of heat from my hands. He reaches forward, wrapping his palm in his bedsheets as he grabs my wrist with a yank, pressing it against the ground. Calm yourself. I know you have issues controlling your ether, but please, I will talk. Just be calm. Wyatt and Virgil are missing. They fell into the wastes during the major earthquake heading up the plateau. Every time he tells me to be calm, the swarming warmth only improves its flow. And by the end of his words, the stone beneath my hand is turning into a molten rock. Abraham coughs from the rising smoke and steps back, the cloth in his hand scorched from proximity. I run through the options of what to do, and the very first is right in front of me. Have you not tried to daymare them? Abraham slowly shakes his head in such a depressive way that I can feel his disappointment. Then he points to the makeshift bed in his tent. Of course, that's the first fucking thing I did, but it took me a few hours until I could recover enough for an attempt when we got up here. By the time I could, he trails off, falling backward to sit on the crate that holds his few belongings. His claymore, Colts, and spare clothes. The item creaks under his weight despite his frail form. For a Nahalo, he truly is fragile, even if he's only half. My mind can only momentarily distract me from what his words mean. However, he couldn't find them. I hardly get out my following words. So they're dead? Both of them? How can that be? Wyatt, he's unkillable. Abraham coughs as he provides me with at least a little bit of hope. Wyatt is so hard to kill. Even I was unsure at first, but they indeed might not be dead. When I clawed them with daymare, it felt impossible to reach them, like that with dead people. But as I tried longer, I gradually got a sense that they were there, just hidden behind some fog. That's why I pushed myself until I fainted in here. They're out there, in the wastes. It's blocking my absolution, but they are there. My eyes light up with literal fire as I accidentally ignite myself, my whole body turning to a swirling blaze. Stepping back from Abraham, I pull my arms close and shut off the flow of ether, gradually hauling the skill back around. I've never been best with my ether as it flows according to my emotions more than my mind, but ever since I got my absolution, it's only been worse. Johnny believes it's because I have such a ridiculous resonance and affinity with my sigils that create fire that it responds more to my soul's feelings than the thoughts of my mind. It's an idea that makes sense. I just don't know if I like that kind of sense. Once my fire dies down, I reach for Abraham and yank his arm right as he finishes gearing up, grabbing his sword and guns. He shouts at me as I leave the tent with him, practically dragging him out. Hey, I'm coming. You don't have to fucking lug me like a dog. I laugh at him as I bring him to Johnny's tent, the one in the center of our several hundred-man encampments right outside Gravecross walls. Then why did you lie to me? Abraham sputters out an answer as I pick up my pace, the man hardly able to regain his footing. Maybe he shouldn't have lied to me. Because you do something stupid. I whisper under my breath before using my other hand to clasp around my mouth, whistling into the night. One sharp note and too long. Clumsy and frozen stumble out of the same tent not far from me, cards still in their hands. Damn right. Come on, I got something to ask Johnny. Dragging Abraham with my closest friends behind me, we quickly reach Johnny's tent. Once we're near, I notice that it's unusually hushed, so I reach for the flap and pull it open carefully. Looking inside, I find not just him. Raising an eyebrow, I stare at the gunslinger as he takes care of his lumen while Blake sleeps on the makeshift bed only a few feet from him. With a light smile, I nod at him before aggressively motioning him to come out. The older man sighs before leaving his taken-apart weapon on his desk and following me out. He steps over Blake with such tranquil care that I feel a pang in my heart. I always knew she had something for him. I'm surprised he had something back, though. Backstepping, I let him exit and close the flap, and then I look him in the eyes. Before I even get a word out, however, his pupils flicker between all of us before landing on me again. You found out? I nod. Damn right I did. Yes. Why didn't you tell me why it was missing? And that Abraham couldn't yank him back through whatever bullshit he does. Slowly, my voice rises, but the waving flap of the tent behind him helps me keep my tone down. Blake didn't do anything, but my pointed finger lies on Johnny. He coughs lightly into his hand before walking even further from the tent, motioning us to follow. The gunslinger's boots crunch into the gravelly stone beneath us, and I force Abraham to follow with me. Only once we're a distance away does he talk. Don't want your yapping to wake everyone up, especially Lennon and Tomas. Bonfire. He says my name while peering right at me, his golden pupils providing some amount of light to this moonless night. Johnny hangs on my name for a moment before continuing. If I had told you, you would be within those wastes right now, unrecovered and guaranteed to die. You and Wyatt are too similar for your own goods. While he's reckless and naive to a fault, you are far too loyal. There's got to be limits on how far you will go for someone, Emmett. You will die if you go into those wastes. I can see it. The fury builds with a brilliant conclusion not that distant in sight, as Johnny turns and lifts his hands while speaking. He hid it from me because he thought I would die, because he thought I was too loyal. You do not possess Wyatt's durability, endurance, or his ability to improve on the fly. You also do not have Virgil's know-how, experience, and skill in surviving all environments. You enter those wastes, even healed, and I don't see you making it to him. Perhaps you will be able to discover your mistake and climb your way back now that you've mostly recovered. But I don't want you to die, Bonfire. I brush off his care. I once would treat it the same as anyone else's care, but he lied to me. He lied to me about Wyatt's safety. What he thinks of me doesn't matter anymore. At least Abraham didn't lie. He just didn't talk to me until I made him. So I stride right up to Johnny and stab him with my forefinger as sparks scrape alongside his overcoat lined with charcoal. The force doesn't make him budge, but I stare right into the eyes of the taller man without gazing away. He doesn't turn from me, either, the golden pupils vibrating in the night. You do not know me. If you did, you would have told me. I promised Wyatt that I would protect him, that I was his friend. I do not make friends lightly, Caldwell. Johnny's face shifts at the name I call him, as if he's hurt that I would change that. He did it to me. He broke our trust first. I've stayed with him for safety, fun, and the occasional chance to do something that makes me feel warm inside. But if he doesn't respect me, then I won't respect him. Don't do this, Bonfire. We need you. I scoff at him, stepping back with raised hands to point at the massive walls not far away. Words stream from my mouth before I even know what I'm saying. Do you? Everywhere we've gone, you've gotten more and more manpower to help you. You've spent very little time with me and my boys since the days at Rustbank when you first hired us for a job. You have a whole city of people to fight with you, the third or fourth time this has happened, in fact. I take a short break to breathe in, but restart before Johnny can eke a work in, motioning to Clumsy and Frozen. I don't think you need me. I don't think you need us. If you really did, you would have hunted down Cigar and Woody's killer with me. I was busy to Finn. He cuts in, and I return the favor. And you couldn't even make an hour to help? To check in? To do anything? If you were there, you could have saved either of them. But no, you were too busy protecting people you didn't even know. I'm not against helping people too, Johnny, but I will always put my friends first. Johnny stays silent after my rant, but Abraham is the next one to speak. He steps between Johnny and me, attempting to soothe the situation. Okay, guys, chill out. Johnny could have done more, but Bonfire, he's only human. And he's right about chasing Wyatt. There is no way you live out there. Canyon sent out a whole squad of 5th and 6th Sigils, and they barely came back from just the plateau's wall with their lives. Do you really think you're that different? My face twists as an open flame births on my palm. Abraham, the teeth in my jaw grind and squirm against each other. I'll have to be careful not to burn my tongue. Do you doubt me that much? You said it yourself, Johnny. I'm worth a dozen six sigils. A forerunner, right? What happened to that? How little faith do you have in me? Has my position in your eyes fallen that much? Once upon a time, I was the strongest you had other than yourself. Has that changed? Yes. I'll admit it. Tomas, Lenin, Quakete, they're all better than me. My head lowers as I speak of those angels, but it rises again at the end. I might be weaker than them. But do you really think Virgil and Wyatt are stronger than me? But what did you hire me for? You hired me for my strength, despite my personality. We all have our own specialties, but I will, under no circumstances, lose a fight. Have I? Have I ever lost when I wasn't already on the fucking pale lady's doorstep before I rose from a fucking coma? Johnny reaches for me with hands swathed of ether, just as I realize I'm fully ignited, my entire form doused in flame. My body is see-through and intangible, but his hands grasp onto my shoulders tightly as his gloves twist from the heat. I am sorry. I did not know that you felt that way, Bonfire. I do not believe you are weaker than them. My faith in you does not lie in the survival of a wasteland. It lies in scorching people to ashes. You said it yourself. You all have your specialties. Virgil's calling is quiet investigation and assassination. Wyatt is to be an unrelenting force that cannot be killed. And yours, it's to do what you did in Blackstone. Turns hordes of enemies, whether weak or strong, into ashes. His words only managed to calm me slightly as I regain partial control over my flames, lowering the heat until the leather stops sticking to his skin. Johnny shakes his head as he steps back, not in disappointment of me, but himself. I made the wrong call. I'll admit it. I should have told you. I see now that there was no stopping you. Go on. Go into the wastes. Find him if you can, just don't die. I nod to him with the slightest bit of respect as he admits his own failure. Far too few are willing to do that. Even I don't want to go there. After a moment of meeting Johnny's gaze, I step past him, heading toward the edge of the plateau. As I saunter away, however, he shouts for me. You speak of my little faith, but what of your own? Do you think Wyatt would die in a storm? His question makes me pause, even forcing Frozen and Clumsy to look at me with hints of worry. Abraham has only partially followed us. I can tell he's torn. He cares about his own safety too much. He's almost always neutral. Rarely does he help others. Only in the past year has he started to be more caring. Before Rustbank, no. Before Stark Bluffs, he was always incredibly distant. We'd argue, and he'd immediately run off on his own afterward, barely staying for a conversation or game. Regardless, Johnny's question makes me think. Why do I want to chase after Wyatt so severely? Do I really believe he'll die in the storm? Maybe. Maybe not. I think I'm just too scared to take the chance. I have faith in him, Johnny. I just couldn't live with myself if I made the wrong choice. Even if I die, even if he never needs my help, I'll be glad I went after him. Because, in the end, what's the point if you don't return the kindness given to you? I know you can't follow. You have too many responsibilities. So, I'll meet you at, let's say, Kingstown. Johnny twists his head before nodding with a final question. Why Kingstown? Do you need to see Maddox for something? I shrug, not quite having an answer, as his voice alone still frustrates me. Walking away with Clumsy and Frozen, I return in my random thought. It's where we first met, Johnny. 10 years ago. I don't know where we'll pop out after entering these wastes, so I'll meet you at the bar. Maybe we'll even play a hand or two. Or you could delegate and send someone else. Do whatever you want. I don't hear Johnny's reply, but we continue walking toward the plateau's edge. Gradually, we pick up the pace as I nod to Frozen. He starts laying ice at our feet as we enter the forest outside the city of Gravecross. From there, we slide on the ice as I release jets of flame from behind while we all hold onto each other, speeding through the woods. Clumsy often has to use his empowered grease to cut trees down in front of us. His recent swimmer really put some work into increasing its raw output. It's not even much of a slipping tool anymore. It can cut down small trees with ease while still being flammable as all hell. From the day it took to reach Gravecross due to injuries and having to take apart the train to make wagons, we now slide to the edge of the plateau in only an hour. The ruined and dismantled train just lounges on the tracks with more damage to it than I think I've seen Wyatt have before. Clumsy whistles at the sight, pointing at the beast of burden. Damn, Never thought I'd see the day a steam train is taken down. Less so riding it while it happens. That was crazy, huh? Wild what's happened the past year. If only they were here to see this. I nod with him as we approach the edge, knowing exactly who he is speaking of. Sighing, I step overstrewn about parts to see the swirling red sands only 100 feet beneath the cliff. According to canyon scouts, the dust hasn't risen at all in the past day, steadying out at about 5,000 feet in the air. Grab the rope. Clumsy sets his pack down as he starts unfurling his rope. As he does so, I grab the extra that was left from fixing up the wagons. We should have enough to reach the bottom. 5,000-ish feet of rope is a hell of a lot, but the train has plenty of leftovers. I help Clumsy tie our anchor as Frozen asks a question, his finger on his mouth. Just us three? What about Abraham? Is he not coming? I shrug as I yank the knot tight, testing its strength. Dunno. Let's just get this ready and head down. Sun should rise in a few. We gather up a few more things before tying us three to each other in case someone falls. It's a long way down after all. Only the Wendigo or his father could walk off such a thing. Then we step to the edge, peering down at it once more. You sure this is something we should be doing? Frozen pouts as he leans over. He has a fear of heights. I know that. Once we get in the sand, you won't even be able to see up or down. Don't worry. That does not make me feel better. Clumsy laughs with his rumbling chest, just as we hear a pounding series of footsteps behind us. Turning, I find an alabaster-haired man waving his hands at us, shouting the whole way. Wait for me. 350, countrified steel. Wyatt Graves. I stagger forward, each step a battle against exhaustion, dehydration, and the gnawing ache of starvation. Blodwin has done what he can, but time is relentless. Our internal cycle of motion is gradually running itself dry as our ether saturation builds up without rest. My vision blurs as I navigate the treacherous terrain, one hand brushing against the rocky cliff that guides our path. At this point, my hand has scratched so much rock that I barely even feel the sensation of stone on my palm. I can only hope we're close to the waters. Beside me, my injured companion lies unconscious, their breathing shallow and ragged. The heavy burden of Virgil's body strains my already weakened frame. Any other day, and he'd be like a feather to carry. But I'm so thirsty. My broken prosthetic clings desperately to their form, nestled under his coat so that I don't drop him. I've been feeding Virgil my own blood more and more as he slowly regains his strength, trying to keep him alive, but my strength wanes with each drop I sacrifice. Blodwin can usually regenerate the missing life instantly, but he's so focused on keeping us hidden that he can't split his fixation. He's not all that good at ether control yet, despite his natural edge. I can't help but stare at the crimson storm of swirling sand composed of countless infinitesimal insects as it perpetually engulfs us. The passive grind of the sand against my flesh gnaws at me, too. Virgil's pale frame couldn't handle it, so I relinquished a dumbrel to him. The toughness of the coat guards against the grinding winds, but it is torn in many places. It's probably better for him to have than not have, though. Monstrous creatures lurk beneath and on the shifting sands, waiting to pounce on any sign of weakness. I rely on my enhanced senses to evade their detection. My very survival dependent on my ability to remain hidden within the swarm of insects that conceals us. But the toll it takes on me is immense. Not to mention that the thing that found us before is still out there. I haven't seen it yet, but it's there. Every once in a while, I hear a hum or a hymn that pierces through the sands. It gives me the adrenaline to press on. One agonizing step at a time, I throw us further and further from the last place I heard the noise. But just as I think of the creature, a rock falls in front of me. Ether roars to life within me as Blodwin groans, having to isolate and quiet the effort. I stare at the fallen rock in caution, but my paranoia quickly falls, only for the ominous hymn of the relentless pursuer to reverberate through the desolation. Its haunting notes settle within the confines of my mind as I can almost imagine its following words. Strike two. Shaking my head, I force myself forward with Virgil beside me. Every step is a battle, a war waged against my own limitations. I carry the weight of Virgil, his life hanging by a thread, and it fuels my determination to keep moving forward. I can't let him die. I can't. I just can't. I already saw what Vernon's death did to his family. They can't lose him, too. I can't lose him. A daydream tosses aside my exhaustion as I temper my sense of pain, shutting it off entirely. This means I won't be able to use Pain Forge, but then I can't hide with it anyway. As I run along the cliff, however, the crimson storm of minuscule, voracious insects whirls around us, each grain of sand a venomous, biting reminder of what they are. The sharp, stinging bites on my exposed flesh refuse to back away, even if they don't see me as I target. But I refuse to back down either. Desperation is a persistent whisper in the back of my mind, urging me to propel beyond my limits to escape the relentless pursuit. But I have to be careful. If I use too much ether, Blodwin will likely lose his grip on his power. Silence only works so long as he has ether to silence with. You can run, Birdie. You can hide. You can even die. But I'll find you no matter. The creature leaves an almost church-like hymn with a threat as it seems to thrive on our suffering, savoring the chase as if it feeds off our desperation and exhaustion. I don't know what it truly wants. It must have some kind of mind, seeing as it can speak. Perhaps it's a sick and twisted person with a sigil like Alexo's, capable of growing through others' suffering. No matter the case, the humming echo has me force myself even harder, not with more ether, but simply with more physical effort, dragging Virgil along with me. However, in my frantic struggle to outpace the pursuer, I make a mistake. I push off the rough cliff face for a boost of speed, only to cut my hand upon the sharp rocks, my blood-slick hand leaving behind a trail of crimson as I do. The pain surges through my body, and the worry that nags at the fringes of my thoughts deepens. The red mark, a literal trail to me, is etched on the stone. I might have just damned us. Gritting my teeth, I stare at it for only a moment. I have no choice but to keep moving. I use the back of my wounded hand to guide me along the cliff's face, the stinging scrape of my blood against the rock a constant tolling bell of the peril I am running from. Oh, Beardy! The voice drops a whole octave, becoming a grim call for me. It echoes off the insects playing as sand before bouncing off the cliff into me, making it almost impossible to tell where the creature is coming from. But I quickly learn where from. Another bout of laughter, more like a high-pitched squeal, originates from in front of me. I squint my eyes to gaze forward through the fog of crimson dust, but all I can see of the figure are a pair of boots sticking out the bottom. For a moment, I consider using insight to figure out what it is, but I quickly toss away the notion. There is a chance it would discover it, and then I'm dead. I think it's only playing with me because it can't sense a sigil or any ether from us, thanks to Blodwin. Then, the instant after I decide, the shoes disappear as the creature steps back into the sands, leaving me a warning just as before. This still counts as strike 2, Birdie. I am longing for the third. I might recommend, however, that you leave the cliff. It makes the chase boring. The voice echoes into the sands, ricocheting off everything until it slams me in the back, almost knocking me to my knees from the force. Coughing up sand, I regain my balance as I gaze at the wall one last time. Whatever it is, it's right. The cliff makes it easy to escape, but at the same time, almost effortless to be found. Before I leave the ridge, however, I place my palm against the rocks one last time. My blood sticks to the wall like paint as I step away, leaving the guide behind in case I have to return. Trudging into the unknowable fog of Incarnadine, I wrap Virgil's arm over my shoulders, carrying him with both hands. After just 20 steps, I glance backward, only to meet swirling dust impenetrable to my sight. The cliff is gone. I've left it behind. If I get caught again by that thing, I'm dead. Based on its speed, tone, and simple ability to survive here, it has to be an angel of some kind. At the very least, Virgil has to be awake if we are to fight it. His head is cleared of ether, but I don't know how long until I can save more. There is only one thing I can do to guarantee that I'm moving in the direction that I need to be, though. All my ideas are crazy, things that would hardly make sense even to a madman. Only a madman would be in a sandstorm like this, though. Lily. I cough through the sand and the cloth covering my face, bringing the cold to my face. She doesn't respond verbally, but I know she can still act. Find a soul, however far it is. Please use that as an anchor. If I ever swerve from a straight line, nudge me into it with a rose thorn. Blodwin, Make sure you silence her ether too. If we are found here, we are dead. There is no hiding. There is no running. Lily responds with a slight, budding thorn that pokes into the flesh of my palm, not even drawing blood. Good. She understands. Hefting Virgil, I continue treading through the sandstorm as the winds slowly increase even further as I'm away from the cliff. In less than 10 seconds, the first rosethorn digs into the flesh of my left hand, guiding me back into position. This won't be easy. Timony Metal Witch. Sand slides against light rock, tapping upon my sandals. The gritty feeling is uncomfortable, and I spin my head to gaze at the three I'm forced to be with. Though, I cannot say I would prefer any others. We're running out of time to make a god from our races, and our contenders are very few. Besides Uncle Tyron and Grand Aunt Timmer, we have so few people with any chance of making it other than Father and me. If only Father hadn't been so injured. The frustration gnaws at me as I stare at the very thing that did it to him. The vast wasteland, birthed by the only mortal to ever fight a god and win. Something less impressive than becoming a god, stretches from the edges of our motherland all the way down to the old waters, now called Lawless Lake. 3 whole human territories have been devoured by the one that they thought would protect them. How ironic. A hand nudges me alongside a voice from above me. Gazing upward, I find Anodra, the eldest daughter of the now-dead viceroy. What, Timmy? I scoff and step aside, refusing to look up at her. Just because I'm short doesn't mean I have to be looked down upon. So what if I'm a little under 4 feet? That doesn't make me any less of a sigilled or an architect. And just because Anodra is twice my height doesn't make her any better than me. I'll show them why Father chose me for Heaven's Door. The Sands, the god of desolation, only managed to make things worse for his people while ascending. How pathetic. Another hand graces my shoulder, and I nearly attack out of the disrespect. The filthy scab palm of Nato slides against me as I pivot and point my palm to him, showing the bit of steel that slides out of my flesh. I never go anywhere without steel somewhere in my body, even if I have to open some skin. Oh, I'm sorry, Timmy, but don't you think you shouldn't insult him? The god of desolation is treated with utmost care even by the lords. I think we should leave him off as a subject of our discussion or vitriol, even if he was once human. I almost attack him just for his cowardice. How can one of the 3 most talented demons be this? This thing, so cordial and cowardly. His body is scarred, scabbed, and burnt all over like a pig. The demon is so skinny he might as well be a stick, and yet he's probably the strongest between all 4 of us. Even his other demon companion, Bemela, would get destroyed were he to take the fight seriously. Though she too finds him miserable, his strength is the only reason I allowed him to come. Really, Natos? The Lord sent us 4 on this mission to investigate the human choices for Heaven's Door in hopes that someone has found or will find the answer from their eldest. If you are this spineless, why don't you just die? I could name a dozen of our brethren that deserve this slot more than you. Bemela's ice-cold tone fits her cerulean eyes and slightly bluish skin. It's almost as if she's an ice sculpture with eagle-like eyes and the claws of a raptor. Her appearance is the most unsettling. I've always hated demons, but this is more than our racial divisions. If we don't have a god by the time the god of desolation returns, he will kill us all. We can't even say his name in fear of the god hearing it due to the convergence of ether and sigils. It makes this all so brutally frustrating. I stare at Natos as he fumbles to make a reply, only to fall silent. Ayui, we all shake our heads. What a pathetic demon. He might as well be human with how he acts like one. So gutless. Perhaps I should free him of those that he has no. Keep the hate down for now. Our goal is Killian's son, the bearer of Demon's Bane, and the next monster. Anodra. I still don't look at her as I call her name, refusing to glance up for even a second, but she does respond to me. Yes? Is it time to go? I give Natos one last look before giving up on him. If he dies, he dies. The Waste offers 0 pity to anyone. In fact, the stronger one is, the more resistance they meet. Even Father can't cross the divide anymore. To reach the hinterlands of humanity, one would now have to meet the sea shadow on his home ground or traverse the cursed paned peaks upon the ocean's edge. There is also the option of heading north to the pole to traverse around the wastes, but that is equally dangerous. Father has told me many times not to even approach the northern peak of the globe. Either way, it's a travel that is treacherous, even for those such as us powers. But we must go. Father, Behemoth, Leviathan, and in turn are heavily injured from their clash with the god of desolation. It is up to us to see the other side, report back, and find out any secrets they might be hiding. That doesn't mean the fight was a total loss, however. Father told me a crucial secret. The Mother below has hidden all the requirements to reach godhood by disrupting the convergence of sigils to those at the peak. It's easy, as once you become a dominion, the lighthouses can no longer house you. It's always been a guessing game for those figures on how to move forward, and only the devil and desolation found the way through the dark. But because they now know for a fact that it's the Mother below stopping the synergy, they can leave the realm to find another where it is easier to advance. After all, when your resonance is high enough, you don't even need to kill anymore. The sigil will find its way to you when you are ready. At least, that's what Father has told me. They all have to wait until their recoveries are over, however. Plus, they have to go far enough away that the Mother below won't hold any power there. How far that is, I have no clue, but the journey will be long. And Father isn't even sure he's in the same place the others are. He and in turn are grossly underpowered compared to the Lords, Desolation before his ascension, and Killian Graves, who, the last time he appeared, was only a virtue. We both believe there is another feat that has to be done. Maybe not a fourth absolution, but something else that holds him back. And we came to the conclusion that it has to be a Surza. The power of those world-shattering skills is awe-inspiring, but Father doesn't possess one. He knows more skills than anyone else in the entire world. From summoning other planers and gods, to sealing demons to conjuring food, he can do it all. But he doesn't have one significant skill to turn a fight. Well, I'd say summoning a god is one, but apparently it is more of a baited call. They can choose to answer or not. Just as a Zil is needed to become a virtue, a Surza is likely necessary to become a god. Timimi, stop being lost in thought. I don't care how big your head is. Bemela insults me, but I shrug it off. I'm proud of my big head. It shows how wise I am. Any pygmy man would be honored to serve me. Glancing at her for a mere moment, I lie through my teeth. I was considering how best to proceed. Whether going straight for Gravecross or Lawless Lake after a shortcut through the wastes would be the best move. The chilly demon pouts her lip, tilting her head slightly as she follows up her question with another. And your conclusion, which? I squint at the sands, not quite peering through them, but doing it anyway. There's a chance I'll see something important. Either way, the destination is obvious. How these fools couldn't realize it is beyond me. We'll go for the sea's shadow. He has a child that he's been training just as those of the Heaven's Door have. He may be an imposter, but there is something to learn from every fool. From there, we investigate and find the others. A Graves is never hard to detect due to their violent natures, and I'm sure the bladed monster will show himself in due time. They all listen to my words with rapt attention, especially Natos. At least he knows how to follow orders. Turning my back to them as I allow the metal under my skin to float out and coat my form, I continue into the storm. Plinks of sand on steel armor ring out 1,000 times per second, but the case keeps me safe. Metal has always protected me. It's our family's secret sigil combination and skills. These other fools can't comprehend the power of experimentation, observations, and deep thought over generations of sigils. Ether isn't something to learn on your own. It's something to develop with your family. Only those with relatively short lifespans would understand. Humans kind of do, but they're too stupid to process it. Only the rare few are capable, namely the underground tree. For a while, we used to think he was a rebel pygmy due to his intelligence. Turns out he is just a wise old man. How disappointing. I continue to walk into the sandstorm, splitting my thoughts and motion in twain, but I don't hear footsteps behind me. Come on, we can't waste time. If you slow me down, I'll kill you. Screaming out behind me finally gets them moving as Bemela and Enodra follow, right behind me. Bemela's ice guards her flesh, while Enodra's armor does the same. Nato shivers at the edge of the storm for several moments before rushing to catch up. A slight smile draws onto my face as I see his ether up close for the first time ever. Light glares off every piece of his flesh, burning some parts and melting others as the radiance gathers like a liquid, covering him in some kind of gel that protects him against the sands. If I were to call it something, I'd call it radiantly annoying. Why does it have to be so creator-damned bright? 351 Sawdusty Meanings. Silas, twice alive moon. My legs dangle from a tree as I stare at the shallow graves dug. Dozens span the length of this field, filled with unmoving, decaying flesh. They are like me, yet not. So many dead people, so many ruined futures. I broke through my shattered future months ago by breaching the surface, only it didn't feel like it. Rain is pouring, slapping against my skin as it slides down the tree I sit upon. I just wish I could feel the cold, or the warmth. Now, even the only person I had connected with is gone. During our time at Bent, we grew close. Now, it doesn't matter. I try to scratch the match in my hand to ignite it ablaze, but it's sodden. The damn thing won't light at all. Instead, my gaze falls to the cigar in my other hand. I just wish I could. A crack of a broken branch sends my senses into overdrive, the remnants of my years of close survival and war igniting as my match wouldn't. I flick my pupils around, searching in the direction of the sound over the pelting rain. They find me first. Come to pay your respects to Millie, Silas? Instead of constantly creating excuses and being late, perhaps you should have come to the funeral before dinner. Tomas' tone bites into my core, the depths of my soul, as he stumbles to Millie's grave. He's still severely injured, as Don can only do so much for what happened to him. Apparently, the tough bastard lost 1 in 3 of his organs, 1 in 3 of all of them. I slide off the tree, landing deftly as I stride beside the fallen man. They must think me heartless. I am not. I am simply too caring. I always have been. That's why she chose me. I've been here since dawn. Tomas' head swivels in an instant, staring at me as he flinches in pain. Then his eyebrows furrow in confusion. Why? Why do you care so much? I step beside Millie's grave, a piece of granite erected from the earth. Her corpse isn't inside it, only the little things she had within the train. Crouching close to the rock, I place my palm against the rock, rubbing it softly. I've seen so many die. She was similar. Our hearts broke at every passing. She wasn't my past wife, but I cared for her. Not that we had very much time. At least I will remember her name. Tomas nods lightly, kneeling before the gravestone with a mountain of effort and blood that leaks out his mouth as his eyes rise and trail over all the others. The angel grits his teeth so hard that I can hear them crack over the rain. Then I hear it. Pain's forge. A thumping bolt of power resounds through the droplets in the air, a warning to those who would try the man. Hardly any rain can even reach him as Marshall's son's heart roars with a furious thunder, akin to that which is above us, knocking away the water. Even as his tears fall and join the sky's tears, I envy him. I wish I could cry. Too many, Silas. Too many. I'm the last of the colonels. How long until I'm the last of the soldiers? How long? I slide a hand onto his shoulder, understanding the feeling. In the underworld, lives are but dust in the wind. Up here, it's not that much better. How long until you're alone? I can't answer that. But at least when you die, it'll be over. You'll get to rest. You get to sleep. Tomas sobs, his whole body shriveling from the motion as I see tidbits of red join the rain. He's reopened some of his wounds. The raging heartbeat, however, warns me against saying something. Instead, I let him rage. It's not fair. I do everything I can. I train, and I train. Every waking moment is spent in pursuit of being stronger, but it's never enough. I'll never be enough to save those that I need to. How do you do it? How do you watch so many die before you? Don't you feel powerless? Useless? How are you not? Dead inside. I allow my legs to drop me next to Tomas on the ground, staining my coat with mud and blood. He thinks I can withstand this all? Doesn't he know I lost a long time ago? I'm just going through the motions at this point, walking ahead like a dead man. I gave up a long time ago. Now I just go where the wind takes me. I can't eat any food worth a damn. I can't sleep to recuperate. I can't even raise the wood between my pants. I can't feel the cold or the warmth. All I can do is fight and shuffle onward. At least in the underworld, I was surrounded by those like me. Here, I'm reminded of all that I'm not. I just can't bring myself to care about anything anymore. I think I'm not human anymore. Tomas' head hangs low after my words, his shoulders falling limp. I breathe in deeply, taking in the damp, wet, rainy air before releasing a colossal sigh that shakes the puddle beside me. Slowly, Tomas raises his head, staring at me directly. You haven't given up yet, Silas. You still care. I scoff at him, but he curses at me, flailing his hand toward me. I scoot backward to dodge, but he's too fast, even while injured. His grip holds me like a vice. You are human, Silas. The fact you were here all day proves it. These deaths hurt you. You said it yourself. As long as you can feel pain, you are still human. Those monsters, you're not like them. Like Eli, like Lennon, like Maddox. You have a heart, even if it doesn't beat any longer. Exerting more strength, I try to pull away, but Tomas tightens his palm, preventing me from budging at all. Instead of my escape, he brings his eyes to my fires. Promise me, Silas, no matter how many days pass, no matter how many centuries fly, you will stay human. Promise me. His eyes are bloodshot, nearly seeping with the crimson liquid as he begs me for an oath. I open my mouth to warn him instead. I don't need to promise him anything. We hardly know each other. The only thing we shared was having Millie as a close companion. You're bleeding, Tomas. Bad. Let's get you back to the tents. But Tomas shakes his head and squeezes even more harshly. This time it hurts. Dulled, of course, but it hurts. Stop. Let go. Tomas glares at me, demanding his promise. Tell me that you will stay human. I relent, giving the man what he wants so that I can bring him to the tents. I nod to him to make him shut up, but that's not enough. Verbal. You need to say it. Gritting my teeth through the rain, I deliver his promise. I promise I'll stay human. The moment I let the words go, the meaning takes hold. Tomas' power makes him a monster. It gives him claws, fur, regeneration, and a dozen other traits, all of which are incredibly powerful. Does he? Say it back. Tomas' eyes widen in surprise as I tighten my own grip, knowing that I can't hurt him. He seems initially unwilling, but I clench my fist until my bones break upon his. Say it back. The inhuman wolf nods, returning the oath as blood trickles from his mouth. I promise I'll stay human, no matter what. Squinting, I see a slight bit of motion from far behind him. As I look closer, I discover it's a fallen horse with a puddle of blood around it. The color is the same as the liquid in his mouth. The power isn't only giving him strength, it's changing him to the core. I think I understand Birdie's warnings now. Be careful of the new angels, especially those of the living or those with high ambitions. They're dangerous, even to their allies. Their sigils, newly embedded with their souls, will affect their minds. It takes great time or force of will to bypass impulse. Tomas is the first one to show signs of impulse. It makes sense. He's young, and his sigil has a profound bestial nature. Johnny has had plenty of time throughout his life to acclimate his mind, while Lennon obviously has a force of will beyond most others. That man, he has held the strength of an angel long before he became one. Time will tell whether or not Kate will fall to an impulse as well. Maybe she will. Perhaps she won't. For now, I have a job to do. I can rest when I die a second time up here. Cool me? Tomas, let's get you some real food. Tomas nods, stepping after me as I walk away from the graves. But he pauses for a moment, staring up at the falling rain. I raise an eyebrow as water splashes into his eyes and mine. I join him, glancing up as the wetness joins mine. Is something the matter? I call out to him again, and he shifts his attention back down before walking beside me and beyond my frame, leaving words that provoke my thoughts. Do we fight in order to get more power? Or do we get more power in order to fight? Is there any reason for all of this fighting? All this death? Or, never mind, I know my purpose. Find yours, dead man. Earl Garner. My hands clack back and forth with the steel in my hand, carefully inserting the final part for Primrose's new colt. It hasn't been too difficult to make, only a minor change to another colt as she grew to like how the last one worked. Virgil had the Mars, and now he's gone. So, I had to replace it. Stepping back from my work table, I take a deep sigh, finding something missing. Wyatt isn't here to laugh at it or praise it. Elizabeth is too busy throwing herself at training, pushing herself every waking moment to be stronger. And here I am doing the same thing, only in my own way. We aren't like him. There is only so much we can take before we break. And like her, I'm concerned for him. But if there is someone to be tossed into an inhospitable hellhole and crawl his way out, it'd be Wyatt. He's done it exactly twice now. A third wouldn't be too surprising. He pulled himself, along with a half-dozen refugees, through Torn Ridge to safety. He was stabbed, starved, shot, and beaten, but he didn't give up. Even after I betrayed him, Wyatt has ventured into the underworld and crawled his way out. The multitude of demons, monsters, and humans that blocked his path didn't stop him. What worries me, however, is his naivety. The fact he was willing to simply listen to me again after what I did to him. He should have killed me. Wyatt had every right to. I tossed him to wolves, effectively signing a death warrant for him. If he wasn't a Graves and trained by Edmund, Johnny would have just put a bullet in his head and been done with it. Wyatt isn't as naive as he once was, but he still makes suboptimal choices. He doesn't think things through clearly, mostly because he's always so doped up on adrenaline that he can't see 2 steps ahead, let alone 5. I rag on him a bunch, but it's the truth. His limits are blatant, and anyone who wishes to beat him would just take advantage of that. They'd lure him into a trap quite easily with some trick and end him there. Whether that can happen in the wastes, I don't know. His survival is dependent on whether he can brute force his way out of the trap before he and Blodwyn die. Primrose, a dozen feet away. Primrose lifts her head from the table she is resting on as her eyes light up like a living flame. I can feel my heart accelerate in its beating in excitement for finishing the weapon, and I motion for the gun. It's done. Grab your Colt, and then we can go around the city. I have some things I need to pick up if I am to keep making weapons. Her soft red hair, more vibrant than usual due to washing it, trails after her as she picks up the Colt. Primrose holds it softly in her hands before twisting and wrapping her hands around me. I go to push her off, but I stop and let the hug continue. Rarely does she touch me without some form of push or threat. It feels nice. She's super soft. The joy doesn't last long, however. A few seconds later, Primrose pulls back and smiles at me with a wide grin. Then, she pivots on her heels and storms out of the tent, kicking up dust on her way out. Come on, let's get you your stuff. Then, you can make me something even better. Sighing, I follow her, almost tripping over my bag of medicines before heading out. Mia Mind's Eye Summers. Kate. Fuck. She still won't wake up. How long will it be? On EY? The demon won't wake up either. I was put to guard her since I don't sleep, but that doesn't mean I enjoy being a watchdog. I'll still do it since I can read Loving Rains while doing so. Nevertheless, it's getting dull. NY is unmoving, seemingly lost in a coma from her wounds, while Kate is still in hibernation. I guess it'll take my sister a month to wake up as well. Stepping forward, I move closer to Anawai's oversized carriage that holds her. It's more like a small building to bear her weight than a vehicle, but it does it all nonetheless. To see her properly, I have to spread out my ether over her, gaining clarity as omniscience clouds her form. But as I do so for the first time since I sat to read Loving Rains, our heart trembles. Her mind isn't here anymore. It's left. How? What? Wait. On EY, The Dreaming Locust, one of her many titles. She can hop from dream to dream. It's said that's how she is so hard to catch. But her body is right here. I can see it clearly. I reach forward to touch it, to prove to my mind that she exists, but nothing graces my fingers. The lack of flesh on flesh sends a chill down our spine. She's here, but she's not. Her body has entered a dream. But whose? Who is around? We were separated from all the other tents for this very concern. There is no one here with me. Who is Kate? Kate is sleeping. On EY, if you hurt her, I will rip you limb from limb. My most meaningful and meant threat growls out into the open air, echoing against the splattering rain. However, I get no response. I know you can hear me. I will force my way in if you do not say something right this fucking instant. I scream into the night, shouting for the demon, and she replies after only a moment. She doesn't speak verbally, however. The noise of her words bounces off within my mind. Relax, created. I'm not doing anything malicious. She is Wyatt's friend. I can see that in her memories. I am simply watching while I use her mind to probe for Wyatt. Until I am healed, this is the best way to guarantee my safety. I grind the teeth in this jaw of mine to her words, but I can't argue. She's an eighth sigilled, and even injured, the battle we would have in Kate's mind would kill her. Not to mention, among the current generation of demons that are still in action and that haven't retired to their old abodes, Oniwai is one of the most feared. My confidence in taking her is near zero. Fear is very rarely unearned among demons. Fine, just don't hurt her. I wait a moment to hear a mental nod come from Oniwai, but I can't help but to ask something else of the angel. What is she dreaming of right now? Oniwai is quiet for several moments. The wait nearly kills me before she speaks again. Of her and her father. It is incredibly lighthearted, something I don't think I've ever seen in all my life. I am realizing how interesting it would have been to have actually raised my son. 352, Fat in the Furious Fire. Emmett Bonfire knocks. Watch out, Frozen. The rock is loose. I scream out toward my friend as I see his foot slip in slow motion, and I don't pause even a moment, sliding off the rock toward him. My ether flows on its own, igniting a blaze under my feet as I gain some momentum, allowing me to fall just enough to catch his flailing hand. Air leaves my lungs in raspy breaths, each more tiring than the last, as I haul him up to me, leveraged onto the rope that connects me to Abraham and Clumsy. As I do so, however, I realize that we aren't that high up anymore. The dust has given way to what appears to be ground. Finally, we're almost at the bottom, another 20 feet. Abraham scuttles down the rock to land beside me, a nightmare of his doing most of the work while holding onto the pale man tightly. As we meet in height, his eyes scan our surroundings warily, almost igniting my heart into a blaze. He's our lookout. I sense mines nearby again, not as powerful as the last one, but these are in the dozens. What do you want to do? I say we drop from here and run along the rocks for cover. Easier to fight when one direction is safe. I nod to him. He's always been clever in a tactical sense, more so than me at least. Sounds good. With my reply, I leap back, leaving the cliff wall behind as I force ether from my feet with blaze. The burst of fire catches me the moment I land, reducing the impact, but the instant my blaze touches a grain of sand, all hell lets loose. A wave of searing heat shoots out from me, scorching the swirling crimson sand that surrounds me. But my flames have an unexpected effect on the sandstorm, causing it to react in a frenzied frenzy immediately. The dust and grit evolve into a relentless maelstrom, assaulting me with the force of 1,000 tiny blades. Agonizing pain courses through my body as the sand slices through my clothes and bites into my flesh. The shouts of my companions are quickly drowned out in the deafening roar of the storm, reduced to meaningless echoes, deafened by the buzzing as I fall to my knees. I struggle to regain my footing, to reach them, but the relentless weight of the sand drags me down. Gritting my teeth with my anger tipping forward, the rage within building, I push blaze even further. Fire surrounds me entirely as my burgeoning power, ignition, lights up with a fierce determination. I eye the flames with flavor as they beam brighter and hotter, their hues shifting from red to orange and finally to the intense blue of a scorching inferno. With each surge in heat, I rise slightly, the pain lessening alongside the pressure. Around me, the sand oddly turns to ash, disintegrating before it can reach me. But the sandstorm is unrelenting, and it seems as if there is no end to the crimson particles that seek to engulf me. I stretch my power even further, delving into the depths of my rage. Hints of Abraham, Frozen, and Clumsy break through the buzzing roar. As I feel a severe bite to the back of my neck, I ignite my very blood, realizing that my power won't save me from injuries. And so, the heat rises farther and further until the flames bow into a vibrant shade of purple. With this newfound intensity, the sand is vanquished before it can even make contact with my flesh. Still, it surrounds me like a flood of raving locusts, but at least I can see through it. Abraham, I shout for the pale man, who is hardly visible beyond the wave of dust. I thrust my hand toward him, seeking answers. What's happening? What do we do? Abraham's eyes shift back and forth before focusing on me. He speaks directly into my mind with a lewd, but the sound is far quieter than usual, as if something is disrupting it. It's probably because something is. The sand down here must be what is stopping him from reaching Wyatt. We just have to continue. The sand is only attacking you. I suspect it's because they are attracted to ether. They have no minds, only instincts. How long can you keep up that fire? I gaze downward at my ignited hands, the flames washing over them as if they are fire as well. I'm not that good at understanding my limits. They seem to come and go depending on how fired up I am. Johnny says it's partly because my resonance is so high and partly because I'm a dumbass. Can't argue that with him. Dunno, an hour? Maybe 2? You know I'm not good at estimations. Abraham scoffs before stepping alongside the edge of the cliff, motioning for me to lead. Well, then we better get moving. Whenever you run out of saturation, we'll have to immediately find somewhere to rest. And it's not your fault. I think those things assault anything foreign with a sigil. A bit of stress leaves my shoulders as I nod, rushing past them to be in the lead so that my fires don't touch them at all. Then once in the front, I pick up my pace, sprinting along the rocks with them in tow. My fiery trail blazes a path along the cliff's wall, leaving behind scorched footprints that I can only hope are leading us in the right direction. The relentless crimson dust continues to swirl around me, its malevolent hunger undeterred, but I refuse to yield. Burning my ether at nearly my highest ferocity, I fight to keep my flames burning, continuously incinerating the flesh-eating particles as they close in. Time passes in a blur under the flames and crimson sands, with footsteps ringing behind me always. Abraham is constantly checking in, making sure I'm fine, but I'm not. My energy wanes with each moment. My fires, once a raging inferno, begin to flicker and weaken as the headache surmounts within my mind. My saturation is nearing a point of no return, and I'm running on fumes. The thought of finding Wyatt just a ways away is all that sustains me. But then, as if guided by Earl, his luck possibly reaching me from here, I stumble upon a small cave in the cliffside. Without hesitation, I rush inside, the cave's protective embrace shielding me from the maelstrom. Instantly, less of the biting sands can reach me due to the opening, and I scan the insides, searching for Wyatt. I don't find him, but I do see signs of him as a sigh of relief leaves me. He was here. They both were. Scraps of dark fabric and blood on the walls tell me all I need to know. However, there is a suspicious amount of dried blood at the entrance. Far too much for a single body or a single person. Not too much for Wyatt, but if he bled this much, something must have gone wrong. Great news! Let us follow you in for a while. Frozen will block the entrance with his frost. I step further in, taking note of all the sand in the cave. That's still a risk. The dust is rising to reach me, but I'm burning it away before it can do to the fewer grains. Breathing deeply, I unleash my blaze with a final surge of strength, incinerating any remaining dust that had followed me inside. The air grows clear as my companions rush in behind me, gasping for breath. Abraham lowers his cloth mask, shouting to Clumsy and Frozen. Clumsy, get the front wet. Frozen, seal it all. Exhausted and spent, I sink to the cave floor, the flames that had once enveloped me now reduced to a mere flicker. Meanwhile, the three focus on closing the entrance entirely. It only takes them a few seconds, but within that time, flakes of the sand flood in. I can only watch as Frozen encases himself with ice, trapping all the grains with him. I worry for him until I hear his voice from Abraham's elude. I'm fine, just cold. Give me a few minutes, and I'll crawl my way out without letting these things follow me. I nod to him before a wave of drowsiness befalls me. I can feel my head sink precipitously, and Abraham crouches beside me worryingly. Are you all right? Did you go too far? I have a serum if you need it. Shaking my head, I hardly get a few words through my lips before passing out. I'm good, just tired. A painful spike in my side wakes me up, and I raise my hands with blaze in retort, only to discover Frozen sliding to sit beside me. He holds an eyebrow askew with a scoff. Relax, Bonfire. I think I just bumped your bandage. Confused, I glance down to find my shirt, coat, and overcoat removed to reveal my entire torso covered in bandages. Lifting my arm, I feel the stretching pain from it. Who? Frozen laughs, pointing ahead to Abraham. who is crouched before the wall of ice embedded into the entrance, staring outward. He doesn't look like he's moved at all. Him. You know, Clumsy and I are bad with stuff like that. Sighing, I stand and shuffle to the ice, gazing out of it as well. The translucent wall throws me off for a moment, but as I focus, I don't see anything outside other than the crimson sand. Let's go. I feel better. We can't waste too much time. Abraham lifts his head to stare at me curiously. Then, he pushes my shoulder lightly. Not yet. You barely slept an hour. What? Only an hour? I feel fine. It feels like I slept the whole night. That's odd. Stepping back, I bring my hand to my face and pull forth blaze, fire exiting my hand. Paying closer attention to the flows, it feels more effortless than before. Abraham. Yeah. The man immediately replies, simply looking concerned for me. Which god did you think would die first? Abraham's confusion only rises as I see his face shift constantly. He doesn't seem to find this of importance. What does that matter? I twist my tongue before asking him again. He's starting to frustrate me. Just tell me, which one was it? Abraham steps away from the frigid blockade before squinting his eyes in thought. Vincent Harvey said he'd scale the bridge of the gods, right? Starting his massacre? If that's the case, according to legends, Hashk, the unending hearth, the seething sun, was the guardian to the bridge and all the other gods. Hashk, the god that governs fires, eclipses, and homes. And you think he or she's the first to die? Abraham nods deeply, even if he doesn't seem so sure. Yeah, I think so, unless one leaves for some reason from their slumber. That should be the first one to die. I finish his words, continuing from what happened last night during our descent. That means they are probably already dead. The lightning and thunder. I felt something odd with my flames as well. Now, it feels even easier to use my sigil. My ether feels so smooth. Abraham's eyes widen as he understands what I mean almost instantly. The man stands tall as he grips the sides of my arms with excitement. The death of a god that governed part your general sigils, it increases your resonance. This is huge. Maybe it's not just the mother below that is holding us back. Maybe it's both her and all the gods. As Vincent digs his trench of blood through the homeland of the gods as Killian did in Tornridge, more people will grow in power. I can't help but smile as I place my hand against the ice. I don't say my thoughts, however, as there is always a chance something more sinister is happening. A flame burns brightest before it sets. After all, let's go, boys. We have someone to find. Another 2 hours pass at our extreme speed across the cliff's edge, and even after coming across several snake-like creatures that we killed, I'm still able to keep moving. It would appear the connection to my sigil, and even ether itself, is gradually improving. Abraham must be correct in his thoughts instead of my depressive rambling. Without a god that has my same overall abilities, fire, heat, and light, my resonance grows. I don't know how many gods still remain. Some say half a dozen, some say dozens, some even say hundreds. Based on how restricted most people are, I think the lattermost might be right. Most of them must just be disabled or forced into a slumber by the mother below to aid her in keeping us down. The sand bites into my flesh, waking me from my thoughts. Yet, I refuse to simply yield. As I push forward, my rage intensifies, a fiery tempest within my core. The relentless sandstorm is no match for my burning fury. Nothing ever is. My flames quickly grow hotter, a vibrant shade of violet that seems to defy the natural order. I've reached this color before. It's wonderful. It's one of my favorites. But deep down, something calls for more. Something demands more. That connection, that resonance, gives me a hint of something more. Beyond violet, my flames hunger for something else. My anger knows no bounds as I reach forward with my hand and crush a mound of sand, and I push my power to new limits. I have all the world to burn in my wake. In a single howl that breaks beyond the sand, my outrage becomes a torrent, a culmination of every injustice I've endured throughout my life. It's not just the unforgiving winds of this desolate wasteland that fuel my rage. It's the memories of my father's cruel beatings, the pain I suffered, the people who betrayed me, the ones I've lost, and a world that has been nothing but harsh and merciless. I channel this anger, allowing it to consume me, to sear through the very core of my being. No longer can the fire be called by any of the names I've given it. My anger has the entire world to burn with, and it does so with a fierce, unrelenting intensity. Nothing has ever stomped by blaze, and they never will. Then, a sudden pop resounds in my mind, and my world spirals into darkness for a second before I recover on my knees, almost 1,000 feet from where the pop occurred. My eyes widen as I gaze around me, the sands unable to even get within an arm's reach. The fires that had once blazed with violet intensity have become colorless, invisible to the naked eye. Only my eye can discern them other than the waves of heat they left lingering in the air. A smile pulls itself onto my lips as I remember something Earl once said. Fire comes in many colors. You can manipulate the color by burning different materials like copper burns green, but the hue is also determined by heat. As far as I know, violet is the hottest flame possible, but heat has no limit, though without ether, the color should cease at blue. But again, things change with ether, so I don't believe that it has a limit. Neither does chill. If you go beyond violet bonfire, I don't know what will lie there. Gradually, I lift myself to my feet, rearing back as I feel my back crack. I stare toward where the sun might be beyond this dust, peering closely at what could be. Something feels different. I feel alive. Truly, truly alive. My blood beats with a fervor I've never felt. My hands tighten into closed fists as I stare upward with an arched back, enjoying the glow. I don't know how I know. I just do. That was my proof. That was my proof to the world. That I would burn it all down. I should probably make some caveats to that. It wouldn't be good to burn it all down. Shuffling footsteps, however, pull me from my thoughts as Abraham and the rest catch up to me. They are unable to get close, though, lifting their arms to cover their eyes from the heat as they stare at me. What happened, bonfire? Where is your flame? I can't see it. I laugh slowly as I lower the heat slightly, my rage falling with their arrival. It's there. You just can't see it. Beyond violet is nothing. Only heat. I thought they all said proofs were hard. I guess not. Abraham stares at me in total confusion before he, too, breaks out into laughter. Then he points behind me, making my attention shift to my rear as well. You absolute dumbass. You've passed me now. How can I live with that? Wait, look behind you. For a second, I figure he's merely fucking with me, but then I see it. A bloody handprint is upon the cliff's wall at the very edge of our vision. Lowering my heat to the point that the dust can't hurt me, I approach the mark, staring at it. The hand seems to be of Wyatt's size. Abraham nods softly a few feet away, still covering his face from my warmth. Seems as though he made it this far. But why is the rock broken? I shrug as I venture out with a series of thoughts. Perhaps he got into another fight. Maybe no, the blood is still slightly wet. He isn't that far. I think we're catching up to him. Use your lute. Even if you can't call him, surely you can feel if his mind was here. My friend nods as I move away, giving him room to inspect the handprint. Abraham crouches as he puts his hand to the blood before flinching and falling onto his ass with a shudder. I reach for him but stop, motioning clumsy to, and he does, grabbing the pale man before he hits his head. You all right? Abraham holds his head as he shakes free of whatever sand he got on it. At least the dust on the ground isn't the deadly kind. I felt him, but I also felt something else powerful. At least an angel. Maybe more. Fuck. I scratch my head as I sigh, preparing to walk along the rocks. But Abraham calls out to me before I can make any real distance. He didn't continue ahead, bonfire. He went into storm. Double fuck. 353, snip snap into dust. Wyatt Wendigo graves. I spin on my feet, looking for the echoing laughter. But I can't find it. The monster is getting closer. This isn't good. We're gonna get caught again, and I'm fucking exhausted. Cursing, I wipe my bloody nose on my arm, staining my shirt. The thing is back. I got minor nosebleeds after it left the previous times. Shit. In the heart of the wasteland, so deep that I hardly even know the direction I'm moving, I stumble forward, carrying Virgil through the blinding storm of crimson sand. I force myself to speed up despite my condition. I can't be caught again. That's a fucking death sentence. My whole body is exhausted from the constant movement, and the depletion of my own blood to feed my friend has left me feeling lightheaded, bordering on delirious. Still, I continue. The swirling sand blinds and deafens me beyond 20 feet, preventing me, even with my skills, from scouting for danger. It's a disorienting method of ceaseless torment to never know where the threat will come from, but Shiver has saved my life a dozen times since I left the side of the cliff. A dozen creatures have attacked me since, and I've fended them all off. However, I know the one coming after me is not one I can shake off so easily. Each step is a struggle. Every movement of my weary limbs a desperate push to escape the relentless laughter that bounces off the grains of sand, targeting me. But I'm so tired that it's hard to tell what I'm hearing is real. I can't help but twist and spin here or there, believing that I saw the creator at the edge of my vision until I finally see something that doesn't vanish the moment I focus on it. Shapes materialize at the edge of the sands, barely beyond view. The monstrous entity, the one that's been chasing me, takes form in the maelstrom. It's then that it utters its chilling ultimatum, an arm extending through the sand, pointing directly at me. "Strike 3, birdie." The voice hisses with malevolent glee. My heart sinks as I see the nature of the arm. It's covered in feathers that have borne the tests of time, diseased, rotted, and ruined. Tiny blades from scythe to daggers stick out of the monstrous arm that's the size of my whole torso too. But the worst part of it all has nothing to do with the physical. It's the non-physical that always matters. Deep, burning violet fetters hang haphazardly from the monster's arm as red sand falls from the weapons in its body, like that of an hourglass, an 8th sigil. A virtue has found me. Time to die. I tighten my grip on Virgil for a moment before releasing my grip. He's almost awake. I've cleared the ether down to his heart, fixing his left arm as well. "Sorry," I whisper to his unconscious form as I drop him beside me, letting his body fall to the sand. Then, I draw Mars with my left hand, Primrose's teleporting colt. Lily burns my hand for a second, but stops when she realizes the circumstances, because I also draw her. Petal Shield spurts out the sticking fluid that holds her to my ruined right hand. Then I stare at the monster, my ether beginning to flow. I have almost no chance. In fact, I probably have 0 chance to win. But I can't give up. Even if I die, Blodwyn, keep silence running for you and Virgil. This thing seems to only want me. Blodwyn groans in protest, managing to say a few words. "No, Eddie." I shake my head as the monster approaches me, revealing her entire form. I hardly give the female monster, thrice my height, any attention as I tell Blodwyn once more what he will do. We will fight to the end, but if worst comes to worst, join Virgil's hand. I trust that you won't kill him. You can save him, even if I die. The artifact grumbles but stops arguing due to the circumstances as I take a step forward, the sands beneath me making my exhaustive actions twice as tricky. I breathe in, then I breathe out. I'll probably die here, but that's fine. I never expected to live very long. Timony Metal Witch. A slight grin hangs on my mouth as I lead my group through the relentless wasteland of crimson dust. The fine particles of sand continuously assail us, but we are far from those pathetic humans that used to call this place home, each one of us possessing incredible might. I often look down upon these three, but I will admit it in my mind. They are strong, very strong. If they weren't, they wouldn't be here with me. I cast my gaze around, taking stock of them, my scrutiny intensified by the strange occurrences we've encountered. My suspicion falls upon the one that deserves it the most, the coward. Natos, with his severely scarred and burnt skin adorned with those grotesque nose rings, is the furthest behind us. To even watch him forces me to use Forge to contort my armor into a minor mirror. To protect himself from the biting sands, he envelopes his whole body in a radiance that has only continued to grow in intensity since we entered the storm. I find it suspicious, for he has been gaining power steadily, unlike the rest of us, who are tiring under the oppressive storm. There is something peculiar about his rapid ascent. But what could it be? Was he hiding his sigil from us? Is he not a 7th like the rest of us? I bite my lip under my helmet as I shift my gaze, giving my parallel wires time to think. The more metal that is touching me, the swifter my mind. I couldn't be happier with the one mentalist I took. Bemela's frosty blue skin is shrouded by her ether. I can scarcely see her presence because she is exuding an icy aura that freezes the sand in its tracks, preventing it from reaching her. The drops of dust collapse to the earth like of bugs being swatted from the sky. The comparison, for some reason, makes my skin crawl. Ignoring the odd sensation, however, I focus on her face, identifying her feelings. She seems undisturbed by the storm. Her aura has lessened in width, however, proving that she can't keep it up forever. Then there's the Nahullo woman. Her tall, alabaster skin figure makes my teeth grind no matter the scenario. It makes it even worse that she is in the legendary metal armor crafted by the High Table. Her attire provides her with added protection against the sandstorm, enhancing her already considerable powers. Enodra is the least affected by the storm for that very reason. The storm in which was caused by a god's rise. I wonder where the god of desolation has gone. Probably the bridge, based on his proclamation. The fact I can't call the human by his name anymore is ingratiating, but I suppose I'll have to get used to it. He is one of two mortals who have ever ascended within known history, neither of which were pygmies too. Though no one knows what race the devil is from, the Arbiter of Chaos has been a mystery for as long as my race has been fighting those damn grayskins down south, meaning most of our whole history. Now, the swarming wastelander can be added to that bare list. Where could he have gone? He said he was off to kill the gods, but is he truly? He isn't going after Father or our temporary alliance, so maybe he really is. What a damn madman. He's always been that way, I suppose. The former Prime, while in his younger years, would charge head first into any battle, no matter how slim the chances of survival. I'll never forget the story Father told me that his father told him when he was younger. Turan, my grandfather, was an 8th sigiled high architect alongside half a dozen architects and hundreds of high weavers, some even on the doorstep of angelhood themselves. And even with those terrifying numbers, a young desolation walked to their army all alone after we had captured Vir and Valence. They offered him a single chance of mercy, knowing that he was a Harvey. My grandfather didn't want to deal with the whole estate as a whole, not after just killing a pillar and taking the city. There are limits to those we will enrage at once, even if they are humans. Desolation laughed at them. He can no longer be called by his name, and I cannot forget that. All gods can feel when their names are said. It is better to use acronyms, even in thoughts, so one doesn't accidentally let it slip. Though if used enough, the acronyms will reach them too. Desolation laughed at the whole army. This made my grandfather furious, and while they readied to kill him, Desolation said a sentence that still haunts my father, a man who didn't even hear it, to this day. It was the last thing he ever heard from my grandfather, after all. My old man's old man died right after saying the words Desolation released due to his wounds. If you want to kill me, without your creator, you all ain't got but 2 chances. Slim and none. I whisper the words under my breath, keeping them close to me. Desolation broke into the city, killing 4 architects and 60 weavers, and injured my grandfather enough that he died the very next day. Then he walked back home, sighing about the lack of a challenge. If anyone were to be able to kill all the gods, it'd be him. And now that I think about it, that storm yesterday, those were the signs of gods clashing. I can only wonder which god fell yesterday. It certainly wasn't Desolation, or this whole wasteland would be significantly weaker. It couldn't have been any mentalist, shaman, or scholar aligned, though, or I would have noticed the call. I refuse to admit I wouldn't be one of the chosen. As I observe my companions while lost in thought, a haunting and echoing laugh resounds from the depths of the storm. It piques my interest and stops my introspection, for as far as I know, no one should survive in this wasteland. We are merely passing through, navigating this treacherous terrain for the sake of speed and to avoid potential adversaries. We've spotted creatures throughout our journey, but none have been able to speak, laugh, or show any modicum of intelligence. The source of the laughter remains shrouded in mystery as we continue a bit further, a riddle that demands investigation. I shout at the 3 nearby, gathering them to me. I hear something up ahead, sounded like a fit of laughter. We should go check it out. To have my voice reach any of them, I almost have to scream my lungs out. Thankfully, Yell is an easy skill to craft and uses virtually no ether. Natos nods submissively as he steps closer to me, but Bemela doesn't seem as willing. Neither does Enodra. They both stop moving and stare at me, with an icy voice meeting my yell. Why should we investigate? It could just be a hiding pack of humans. We shouldn't waste our time. Her suggestion offers a valid point. I move my gauntlet to my jaw, as Inodra surprisingly agrees with me. I don't know, Bemela. This wasteland has been active for quite a while at this point. I can't imagine a human living in this place, unless they are an angel. I think it's likely just a monster from the depths of the sands. It could be good to check it out, even if just for information. I'd rather not be ambushed later without knowing what it is doing so. Bemela scoffs, then raises a chilled hand ahead, waving it in a bow. She is so fucking annoying sometimes. Then go on, lead the way, Timimi, our fearless leader. Bitch, whatever. I'll do precisely that. I pursue the eerie and worrisome sounds of laughter that echo ominously through the crimson sandstorm without any hesitation. Must be a ghost of some kind based on the noises. Odd. Those are the first to perish in places of such erupting ether. The sand crunches under my steel boots while tearing at my armor, but I force my ether into gear as second shift starts, my whole body moving with a whole different level of power. Instantly, my first step sends me bounding 100 feet forward, and without waiting to see if the others can follow me as I trust in their aptitudes, I continue. Kinesis pulls at my metal armor and the steel within my flesh to propel me even faster. I move so quickly that the sand can't even keep up with me, and I end up slamming into even more that is drifting in the air. But it's all fine. Behind me, the other three quickly catch up, especially Natos. He's so fast that it's honestly a tad bit scary. If he weren't known for using that speed to run away, I'd be worried about being near him. But as we move onward, the echoing laughter in the depths of the sandstorm continues to pique my curiosity. The sound comes from someplace far away, but still reaches us through the buzzing dunes. It is so bizarre, but things will be fine. I alone should be enough to deal with any danger present in this wasteland. I mean, what things could realistically be called here? We've killed dozens of creatures, and all were pitifully weak. I doubt there is anything that goes beyond that. The main issue is the sands themselves, not the monsters. Plus, we're all angels. With our strength, we can roam any place upon the surface. Other than Pain Peaks, of course. Not even my father can step foot on those peaks without risk. Still, I'm confident in my own abilities and the might of my companions. So I lead us onward while the echoing laughter grows louder with each step. We sprint through the sandstorm, moving at extraordinary speeds, covering dozens of miles in mere moments. But as we close in on the source of the laughter, I can't help but feel a sense of foreboding. That eerie palpitation in my mind slows my footsteps to a crawl. And then, I stumble upon a scene that forces all of us to pause, even Bemela's ice-cold self, dumbfounded by what we see. It's almost too incredible to believe. There stands a monstrous woman, her hair falling like a cascade over her body and her flesh adorned with dozens of hatchets and scythes, as if they were sewn into her very being. Knotted and diseased feathers hang from her every pore that's not stabbed by the blades. The woman is engulfed in unsettling giggles while looking down at a defenseless human. The young human, on his own and bereft of any visible powers or companions, is a perplexing sight. It defies all reason, as how could he have journeyed this deep into the heart of the sandstorm? He is not manipulating any amount of discernible ether. I don't even feel a hint of resonance within him that would indicate a sigil, either. How is he alive? I put up an arm to stop Bemela as I catch wind of another sensation, earning icicles that latch onto my armor. She pauses before touching me with a grunt. What? My eyes lock on the oversized woman. She has to be nearly 15 feet tall. Her laughter burrows into my ears as she slides her feet to the human, shuffling through the sands. Ha! The sound quickly becomes the only noise I can recognize. Gritting my teeth, I shove ether into my ears to protect them haphazardly while letting Bemela know my worry. That woman, is she a demon? I think she's Virtue. Bemela comprehends my words, but after squinting her eyes, the monstrous being ripping aside from her flesh as we inspect her. A gasp comes from Natos as crimson sand falls out of the creature's wound. Not blood. That's not a demon. The scythe in its hands flings out toward the human as he stays kneeling, waiting for his death. I suppose that is all they can do. Useless, Pitiful creatures that have no place in this world. They can't create like we do. They are weaker than the Nihalo and less talented than demons. What purpose do they hold? None. I watch from the edge, where I can peer through the dense, swirling sand as the scythe falls for the young human. But the instant before the blade rends him in twain, the human vanishes. For a moment, my mind moving at unheard of speeds among pygmies. I try to comprehend what is happening. Then, the human reappears, his fist turning into a spear of mangled flesh as he stabs it into the monster's chest with a scream. His howl echoes a dozen times more profoundly into the sands with pain as his arm gores the creatures, going entirely through. That's not a human. That's another monster. I step back, preparing to leave, until both of the monsters' heads contort and stare directly at mine. The bloody swirls within the gaze of the human and the sand that leaks from the other monster tell me all I need to know. Not our fight. Run. Now. A note from Broken Saint. Happy New Year. 354. Ruining a forehand. Wyatt Wendigo Graves. Pot now. I inwardly scream at Blodwyn mere moments after losing Lily in the scuffle. I didn't even get the chance to shoot this bastard. The force of my shout inside my mind feels as though it pops a blood vessel or two on my face. But I can't retreat or hesitate. Virgil's life is dependent on whether or not I win. And even if the chances of victory are slim to none, that doesn't mean I give up. I have too many things to do, and another man to avenge. Gritting my teeth, I force the spear of flesh even deeper before sensing another presence in the vicinity. I twist my head slightly as this creature does the same. I don't even know what to call it. I've never heard of a monster like this thing before. A halfway. Something about the word fits. It seems to be part human and something else. It almost seems like it's been corrupted by these sands. It might have been some hidden angel, one that didn't want to partake in the battles of humanity. It's not impossible, yet I find it hard to believe. The halfway, and I gaze at the group of four observing us at the exact same time. As I do so, Blodwyn does as I ask, covering my skull and eyes with his flesh, bone, and viscera, dyeing my eyes red. I take only an instant to recognize the beings. Two demons, a pygmy and a Nihalo, stand at the edge of the sands, staring with wide eyes through their various defenses. The magenta chains that wrap around each tell me all I need to know. For a moment, I expect them to join, to do something to help me, but they don't. The one in the lead, the pygmy in armor, shouts over the roaring sands before turning tail. Not our fight. Run. Now. Their ether, powerful enough to combat the shivering sands, pivots on a dime as they nearly instantly exit my vision. Inhaling a deep breath to prepare myself, I glance upward as I leap off the halfway. My foot slides against a broken and jagged scythe embedded in her flesh, but my boot prevents me from being cut. A brief moment of indecision seizes me as land, weighing the prospect of joining forces with those four against this monstrous halfway. Yet, before I can make a decision, the creature's focus returns to me from the other four, and she delivers a punishing blow that sends me tumbling through the sand. I have just enough time to bring my right arm to bear, positioning it between my skull and the fist. I can feel my frame crash and bounce across the sands, bones crushed and broken, but the pain propels a heartbeat within my core. With added strength, I reach out, regaining my balance and swiftly putting myself back on my feet. With only one arm remaining as Blodwyn is covering my face, I refuse to surrender. The halfway glares at me as if surprised I've survived a half-dozen attacks from it. I crack my neck as I allow Blodwyn to take reign of my internals. Potham is not yet at Zill, but we can't be that far from it. A dark warmth surges through my veins, ramping up my heart rate to an astonishing rate, mixing together with Marshall's creation. In but a moment, the organ goes from a steady heart rate to beating over 5 times per second. Each resounding heartbeat, like a war drum, pulses with defiance. Pain's Forge. It is a perfect teammate to Potham. More. I plant my feet firmly into crimson sand while Blodwyn pushes himself further, tightening the bone around my skull. With every rhythmic thump of my heart, power courses through me, filling my being with unparalleled strength. I can't help but clench my fist, warping the metal of the prosthetic back into shape. My vision narrows from the blood flow and bone mask, but my other senses sharpen to a razor's edge as I prepare to face the charging monster. Every hint of movement within the range of the sands I could see prior is at my fingertip. I can feel every footstep the halfway takes, the way it crunches the granules beneath it, the way it bleeds the same color sand, and even the way it licks its lips at my frame. It comes closer and closer, approaching me with that hunger, and I simply increase the tightness of my muscles. This thing isn't wholly serious yet. Somehow, it still thinks of me as an average human. I need to keep it that way as long as possible, even if it is hard to comprehend. As the colossal creature hurtles toward me, I wait until the very last moment, my body crackling with a ferocious intensity. Then, with inhuman agility, I dart out of its path, my ankle nearly breaking from the force of the arbalest that narrowly avoids its devastating crash. My second is even more precarious than the first, and I fall from the sheer whiplash of moving so quickly. Slightly dizzy, I compel my body to move again, chasing after the bastards who simply left me. Before I leave this small war zone, however, I gaze deeply at Virgil's unconscious form. I need to be able to find him again. Insight blooms as my right eye focuses on his well-being, imprinting his location within my mind as I dart away from a dangerously close explosion of dust. Alfulfast, Biddy, come here. It's starting to realize something is up. Guess the jig is up. Sprinting away, I exhale all my pent-up frustration, exhaustion, and pain at once. It converges into a thunderous scream that matches the intensity of my heart as I curse the cowards who ran away. Sure, they have no business fighting monsters. They aren't even human. But what was that look on that pygmy's face? Terror? Pitiful. And they think themselves better. You ain't leaving me to die. I will not be abandoned to this merciless wilderness. I will not die to some random monster who has decided to hunt me down. I will not roll over and give up. And the best way to do so is to make a little chaos. With the towering creature hot on my trail, I push my damaged body to the limit, determined to survive. The sands may obscure vision, but with Blodwin's help, I don't need sight to track these bastards. My sense of smell is plenty, let alone the temporarily shifted sand left by their swift movements. Each step that I take, my speed accelerates, first rivaling that of the nightmares from way back, then that of the fastest I've ever run, a dozen times faster than a gust of wind. And then finally, I can feel myself shift the air as the steam train did. Yet, even at that pace, I don't stop. The relentless pursuit of the 4 figures ahead fuels the ether I force into all my skills from struggler's gasp to release. My whole arsenal is being thrown away to catch up to this group of angels. In the worst case, I can use burdenless and reset my ether saturation. If I can divert this fucking thing's attention, I might have time to run back to Virgil. So, I urge my ether into tighter flows, faster columns, and more purposeful actions to better influence my body. Blodwin groans in pain as the mask on my face twists from him, keeping silence active. I hope the remnant effects will last a while for Virgil. I'll come back after dealing with these 4's bullshit. The group is just barely out of my senses, somewhere beyond the fog of sand, and I can almost taste the grit of the dust that follows in their wake. Their tracks, those tiny imprints they leave behind in the shifting dunes, guide me through the desolate wasteland. I stay focused, almost entirely ignoring the hulking brute behind me. On my heels, the mocking and giggling monster persists. It pulls a wicked cleaver from its back, causing the wound from the blade to gape wider and dripping more of the crimson sand. The sight is odd and only visible due to this weird sight that Blodwin can gift me, which is how the artifact himself sees. You ain't normal, birdie. I think I found myself a golden one. With a murderous intent, the monster hurls the cleaver at me, a massive spinning knife aimed for my life. I have no choice but to dive to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade that slices through the air and so deeply into the sand before me that it sinks to its hilt. But I don't hit the ground lightly. Crashing haphazardly, I flip myself upright, feeling a near-crippling pain in my leg that I can only ignore. The pain makes me glance backward, only to see the halfway laughing as she yanks a sigh from her flesh, still running at the same pace. I roll to my feet, my heart pounding, and with forced determination, I dart forward once more with an arbalest to jumpstart the process, each stride carrying me closer to those who abandoned me. I won't let them slip away. A scythe pierces into the sands behind me as I narrowly avoid it, and neglecting the draw and raw agony that using too much ether bestows, I liberate my mind. Time slows as the drag of ether begins, but I take it a step further. With a stalled perception of time, I orchestrate my ether in 100 ways at once within my left foot, the one that is already hurt. Blodwyn, release silence. Save all you got for healing me. The artifact can't reply wholly in this delayed state, but I know it can hear me. One by one, I create the blueprints for Arbalest in my foot. The drain of ether is palpable, and a searing sensation envelopes my entire skull. Nevertheless, I hold on, forcing myself to go even further. I spend what has to be a full minute to myself simply weaving dozens of Arbalests into the same foot at the exact same time. There is never a better time to test new things than when the Pale Lady is knocking. Closing my eyes, I release liberation, but at the exact same time, I tug on that slight muscle in the depths of my soul, hidden from reality. I don't feel anything but a sense of lightness as a pale, white fog encompasses my form. Then, my vision turns entirely red, and the only thing I can feel is the surreal sensation of my left leg leaving my body. I hurtle through the air with a resounding shockwave, a slight smile on my mouth. I finally did it. I'm not as fast as Kai still, but I'm in the same realm. My surroundings are a swirling chaos of crimson sand, but it's a wild, exhilarating feeling, one that surges through my veins despite the immense danger. I embrace the sensation of soaring through the tempest, my senses alive with every bit of detail. Blodwyn even laughs a little, or at least I think that's what the bizarre noise coming from him is. But it all ends in an instant as, with a thunderous crash, I land amid the group of four. The air is knocked out of me as I break my spine upon impact, rendering me paralyzed. But as their faces contort in shock, Blodwyn gets to work. Cracks and micro-seizures riddle my form as I gradually move my body, regaining clarity. What the fuck? A whisper under the breath of the only male, the demon, enters my ear due to Blodwyn's heightened senses. They aren't speaking my language, but the meanings reach me nonetheless, somehow shifted via Blodwyn's artificial ears. The four don't move as I cough and beat my chest, struggling to catch my breath, my body battered and broken. However, the mist from Burdenless, the ether pushed straight out of me, cloaking much of my obviously human body. I spit out bits of my lung as I raise my right hand, pointing to the pygmy. While I do so, I nearly stumble due to the fact that my left leg is only an ankle right now. The foot is not yet there. You left me. The PGY woman raises her hands as she shakes them animatedly before turning to the female demon with ice blue eyes. Sorry. We assumed you were a human, one of the sad survivors from Desolation's Rise. I wasn't aware you were a demon. You know him, Bemela? Bemela shakes her head slowly while interrogating me with her eyes all the while. I can feel them pierce into me, and I return the gaze with the same ferocity. They think I'm a demon, or at least they don't think I'm human. I can use this. Help me kill this halfway. The spoils can be yours. I try to keep my words short and succinct to not let anything slip, but even still, these four are severely suspicious. Simply not speaking Enochian is suspicious enough, though. The Nahullo, clad in her dense armor, bends over slightly to me while my foot finishes regenerating, leaving me with only one boot. I listen to her as I kick off the only boot on my body. What are you doing out here? What's your name? Why do you want to kill that thing? The trio of questions hits me like the steam train would, and I quickly answer, a rumbling beneath my feet. I take bits and pieces from the people I know to spitball lies as fast as I can. Yum kafed blotwin. I'm heading to the water southbound. That thing is sure to turn into a powerful arca, but I simply want to kill it as a challenge. Bemela squints her eyes at me, obviously not trusting my words, but it's the pygmy who shoots me down. They're treating me somewhat as an equal. I wonder if they think I'm an angel. No, you can fight that thing yourself. The mists from Burdenless fully fade as she speaks, leaving me in full view of them without any obfuscation. I can see their brows furrow in confusion and then aggression as I threaten them. If they won't ally, then it's every fucking man for themselves from this bitch. You can help me, or you can fight the halfway after I lead it to you all and die. I believe I've proven my speed enough to catch up even at a disadvantage. I almost bite my tongue with every word that leaves my mouth. I embody Virgil's chill nature and effortless lies that I've seen him spit with every inch of my body. I'm sure I have 1,000 flaws in this hasty plan, but it's the best I've got. The pygmy raises her hand toward me, enveloped by ether, as if to attack me. But before she can, the male demon covered in radiant light shouts at her. Stop, Timimi. The halfway is here. Chaos descends upon us as the monster closes in, launching a frenzied assault all at once on the group of 4 and myself with its sands, scythes, and cleavers. The immediate clash of powers sends ripples in the air in every direction. Bemela reacts swiftly, conjuring fortress-quality ice walls that shield and protect her from the monster's onslaught. She catches the halfway in its tracks, wrapping in its frost as her aura, filled with ice, causes the sand to freeze in its tracks, dropping harmlessly to the ground. Only a moment later, however, the halfway rears back its arm and slams into the front wall of ice, shattering it ruthlessly. Glancing to my side, Bemela slides back as blood trails down her nose. I retreat a single step as Timimi makes her move. Metal shards dance through the air with bewildering speed, birthed and controlled by the pygmy in armor. They whirl like a deadly storm, a lethal orchestra that rivals the sandstorm's own fury. The blades sink deep into the halfway's flesh, but the creature simply groans in minimal pain. As if this weren't enough, an 11-foot-tall knight in imposing armor charges the monster, her towering figure a formidable sight to behold. The Nahullo produces an earthquake with each step, the ground trembling beneath their titanic clash. She collides with the halfway, stabbing her great sword into its chest, seemingly a lethal blow. But not all things go so smoothly. You found some friends, little birdie. Time for some real fun. I struggle to regain my balance, the wind suddenly picking up as the halfway howls into the sky. Squinting, I see the sands falling from her wounds join the air, twisting with the other tiny insects that flow through it. Only now do I realize the true extent of this monster's power. The crimson sands, already deadly, become 10 times more lethal, slicing through the air. As if to prove their deadliness, a line is cut across my throat without warning. It's a searing, agonizing pain, and I fight to stay on my feet as I stumble back. Holding my hand to my neck, I land beside the male demon as he watches the ongoing battle. But he's quickly forced to join as Timimi threatens to slice off his member if he doesn't. Blodwyn takes only a moment to seal the opening in my neck, but I can tell the artifact is at its limit. Stop it all before you get hurt, please, including Potom. It was only needed for the chase. The artifact does as I beg, and I immediately feel the effects. Sands swarm me, digging toward my flesh as I flex my muscles and pull my clothes in tighter. But by the time I glance forward to rejoin the fight, I find the Nahullo woman on her ass, a scythe through her chest as she tries to stand. And beside her is Timimi with a hole straight through her armor that sand is flowing inside like a leak in a dam. Bemela is struggling to keep her ice flowing, creating wall after wall. The demon seems to excel in defense, but the roaring sands, which have tightened all vision to the length of a hand, hold no mercy. I step forward, attempting to help, only to be swept off my feet. Falling to my hands and knees now that Blodwyn has returned to his place, I try to regain my balance, but I simply fail again. Screams fill the air as I realize just how much I fucked these 4 over by bringing this being here. I look all around, searching for anything I could do to help, but find nothing, until a voice enters my mind. Then a second. Wyatt, stay still. We've almost found you. I thought you said you couldn't hear him. Yeah, that was until I could. 355 grasped into blood. I cough some of the biting dust out of my lungs, regaining some breathability as I search my surroundings, looking for Abraham. How the fuck did they find me? They came after me even in this swarm? Who is all there? I reach out for his voice, grasping for elude, the skill of his that connects us, but I can't seem to manage to reply. The sound of his voice is loud and clear in my mind, but I still cannot find him. As I spin around, deafening impacts roar from the halfway and the four non-humans. I have a near zero want to actually help them fight after they ditch me like that. I mean, realistically, they had no reason to help me, but still, it pisses me off. There is a chance, a very slim chance, that I would help them fight the monster otherwise, but they tossed it all out. After all, I don't want to kill things that aren't hostile to me or mine. My mother is even a demon, and a close friend is half Nahalo. The only connection I don't have among that group is the pygmy. And well, she seems like a raging bitch anyway. Right. As I examine the sand swirling in the air, clenching my eyes to keep the sand out of them while struggling to stay standing, I hear Abraham's voice again. Then he appears alongside three others, Bonfire, Clumsy, and Frozen. The first thing the pyro does is wrap me in a tight hug, hauling me in close as I feel his sigh of relief. The clear care he holds for me feels heartwarming, even in the crux of this storm. But we don't have time to waste. Stepping back from him, I point at where the group is fighting, shouting over Bonfire's words. Nice. No time. There's a virtue over there, and it's fighting four angels, a pygmy, two demons, and a Nahalo. We need to go before the battle includes us. Abraham nods, grabbing me by the hand and leading us back wherever they came from. I follow them as I wonder where everyone else is, but Abraham speaks to me in my mind with a lewd, giving me a slight warning. Bonfire came here on his own with these two. I had to follow or they'd die. Our goal is to escape. Where is Virgil? Did he? I nod with a shout, not wanting him to think our friend is dead. He's alive. I had to leave him behind temporarily after being chased. I need to go back for him. Abraham clenches his jaw as he moves through the sands, the other three within arm's length as well. I know it's a tall ask with what's just beyond the edge, but we can't leave Virgil behind. Abraham knows this. What's most curious about our escape is the amount of sand that envelopes Bonfire, all of which is constantly being scorched into ashes, other than when he hugged me. Yet, I don't see any fire. Squinting at him, I still don't see any. What the hell? Even the sand that was biting at me sauntered over to him instead. A noise, however, rips me from my thoughts as in the heart of the dense, grinding clouds of dust, I hear what sounds like pounding footsteps. Twisting my head around to our back, I find nothing. The swirling crimson sands offer no forewarning as four formidable beings emerge from the chaos to our left. Yet, the shabby alliance of races isn't attacking us. They too are running. My eyes widen as I see a shadow hurl through the sands, piercing through the thick dust and grime to reveal itself. In a hair-raising moment, I barely manage to dodge a razor-sharp scythe that whizzes past, its blade cutting through the air with deadly precision. A bit of my hair, growing too long for my liking, is shaved without resistance. My reflexes kick in as I simultaneously pull Abraham out of harm's way, his life narrowly spared from a secondary cleaver that digs deeply into the sand beneath us. I glance at the quartet again as they twist, shouts coming from the pygmy with commanding orders. She explodes into a mass of metal that hurls for the halfway, charging them while the icy woman brings her hands close to her chest. The only male of their group holds his right hand to the sky as he kneels, the light growing more and more radiant with every passing second. Meanwhile, the Nahalo of their quartet meets the halfway once more in combat. They clash brutally, meeting blade against blade and metal against metal. My teeth clench from the impacts as they are locked in combat with the creature who can control the very crimson sands that surround us. As it's wounded from the Nahalo and Pygmy's conjoined efforts, the red sand falls from her in torrents, mingling with the swirling chaos in the air, hampering our vision even further and slicing through our flesh. A grunt from Frozen resounds as the man falls to his knee, holding his leg from a massive gash swarmed by the crimson minuscule insects. I grab him and pull him to his feet while dragging him away from the fight, as my first instinct is to flee this awful scene. Freeze your wound. Don't hesitate. I shout at Frozen as the man quickly comes to his senses, cladding his leg in thick ice. It protects him temporarily while we haul, asked to get away. But the female demon from the other group calls out to us before we get very far, her voice commanding and forceful, not offering any room for negotiation. Don't run with your human slaves, you coward. Help us. Where did all that guile you have go, Blawin? With a wave of her hand, Bemela conjures a massive dome of ice. Like 1,000 frozens working in tandem, ice cascades from a point in the sky in an instant, trapping us all together in this bewildering showdown. Then, Bemela flips around, drawing frost from the walls to fuel her attacks on the halfway. That dome must be a Zil or a power. I don't think. Bonfire endeavors to break free by launching a searing gout of fire at the ice wall. His flames lick at the frozen barrier with a violent violet, but he can only manage to melt a small portion of it before he stops, the man shaking his head. No use. It'll take minutes to burn through, even at my hottest. I give him and Abraham a look, a shared meaning passing through us. Frustration mounts as we can't escape, and we reluctantly realize that we have no choice but to join forces with this other group, despite the risks and dangers they present. Each of this quartet stands a massive threat to us five, a potentially deadly one. And there are 4 of them. Even if we kill this monster, we'll still have to deal with the consequences of what will come after when they realize I am not a demon. The only benefit we'll have is that they will be wounded, potentially not roaring to go for another bout, but that cannot be guaranteed. Regardless, we need to fight, or they will turn on us. I can tell Bemela gave us a final warning. From the way the male demon is vigilantly observing us, he must be the one to step the notice up to violence. We do this together. Abraham, frozen, and clumsy, stay against the wall and do what you can to help. Bonfire, come with me. This'll suck ass, but at least the rest of the storm is trapped outside. I glance forward at the halfway as I provoke my ether, readying a series of arbalests, not the crazy one I had from before, but just multiple for evasion. Then I dart forward with Bonfire literally hot on my tail. Sand fades beneath my feet as I quickly reach the monster, launching myself under a crazed sweep of a cleaver and leaping over a sudden spike of ice that nearly gores me. Swallowing from how close I just come to dying twice in one moment, I land right next to the halfway. Then, with a lunge, I draw and slice with the side blade from my right arm, one of the few remaining things that work. The halfway growls as the crimson sand from its wound spurts out, lacerating my cheek on its way out after digging through the bone of Blodwin. Stepping back and holding my face, I arbalest back just in time to not get skewered by 1,000 tiny shards of metal, the pygmy. I retreat even further, evading another manic swing, but the relentless sandstorm tightens its noose with each passing moment, the crimson dust gnawing at my flesh. I even notice it make it through Bonfire's blaze and the angel's defenses. But I have no choice but to continue. Ripping off a piece of fabric from my pant leg, I tighten it around the cut on my face, sealing it from any more sand while my companion fixes it up. Then, I dodge and weave to rejoin the fight, narrowly evading the monster's wild side swings that threaten to cleave through me. With lightning-fast reflexes, I snatch Mislow's nightmare and pull them to safety just as a scythe blade whistles past where we stood moments before. The nightmare doesn't respond to me. Instead, she simply continues to fire away arrows, but Abraham does nudge me with his mind. I recognize it as thanks and continue. As I return to the fray, Bonfire, wreathed in a violet flame, darts around the monstrous entity with unmatched agility. Detonations of flame propel him from any danger while he shifts into a being of fire should he be unable to dodge to minimize damage. We coordinate our attacks constantly through Abraham's elude, seizing every opportunity to strike against the creature spewing more filthy dust. I see an opening and lunge as the Nahullo turns back, an arm-sized gash in her chest. My blade finds its mark, and Blodwin recovers enough to stab it with a spear of flesh. Yet, the monster retaliates with a ferocious sweep of its weapon, and I only manage to roll out of harm's way partially. The blade's edge grazes my arm, leaving a searing gash that intensifies the pain coursing through my body. Then, a solid section of sand forms above me as I roll away, slamming against me with the weight of 100 men. I scream out in pain as it crushes bone, but the laughter of the halfway refuses to let my focus break. Aha! I knew you were special, Birdie. You were hiding your true self from me. That cannot stand. The sand constricts even further around my body, locking my right arm against my body. I search around for aid, but bonfire and all of Abraham's nightmares are too far to save me. And so, the halfway's enormous scarred foot comes crashing down toward me. But the moment before I'm turned to paste, I see a grand double door. Then, I'm shambling in shock beside Abraham as he holds onto me, panting for dear life. Go! Get back in there! I'm barely holding on. We have to kill it quickly. It's finally taking us seriously. I nod to Abraham as I realize he's right. The sands are no longer just cutting or invading our flesh. They are actively attacking us and growing solid. Frozen and Clumsy are busy protecting Abraham to let him focus on commanding his nightmares. But all the other fighters are being swarmed. I think I see why this thing is so powerful. It wears others down. It's so tough, seemingly unkillable, and it gradually grinds others down with the sands before killing them, reminiscent of how it drove me to exhaustion by chasing me. It's a natural-born hunter, a predator. Gritting my teeth, I dive back into the fight, holding the bit on my side where more sand dove in. Blodwyn has his hands full now, expelling the bloody insects and keeping them from tearing me apart inside. Bonfire has a similar method, even if it's a bit more crazed than mine. He's the best at surviving his own flames. I can hardly watch as boiling blood exits his injuries, killing any bit of sand that it touches. But this is a matter of endurance. Who can last? Will the male demon, teetering back and forth on exhaustion, fall after melting away half the monster's head? Will the ice-cold demon fall from the many wounds she's frozen shut? Will the PGYMY crash from using too much ether and ripping all that metal from her flesh? Will the Nahalo stumble and collapse from blood loss after being ripped apart again and again? Or will it be us who dies first? Will I get caught and squashed? Will Bonfire be eaten alive? Will we simply die after killing this thing to this quartet? I don't know. What I do know is that I won't let it happen without a fight. The mini-war rages on, and our combined efforts begin to take their toll on the monster just as it wears us down. Its defenses weaken, and it struggles to fend off our relentless onslaught. However, the sands continue to drain our strength, sapping our energy with each passing moment. The oppressive crimson dust, like an insidious force, gnaws at our resolve, threatening to submerge us in its malevolent grip. I stumble before the halfway, unable to dodge from my wobbling vision as it finally lands a solid hit. A crunch of bone and flesh ends with me face down in the sand. Explosions of flame resound nearby with a hearty scream from Bonfire. But he, too, is more subdued than before. Coughing out sand, feeling it bite against my tongue, I gaze upward, finding the halfway stride before me. It chuckles as it kneels, wrapping a hand around my head. The last thing I see before my vision goes dark is Abraham's eyes bleeding from exertion as his nightmares fade to nothing. He can't help me here. I can feel the quartet still attacking the monster, even as its grip tightens around my skull. Yet, their impacts only shake it as it is hellbound on ending me. No one can help me, except one. Again, please. Don't if you can't spare the ether. But we don't have much choice. My blood-bound companion growls with focus as my left arm flows to my skull, bolstering the bone, flesh, and brain with everything it has. My heartbeat quickly increases once more to 5 times the norm, reaching 5 times per second. Pain's forge bellows with a raging fire, flowing throughout all my veins as my head pounds with main. I return that bellow with one of my own. Let me fucking go. Screaming, I pry my right arm in the way of its hand, wrenching my whole body sideways. At any other time, my act would have far too little power to succeed. But right now, the being's flesh rips asunder from my movement, leaving me covered in crimson sand that quickly sets into my flesh. Blodwyn roars with hate as we are invaded, and he quickly returns to my left hand. I still have some ether to spare, but I doubt he does. Despite the sand prying its way into my pores, eyes, and mouth, I open my lungs, breathing in deeply. Struggler's gasp fills me with strength once more as I feel the halfway coming at me again. Squinting my eyes, I see a half-dozen ice spears stab into its flesh, thousands of metal shards pierce it, and another ray of light cut into it. The being is beyond fucked up from all of us, and Bonfire joins in, searing a burn that reaches the depths of its chest. Nevertheless, it focuses on me. You're gonna day, bird. I promise that. My vision goes red as the sands dig into my eyes, blinding me. Every piece of my body is bit by the insectoid sand at once, from my eardrums to my nose, rendering all my senses null and void. I'm left with nothing. Nothing but my soul. I wait, knowing that it is coming. I wait some more, and some more. Then I feel it, the minuscule tingle in the back of my mind, the tiny little thing that warns me of danger. I latch onto it, digging into it so fiercely that I feel my jaw clamp down on the sensation. And the next thing I know, my eyes open to a fist-sized hole in the halfway skull with a bite mark on its neck. Sand slices up my mouth as I spit out a bloody clump just in time to see the Nahullo leap onto the halfway's back, bringing it to the ground by impaling it with the claymore it wields. Then, the male demon slides to them, slapping his hands to the earth as pillars of radiance burn down from the sky, piercing through even the dome above as it nails the monster down. Staggering to my feet, I find Bemela raising her hands toward the dome before bringing them down as the ice above contorts into a glaring icicle that falls and cuts off the Virtue's head like a guillotine. Shocked, stunned, and 100 other things, I wipe my face of blood while Blodwyn works on healing me. Fucking shit. We did it. We killed it. Before I have any time to celebrate. However, the bitch of a pygmy glares right at me. It would seem we have not another demon, Bemela and Nados, but instead, a monstrous human. He is not an angel. I saw not a power from him. The other with fire is likely an angel based on the flames. I think that is his power. I say we end him before he becomes a bigger threat. What about you? None are candidates from what I can tell. Candidates? What are they talking about? Shit, this is going poorly. I shuffle backward as Bonfire struggles to stand beside me, his right hand covering a severely reddened shirt. Abraham and the other two are moving toward me as well, preparing to run. Bemela snorts with a laugh as she runs her hand across her cheek, sealing the open wound festering with sand using her frost. I concur. That boy is too powerful to be left alive. Too much talent. The male demon doesn't reply against or for my death. He only rubs his nose piercing. But as the Nahullo rises back to her feet with a stumble, lifting her blade toward us, I see her look weirdly at Abraham, a kind of side eye that stays for too long. She must know him. Somehow. Fuck, they're probably family. Maybe we. Let's just run. Bonfire stares with wide eyes at the four with a hand on my shoulder. I grind my teeth as I have to tell him we can't just turn tail and run. Virgil's still out there. Emmett knocks eyes with a pang of profound sadness, making my heart skip a beat in worry as the man steps forward. The man with burns all over his flesh lifts his hand from his gut wound to his hair, staining it bloody. Scratching his head, Bonfire steps toward the quartet, his blaze reaching violet in a moment before fading entirely like that of a match doused in water. What is he? Go then. Find him. I'll stay. I stand still, frozen, as I don't know what to do. I want to stop him, but I can't. If I do, Virgil dies since he's already been alone for so long. I doubt Blodwyn's power will hide him much longer. If I don't stop Bonfire, he will die almost certainly. Boom! I reach out to him, but Abraham snatches my hand while frozen and clumsy push past me. We're with you, man. Bonfire laughs, rubbing his head with his own blood as it quickly evaporates into a bloody mist. Frozen and clumsy are newly made 5th Sigils, while Bonfire is only a 6th. How will they? How? Let them, Wyatt. Let them. Let Emmett Knox do one good thing with his life. That's all he's ever wanted. And to him, this is it. Abraham whispers sharply into my recovered ears as he hauls me away. I don't stop him, but I don't help him. I can't do anything as I'm dragged into the sands with a rising heat behind me. A shout pierces through the dense fog of Incarnadine before I get too far away to hear it. You believe in me that little, Wyatt? You ever see something I can't burn? Huh, till next time, my friend. 356, hither and yon water flows. I turn back, shifting my head to stare through the sands in Bonfire's direction. Ether, the bits and pieces I can still manage with my near-blinding headache, flows through my muscles and into my legs. Before I can initiate anything, however, Abraham grabs me by the throat with one hand, clenching his right hand with more force than I ever thought he had. Surprised and worried by his outburst, I glare at him with a shout. Audible explosions of fire not that far away. He's your best friend. Are you really going to let him die? I didn't know you were this much of a coward. Veins pop on my cheeks as I scream, but Abraham's face nearly breaks me. Tears run down all over his face, dripping down to the earth before being picked up by the swirling grains of dust. Snot slides down his nose as he screams right back at me, hauling me away from Bonfire with a strength that grips my whole body at once. Force! He came here knowing he'd die. I try to stop him, but he's so fucking stubborn. If we go back, we will die. So will Virgil. Then what? Is his sacrifice meaningless? I want to save him. I want him to live. He's the first friend I've ever had. Abraham doesn't allow for any negotiation as he pushes me with his mind, blood sliding down his nose. You will live. He came here for you. For you. Don't make it a waste. My hands raise to my head as he pushes me, and I claw at my skull, racking my brain for a solution, only to find none. Abraham can't see through these sands with a lute to pull them back if we escape. The man simply forces me further, the blood trickling in more significant amounts as I pose only feeble resistance. He's right. I absolutely despise thinking it. But he is. If we go back, we all die. For angels, none of which are average or weak. I could tell that by how they coordinated and killed the virtued monster. I'm sure that any second now, Frozen, Clumsy, and Bonfire will die. Then they'll be back after us. We need to make distance. So I compel ether into my limbs, letting Abraham focus on himself. As I sprint through the unforgiving wasteland, every step feels like a blow to my heart, each stride echoing with memories of Bonfire. Each step heightens the physical distance to him as I feel him even closer. The biting sands dig into my flesh, but the pain in my chest is more excruciating. Thoughts of him flood my mind, a collage of moments that defined our friendship. Tears billow in my eyes despite the fact I haven't drank any water in days. I remember the countless card games we played under the starry night sky. Most of the time, it was Bonfire who emerged victorious. That or he was the simple dealer to the rest of us, his joyful laughter constantly filling the air. Even in defeat, I cherish those nights. I will never see them as anything else than perfect, no matter how much time passes. Our minor battles to test our strengths were things I could never forget. They usually ended in draws, or more often than not, Bonfire's wins. Slowly, I have even the score, but I don't think I'll even have the chance to make it tied between the two of us. His relentless energy and determination pushed me to improve, even in the face of defeat. I see why Abraham set him as a rival for so long. He's too bright. But it wasn't just the competitions that defined our friendship. It was the quiet moments we shared, sometimes while nursing our wounds after grueling battles. Those were the nights filled with peace and understanding, where words were unnecessary. I hardly even remember our meeting, that brief instance in Johnny's war room. The memory that stands out above all others is the one that marks the first time we ever spoke. The first time I ever understood him. After the awful battle for Rustbank, and I nearly died, saved only by Lily, we both sat on the ground, staring up at the setting sun. The silence stretched for over an hour, an unusual occurrence for Bonfire, who was hardly ever able to sit still for even a few minutes. At the time, I didn't find it distinctive. I sure do now. But there, amid the wreckage and the fallen, he remained silent, his eyes fixed on the horizon, where hundreds of fallen citizens and Sigils from Rustbank lay. He knew at most a dozen of them, yet he was quiet at their passing. It was in that shared silence, beneath the fading light of the setting sun, that I realized he wasn't some crazed pyromaniac. He isn't some madman with a lust for fire. He has emotions, though dulled to focus on himself and those he considers friends. He focuses that fire inside, instead of letting it spread out for everyone. His last words hang on to me like a weight. While running, I got a question to Abraham. Did we look down on him that much? Did I? Abraham shakes his head, answering through a lewd to save his breath. The man's tears are still falling, but his blood is slowly replacing the liquid due to his wounds and the added effect of the storm. We all did, even me. It's hard not to. 99% of his life is spent goofing off. Apparently, even the one below did. She didn't bestow any pressure when he got his absolution. But don't worry, that's never something that mattered to him. He would only get angry if that underestimation led to someone stopping him. I nod while sprinting, holding on to that thin connection that I still carry with Virgil. It's supremely complex to distinguish his exact location with his eyes closed using insight, but I can easily find the correct direction. Pumping my legs and my arms, I hurry even further, breakneck forcing me to go even faster. Unfortunately for me, however, Blodwyn is still recovering, so he can't hide my swathes of ether. And so, waves of sand fall onto me, slicing apart my flesh as I sprint through the danger. Minutes pass as we run in silence, other than the occasional call out for danger. Still, the danger does not involve the angels. There is no sign of them. I simmer in my own anger. It makes me stronger, but it also makes me stupid. I need to be careful. Bonfire can't just die like that. It's such a stupid death, stuck in a sandstorm, whittled down by 4 angels. That's never how I imagined him dying, though I couldn't see him dying peacefully either. I always, in some dark corner of my mind, thought he'd die in a raging blaze, one that encompassed miles. Fuck, he can't die like that, can he? Frozen and clumsy, either. I want to play games with them again. Gradually, the connection with Virgil grows stronger, allowing me to focus and divert my thoughts to it. He seems fine. No pain. Silence must still be active. Good. Once the sensation of the skill tells me we are close, I nudge Blodwyn again, hoping that he has recovered somewhat over the past few minutes. Can you cover us with silence again? This sand is digging deep. A light grunt that feels like a subtle nod is my reply before I sense the artifact go back to rest, continuing the skill despite the fact. I didn't know he could sleep. Could he always do that? Not the time. I sigh with relief as the sand quickly scatters, finding me not worth the effort anymore. Blood drips all over me, and at this point, my entire wardrobe is bloodstained. Not an inch of me is untouched by the crimson hue. So frustrating. But at least I'm not being eaten bit by bit anymore. Even Abraham finds it as a surprise. This you? I nod with a slight tilt to my head. It's not technically me after all, kind of. Blodwyn is doing it. It's his power to hide ether usage. Abraham bites his lip as he nods back at me, shuffling alongside before retrieving bandages from his pack. He works on his most severe wounds. After all, his force can only hold back so much sand at once. Meanwhile, we continue, running all the while. The sound is much more manageable now that the insects are gone, though, leaving us room to talk. He might still be alive. I say the words, needing to do so, but Abraham shakes his head. I doubt it. Those four seemed absurdly capable. Not even Emmett could deal with all that bullshit. Sking. I continue running, approaching the area where Virgil is and where I found that monster. There's a chance he is still alive. There has to be, because they haven't caught up yet. Bonfire does not burn slowly. Maybe they didn't want to kill him? Sometimes humans are captured. Perhaps they want to use him to find us. Abraham scoffs with laughter, shaking his whole body from his head down. No way in hell someone captures Bonfire. He'd burn himself to a fucking piece of ash before that. You know how stubborn he is. You're tough, but even reason can change your mind. To him, there is no reason other than what he thinks. My eyes fall toward the ground as I recognize the truth in Abraham's words. But he has to be alive. If not, Virgil. Abraham cuts off my spiraling thoughts as he finds the cloaked figure in the sands, covered by more dust than when I left him. I slide next to the unconscious figure, feeling under his nose for breathing, and I sigh as I find it stable. Insight tells me the same things, but I just have to feel it with my own flesh. Abraham touches Virgil's head, sliding his palms across his cheeks as he speaks aloud. Damn, he's got it bad. How is he still alive with such severe oversaturation? Did you do something? His brain should have cooked itself in a goo by now. I explain what I did to help Virgil over the past several days, and Abraham praises me while pulling Virgil to his feet, holding the man on his own. I offer to help, but he pushes me away. As he drags Virgil, he gives me a rundown of what we need to do to survive. You need to be ready to fight whenever. Save your strength. We shouldn't be too far from the shore, based on the distance we have already traveled. Bonfire was set to meet with Johnny at the bar they met at in Kingstown, so we'll have to swim a few hundred miles or find a boat. Either way, this will be a bitch and a half if we want to make it out alive, even without those bastards after us. Coughing lightly, I follow alongside him, retrieving some of the bandages from his pack. All mine are gone. While using them and tying my many gashes shut because Blodwyn is preoccupied with silence, I realize they are the special ones made by Earl. How are the others? Is everyone okay? I finally have a moment to think about something other than survival or death, and I take it. Abraham twists his head slightly to acknowledge me before dragging Virgil with him. Good. Tomas is recovering pretty well the last I saw. There were a whole lot of severely injured and near dead after the train ride, but once we got to Gravecross's walls, the people there took us in and helped. I didn't really have much time to check everyone out, though. Bonfire was pretty gung-ho about coming to save you. The insides of my mouth are chewed while we walk. The news is better than I expected, but I know just how many must have died in the past week. Million. I don't know the exact population of Blackreach, but it's in the low millions for sure. The vastness of death strikes deeply into my mind. Closing my eyes for a few moments, I walk trying to imagine all those people. I quickly realize I can't, and the only people that come to mind are Bonfire, Frozen, and Clumsy. I stumble and rush toward the edge of the wasteland, my heart heavy with thoughts of Bonfire. Hours of relentless, hobbled running alongside Abraham have kept us from whatever was chasing us. The quartet must have given up or are moving even slower than us. Not that we could have outrun them anyway. Blodwyn's power would go out as I tried to force us with ether, leaving us to die in the sands anyway, even if we managed to escape. Or Bonfire didn't lose. There is a chance, however slim, and I hold on to that terribly small percentage with all my soul. That trust keeps my feet moving. The crimson sands seem to disperse slightly before my eyes as I take another usual step, offering a glimpse of what lies beyond. A sliver of expectancy creeps into my heart as I squint my eyes, but before I can fully comprehend what's before me, the earth beneath my feet crumbles under my weight. Confusion surges through me as I feel myself falling into the abyss below. My reaction is slow for some reason, and I plummet into the void. Time appears to slow as I tumble, rotating in the air. Memories of the fall from Gravecross's plateau haunt me. But just as despair begins to take hold, a firm hand wraps around mine. I'm jerked to a sudden stop, and I realize that I haven't fallen far at all. The relief washes over me like a tidal wave. With a hearty laugh, I glance up at my savior, an armored figure crouching down to reach me, while Abraham stands beside it. We share a moment of shared laughter as I'm dragged back up the rocks. The absurdity of almost falling again, possibly dying, is too much. It's bleak and awful, but we laugh nonetheless. Watch where you're going, dumbass. I smack Abraham lightly before stopping afterward. My eyes slide downward as I recover from the laughter. Water stretches outward from this cliff onto the horizon without a visible end. Yeah, we made it. Look. Abraham leans over, gazing downward as well to find Lawless Lake before us. Then, he nods to his nightmare as he hands Virgil to it and sets down his pack. It would appear we have. Find us an anchor point, and we'll climb down. His methods are sound, but the goal doesn't seem right. Are we going right into the waters? You sure this is a good idea? It's miles until we find land that isn't occupied by sand. Can we swim that far? Abraham shakes his head with a click of his mouth. Bundles of rope hang in his hands as he unfurls them, preparing to descend. Would you instead traverse another few hundred miles of wasteland or swim? I much prefer potentially freezing or drowning over being devoured by the sands. I'm part Nahullo, so I'm resistant to cold, and you. We'll just have to worry about our friend here. Now, if you can't find an anchor, I'll leave my nightmare up here. Sighing, I move to find him an anchor. Again, he's right. Swimming is a much better option. I'm just not all that good at it. Surely, my physical strength will make up for it. Who will carry Virgil, though? I lead the rope he leaves on the ground as he ties footholds in it to a nearby large rock, wrapping the tether around it as I knot it for an anchoring point. Then, I move back to Abraham, where we quickly begin to descend. The climb is easy. It's so effortless compared to all the other things we've done lately as all the sand leaves us, allowing total clarity in vision and thought. We quickly reach the bottom, a tiny section of slightly wet rocks that we stand on for a few moments. I take off my coat to put in Abraham's pack while he fiddles with it. It is better to have less soaked weight on me while swimming. While doing so, however, Abraham shakes his head. We ain't leaving right now. You need sleep. I need sleep. Virgil needs to not have sand in his ass. Lay down or sit. But sleep. I stare at him, unable to believe what he just said. What is happening right now? Did one of those angels replace you? Where is my Abraham? Abraham grinds his teeth as he glares at me, pointing upward. This is not a time to play around. We need rest. Bonfire is dead. Focus. My stomach sinks as I feel the weight of his words, but still, I don't accept them. Sliding down to a seated position, I relax while holding my knees. I turn to Virgil, wanting to help him with his condition, but the darkness takes me before I can raise a hand, a mocking voice intertwining with my dreams. Knew it. Tired as fuck. 357. Adam's ale is hard to drink. Johnny, Iron Consul Caldwell. I nearly trip over my own feet as both the sky and earth tremble. The vibrant city of Gravecross, still joyful due to the protections of Canyon and the millennia-old graves, descends into chaos as the earth convulses beneath our feet. Once stalwart constructs of brick and mortar, buildings crack and splinter like things of paper, their structural integrity hanging by a thread. Panic ripples through the street like wildfire, and people scatter in all directions. Desperate cries shift my attention every which way as Canyon, beside me, stands tall. He remains strangely composed amidst the tumult as I dash to the side, yanking a child from under a falling lamp. Holding the child with one hand, I flex Fate's sealer from its holster, unleashing all 6 rounds at the falling stones that threaten the child's mother. The shaking earth does little to hamper my aim. The rocks turn from dozens of head-sized brick boulders to simple dust, and I wave the mother over, shouting for people to gather in the middle of the broad street. We need to keep people away from the buildings. I turn to Canyon to get him to do something to aid me, but he's already on it. In fact, I quickly discover he is a much better guardian than I. With a simple clench of his fist, ether screams into a rampant river of import from him, splitting into 1,000 strands that sink into the earth all over. Stone rises from the ground, weaving around imperiled structures like a protective cocoon. The buildings, once on the brink of collapse, find renewed stability. I gape at the meticulous nature of his ether and how intricately he can weave it in so many different directions. He might not have risen in sigil in decades, but that doesn't mean he hasn't found any improvement in that long time. Flowing rock even grows from the ground, creating umbrella-like shields for the panicking citizens of his city as not a single person is injured. In fact, seeing Canyon's actions, they grow calm, or at least far more relaxed than I would imagine. I breathe a sigh of relief as the cascade of debris that threatened the lives of hundreds of civilians is thwarted. Canyon's calm demeanor becomes a source of reassurance for those around us as I see all the people turn to him, relying on him for protection and guidance. It reminds me of the way people looked at Marshall, only far more dependent. Those that stood with Marshall were powerhouses on their own. Even the weakest of his soldiers would be an elite amongst any troop of hunters. Their independence kept them from this weak dependence, and it feels odd to see after traveling with Sigil for so long. Sometimes I forget just how fragile unsigiled are. It's like we are a whole different race. Still, though, a well-placed bullet can end most sigiled. Only the greatest are immune to conventional weapons. Even I could die to lead that enters me before I could glitch it. Nevertheless, Canyon's unwavering presence makes him a beacon of hope for the people. I step aside as shouts reach his ears, but he addresses the concerns with a calm and steady voice, assuring the people that they are shielded from the impending danger. Calm down. Stay quiet. It is not yet over, but I will keep you safe. Just don't panic. The many around us nod, having complete faith in the old man who has guarded over them for many decades. But then, as if the tumultuous earthquake is not enough, a shadow falls from the sky. The sky transforms into a wave of pitch black, blotting out the once radiant sunlight in a quick swell of darkness that even I, with my twice metamorphosized eyes, can barely catch. My heart skips a beat as I loathe to think what this might mean. Earthquakes happen, especially on a plateau like this with the Arca that reigns below. It's not that suspicious, but this? Squinting my eyes with Deadeye's gaze amplifying my vision beyond that of any other creature, I spot something far in the abyss above. Whimpers and panic screams fill the air, though they do not see what I see. Canyon, however, does gaze upward with me. A colossal silhouette of a multi-winged bird materializes above, its presence casting a haunting shadow on the trembling city. The silhouette, however, does not come from light. The creature is so dark that it is visible through the abyss. My hand tightens around my gun as I worry about what is about to happen. Thunder booms across the world, devoid of the usual accompanying flashes of lightning. The lack of light is worrisome. Some others are trying to ignite torches, but their radiance is snuffed out by some unknown force. Canyon's voice breaks the ominous silence with a whisper laden with shock, loud enough only for me to hear. Pomola, the shrouded curtain, the ending day. The weight of those words settles upon me, an unsettling realization that another god has met its end. Pomola, better known as the goddess of night, or night, thought to be long dead, is finally put to rest. That figure above is the shadow left behind by her demise, just as Hashk did with putting out all the fires on the surface upon his death. I didn't even know her name was Pomola. I wonder what other gods' names have been lost to time. Death is one. So is the devil. Why were those forgotten? How does Canyon, he's a historian, that's how he knows. The earthquakes, the reverberations of a divine demise, abruptly cease, leaving behind an eerie stillness. I shuffle side to side as the air feels odd. I turn to Canyon as he rubs his forehead, sighing. Another down. He sure is making quick work of them. Huh. I nod to the old man, but his tone is odd. Shouldn't we be happy that gods are dying? What is the issue here? Why do you seem so remorseful? Canyon waves to the many people waiting on him before responding to me, and I holster my gun as he seems to relax. I'll trust his instincts that things are over for now. Go back to your homes. It is not dangerous, but the sun will be down for an indeterminable amount of time. Just to be safe, I want to have guards and patrol to ensure nothing unwanted comes from the darkness. Slow. Don't rush. We have plenty of time. I'm right here. The streams of people disperse gradually as Canyon leads me through the crowd. I walk past many people I know, waving at soldiers and sharing a glance with Lennon as he sits atop a building. After looking at me, his head returns to staring at the darkness in the sky. What an abnormal man. After several minutes, Canyon and I end up at a small building with a sign in front of it titled Sydney Slices with listings of food and prices below the name of the restaurant. I follow him into the building, full of curiosity. The restaurant is still running, with a cook moving inside of it, though there are no patrons. Canyon, however, receives an immediate welcome from the cook. Great-grandfather, I'll get you in just a moment. Tyrone is on the roof checking for any demons. He thinks a Skinwalker is going to use the opportunity to strike. Canyon laughs, sliding a chair out from a table with a creak before motioning me to sit across from him. The old man folds his hands together while falling back in his seat. No worries, dear. This is the restaurant of my late wife's family, Johnny. I try to stay out of all their affairs for their own safety, but some, like Laura, want to be in this brutal world of ours. I get where he's coming from immediately. He probably has so many family members from his age that he can't possibly protect them all to any reasonable degree without lording over them. Lording over them like I did too. Hey! Breathing in deeply, I push the past away. I understand. So, what's the problem with Vincent killing those gods? Canyon leans back, his eyes scraping every inch of the building like that of a hawk searching for prey. His chest fills deeply with air before he answers. First off, we should say his name far less. Gods can recognize when their names are called, and eventually, their titles if they are powerful enough like her. The god of desolation might be human, but it's best if we don't disrupt him or draw his attention in any way. Who knows how becoming a god changes the mind? I bob my head along with Canyon's thoughts as worry rises within me. I've said that man's name a whole bunch of times since he ascended. I'll have to spread that information out. No more referring to him as Vincent Harvey. He is now the god of desolation or desolation. And even simply becoming an angel pulls on the fabric of one's mind. The older and more experienced they are, the less the pull affects the mind, but even I get urges. A god? Born from man? Vincent is far from a mere man, but still, he is only human. I wonder how he is faring. Canyon, however, is not done speaking. He leans in closer, arranging his elbows on the table. The god's dying is, on the surface, an outstanding thing for us. It lessens the threat of her when she comes, but it also comes with risks. Each time a god dies or rises, a change becomes permanent in the world. Their remnant ether or divinity, the artifacts that can be left after their death, leave lingering effects. I furrow my brows before glancing out the windows of the restaurant. The darkness remains in the sky, making it hard to see anything, even for me. The only saving grace for the unsigiled is the many lights throughout the city that bring a semblance of light. As I'm distracted, a pair of hands slides 2 plates onto our table. On each plate are long sandwiches with dripping cheese. Turning back, I find Canyon's distant relatives sliding back into the darkness of the building. They must also be a sigil to see in this gloaming. Probably some form of priest, based on the warm food with no smell of fire. Before I take a bite of the food that snakes its way into my nose with a mouth-watering scent, I prompt the furious mountain as he's already shoveling food into his mouth. What kind of lingering effects? Canyon nods heavily while wiping his mouth and setting down his food. I love this place so much. Records hint at the idea that Gluskab was able to manipulate his divinity to leave behind the lighthouses. I believe that the fall of them marks the point where she has completely taken over his artifact. As for other gods, when Hutash died, you probably know her as the goddess of mud or the eternal grasses. The seas rushed in, consuming much of the land. Since then, more water has covered the world than land. Now, the goddess of mud was one of the 3 strongest gods in the ancient world, tied with death and Apizirates. So her remains did more than the usual godfall. Damn, that's pretty bad, but it can't be better to let them live, though. And what will happen with these 2 dead gods? Will it stay night forever? What about Hashk? What will his death bring as an after effect beyond the extinguished lights? And who is Apizirates? I've never heard that name before. I thought the eternal grasses and the biting embrace were alone in their grand power beyond the other gods. Canyon can only shrug despite all his knowledge of the past. I curse under my breath as he throws out some guesses. Hashka's death will probably bring wildfires or bitter cold. I bet winter will be many times worse in the near future, if not forever. As for Pomola, I think night will either be longer or there will be periods without day, like what happens up in the north of the Nahalos lands. As for Apizirates, he is who killed Hutash. The morning star is a terrible foe, a god that I worry to see my old rival face. Fuck. And there are going to be many more gods that will die. Closing my eyes, I bite into the sandwich, feeling the pleasant mix of ingredients. It's far better than anything I've had in a long time, and I quickly devour it, doing the same as Canyon. Eating jerky and rations for years has dulled my taste, but I can certainly tell when something is extraordinary. I can't help but shift my attention to the sky outside as I finish my meal. There is always a silver lining. The god of night's death will mean more darkness for Virgil to hide in. Wyatt Wendigo graves. The wooden raft, tied with what little rope we had left, and the driftwood we found, creaks and groans beneath us as we sit in the middle of the vast sea. Virgil, with his ether pushed down to his lower half, lies sprawled beside me. He should have woken up by now, but he's not. The thought that he might not ever dangles darkly in my mind. There is a chance I ruined his mind with what I did to save him. I don't know all that much about ether saturation. After all, I'm no doctor. I'm just someone who has survived it. On the other side of the raft, Abraham holds his knees together as he gazes uneasily at the expanse of water surrounding our dinky vessel. It was a struggle to make this raft, but it was far less of one compared to scraping together seconds of life within that wasteland. I breathe in slowly as I enjoy the peace of the sea. No monsters have bothered us. Nothing is chasing us. Sure, the beating sun is annoying, but that's just it. Water is easy to gather. But we must let Blodwyn purify it first with my blood, since Lawless Lake is actually a sea. I hate that Maddox changed its name just to show his power. Such a stupid thing. The sky undergoes a startling transformation as I stare at it. My heart thunders as I feel Blodwyn groan in discomfort. Sitting up, I watch as day turns to night, shrouding us in an unnatural darkness. It's 1,000 times worse than Blightraven's power. The night reaches under the horizon, as far as I can see. Abraham, is this normal? I've never been on the sea before. I call out to Abraham as it's a disconcerting sight, but I have indeed never been on a large body of water in my life. We exchange glances, and I realize that it's not normal as I see the fear in his blue eyes. No, not at all. Be on your toes. It could be an angel, maybe. His voice is concerned and high-pitched as we spin, moving our ether in preparation. I crouch beside Virgil, holding on to him as we strain our eyes to make sense of our surroundings. A distant shape begins to rise on the horizon. I lean forward, trying to see what it is as it bears no fetter or chains of a sigil. What is it? Confusion etches itself on my face until Abraham, panic gripping his voice, squeezes my hand with a scream. It's a wave. The realization hits me like a thunderclap, and the gravity of our situation becomes chillingly clear. The wave is massive. From here, what can only be hundreds or thousands of feet away appears to be the size of a building. In a desperate attempt to escape the impending onslaught, I plunge my hands into the water, makeshift oars in the absence of proper equipment. Blodwyn, feeling the danger, contorts my flesh to better move water. Abraham follows shortly after while using his mind to conjure 3 nightmares, all being the most physically powerful ones. Together, we row with all our might, their spectral forms lending ethereal strength to our feeble attempts. We move fast, far faster than any other time in the sea, the raft creaking from the water displaced and the motion it's under. But it's not enough. The sound of crashing waves intensifies a relentless march that draws closer with each passing moment. The darkened sky looms overhead, and every time I glance at it seems to shroud itself even further, a silhouette of something hidden in the gloaming. The wave, an unstoppable force of nature, approaches inexorably no matter how much effort or ether I put into my arms. Fingers claw into the wooden raft as I stop, locking eyes with Abraham. A silent acknowledgement of our peril passes between us as the water nears. With no other recourse, we grab onto each other, forming a human chain. This is what they did to climb down the plateau. I shout at him as the water rises around us, swallowing us whole as we brace for the inevitable plunge into the abyss beneath the monstrous wave. Hold on to Virgil. He needs help more than I do. Abraham nods at me as the world becomes nothing but swirling currents, a disorienting dance of shadows and liquid chaos. I tighten my muscles and hold direly onto the two beside me as I see Abraham create a bubble of air around his head and Virgil's face, pushing out the water with force. Clever usage. I wish I had something like that, but I only have a fraction of a second to think before all other mental faculties are brought to bear about survival. Our intertwined bodies are tossed like ragdolls in the relentless grip of the surging sea. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to shut out the disorienting sights as we are jostled and thrown in every direction. The pressure of the water crushes against my chest, cracking my bones as I feel something impact my back. I pull the two closer, shielding them with my frame as Blodwyn extends to help cover the bits I can't. Thank you. I thank the artifact, meaning it wholly, and it replies with genuine care. I can't help but show my surprise, even as the raft breaks against me. Their friend, of course. Beneath the surface, time becomes a muddled concept. Seconds stretch into eternity as we navigate the tumultuous waters. I hold my breath the best I can, but the pain rapidly grows in my chest. I don't use Pain's Forge, however, as I will only burn through more air with a more rapid heartbeat. I don't know much about how the human body works, but Earl has taught me to be calm underwater or while suffocated. It helps extend the time you have left. With each passing moment, the struggle intensifies. The turbulent currents seem insurmountable, threatening to tear us apart as I watch Abraham's bubble shrink moment by moment. I kick against the water, propelling myself towards the surface with every ounce of strength left in my body. The need for air gnaws at my lungs. The relentless mark of time is slipping away. But as I push us to the top, I feel my vision darken further. The fetters of my friends, The little light that exists in my world dampen as my muscles weaken. The darkness closes in as I see a pair of eyes open at the last moment when nothing else remains. Virgil wakes up when there has never been a darker time. 3:58, singing to him. Virgil Wraithbone. Time has no meaning. It has no presence. I simply am. Slight whispers inundate me here or there when I feel a hand grasp mine, but I know that I'm asleep. It's not hard to fathom. This dream of mine, however, is hard to categorize as peaceful. The dream is a maelstrom of shifting shades, endless creatures that swathe me at night. A constant cacophony of nightmarish visions assails my senses, leaving me no peace. A dozen memories repeat each second, most of regret and personal pain or failure, but my surroundings help me ignore them due to the prevalent danger. Grotesque figures emerge from the inky blackness, their twisted forms contorting in surreal patterns as they reach for me while wrought in pitch. Their hands never catch me, however, and they are pulled back into the gloaming. Faces without features perforate out from that sticky darkness, limbs that elongate and twist just on the sides of whatever is staring at me. I slide back and forth in my tiny cell, evading the grasping claws eternally. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know how I got here. The last thing I remember is entering Eli's abode. Did he send me here? Was I catapulted into another realm? But then, why can't I leave? I can't feel my ether. I can't feel anything. It's all cold, so very cold. Holding my frame tightly to preserve my heat, I find myself freezing in a twisted festival lathered with snow, where grotesque creatures with painted smiles leer from shadowy corners. It reminds me quite heavily of the week before my parents left my live forever. Only the light memory has been replaced by simple grimness. The street is empty, but the many alleys decorated with fancy colors hide those terrible creatures, their eyes peeking out from their skin to gaze at me. Coughing out blood that raises my worry as it rolls off my hand, I stumble forward as footsteps ring out beyond the alleyways. Gotta keep moving. Music hails from some distant room or building, creating a haunting melody of high-pitched tones as if mocking me. I bumble further, finding a fork in the road as a searing pain comes from my chest. My leg gives out as I crumple to a knee, the pounding behind me rising. The night isn't bolstering me like it used to. What is happening? Where's my sigil? Did he take it from me? Frantically, I search my pockets, boots, pants, and sleeve for knives, even my hair, only to find none. I'm weaponless. Fuck. Again, I cough out blood as I force myself to stand. I don't know where I am, but I find a way out. In a place like this, no one will save me. I'm alone, just as usual, kicking forward with a hand on my chest. I turn a corner, only to find a massive mirror in the street as I fall onto my front, reflecting only my facade. The entire street, the festival lights and decorations, and even the things chasing me are gone. It's nothing but empty sand. Twisting around for confirmation, I'm suddenly thrust into a dark forest where gnarled trees reach out like skeletal hands. I catch myself as I crash forward again, and I throw my body back to my feet with a trained sense of balance. I stand still for a moment, breathing in the cool air with heavy gasps on the balls of my feet. Then, I hear rustling in the underbrush, the movements leaving an unsettling ripple in the shadows. A wolf? No, it's too big. A fox? No, too big. A man? Yes, that's the sound of a man. Once I recognize the sound, without even moving, I hear many more rustles around me, hinting at the fact that I'm not even close to being alone. Fucking hell. I pivot, searching with my eyes and ears at once to find a path, the only way without an obstacle. I rush ahead, grasping for the route to survival as the forest explodes with motion. Trees reach for me, slicing into my clothes as I cough more. With gritted teeth and pure force of will, I keep moving even as my lungs leave my throat in search of frantic air. Blood reaches up my throat and slides out my lips as I duck under a thrusting shadow. The movement has my right leg give out, but I use the momentum to roll under another threat. Then, with my wrist, I flip over again, dodging a secondary attack, simply due to the instinct that there would be another. When I reach the end of my tumble, I land on my back, suddenly trapped in a cathedral underneath an ocean of starlit darkness, staring up at the partially faded ceiling. I lift my head to see my surroundings, surprised once more by what I find. Beyond the many empty pews in the weightless church lies a massive pipe organ extending upward to the ceiling. But it is not the organ that holds my attention. It is the thing living atop it, an arachnid, some kind of spider with more legs than it should have, and those that end with ostensibly tiny whorls at the tips, sits unmoving. The orbs at the edge of the legs remind me of flickering flames in the depths of a desert upon closer inspection. However, they are far more threatening than the bit of hope those fires would typically hold. But the creature doesn't move as air enters my lungs. It simply lies still. I take a moment to think, reaching deep into my memories of sigils, gods, demons, and all that exists in the world, trying to find any answer that might fit. And the only thing that comes to mind is Wyatt's description of the cathedral, one of the lighthouses. Why am I here? What is happening? Am I becoming an angel? No way. I haven't even achieved my proof. I slide my feet across the rotten floor slowly, gradually crossing the grounds of the cathedral. Nothing else is here, but I still keep my silence as I remember Wyatt and Blake's experiences here. Creaking wood and my own forced calm breathing are all that hold in the air as I reach underneath the spider. Looking up at the spider, I find it seemingly asleep. A sigh of relief exits me before a sudden pressure descends, enveloping and paralyzing me. Infinite eyes open upon me, gouging deep into my soul. I can feel something grasping, reaching forward to end me as if finding a new threat, but then this dream undergoes a profound transformation. The swirling nightmares, the biting chill, the agonizing breaths, and even the terrifying spider dissipate, leaving me standing in an expansive desert of endless sand. As far as I can see, there is nothing but yellowish-brown bathed in eternal night. The horizon is nothing but sand one very direction. Again, relief fills me as I fall to my knees, and I hope it is true. I spend a few moments checking myself for wounds, only to find none. The sands, vast and calm, however, worry me. I squint, trying to find anything amongst these dunes, but I see nothing. I hear only a single sound. The sound that punctuates the desolation is the distant cry of a raven. The noise cradles a shiver into my spine, but a unique kind of shiver that excites the depths of my bones. Driven by the haunting call, without much else as I'm bereft of food or water in the worst place for that to occur, I ascend a towering dune. I pull myself up with my hands and legs, digging into the sand that shifts beneath my feet like an undulating sea. At its crest, I gaze downwardly and discover a colossal raven, its once triplicate pair of majestic wings now broken and tattered. The wingspan, were they not crooked and partially missing, could reach hundreds of feet. Air fills my lungs that I can't let go of as golden ichor oozes from its wounds, staining the desert sands beneath before becoming that very sand. A sinking feeling enters my bones. I don't know why. I don't know how, but a burning pain enters my heart. Not a physical, but an emotional pain. My knees slam into the sand before I even know what is happening. The pallid eyes of the wounded raven fixate on me. Their depths draw my own gaze as they hold a mournful wisdom. In the vast silence, its caw echoes through the landscape, carrying a message that reverberates in the recesses of my mind. It shakes and reflects a dozen times, guaranteeing I could never forget a word. The Wastelander, he will turn it all to dust. You must stop him. We are crazed. We are immortal. We are broken. But he is far worse. He is endless. The revelation hangs in the air, an ominous prophecy that breaks all the thoughts I had about Vincent Harvey. As the raven speaks, however, its eyes turn from that pale, sickly color to the eternal night that I know from my sigil. It calls to me, standing as if possessed. I step to the raven, unable to resist it. I can only call out to it. Who, what are you? The being's bones crack and shatter, much of it turning to sand as it speaks, breaking apart with every uttered word. It doesn't sound like any being I've ever known, instead possessing a genderless quality that seems to be made of ether itself. It is mother. It is father. It is all the figures I've ever lost at once. Tears fall from my eyes despite me not knowing what this being is. I am called many things, or I used to be. Not that what I am matters. Only she and he do. She came in a whirlwind of death and decay. He is much the same. Their war will shatter this world of ours. Stop them. Whatever it takes, my child o' night. In the embers. None will remain should they cross paths and war to the end. I struggle to fathom what it means and hustle to it, kicking sand underneath me as I trip from my rush. My legs slide out from under me, and I roll all the way down the dune. In just a moment, I land beside it and reach for the little of the raven that remains as I realize what it must be, a god. However, I'm too slow. Only its head and neck exist amongst the sand, as the dune has grown even more extensive than before. Who are you? Are you talking about Vincent Harvey and the one below? How am I to stop them? The crow's head wavers, shaking as it vanishes into the night, leaving only a cluster of feathers sticking out of the sand where its skull sat. I am Pomola. My name has been taken from me. So has my mind. Only upon desolation have I regained myself. You speak the god's name. Do not do so carelessly. Do what you can. You are only mortal. A gifted mortal, perhaps, but only mortal. 16 remain, O child of night. 16 more rumbles. 16 more transformations. 16 more falls from grace. Once the man finishes his first goal, he will move on to his next. He surprised us, so the battles from now on will last much longer. But I do not see a world where the desolation loses, even to Apizirates. I hardly have time to think as the words hang in the air, but my thoughts hang on to one thing. There are 16 old gods left? That seems like such a large number for how little they have done in the past millennia. Wait, there must be 2 more since they are probably only counting the turn ones. Meaning, death and the devil make that number 18. Not that the devil is technically an old god. So much more runs through my mind as I see the cluster of 10 feathers in the sand begin to turn to dust too. My heart beats with despair as I dart forward for them. But I'm too slow without my ether or the enhancement of night. So I leap, kicking off the sand as I reach desperately for one of the feathers with a craving desire that comes from my very soul, and I smile as I feel one wrapped within the palm of my hand. I sit up as the others have already joined the earth, and I gaze down at the feather with curiosity. It's filled with a gloaming that eclipses any night I've ever seen. It's darker than the darkest black, deeper than the most profound chasm, more threatening than the scariest being. A voice, the same one as that which came from the raven, Pomola, scratches into my mind from the feather. It's cool, calm, and remorseful. The death of every god opens 100 doors, but it also shatters 1,000 hopes. 10 beings, the 10 closest in resonance or sigil to the dead god, are gifted with its remnant resonance, the ether and sigil within too powerful to simply fade whilst too much for the lesser to bear. You are not among those 10. You are not gifted or powerful enough. I grind my teeth as I hear for the 1,000th time that I was not chosen, that I was ungifted, that I was simply unlucky. Those damn trainers way back when always told me had I been born as an estateman, I'd be legendary. But no, I was born a simple commoner and quickly orphaned. My skills are simply not enough for these grand beings. Talent is what matters most to them all. Is this thing mocking me? I clench the feather, about to toss it aside. But Pomola isn't done. A long pause drawls out before the voice returns, and I can feel it preparing to speak. So I wait, unable to let go of the feather that feels like condensed darkness, a sibling of some sort and sigil. Yet, you found me. In the deepest dark, the darkest night, the final shadow, I saw a hint of light. I do not know how you did so, only that you did. You're teetering on the brink of life and death, holding on only by the gifts of an abnormality, a being that shouldn't exist. More abnormally, it is not the first time this has occurred to you. Take the feather with you, for when you are pulled from that cusp, when the skies close, the curtains fall, and the cycle of day ends, raise it to the heavens. That should prove to me you are worthy, because to find me here, on the edge of finality, you are to me. It is not the same as being chosen, but it is all I can do for you. And as Pomola finishes speaking, the voice softening with each and every word, the feather vanishes from my hands, leaving me alone in the sands. Shock racks through me as I fall backward into the sand. I stare at the gloaming above, the eternal and endless night, as I consider its words. I just spoke to a god, a real god. A shiver runs through me, and I realize the gift it has given me. It gave me a way to instantly reach my proof. I don't know if that means I can immediately become an angel afterward, but regardless, it's enormous for my future. The proof is always the most challenging part of becoming an angel. Well, that and the absolution. But most capable forerunners already possess the latter. And I got my first from the help of Wyatt. An abnormality, huh? But where did the feather go? I search all over to find an inky blackness covering my right arm. A long feather extends from the crook of my elbow to the top of my palm. A tattoo, not the worst looking thing ever. In fact, I kind of like it. Pulling my attention away from the tattoo and Pomola, it sinks in that V, that the Prime really ascended to godhood. And he's already killed a god. Probably more, as I doubt that there were 17 of them. Numbers like that simply don't exist in nature or really anything. Now, that could be a stupid thought, but 17 is a scarce number. 18 makes more sense. Regardless, this changes things. It changes so much. The last time a battle for godhood even happened was over a millennia ago with the 10 dominions that created Pain Peaks. Legends say that is where the devil's story began. My hands tighten as I think back to what it said. I'm on the brink of life and death, held on only by an abnormality that shouldn't exist. Some part of me thinks that it's referring to something Eli did, but deep down, a crooked part of me knows who it's talking about. I only know one abnormality, someone who sticks out amongst all the others I've ever met. Someone who, by all rights, should not possess the power he does in such a short time. Why it's keeping me alive. I don't know why he shouldn't exist to a god, but I won't think about it. I'll just close my eyes and believe in him. I'll just rest for a little. And so, the next thing I know, water is entering my lungs and forces are pulling me every which way. My heart accelerates as I open my eyes, finding Wyatt exactly as surprised to see me as I am to see him. Then, I hear Abraham's voice. He's awake. Quick, help us swim to the surface. Virgil. I glance around in the darkness of the water with my eyes as we spin tumultuously in the waves. How do we? No time. Their hastiness is clear. Wyatt's face is also turning bluish. He's low on air. I must have been holding them back. Unconscious like I was. The water in my lungs eats at me, but after what I just saw, I can't possibly panic. However, as I reach for my ether for shaded, all I feel is a bone-deep pain in my lower body. I immediately lose hold of my ether and gasp out, the water in my lungs burning further. Memories slide into my mind of the battles in Eli's bunker and then those in Blackstone. Then, the struggle to escape Blackreach aboard the steam train. At the finality of it all, in a split second, I see myself reaching for Wyatt before failing. If only I had used even a little bit less ether previously. Just a little less. I wouldn't have misstepped. Tightening my gaze, I find the way upward in the dark using Abraham's help and force ether into my upper body, leaving my lower to be dead weight. Then, we gradually move through the waves, seeking the surface. 359, burn his fingers. Wyatt Graves. Gasping for air, I break through the surface, my lungs burning with a desperate need for fuel, for something other than water. A strong arm pulls me upward, wrapping around me underneath my shoulders, and I sputter, coughing out the brackish water that invaded my lungs. The taste of salt is overwhelming, and the sting in my chest intensifies with each labored breath. Fucking leg my ass. I cling to consciousness, my vision blurred as I struggle to make sense of the inky darkness surrounding us. However, to push away the disorientation, I allow Pain's Forge to beat now that I can breathe again. The thump fills the air, slicing through the splashing waves and the labored breaths of the two beside me. I search around us, seeking any hint of danger, only to find none. All that is here is darkness. The water is just as dark as the sky above without a light. The eternal night hangs heavy in the air, and a profound silence settles over the vast expanse of the ocean when our breaths calm to simple things. Worried and disconcerted, I grasp at the fragments of my memories, the chaotic tempest of a tsunami, and the subsequent plunge into the abyss. I try to remember what direction we need to head in without the stars as our guide, but I can't. I've never had that good of a memory. Abraham, shivering slightly. The pale man rotates in the water to face me. Yeah, do you remember the way to Kingstown? I ask the question with genuine hope, but he laughs at me with a sorrowful edge. Of course not. Do you think I'm a compass? We're in the middle of a fucking pitch-black sea. There is no way. There is only where the water takes us. The other man with us coughs as he defends me. I don't think Virgil's all that much better, though. He's almost as sickly pale as Abraham, and humans aren't meant to get that white. Lay off him. Don't let the first two things I wake up to be drowning and arguing. We need to focus on staying warm. As Virgil calls it out, I become aware of the weight of the waterlogged clothes clinging to my body and the coldness that hangs onto them. The ocean's chill bites into my skin, harsher than any winter in recent memory. It's not freezing cold, but it doesn't have to be. I twist again, searching for some hint of direction, but there simply isn't one. The ocean stretches infinitely in every direction, its vastness swallowing us whole. The sky above offers no solace to the cold seeping in. It is an eternal night, devoid of any flicker of light. I can't help but be enraptured, perhaps even worried by the notion of the sunless sky. Even on the darkest night without a moon, even with clouds overhead shielding the stars from the ground, there is still light. But here, there is no light, only darkness. We float on the surface close together, the remnants of the waves' fury still echoing in the gentle undulations of the sea, lifting us up and down constantly. Winter's approaching chill intensifies the cold embrace of the water, so I force ether into my body further to warm it up. It's a futile attempt to stave off the biting temperatures as adrenaline surge is not enough. Running my tongue along my teeth, I push my ether even further, calling breakneck to heat up my body. This works, but it's costly. I can only use it to warm me up now and again while Abraham and Virgil seem to be shivering severely. You two all right? Virgil curses as he shakes his head, while Abraham simply grinds his teeth. If my legs were capable of using ether, sure. I've got a skill against the cold, but it takes the whole body. Plus, I've been trained in all the elements. Abraham, I think he might freeze, even as part Nahullo. My head sinks as I realize the situation. It's not all that much better, huh? I thought we were safe before, but now we're most certainly not. Abraham, can you daymare someone to help us? Abraham lashes out instantly, almost like that of a wounded wolf. No, there is no point. Who can help us from freezing other than anyone else we call will simply be stuck, just as we are without any benefit. Bonfire. He'd be perfect right here. With a laugh and a licking flame, he'd save the day. I glance at Virgil as he raises an eyebrow, and I simply nod. I don't want to say it aloud for both Abraham and I. I don't want to believe he is dead. Until I see the body, Virgil returns my nod, more profound than the one I sent, as he holds it silently. He understands. I sigh before inhaling and accidentally getting salt water in my mouth. Spitting it out, I begin the search for driftwood. Well, let's rebuild our raft. Neither of them argue or refute as we claw through the water, trying to find anything big enough to string together. Though, since we're out of rope, we'll have to use our clothes fibers. The endless night offers no relief to their plight, refusing to fade back into the warm sunlight, and we are left to drift aimlessly, waiting for another possible wave. In the frigid darkness, I take a deep breath and plunge into the water, the threads of my ripped-to-all-hell shirt tethering me to the surface by Virgil's arm. My limbs cut through the icy depths as I search for anything salvageable. I reach out, grasping for anything of any reasonable size, pushing aside the more minor things. Seaweed clings to my fingers as I dive too deep, but I also find a sunken ship, only noticeable to me due to the shape its fetters hold in my sight of chains. With numb fingers, I rip off portions of the ship before resurfacing, and we begin constructing a makeshift raft with the ship's parts, adding whatever driftwood might find us. The chill digs deep as I dive, but it hurts the other two far worse. At the start of the work, Abraham dove as well, but now he's unable to join me due to his weakening muscles. The ship was a lucky find, but it hardly had any usable wood amongst its whole ruined frame. In the end, most of the ramshackle raft comes from remnants of the old one and the random bits we find while drifting. My companion's shivers intensify as I tie the last few knots with the torn fabrics of my shirt, and I push myself harder. But I force myself too hard. I rip the cloth by tying it too tight, and with a curse, I rip off some of my pant legs to use in exchange. When the raft takes shape, my friends are all but incapacitated. Forgetting myself, I haul them onto the makeshift vessel, their bodies shivering uncontrollably. Once I see they're out of the water, I pick a direction and move for it, kicking against the currents. I propel us forward, the waves playing a relentless tug-of-war with our fragile raft. Hours pass like a dream, the salt water soaking into my clothes as I navigate the turbulent sea. Desperation fuels my movements as my mind screams of ether saturation. Using breakneck and pains forge in small amounts does serious damage to my endurance over time. Each kick through the water is a silent plea for salvation, only for nothing to be heard. Get out of the water! Virgil croaks to me while lying on his back, shivering intensely, but I ignore him. There is not enough room on the raft. Those two are already half-stacked on top of each other. Adding me would ruin it altogether. I simply focus ahead, forgetting the close-up. The horizon, however, remains distant, a taunting mirage against the perpetual night. Yet, as my kicks grow weaker and my vision dulls from the ether headache, even after I have already used burdenless, a subtle change unfolds in the heavens above. The oppressive darkness begins to fracture, like that of shattered glass, and slivers of light pierce through the obsidian sky. A cough comes from Virgil as I see him fumble something with his hands. A dark feather, one just as abyssal as the night. He falteringly raises it to the sky before the light fully pierces through, and I watch, enraptured, as the feather evaporates into falling motes of darkness. I cannot gift you what the others have claimed rightfully, but I can gift you the chance to become more. A voice enters the sky as the sun ascends, banishing the long, many-day night. The sea transforms beneath its warm gaze as I breathe deeply from the heat that falls onto my skin. However, I don't let myself fall prey to whatever just spoke. I search all over, Blodwyn ready to fight should he be needed. But Virgil dissuades my worries, his hand falling limply to the raft. Then he stares into the sky above as the sun clears all the clouds, the only being in the sky. Don't worry, it was a gift. I simply redeemed it. Leaving the discussion for another time as he seems exhausted, I move on with a silent nod of acceptance. And on the distant horizon, as I look past him, an island materializes. It seems to be surrounded by black specks, shadowing the sun's light. Squinting, however, reveals little to me. Abraham, you hear anything with a lewd? Abraham rubs his head before trailing his hand down his face from his forehead to his chin. Yeah, I hear a whole bunch of voices, something about a coronation. Where, right? There were rumors Maddox was to step down for his son. I think we found Kingstown or one of the islands under Maddox. Ryder Salted Blood Atkins. Any new stories, Feldman? Anything new enter that auger of yours? Sitting with a bottle of wine in my hand aboard my waving ship, the Seaburn, I stare at one of the few I can confide in. Father set him to be my guardian when I was young, a gifted augur whom he ripped the eyes out of to never become an angel. Feldman returns my gaze with his sunken eyes, the orbs wholly missing. He was too trusting of my father. Maddox Atkins is not a man you get close to and reveal all your secrets. He will take supreme advantage of you to secure his own power and lodging. Feldman should have known better than to say what his metaphors were. He let my father hold him down like a dog. But he's done so much for me. I'll break his leash. Yes, my lord. My recent dreams have been fitful. Feldman replies with his crackling and darkened voice, the kind that could only put me to sleep. Anyone else would find it disconcerting. But only Feldman can enter my quarters as he pleases. Is it about the skies? Did you learn which god fell from grace? About the divinity released? My tone rises as I nearly get up out of my seat, surprised that he received another vision. He's a rare variant of augur with a wayfarer that father and he snatched years ago in one of their raids from some unlucky sap. And while his visions are mostly accurate, they are few and far between. Feldman, however, shakes his head, not even bothering to gaze upward at the sky as it reveals its light. The change in the world draws my attention to the heavens above, yet Feldman Kantz rips it right back to earth. No, no, no. I saw a man. Hey, burning man. I raise an eyebrow, but I lean back and let him talk. I do love his stories. They've always kept me grounded, I'd say. Other than my own gifts, they're the reason I outlasted my other siblings. The wisdom, the hints. Roger would have certainly killed me without that vision of him removing my head. Only with it could I develop a plan to counter his insane method of fighting. My brother. He was far too talented in war for his own good. He cared for seemingly nothing else, and that was his expiration. I do wish I didn't have to kill him. Oh well, I'll meet him in the afterlife. If there truly even is one. For now, I'll enjoy my story. It might be real. It might not. Either way, a Feldman classic is always perfect before a celebration or with alcohol. A young man was stranded in a deep storm of sand, a mere wisp in the grand flame. Bound by circumstance, he stood against 4 angels, each mighty and inhuman in their own right, while he was a simple man. His companions, 2 souls entwined since his journey's inception, met their demise quite quickly. The first was impaled upon his own element, a spike of ice, leaving him to slowly bleed out while the other 2 fought. The second, however, was felled almost as quickly by bullet of steel and blade of lead. The man fell next, but not by wound or coercion. Grief floored him as he couldn't handle the deaths. He was not as strong as he believed he was. He was powerless against the tide. The young man chose a path bathed in fire as the 4 laughed in front of the broken man. They thought him only human, a broken, feeble thing like all others, fragile to a fault. They did not know the fires chose him alone instead of the fabled 10. Born of a burning building, within a burning city of a burning state, to a burning family, a flame was made nigh 3 decades ago. And so, flames, born of grief and loss, enveloped him as he knelt beside his fallen comrades. Then a hollow, with a grand blade, ripped it from his companion's gut and set it to his neck. She asked questions, provoking the man for things she wished to know. But the young man, marked by the searing brand of despair, refused to yield. He looked at the 4 beings beyond him in stature and status and screamed with fervent rage. They met his rage with laughs. That was until the flame they had doused effortlessly reemerged. As his fury intensified, so did the inferno that cloaked him. The sight was beautiful, showcasing colors unseen by mortal eyes dancing in the heat's embrace. Within the heart of the storm, the tempest birthed by his vexation and desperation transformed his surroundings into a tornado of fire. The 4 that stood against him backed off, thinking this the finale of a candle. Humans are known for their spirits upon the pale lady's door. In a poignant gesture, he reached for the lifeless form of his impaled friend. Hands intertwined as the impaled whispered words of comfort, to not blame himself for their own shortcomings. Then, the flame reached the impaled, removing them from this plane. Ashes scattered like the whispers said, carried away by the fiery winds. And then, the man stretched his fingers for his other companion, feeling the hole gouged into their skull. Tears were shed, but they were promptly burnt. The man dug inside the bullet hole, finding the final gift from the brothers he had known since he was a child. Wrapping his hands around an ephemeral thing that had no weight, he stood once more. With bent knees, his arms hung limply, without weight or muscle, as he urged his body to move. A moment passed. The quartet stared at him in confusion. While they did so, the man left for another plane, his mind exiting his body temporarily. When he returned, he appeared the same, and he returned the stare with the very same guile, as typical of his flesh. But this time, the flames were different. The man was different. His right half burned with the same deep black as that of the charcoal taken from the flesh of man. The flame's heat was hidden by the tint. None could tell the heat by the glow. Never has a flame upon earth raged with such brilliance. Like that of the morning star, Apizirates, his flames had no right existing upon the lands of our world. Still, within the unearthly warmth was life, a vigorous will to survive. His left half, however, was a worrisome thing. Silver flames serpentined around his body, like a protective cloak. They were of a lower heat, but a more malevolent purpose. These flames could never stutter or cease. They were as eternal as the shifting of night and day. They could never be doused. They could only spread. They were an infection upon reality. The only thing preventing the flames from entering the sky, earth, and waters of the world were the fires of the right. Yet, those dark flames refused to die. They waged war against the silver, a battle from within, a contest of wills between the man and something much more. And all know, when two flames meet, they meld, they blend, and they rage together. The silver and darkness, however, refused to meet. They burned independently, all the while battling each other. But it was that very war that heightened the inferno even further. Such was the heat that it felt cold like that of revenge. Before he took even his first step from his new awakening while trying to stabilize, the four struck with all they had, no longer finding him a simple jester. They fanned the fire, and they promptly got burnt. I clap at the end of the tale with hearty applause, feeling the depths of the man's emotions. The story had highs and lows, such as that of the most beautiful tide. Resting my hand on my chin, I lean forward, absolutely needing to know something. What happened to those four? Feldman holds his back as he slides back in his chair, the crackling fire long put out by the rain during his story. I didn't even realize when it began to fall, as I was so profoundly enraptured. They ran for their lives, just barely escaping into the sands. As for the man, I know nothing other than the name given to him by the world and unto me, the Watcher. The brimming inferno, the shattered flame. That is his sigil. I nod to him, but one central question remains from the story. If it was real, which it might not even be, he's reliable, but no augur who can see the future or the past is perfect. Who is he? Such a spirited man would be perfect for my crew. After all, only when you leverage an ideal team can you defeat those above you. Unless that man was as supremely gifted as a prime. Do you think that was a vision of the Firebrand Keeper in his younger days? You have seen the past before, too, you know? Feldman laughs a crooked and sarcastic chuckle before saying otherwise. That man, we'd be lucky if that was the Keeper. I think we might have another opponent for humanity with that silver. Though, I saw some fire in his eyes. He may not be gone yet. I stand up from my makeshift seat on the stairs of my empty ship while all the others are off partying. Patting Feldman, I reassure him before heading off to my quarters. I could use a good night's sleep before Father returns from his raid with spoils. Even if he can't keep himself together, I'll cut him down. Just like all the rest, they cannot handle my ocean's rage. Feldman sighs, and I can hear him through the water in the air as his head sinks. I leave him to his thoughts and his vision, but he doesn't let me go without a final sentence that hangs deeply into the depths of my mind. Something that won't just go away. No creature is more fierce than man when possessed by power only liable to his own rage. And that fire, Ryder, it is rage incarnate, railing against a somber night inevitable to fall. Let him fulfill his rage, and that fire will go dark. 360, half seas over. Timony Metal Witch. I collapse to my knees, the agony in my limbs echoing the torment of the scalding sands beneath. Everything has become hotter, or maybe that's just the sensitivity of my burned flesh talking. Beside me, three figures crumple, their gasps for air harmonizing with the ceaseless howl of the wind. I can't even blame them or look down upon them this time, for I, too, can hardly move. Our lack of protection from our exhaustion propels the crimson dust into a frenzied dance. The sand dives toward us, but I'm our leader. I have to stand up. If not me, then I will seem weak. Gritting my teeth, I reach deep, forcing out the metal buried deep into my flesh, even as the burns dug into my flesh, screaming inwardly in horror. I only let a small gasp exit my mouth. The rest is clamped down, and swiftly I build a dome of steel to protect us. The dome stops much of the sand from reaching us and devouring us. The rest is an acceptable amount of damage for some rest. I fall back, resting on the backs of my heels while still kneeling. In the meantime of resting, I check on the three with me. Natos is the least injured but the most fatigued. His radiance was the literal only thing that could go beyond those flames. Great bellows of air fill his lungs as his already scarred flesh is a bit worse. The demon isn't getting off his back anytime soon. At least he was already heat-resistant. Bemela is hurt too, but most of her burnt flesh is already being treated by her ice. The female demon should be ready to move in a little while. Her ice was the best protection we had, but it didn't hold very long. Enodra, however, she's the most vitally injured. She dove back in during the fight to take the scythe of that virtue we killed. Apparently, she could tell where the sigils would end for an artifact. A useful ability, but one that almost killed her. She must have an auger or something of the like hidden from our information. Good to know. I'll be careful on my intentions with her, so she doesn't notice them ahead of time. Unfortunately, the burns reach from her toes to the top of her skull. Had she not been in a hollow, born with redundant organs and tougher than most bears without bearing a single sigil, I'm afraid she would have already passed. I wonder, will she recover in time to be useful? I'll have to see. I glance down at my own hands after stock of the three with me, but I hardly get a good look at myself before thoughts rage like wildfires in my skull. My mind swirls with the haunting memory of that relentless being. It wasn't human. No, not by any stretch of imagination. Cloaked in black and silver fire, it seemed to be at war with itself. But even with that civil war, the constant cursing and screaming, the thing overpowered us. Sure, we were not at our peaks from the fight with the virtue, but I don't know if it would have mattered. The mere recollection sends shivers down my spine, a visceral reminder of the terror that lurks within these desolate sands. The human that left it behind, it must have known the power within it. He left it to kill us after what we did to it. What did it say? Wyatt? That's this generation's graves, right? I believe I'm remembering it correctly. I scarcely misremember. The grinding of my teeth only becomes noticeable as my jaw seethes with pain from doing it too much. Bastard. Wyatt Graves, I'll find you. I barely expel my promise before a resounding cough racks my body, and I taste the metallic tang of blood. Opening my hand, I find splatters of crimson with hints of burnt flesh. Not good. The heat reached into my lungs. My other hand, which rests upon the sand of the wasteland, feels abrupt pain. I rip it back as the heat of it achieves a frightening height. At the same time, Natos and Bemela jump from the floor in fright. Enodra groans in pain as she lies nearly unconscious. We need to go now. Bemela, carry Enodra. Bemela turns and stares at me before shaking her head. The woman then refreezes the cloak of ice around her. No. What? I immediately fire back, confused, but Bemela stands her ground. If you want to bring that dead weight, you can carry her yourself. Bemela stands beside Natos, looking him up and down with the same haughtiness that she gave me. I bite my tongue as we don't have time for infighting. Instead, I gaze down at Enodra. I could leave her. I could take the scythe-like cleaver she found that will turn into an arca. I could leave her to die, sacrificing herself for my own life. But she saved my life. I'm no demon that cannot understand compassion or in the hollow bred for war. I'm a pygmy. I am of the first people. We do not let our benefactors die. We are not cowards. We are tiny. We are small, but we have our own pride. Glaring at Bemela and the cowardly Natos, I crouch, feeling the searing heat on my knees as I wrap my arms around Enodra. I try to lift her, only to realize her vast height comes with a genuine weight. I got you, Enodra. Just help me out a little here. I whisper into her ear, unwilling to merely surrender. Pushing against the pain, I rise, determination etched into every line of my face as her body ascends as well. We cannot afford to linger here. That thing is still after us. I'd use ether to manipulate metal to help her move, but her armor is utterly immune to my machinations. At the same time, all my remaining metal is in this dome around us. Very well, Bemela. Natos, I will remember this. Let us go. Southbound. Water will be far easier to traverse with a man down. Neither of the two refutes me, either because they agree or because they don't want to argue when that thing's coming after us. I step forward, burdened by Enodra, as she groans in pain. As I walk, however, the dome collapses, shedding the metal to help lighten my footsteps. I think I might be losing my leadership. That cannot happen. Father said I had to remain the premier candidate. I will take the necessary actions when we reach an island. While I consider my coming actions, a wave of heat splashes us in our backs, furthering the pace of our escape. Alongside that heat is a howling fury. Come here, Wyatt Graves. I slide over onto my back as we reach the beachy shore of whatever island this is. Dozens of large ships are docked not far away in the water, but everyone has left us alone, which I'm thankful for. I finally have some time to breathe. In and out, fulfilling gasps load my lungs with air, rejuvenating me from the past stressful year at this point, I presume. The time I spend in the wasteland is unknown due to how time passed, but I don't think it's August or September anymore. Winter isn't all that far away. Virgil sits beside me, one knee raised while his arm rests upon it. His eyes are searching all the boats around us. I don't know what he's looking around for, but I could just use a good meal, a soothing drink, and a good night's sleep. It's been a long while since I've had any of that. Abraham snores beside me, his sleep without a nightmare. I can't help but smile just a little at seeing it. Typically, or at least he used to shiver, groan, and moan during every second of his sleep. Now he's managed to overcome it, at least partially. As I lie, a question comes to my mind for Virgil. And, as usual, because it's him, I see no reason why not to ask. What was that feather? And the voice? Virgil glances over at me before returning to the ships. He seems oddly interested in the boats. Is he looking to buy one? But we don't have any money. Oh, right. A gift from a dying god. Apparently. I found it while on the edge of life and death. It fulfilled my proof. Not really sure how it all happened, though. Something to do with you, most likely. Now, all I need to do is wait a little and locate a sigil that I'd want. It will probably just be another night owl, though I won't say no to a rogue. I nod to him with amazement. He was given a gift by a god? Incredible. I wish I could get one of those. That'd make things way easier. Things aren't supposed to be easy for me, so maybe that's a bad idea. What did Lennon always say? There are two paths, the easy and the hard. The only reward the easy has is that it is easy. I think, though, Virgil deserved a little bit of easy after what has been assailing him recently. He still isn't over it. Not wholly anyway. Silence reigns for a while longer on the beach as we gradually warm up from the sun. All we needed was to not be in near-freezing waters with our ether to be perfectly fine. But as time passes, Virgil's eyes still don't leave the boats. Is there a problem? The way he stares at them is more suspicious than greed or survivalist instincts. And my thoughts are quickly proven correct. The ships are anchored, not to the sea floor, but to the island. If you look, the anchors go straight from the ship to a spot on the island. It's like, I don't know. It's so odd. I shrug, not knowing much about ships or boats. Maybe it's just easier that way? Who knows? You got any money for food? I'm starving, man. I had to feed you while you were out that whole time. Virgil slaps his pockets and checks the insides of a dumbrel, the bulwark I gave him for his own protection, and he shakes his head. Then, he nods to Abraham. Check him. I got nothing. Groaning, I sit up and pat down Abraham's pockets, only to find a box of matches and a single fucking coin. Damn it. $1 gold. Virgil laughs in half despair and half finding it all funny as I fall back prone. How? How do we have no money? How are we so poor? My friend slaps my side lightly with his fist. We aren't poor. You just don't carry any money with you. I did, but I must have lost it all. Abraham can probably just get whatever he wants from a normal store with his minor illusions. Plus, that dollar will get us quite the meal, remember? You're used to seeing Johnny buy artifacts and whatnot for absurd prices. I tell you what, I can go get some food when my legs are cleared without that coin. Most of the people around these islands are bandits and thieves anyway. Virgil calls the men and women around here thieves, just as a pair of feet crunch upon the soft and definitely sandy-colored sand beneath us. I had to make the color when we landed here from the raft. I look behind me at the footsteps, craning my head up and back, as I find a pair of long legs leading up to a familiar face cradled by dark blue hair and piercing oceanic eyes. Thieves are we? Is that how you greet a friend? Wyatt Graves. My arms move on their own as I twist around onto my knees, gazing up at Autumn Atkins, daughter of Maddox Atkins. Her arms are splayed out from her hips, staring down at the three of us. I smile and shake my head at her question. Of course not. Autumn, you're not one of those thieves, right? Her smile only grows more comprehensive as I speak, and my uncertainty follows. She giggles and places her hand over her mouth before reaching down with an offered hand. I am technically a thief, but I steal from other thieves. Fair is fair, right? Come, let's find you boys some food. I can see how starved you all are. We can catch up there. I stumble to my feet and behind the woman with dark sea-like hair as I haul Abraham. Our fatigue must be pretty apparent if Autumn noticed it that quickly. I just nod and follow her as Virgil comes along, as silent as a shadow, carrying Abraham with him. A sudden encounter pauses our journey for food right as we enter the proper streets of this town. Looking for a sign of where we are, I'm surprised as a bold and reckless stranger attempts to seize Autumn's arm. Come here, girlie. Want to have some fun? Swift as a sea breeze, she retaliates as I find a watery blade running down her arm that severs the assailant's hand cleanly. The metallic scent of blood mingles with the salty breeze, and I watch, wide-eyed, as she calmly continues our path, as if the act were a mundane part of daily life. Come on, some stupid people always want to die. Really makes me feel at home. The man falls to the ground, howling in pain as many turn and look at him. But no one helps the man, even as I smell the alcohol in his spilled blood. Is everyone here drinking? I stare at the fallen man, the blood dribbling in lethal amounts. Don't know if death is an apt punishment, but who is to say it isn't? I've never been here before. Autumn would know the laws better than I do. Shaking my head, I glance around at the rest of the passerbys or sitting drunks nearby, but they don't meet my eyes. Virgil pushes me lightly, telling me to stay close to Autumn, so I do. I ignore the scarred and rough-looking sigilled and unsigilled as we proceed behind Autumn. Only as we catch up to her do I recall what she said. This is her home? Wait, would that mean? The bell of a dubious-looking establishment with broken windows boasting a faded sign distracts me. I step inside after Autumn, careful not to hit Abraham's head on the door as I help him through with Virgil. The atmosphere is thick with the murmur of hushed conversations and swarming with the strong smell of liquor. Autumn guides me to an empty spot at the worn wooden bar, acknowledging the barkeep's wave with a nod. I follow her as before and place Abraham on the seat next to me, his head falling onto the bar. The fucker is a heavy-ass sleeper when he actually wants to sleep. As we settle in, I lose track of Virgil. But the loss of my friend doesn't worry me. He's good at this whole thing. I trust him to be on his own. In fact, he's probably hidden to protect me. He can blend into any scene like a chameleon. Pros of being an ex-assassin, I suppose. So, Autumn, what happened to you after we reached Bent? My words exit the air as Autumn sighs, giving the bartender 2 raised fingers after sliding 2 coins onto the bar. Then, she turns to me with those vibrant eyes. I apologize for running as I did. It was pretty cowardly, but I do think it was the only correct move I had. Not much gets out here to these waters, but Kingstown has heard of the recent happenings. They're simply too big not to. Had I stayed with you and yours, I reckon I would have died. I nod to her as I comprehend where we are. Kingstown, where we were supposed to go. That's convenient. It's far too convenient. Something has to be up. Way too convenient. Something within me burns to the core. Sigil resonance. It has to be either Virgil or me. That means some creature or someone has my sigil here. Could be something too, I suppose. I will admit, it was a struggle to get here. Many people died. Some recently. Many more are alive, however, in Gravecross. But why have you come back here, to Kingstown? I thought you never wanted to return. Autumn shrugs, taking the glass of amber liquid that the barkeep slid her. She only responds to me after downing the entire drink before raising an eyebrow at mine. Father has called all the children back. Not that I listen anyway. Ryder, he asked for me to come. I didn't want to, but he said he had something of Rudger's that he wanted to give me. In truth, I've only been here a few hours. My ship took severe damage from the earthquake waves, and I had to anchor at the moving island. My lips touched the glass of my drink, but I stopped drinking the burning liquid as she finishes talking. One part of it is almost unbelievable to me. Moving island? Autumn nods to me before cupping her hand to whisper so the barkeep can't hear. Leaning in close, she finally speaks. Yes, don't let anyone know I told you. It's a secret among Maddox's crew and family. The whole island of Kingstown is upon the back of the Para-Ub. Well, a Para-Ub, the last of its kind. It's like a giant infant with a turtle shell. Father showed it to me once underwater, but it didn't react. He has it scared so shitless that it won't fight back no matter what, letting us build upon it. Most of those who live here just think it's an artifact that he found long ago, not his actual close friend. She ends her lengthy whisper as she pulls back, smacking her cup onto the bar again for more alcohol. I consider myself for a moment before joining her as my stomach growls. Autumn smiles at me before shouting to get the barkeep's attention alongside the smacks. Some food, Corey. I want a salmon and get this lad 3. The barkeep looks at us, both astonished and unsure, as he serves a lone man. 4 in total. I raise my hand, but a grumble beside me outpaces me. 6. No. 8 salmon. Abraham, drooling, calls for food with lidded eyes. I share a pleading glance with Autumn before she laughs and covers her mouth again. Of course, I'll pay for it all. You've saved my life, after all, Wyatt. I lean over and hug her, wrapping my arms tightly around her in thanks, but she quickly pushes me away. EW, you brute. You've been drifting in seawater for days, and your broken metal arm tore my jacket. No closeness until we wash you up. Just because I'm a thief doesn't mean I don't do hygiene. My eyes fall as I feel hurt by her words, but she quickly slaps my shoulder roughly. Then, she reaches for the fish quickly served, taking a bite of the cooked creature like a starving man with no regard for manners. While dripping grease, she laughs at me. I'm fucking with you, Wyatt. Dig in. I couldn't care less about this jacket or how you smell. 361 Tarantula Juice. I lean back in my chair and pat my stomach, feeling whole for the first time in weeks. Even in Blackreach, I didn't get to eat this much. I spent most of the time there training while the others relaxed. But this? The chair creaks audibly beneath me as I tilt further back, a satisfied smile playing on my lips. The cacophony of raucous laughter and clinking glasses surrounds me. Many of the people in this bar are friends or temporary acquaintances of each other. There are no laws within the waters of Lawless Lake, apparently, only absolute truths. And to the godless and governmentless thieves, pirates, and bandits here, none want to fight inside their bars. It would only ruin them. This island, Kingstown, is one of the very few places not overrun by the estates. I've been to all the others at some point in time. The estates only partially touched Bent, the latter never conforming to their demands. Stark Bluff seemed unfazed by the overbearing families, but that is only because they had abandoned it to fall. Blackreach had only recently come under new management, and they were still vehemently fighting for that freedom, both against the out and the in. I've halfway been to Gravecross, walking up the walls, but from what I've heard, it is influenced yet not completely under control. Still, it all rests on an old man not far from death. A common thing I've come to find among humanity. But this place? These waters have long since been abandoned by those haughty figures. I mean, who in their right mind, other than the Prime, would fight Maddox Adkins with all these lawless men and women to follow him? Counting the virtued monster I am sitting upon currently, it makes sense. Leave the waters alone as a barrier against other races and accept the losses the raiding parties would bestow on cities on the shore. As I consider the Prime, however, a thought does rise to the surface. Who will be the next Prime? Desolation has risen to godhood. Surely, he can't still want to have that position, can he? I mean, is he still human? Autumn slams down another shot, laughing at Abraham's reddening face due to his inability to handle alcohol. Her shout breaks me from my thoughts. Can't keep you our liquor, pasty? Abraham scoffs and stands drunkenly as he wags his head back and forth. Sighing, I place my hand on his shoulder. Relax. She's drunk, too. Let her pay, and then we can leave. The alabaster-haired man groans before nodding. Thankfully, he can keep his mind mostly cleared of the taint of alcohol, even with how much he drank. As for me, Blodwyn does not like whiskey, rum, or wine. All of it is quickly expelled. I think the last time I'll ever hold the memory of getting drunk was the celebration of Marshall's death. The idea makes me sink deep into my chair, feeling the scenery as Autumn starts chatting up the barkeep to pay. She's pretty smooth with her words, wrapping the man around her finger without a promise of anything. In just a moment, she lowers the cost by half. Autumn was never this eloquent before in Bent or the forests. Here, she's in her element, breathing deeply while she speaks, I feel the air and how thick it is, with the sweet scent of rum and the acrid undertone of cigar smoke. Arguments flare up intermittently in my ears, fists meeting faces in brief, drunken skirmishes, but it's all part of the lively dance of this bar. None of the bouts are severe or involve ether, even between sigilled. That absolute truth Autumn mentioned in a fit of drunken rambling holds true. Even the worst people don't want to ruin their favorite bars. For the first time in weeks, I savor the sensation of complete satiation. No, it's been almost, wait, has it been a whole year yet? I think it's almost been an entire year of Blodwyn being with me, starving me slowly. Only now that it is an Arca, can it handle and restrain its hunger. Before, it just ate, devouring every scrap of nutrition in my veins if it felt like it. Blodwyn now realizes he doesn't need to do that. He can get most of his fuel from the ether in the air, while making the most of what I share. The warmth in my stomach is so pleasant it brings a contented sigh to my lips. But the joy doesn't hold for all that long as flashes of bonfire, frozen, and clumsy run through my mind with the sights of the bar. My eyes trace the bar tables, a motley crew of thieves and pirates, each with their own tale etched into the lines of their weathered faces. The dim light casts a flickering glow on the worn wooden tables as a whole group plays a game of cards. Guns are rested beside each man's hand, but no one reaches for them. It's more of a silent promise, keeping others from cheating. Not everyone enjoys catching and watching duplicity as Bonfire does. Still, in another life, I could see him and his friends being amongst these people. I wonder why they were not. They've been here before. Perhaps this is where they lost Speedy, or they simply are not as heartless as these people are. I'll prefer to think the latter. As I bask in the ambience with Autumn standing and wrapping an arm around Abraham, I can't help but appreciate the irony. Finding solace among those whose lives are entangled with the turbulent seas and the unpredictable currents of fortune. Wyatt, come on. Father is back from his raid. Autumn shouts at me as she stumbles toward the door, forcing Abraham to help carry her. Wiping my hand against the bridge of my nose, I follow. At least I'm not the only one watching these two. A shadowy hand, visible only to me, grips my shoulder with a whisper. I got a few more minutes of mask. It hurts quite a bit to use any ether at all, so I'm going to go find us a place to stay. I nod to him, but as I step after the other two, I wonder how he's going to do that without money. Yet the worry is quickly dashed as Virgil flicks 5 coins at me with his thumb all at once. I snatch them from the air as he smirks at me. Oh, and I'm going to go get us some new clothes with those guys' coins. I really need a new fucking mask. Chuckling, I watch for only a moment as Virgil slides into an alleyway, vanishing from my sight. Even with his ether saturation problem, he should be mostly fine now that he's awake. When I was crippled by it, when I got to the point that I could walk and use a bit of ether, I was pretty much in the clear. I surmise it's the same for him. Still, it can't be easy to hide every inch of his skin from the sun with torn clothing. I'm sure he'll manage, though. So, while striding behind Autumn, we quickly step through the streets of Kingstown as it, in a moment, becomes a bustling center. People rush out of buildings with bags of coins and goods, heading for the only dock on the island. Autumn grumbles beside us while stumbling her way along with them, requiring both Abraham and I's help to keep her standing. Father always somehow drags back a haul of treasure. Thesh darn gremlins. They want to shimmy in for a piece of the action, you know? I'm just wondering, is Schroeder Tagjian along with him? Fuck, did the 4 shots of whiskey hit her right now? She can hardly talk. I pat her on the back while glancing at the setting sun. At least it's almost night. Maybe we ought to get you someplace else. You're too drunk to be out here, Autumn. The ocean-eyed woman twists her head like a possessed creature and stares into my soul. She chuckles before waving her head back and forth vehemently. Of course not. I got a bone to pick with Father. I squint at her, seeing the seriousness through her drunkenness. This is going to go wonderfully. But do we stop her? I don't know. I'm not close enough with her to really make that call. I share a glance with Abraham as the man forces his mind through the haze of alcohol in his body with his ether. His eyes are fully opened in questioning, but I only shrug. What else are we going to do? We don't know anything about this place. Bonfire had been here before, which sounds about right, but Abraham and I haven't. It's probably for the best if we stay beside Autumn, even if she is drunk off her ass. How else will we not get pickpocketed or taken advantage of? We're strong, sure, but there are thousands here. I walk in the shadow of the bustling crowd with Autumn and Abraham, inching closer to the ruler of Kingstown, Maddox Atkins, as he anchors a ship. The air is filled with murmurs, tales of a mysterious journey that had left their once mighty ship, the rising tide, battered and broken. Whispers spread like wildfire, speculating on the whereabouts of Maddox during the ordeal. After several minutes of pushing through the crowd, we reach the front, and the sight leaves me gaping. The dock is a chaotic sea of broken planks as Maddox's ship creaks and groans, tethered to the wooden stands by the sheer will of its remaining structure. The ship is the largest structure I've ever seen, with 7 masts and more men than a whole hunter enclave. It extends above and over the water higher than the walls of Bent, while also being incredibly long. The thing has to be at least 500 feet and is lined with cannons all over. My eyes trace each figure over the side of the boat, finding not a single man below the 4th sigil among the crew. At least a dozen are of the 6th. Seeing such a massive ship in complete disarray is, what the hell happened to it? And it's not the only one. There are over a dozen other ships behind it, coming to anchor as well. This is all his crew, as only the strongest can fit aboard his flagship. I squint as planks fall, allowing the crew to walk to the dock, and the first one off is their leader, the sea's shadow. As Maddox disembarks, the contrast between his refined appearance and the rugged setting alongside everything I've ever heard of him is striking. His black suit is a stark departure from the typical bandit or pirate attire, and his well-groomed appearance only adds to the enigma. The most curious part, however, is that in his hand, he cradles a pepperbox pistol, a lethal accessory treated with genuine care. The aura around him commands respect, a potent blend of scars and adornments telling tales of a seasoned adventurer. He's unlike the other pillars I've met. He holds zero responsibility. He was only given the post as no one, save the Prime, could handle him in his sea, and desolation wasn't around that often. And from what I've garnered, I think water might be Vincent's only weakness, seeing as the wastes don't touch any body of water. Or a large body of water, a hot enough flame can evaporate a bucket, but not a sea. The ship's broken masts and worn hull seem incongruent with the stature of the man steering it. The crowd nearby buzzes with speculation as Maddox's shining boots slam into the dock, marking him as home. He turns and bows to the crowd and me, speaking softly but powerfully so that we all can hear. I am returned from the expedition fruitful. I have a lumen for sale, should anyone have enough coin or something appropriately expensive, and there are many other goods. Maddox finishes his bow as an eager shout from a merchant beside me rings out, echoing into the salty sea air. Everyone else falls into a shocked quiet from his outburst. What lumen, sir? The Grimes have been looking for one to base off of. The sea's shadow twists calmly, answering the man with a smile. Even as he speaks, I can tell this isn't entirely normal for those around me. He's kinder than usual. Something is off. It is called the falling rain. Berholt, the meteor crash held it a week ago. It is a colt that, when fired, shoots out a volley of bullets so compact that it seems to be a thing of rain. Each bullet possesses the power of a cannon. It is what did the majority of the damage to my dear tide. I shuffle along the crowd and hold on to Autumn as I can feel her physically vibrating in my hands. Something is wrong with her. I clamp down with force as I whisper into her ear. I know this is your father, but calm yourself. You said so yourself that he doesn't care for family ties, right? Don't piss him off. This is obviously something big. Autumn glares at me from the corner of her eye, but doesn't reply verbally. I take it as acceptance as Maddox calls the attention of the world again. The man steps along the dock, brandishing the colt before waving into the crowd. For now, however, until it is sold, it shall stay with my successor who discovered where it was held and who came up with the strategy to fell Berholt. Rider, come out here. I eye the crowd as a young man, hardly any older than Autumn, steps out. He has a long gray duster to match his equally gray hair. The color of his hair seems more dyed than it is natural or sigilled caused. The color of his frame, however, it is a cruel magenta, a 7th sigilled. Autumn was right way back then. The young man, Ryder, nods to his father, but before he even gets close to the gun and his father, Autumn twists and tears my grip from her shoulder. The woman darts out from the mass of people, running straight for her father. How dare you? That should be Rogers. He did the research. He found it, and you killed him before he could get it. Autumn screams at her half-brother, and Ryder pauses to meet her. I can see the man shake his head at her with broadened eyes, attempting to hide the gesture from their father. But Maddox acts instantly to the threat, even if it is family. He reaches for the sheathed saber at his hip, the blade curved and shimmering with a sharp violet of virtued lumen. The blade comes out of the sheath, and currents of air whip around, forming gales that shift into water. The threads of water expand into torrents that wrap around Autumn, capturing her entirely before she can even make it halfway to Ryder. I don't move, and neither does Abraham. We're friends, but I don't know her all that well, and we only just reconnected. Gross disappointment breaks through the air with a tisk tsk as Maddox walks to his daughter. However, he doesn't release her even as he gives the utterly still Ryder the falling rain. The son takes it but doesn't close his hand around the weapon as he looks at his sister. I thought you said you never wanted to come back. Autumn, what happened to all that grandiosity? You couldn't bear ruling with a twin, but you sure can't live without. My eyes shift back and forth between the siblings as I notice vast similarities between them, more so than if they shared only one parent. Ryder and Autumn are twins? Then, why does she hate him so? You and Ryder are egotistical maniacs. All you do is take, and take, uncaring for those around you as they suffer. You make your own children fight to the death for you. You make them slave away to prove themselves to you. You are. I watch, almost frozen, as Maddox steps to his daughter, placing the shimmering blade of blue veins against her neck. He speaks so softly that I can only hear him as I amplify my hearing with listen. On what, dear? Tears fall down Autumn's face as she rails against her watery binds to no avail. She screams in her father's face, spitting at him after. A monster! You have no right to be human. All you care for is money and treasure like some demon of avarice. I breathe in deeply, unsure if I want to step in as Maddox rears back, placing his large saber on his shoulder. If I intervene, things could go bad really quick. I mean, I can't even fight Ryder alone, right? With Abraham and Virgil, we could take the man most likely, but that still leaves fucking Maddox Adkins. A quote from Johnny resounds in my mind about the man, cementing my decision, no matter how hard it is to do so. If there is water, bet on Maddox. Only a terror, such as Vincent, can ignore such vast environmental advantages. Maddox Adkins steps back from his daughter with a chuckle as the whole street huddles silently, waiting with bated breath for his retaliation. But it doesn't come as the man wipes the spit from his face. So what? Am I not allowed to want things? Am I not allowed to desire? Am I not allowed to dream? Are those not human things? Why do I need to fight for the collective? What has the collective ever done for me? You are naive, Autumn. If humanity falls, it will have no effect on me. I trade with demons and kill humans for those trades. At the same time, I kill demons and deal with humans for those trades. The same occurs with every race, even the quiet grayskins, every now and then. They don't care as long as there is profit, whether it is weapons, women, or wealth. He trades with demons? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is Lawless Lake, after all. But what does he bargain with them? It's probably those three he just mentioned: weapons, women, and wealth. The suited man walks away from his daughter while shaking his head. He seems supremely disappointed by her thoughts. I don't know how to refute him, as he's not entirely wrong. Lawless Lake would likely stand as long as he lives if all the other territories fall. Hell, it might last beyond that. This place is haven for under-the-table deals between races, apparently. I doubt any of them would like to see this place vanish. This is your final warning, Autumn. Shed your naivety, or you will die when the gods fall. The time to stand up is now. The moment Sedna dies of desolation, I will take another step. If you fall behind, that is on you. I can see Autumn shed only more tears as her father walks away, calling his son to follow. Ryder doesn't move for a moment, however, giving Autumn time to respond. What use does wealth have in attaining power, father? Can it make your ether smoother? Your sigil stronger? I nod at her words as it makes sense to me. Money can only buy weapons, right? All the power from a sigil comes from accomplishments. Maddox doesn't seem to think so, though. Yes, yes, it can. There is a sigil that gains power based on wealth. And soon, I shall have it. The things those from beyond time have are so very unique. Autumn's eyes widen as Abraham and I share a worried glance. Silas, how does Maddox know? Wait, before I jump to any conclusions, while Peddler is rare, Silas does have multiple, meaning there could be more in circulation. Maddox could have a captured peddler somewhere, just as the prisons in Blackreach did for my philosopher. Or he has eyes on one. But Autumn doesn't know Silas' sigil like we do. She sighs and shakes her head, admitting defeat. But she only gives up on one notion. Very well, if all this raiding and looting indeed does bolster your power, and not just your greed, then perhaps it has a place. But I cannot let you have Ruger's life's work. He spent years researching that weapon, investigating clues to find it. And when he found the vault with it, you called him back for the duel. It took you a year to find the vault, even with his notes. So I challenge you, Ryder, for a final duel between children. Ryder steps back in shock before fast recovering. But his father is even quicker on the uptake. He places a hand on Ryder's shoulder, keeping the sun still. That sounds wonderful, Autumn. I'll finally get to see which twin truly is stronger. Perhaps if you hadn't left on your own, I'd already know. 362. Her in troubles. What the fuck were you thinking? Virgil grips the table in our hotel room that he scored tight enough to cause it to creak. His eyes, teetering over his mask's scarcely concealed anger, penetrate into Autumn's skin. The woman shrinks in her seat for a moment before sitting back up with a growl of her own. I don't know who to look at more, as I have never seen Virgil so emotional. She must have really pissed him off with this. You don't understand. Either I duel him and possibly die, or I am banished from the waves. I stare at her as something just doesn't fit right. The duel between the two is scheduled to be in 5 days' time at high noon aboard the Rising Tide. The rules they have about their duels here are odd. It's unlike any I've ever known. Not that I even know any at all. She wasn't nearly this assured before. The Autumn I remember was self-deprecating. She was a loner. She was depressed. She was hopeless. What changed? What happened to her in these months? Virgil opens his mouth in rebuttal as Abraham simply stares outside the window into the clear night sky. But I cut in quickly. Autumn, why are you so energized? What has given you all this motivation? What happened to it all being useless? The woman with blue eyes looks away from me for a moment before pouting. She shakes her head and deflects. I don't know what you're talking about. I have to do this. I have to. Virgil holds his head as he tries to rationalize her actions in his head out loud. While he does so, I struggle to do the same, but in a different manner. She has to be doing this for something else. But what? So you were to kill your own twin brother? Is that it? And what does that even solve? Not to mention, do you even have a plan to beat him? He's an angel, you know, and you're not. Autumn's frustration grows apparent as she stands from the table and forces her chair away with a wave of her hand. And to Virgil's questions, she simply walks toward the door. I don't want to deal with this. I thought we were friends. Virgil scoffs, shaking his head and refuting her as I latch onto something. Her half-brother, Ruger. She mentioned him earlier during that contest with her father and twin brother. Yes, and as a friend, I'd prefer if you didn't commit suicide via twinly sword into the heart. Autumn tosses Virgil the middle finger as she wraps her hand around the doorknob. Before she can turn it to open it, I call out to her, an epiphany rising. Ruger, your brother. You mentioned him to Maddox, right? I remember you two being close. Is this about him? Do you want revenge? Is that where this all comes from? A final act of revenge? I watch as her hand tightens around the knob into a white-knuckled grip, but Autumn releases the death grip with a sigh. She twists and looks at me with an invisible cloud of depression haunting her. Autumn practically breaks down in the corner of the room, sliding down the wall until she sits, cradling her arms. No, it's not for revenge. I have done nearly nothing with this godforsaken life of mine. All I've done is compete against my siblings, kill, steal, and ruin lives. And even then, I couldn't finish the job. I left, leaving Ruger, the only one who should have won, to fend for himself. I glance at Virgil during her fall, unsure of what to do. He closes his eyes and breathes in deeply before standing up and walking to Autumn as she continues cursing herself with her eyes closed. I'm an awful person. I don't deserve anything. I don't even know why you three are here with me. I eat, drink, and then sleep. Again and again and again. It's all pointless. We'll just die in the end. The world's ending, and there is nothing we can do. I just. Virgil's calm hand falls upon her shoulder, gently caressing her as he speaks softly. The man squats beside her feeble form while I stay frozen. How do I help? Can I even help? Am I just as useless? It's okay, Autumn. It's all right. Take a deep breath for me. Can you do that? Autumn's chest rises and falls in heavy gulps as she follows Virgil's words. He has some experience dealing with this stuff. His siblings are nowhere near as steel-hearted as he is. Though, I know it isn't steel in that chest that keeps him so calm. Tell me, Autumn, what were you trying to do? My friend then tries to get her to open a little bit, and surprisingly it works. She pulls her head out, her hands a tad, staring at us both. Autumn's words come out so faintly that I hardly hear her with her moving lips. His dream was to find that gun, Rudger. He wanted to collect all the lumens, not for power or because it would lead to anything. Rudger merely made his own reason to live since he had none. He had such respect for Arnold Pilner that he wanted to collect all of the man's weapons. The falling rain was the first one he managed to locate that was obtainable for him, and he died for it. Damn. Virgil nods softly, his hand pausing its rhythm on her shoulder. So you wanted to get it for him? To take it from those who made him lose the chance to acquire it. Autumn nods sadly, snot running down her nose. Abraham's eyes finally roll over onto us for a moment, but the man rapidly turns his attention back to the night sky. Bonfire's death is hitting him hard. I suppose I haven't really accepted the fact that he's dead yet. Some part of me believes he's alive, just as he did for me when I was missing. There is always a chance those four captured him. It's tiny, but it exists. I'd rather gamble on the slim chance than accept the fatality of zero. However, to my own melancholy, Autumn nods. Her voice rises a little when speaking of her half-brother. I was always closest to Rudger. He was nice. He was strong. He wasn't a dickhead like the rest. We were a team for a long time, but I couldn't handle the stress, so I ran. And he died because of me leaving. I wasn't there to watch his back. But this time, I want to at least succeed in some part of his dream, even if I die trying. I nod at her, understanding her point somewhat. She's found something worth dying for. It is what she was missing before. We all need something to die for. Autumn, it keeps us alive. But I think you made a poor decision. That duel. Do you really think you can win? Autumn's head wavers back and forth as more tears fall from her face. She can hardly keep it together, and Virgil is unable to do much for her either. No, I don't think so. There was a time when I could keep up with Ryder, but that was almost 2 years ago. I have scarcely trained or put any effort into growing stronger since I left. What I did was stupid. I should have held it in. I should have just stolen the weapon or something. I gnaw on the side of my cheek as she practically damns herself. How could she possibly win this fight? Ryder is at a higher sigil, and before, he was already more powerful than her. Plus, he even has a lumen now. What is she to do? Virgil is the last to give up, asking her a few more questions about the duel. This duel, I've heard much of the lawless duels. Are there truly no rules? What even makes it a duel? I look at him with surprise, before remembering he used to be a damned. He has probably been here many times. Honestly, it's a miracle he hasn't done one himself. Autumn ponders for a moment, sobering up before speaking. There are no rules other than it has to be a one-on-one fight, and even that is kind of flexible. I'm sure Maddox will hold on to that though. Guns, knives, swords, hell, even poison. It's all allowed. Virgil nods repeatedly, before I see the light within his eyes flicker. Oh, he's thinking of something devious. Virgil closes his fist before opening it again. He unholsters something from his hip before tossing it behind him. Primrose's Mars landing on the windowsill beside Abraham. What is he doing? You say it is a simple one-on-one fight, right? Well, can't someone enter in your stead? Hey, champion of sorts? I've been in need of a good cold for a while. I'll let you keep it when I'm done with it. The blue eyes of Autumn widen into beautiful orbs as her jaw hangs open. I reach out for the man, but he grabs my wrist tightly with his. You'd fight for me? Virgil nods sincerely, but I shake off his hand. I push toward him and grab him by the collar, hauling him to his feet with a yell. What the hell do you think you're doing? You haven't even recovered yet. 5 days won't be enough to fix all the shit wrong with you. And I lower my voice as I drag him in close, whispering into his ear so softly that he can't hear me unless he himself uses ether to amplify the sound. The motion should effectively make it impossible for Autumn to listen to us. Is this worth it? I mean, we hardly know her. Are we really going to risk our lives for her? Sure. We fought with her and traveled, but Virgil? Really? Virgil thrusts with his hands, forcing me off him. He rubs his forehead in frustration before answering me for all to hear with a question toward Autumn. If I win this fight, Autumn, you will become Maddox's successor, correct? The woman in question stands, nodding with insecurity. She wipes her face of tears before answering the query with words. Maddox might not choose me if another fights for me, but he's always said all the power you can muster is still power. Whether it's yours or someone else's power doesn't matter. Virgil points to her, giving me an explanation for his decision. See, if I win, she becomes a successor. That means she can likely make decisions for this island, command others, and potentially convince her father of things. We need as many allies as we can get, even if they are of dubious morality. Plus, we get the falling rain. I wave my hand at him, starting to get seriously frustrated. Does he not understand? He has to be blind to it on purpose. You are still hurt, Virgil. You can't win that fight. Plus, I don't want all these thieves, murderers, and pirates to be with us. I can't be with them. And we can just buy the falling rain. Plus, who's to say Maddox won't hate us for killing his son? My friend's eyes sink in genuine hurt at my words. Virgil sits back in his chair with a silent creak. Oh fuck. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You're not like them, Virgil. You either, Autumn. Virgil retrieves a wallet from his pocket, tossing it on the table. The object opens and reveals a half-dozen gold dollars and one $10 bill. The latter is a far more rare currency, where seawater is standard. I know you didn't. That doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Nevertheless, we have $16 to our name right now, Wyatt. We cannot buy the cult. And as for allies, we have already joined forces with murderers. I am one of them. So is Lennon. Silas killed his fair share of men when he was alive, and neither Edward nor Johnny is completely innocent. You need to open your eyes. When the world comes to an end, there is no black or white. There will only be red. I open my mouth to refute him, but I can't as he throws another thing out there that silences me. I know you want revenge against Eli for Edward. For it all, I'm with you. That bastard is the reason I'm even a sigiled. So, if you want to kill him, I'll be right behind you, but we can't do it alone. Fuck. Virgil knows me too well. But he's right. Things are getting worse. Shit is starting to collapse. And with my revenge, several territories have fallen. No, way more than that. Over half of humanity's land and population has been turned to either demon and beast food or sand. Torn Ridge, the land of waterless rivers. Bonneduns, the vast deserts. Since Creek, the eerie swamps. Stark Bluffs, the towering spires of rock. Valence, the low valleys of farmland. Timberlands, the near-endless sea of trees. Blackreach, the ocean of concrete, metal, and stone. All these territories are gone, and so are most of their guardians. Even Green Hallows might have fallen. No, it certainly has without Ed Summers there, or another pillar. Either the Nahullo or something else will claim it. I need to change. I need to be more like Virgil. We need as much help as we can get. I step over to the table and lay my hands on the hardwood surface, staring right at Virgil. Fine, you're right. I'll admit, I'm too soft. But you're not fighting Ryder. I'll do it. Autumn looks back and forth between the two of us as Virgil stands, slamming his chair into the wall behind him with the momentum of his movement. He glares right at me, nearly losing his persistent cool twice in one day. No, you will not. You don't need to risk yourself. I'll do it. No, I will. I shoot back right at him, and Autumn tries to defuse the situation. She nears the table, but neither of us gives her attention. Hey, don't fight. I step back and wave my hands, pointing at Virgil's ankle. His foot is still partially broken. He heals fast, yes, all Nidals do, but he doesn't heal fast enough to recover from acute ether saturation and several broken bones. He cannot take this fight. I won't let him. He'll die. I know he's just trying to protect me on the off chance Ryder is too strong, but I don't care. We are in this together. You gonna chase him with that bum leg? Virgil's eyes squint as he retaliates with a burn of his own. His words are laced with bridled fury that cut deeply into my mind. What about you? Can you kill a man who has done no wrong to you? Have you ever murdered someone who may or may not deserve it? I bite my tongue. He's right. I've never killed a person who hasn't directly attacked me. Actually, I think I've only killed a few humans ever. All of them were either attempting to kill me or someone very close to me. This is all us. We could walk away. We could choose not to fight. In my silence, Virgil nods as if he were right. And maybe he is. I knew it. You can't do it, Wyatt. That's why I'm here. For the shitty things you can't do, I'll do them for you. Abraham, however, disagrees with Virgil. The pale man tosses the Colt in his hand up and down in the air as he addresses the masked one. You said something to Johnny not that long ago, Virgil. In a fight, as long as Wyatt doesn't succumb to his naivety, he won't lose to any foe. Don't you remember? In an even duel, the madman bets against the graves. Abraham climbs down from the windowsill, falling to his feet lightly before approaching us. His boots thump against the wood floor as he tosses the Colt back onto the table for Virgil. Keep your Colt for now. I know the fight won't be strictly even, but can you kill this man, Wyatt? If you think you can, I believe you should take this fight. Virgil scowls under his mask at Abraham, but sighs and nods at me. The man finally relents. Fine, you're right. Abraham, I did say that, and I'll hold true to it. Can you kill this man, Wyatt? Can you murder him for power? The words echo in the small room paid for with little coin. The single bed and table rock motionlessly as I consider the questions laid before me. They're all the same, but they all hold momentous import. I can feel something in the air. This decision, it's important. My fingernails clench the flesh on my left hand as the steel of my right creaks ominously. The prosthetic will likely last one final fight before collapsing wholly. This decision has something to do with my proof. I can feel it, but what do I need to prove to myself? What belief do I hold deep down inside? Can only a monster become a god? That is the end goal, after all. That is what embarking on angelhood is about. Do I have to become that callous? I know this man, Ryder, is not a good man. He's not even a decent one. But this is a slippery slope. Doing this will open a whole basket of evils, most of them to follow behind me. I'll have to live with it. If we gain the help of the people here, even if it costs me my morality, is it worth it? Can I do that? I have to, don't I? There are other paths, but I feel this one. This one is the only way that will take me up the mountain fast enough. Violence and cruelty aren't the only ways to power, but they certainly are the fastest. If I don't grow strong quick, then more people will die, as Edward and Beau. Yes, I can do it. I have to. I'll just have to be careful with which kind of monster I become. Blodwyn is a monster too, and so far, I think he's the kind I want to be. Like him, and yeah. Virgil's head sinks deeply into my words as he gauges my sincerity. Not a word leaves my mouth without my heartfelt meaning. I will kill Ryder. Virgil doesn't react to my decision verbally, but Abraham does. Better rest up then. You've got 5 days before you murder someone. Enjoy them. It changes you more so than your first kill. Johnny, Iron Consul Caldwell. I tread slowly behind the old man, his sinewy back leading the way down the narrow, shadowed, rotating staircase. The air hangs heavy with anticipation, and my eagle-like vision from my metamorphoses manages to pierce through the darkness, following every subtle movement of the furious mountain. Even in his old age, he stays powerful. But how strong exactly is he? I'm not sure. The cold metal of fate's sealer presses against my hip as a distant part of me asks to draw it. I can quickly shove the call away, hardly even taking it seriously. The only source of light is the flickering torch clutched in the canyon's hand, casting dancing shadows on the damp, stone walls. Echoing footsteps resonate through the confined space, reverberating like an ominous drumbeat that amplifies the stench of the earth around us. And by the thousand stare into the depths of Grave Cross, the old man's voice breaks the uneasy silence, its timbre weaving through the shadows. Do you know why none of the estates ever struck out at my home? Canyon turns at the final step, facing me as the fire etches lines onto his countenance. I trail the whirling smoke, as I also notice the many intricate drawings and engraving on the walls of the hallway before us. However, I don't stall my answer for very long. You, am I correct? Surprisingly to me, the eldest mortal shakes his head. Then he strides forward, bringing the torch over the pictures on the stone walls. No, I'm only a slight reason. The truth is, do you know how Gravecross was made? The plateau, I mean. The old man redirects his question as he shows me a still frame engraved into the wall of a man kneeling before some monster. Again, I shake my head. I know a little, but not very much. Canyon falls quiet for a moment, so I simply follow him, patient for an answer. He opens his mouth once more when we enter an absolutely massive cavern. It stretches for miles in every direction, with rivers, grass, and mushroom-like trees. Darkness covers it all, yet with my eyes, I can see. There are, however, no animals to be seen. And set in the center of it all is a colossal stone tablet with a lithe skeleton pressed against it. A graves did so. In the years past the first and the second, during the Titan's reign of humanity, we still struggled for land. Gravecross, or what used to be it, was our frontmost line, constantly lost. And Heather Graves, a master of swimmer and shaman sigils, brought the very earth out of the ground and into the sky. I stare at the corpse, a hidden shard of knowledge entering my skull without it being told to me. I turn to Canyon as he kneels, pressing his thumb against his forehead and sliding it down to his brow. Again, I stay silent, feeling the gravity of his actions, and he does not disappoint. It is rare to find a man such as you, Johnny. Strong, dependable, righteous, and adjusted. You can resist the calls while guiding others all the while. She would like you to replace me. Replace you? I meet his gaze as the man speaks in some kind of riddle. How would I replace him? Canyon, however, strides forward, grabbing me by the wrist. A part of me wants to pull back, but I don't. The furious mountain has been nothing but calm, collected, and caring since I met him. His city is peaceful, and all those within it love him. He's what the Prime should aspire to be. Ironic because Vincent crippled him when I was young. Canyon and I stride through overflowing water and outcropping rocks as the man enters the same kind of rambling mode that any normal elder would do. When I was young, I stumbled upon a hole in the depths of this place. Gravecross. This is Haven. My most prized possession, beyond even my family, is what gave me the power to acquire them and protect them. Heather Graves has been dead for nearly 1,000 years, but her remains were still active. Gradually, we near the skeleton, wholly intact but not normal. The bone doesn't look right. It is blackened and unnatural. The man doesn't stop his lungs for a moment. I simply listen with close interest. I spoke to her as a young man, hardly a teen, not even close to a man. She helped me and gave me my first sigil of her 9. With that, though, she began to disperse. But as you know, graves do not go lightly into the great beyond, only when they wish it so. Even millennia gone, she held on as an artifact, keeping semblances of her sanity. We reach only 100 feet from the skeleton and the steel, and I immediately feel an onslaught of pressure. A presence. It is grander than a mountain, yet deeper than any ravine. It is not quite a god, but not far from it. Heather Graves was not a weak woman in her life. She must have been the Thunderbolt Titan's equal. She guided me through the early days, teaching me skills, what sigils to aim for, and how to fight. Gradually, her sanity lessened as she held on far longer and longer. When she no longer could, I took the last of her remaining sigils. She taught me the ways to control the earth, to protect, to defend, to nurture. Canyon hauls me closer to the body, dropping to a knee as we stand only a few feet away. From this distance, I can nearly see the woman she once was, the remnant ether. So, no, it is a remnant. I glance up, finding the steel above me inscribed with indecipherable text. Heather Graves left behind the same thing that Marshall did. A remnant. With her power, she gave humanity a shield for the ages. I don't have half her talent. Her bones were so flexible, she could dive into the earth and become it. Me? I can only augment myself. I cannot become the rock, mud, or metal. Still, her leftovers bestowed me enough strength to become the man I am today. Canyon brings me to my knees as well, having me pay my respects to the long-dead woman. She has been gone for 75 years as of today. She saw my battle with desolation. She saw how I poured my sorrows into a bottle. She pulled me out of it to build something here, using what she left behind. Take care of them for me, okay, Johnny? I can't take my eyes off the monument as Canyon removes his hand from mine and places it on my shoulder. Still, I manage to eke out my concern. What do you mean? Why do I have to? The pressure doubles as, for a moment, the furious mountain brings forth his ether. The ground, sky, and walls of this haven tremble before Canyon coughs out blood with a shudder. I understand what he has to say before it even leaves his mouth. My days are numbered. Humans cannot live forever. My sigils might give me some time, but it is running out. I have lived a long life. It might not have been the one I wanted, but I am glad it was mine. Soon, it will have to be your job to protect these people. Laura is not strong enough. She is too foolish. Can you do that for me? I rip my pupils from the steel and meet the only man to ever rival Vincent Harvey in the eyes. I don't know how to answer him, so instead, I twist the question for later. What does this steel do? It is. Canyon stands and places a hand on the stone, rubbing his fingertips across a series of letters. A legendary remnant. Born when she created this plateau for her lover, the Titan, she wanted to lessen his struggle, his grief. After her death, the Titan roamed for another to match her greatness. He never found one. It gives this whole place protection. Any ether manipulated in the air can be shut down by the controller of the remnant, forcing it into the ground. I nod, amazed by the power. So, it can nullify external uses of ether? Is that why the wastes were stopped at the walls? Still, the old man is not done yet, laying upon me another stroke of news. I do hope you can take after her legacy. The Earth and Void was a figure that I could never hope to match. We can only take after her and protect those that she would if she were here. A note from Broken Saint. The latter half of this chapter, longer than it should be, was meant to be its own chapter. I even wrote it. I have absolutely no idea what happened to it. Only realized that I couldn't find it when it became important later on. So, I don't even remember exactly where I had it, but I figured it's better than not having it at all. Looked through my notes, drafts, etc. Couldn't find it at all, so here it is. Adds more of Johnny and Canyon. It was meant to be before the fall of the previous god. Doesn't make sense to switch up the chapters at this point, though. Well, extra long chapter it is. Doesn't even fit nicely at the end of this chapter. I want it, so it'll be here. And if, by some miracle, the second half exists already, please let me know. I searched every chapter with Johnny as the POV, but still couldn't find it. At this point, I might have even dreamed of writing it. Surely not. 363. Have a mind to war. Elizabeth Stroudwater. Sitting upon a building, I let my legs dangle and kick out aimlessly. The people below hurry about, a whirlwind of purposeful motion as they are blissfully ignorant of the threats nearby. Or at least, they may know but believe that they are safe due to the protections of Gravecross. Yet, my mind is elsewhere, drawn to the thoughts of a friend, or rather, the uncertainty surrounding his fate. The prevailing belief and rumor is that Wyatt met his end in the unforgiving sandy wasteland, swallowed by its relentless grasp. Bonfire, Abraham, Clumsy, and Frozen went after him, but most regard them to be devoured by the sand as well. It's the logical conclusion, the evidence stacked against hope. The wasteland conjured by Desolation's ascent is more terrifying than any natural phenomenon. It's more biting than the coldest winter and more melting than the hottest summer. The only place one can even liken it to is the fabled Pain Peaks, a place where not even Desolation would travel lightly before his ascension. But logic and evidence can't dismantle the unwavering conviction that refuses to leave the confines of my mind. I've witnessed Wyatt traverse hardships that defy imagination, emerging victorious when the odds seemed insurmountable. I've seen him, starved to the bone, tear apart a pack of wolves. I've seen his spine shattered by a shotgun. I've seen him crawl out from the depths of fire to fight the demon of storms. I've seen him die and trudge his fucking way back. It's inconceivable to accept that he might succumb to the Pale Lady. A part of me rebels against the notion, denying the very concept that he, a man who seemed impervious to the mortality that all have, could be reduced to a mere memory. The Bloody Palm wouldn't just let him die either. That artifact, it is just as undying as he. Nor would Virgil let his little brother die. As I watch the city unfold beneath me, the rhythm of life continues, indifferent to the turmoil within. My thoughts linger on the hope that somewhere, somehow, he defies the odds once more. I merely don't know. That's what eats at me the most. I don't know. I don't know where he is or what he's doing. I don't know if he's dying or if he's bleeding out. I know so little, but what I do know is that Johnny is about to make a tremendous mistake. Kenyon asked him to stay here, to become the new protector of Gravecross. And, based on his recent silent pondering away from the rest of us, I think he might accept. I can't let that happen. That is not a thing that can be allowed to happen. I know the logic in his mind. I know how he thinks. Johnny believes that if we remain here, we will be safe. But he is wrong. Not everyone will stay. Most of us have our own goals, our own dreams. Earl could stay to help, alongside many others like Skyswain and Silas. But not all will. Tomas very well might leave anyway, and I know Lennon will. So will Quakita once she wakes up. That whole thing is confusing to me regardless. He wants to make a home here. Johnny wants to protect those that are still alive. His kindness is showing. We cannot think like that. We have to be proactive. I'm not as brainwashed as many are to the power of desolation, our former prime. He is strong, yes, inhumanely and godly so, but he is still only one figure. Against him are an unknown amount of gods, demons, and even the mother below. We cannot simply let him battle on his own while we hide atop a plateau. That would make all the sacrifices we made to get here null, moot, pointless. The sting in my heart tells me that is not an option. We have to fight. We have to rail against the impossible until one of us can help, until one of us can be the thing that makes the difference. One man, even if they are a god, cannot change the foundations of the world. I know the one to physically do it will not be me. My talent does not lie there. After all, I'm only a third sigil. Earl's weapons allow me to act as if I'm higher than that in battles. But there will come a time when his tools are not enough. We need to be prepared. Waiting to die is not enough. The only people I can see genuinely being able to make a change are Johnny, Tomas, Lennon, Quakita, Wyatt, and Virgil. The two in the middle are risky to let take the charge, but they can't be worse than not having them there. Sure, perhaps desolation does, in fact, kill all the gods, the demons, and even the mother below. But what then? What do we do when he shifts his attention to us? Do we simply let him reign over us with that power, forcing us to treat him like an actual god? Who is to say he won't be worse? We need someone who we know will do the right thing to join this battle. So, we can't really let Lennon or Quakita rise up that high, but it's not like I can stop them. And that scenario is the best case. Those seldom happen. What is more likely is that desolation runs out of steam. His injuries will pile up over time, and by the time he reaches the mother below, or even merely the last of the living gods, he will fall. Then what? Then we would be dead if we all decided to simply lie here and wait. We cannot do that. I've committed myself to fighting. I've promised myself that I won't ever falter. I've sworn an oath that I will not stop until the world is safe for those I care about. Twisting around on the building's edge, I land on my feet. I carry myself to the staircase on the side of the apartment complex and make my way down. There are 3 things I need to do. The first is to convince Johnny to see the truth that we can never stop fighting until all the old gods are dead. As long as a being has that much power, we can never be safe. Even if they are kind, which Vincent is not the definition of that word, there is still a chance something awful happens. However, we need a protector so it becomes muddled. Either way, all the current gods must die. The second is to find Wyatt. He's alive. He has to be. All we can do is trust that bonfire found him. The pyromaniac set a meeting point with Johnny, and I'll have to find out what it is. The final goal, currently, is to push my friends, my allies. They are not yet enough. I've seen that. I've recognized that. I wish I could be the one to share their burden. I wish I could be a pillar for them to rely on. I cannot. All I can do is manipulate things so that they become the men and women they need to be to save our world. And how would I go about doing that? Fights, battles, war. That is the only quick way to power. Someone as talentless as I have reached the 3rd sigil in a single year, thanks to the constant shove of survival. My boots clink against the stone at the bottom of the metal staircase before I orient myself. I search the signs and find the right way toward Johnny's tent. If he were to agree to stay, we'd all get houses. But I can't think about the relaxation it might bring. I might lose my nerve. All these deaths, They burn me from my very core. I've cried myself to sleep every single night since we left bed, and I know it will only get worse. They may hate me. They may abandon me. They might even kill me. But with the sands blocking out the other races for the foreseeable future, the only war that can happen is a civil one. I know Wyatt will want revenge for Edward's death. Lennon will wish for a challenge. Quakea will also desire to tear down this very world with her bare hands upon awakening. Tomas will also want to grow stronger. These motives can be manipulated. I know I can stoke Wyatt's rage against Eli. I can ignite the coals under them all. In a war against Eli Weiss, many will die. Many of my friends will die. As I step through the streets, I wrap my hand tightly around the locket in my pocket. It's from Millie, a gift from her for my birthday. It hasn't passed yet, but she got it ahead of time. Tomas found it in her bag that she hid in the train. Retrieving the locket, I wrap it around my neck, the necklace fitting snugly on me. It's better that some die than that they all die. In the end, at least one of my friends will live, even if it's from inside his workshop. Earl calculates with variables in his experiments, but I have to be the one to calculate with lives. Perhaps Eli sought out the wrong one of us. The old man isn't entirely wrong. I stop in my tracks, dust billowing from the sudden change in motion as someone slams into my back. They curse at me and walk around as I freeze in thought. Did Eli find me? Did he do something to me? These thoughts are abnormal. They aren't how I've always thought. Is this grief clouding my mind, or is it opening it? Or is it something more sinister? My nails dig into my skin as I have no other choice but to move. Time is ticking. Johnny cannot agree to this, no matter how much he wants to or thinks he has to. He is our strongest fighter now that Edward is gone. He cannot sit idly by. He cannot. Johnny, Iron Consul Caldwell. I stand on the sidelines, silently spectating the ramshackle training ground chock full of Bado, soldiers, and even Lennox. Dozens of my allies show a unique congregation of birdmen with beaks and claws. The Bado are always interesting to watch, but I don't divide my attention to them only. Sky Swain wanted her people to get formal training, the kind that would make them formidable warriors. There is no reason to disagree while we have the time to do so. The only Bado excluded are the ones that recently gave birth. But the training Bado are not alone. Martial soldiers, my soldiers with Tomas' aid, join the spars. Blake is amidst them as well. My keen eyes sweep across the field, observing their movements and tactics, ready to offer pointers where needed. And I do so for a while, helping out here or there. But after many minutes, my sights fall on a young woman. A young Bado, more specifically. Unlike her comrades who harness the might of lightning or winds with their sigils, this metallic feathered one shares my affinity for more powdery weaponry, guns. Her grip on the two Colts she has acquired is unconventional due to the claws that adorn her avian limbs. Yet she handles them with a grace that defies the awkwardness of her race's anatomy. What truly captures my interest, however, is the remarkable skill displayed by the Bado. She doesn't rely solely on her firearms in a fight. She uses the ability to glide in the air to the utmost, firing off shots from the sky with frightening accuracy while using her wings for mobility and defense. The Bado even demonstrates an uncanny ability to shoot their own metallic wings. The bullets ricochet off the wing surface, creating an unpredictable angle of attack. She uses it more for covering fire at this point, as the bullets are all over the place, but it has a vast potential. She has a vast potential. I turn to Sky Swain and inquire into this Bado. The strongest of her race nods and points to the female Bado. That is Sky Sword. She was very young when you all arrived and has aged quickly. Already, she has 3 sigils at 3 years old. I see you're impressed with her marksmanship. I can't help but whistle. 3 years? How does that make any sense? Bado aren't born with sigils, are they? And how do you guys age? Is 3 years old an adult? Curiosity spews from my mouth as I finally have more time to learn about Bado culture. Sky Swain pulls a chair closer to her as she sits, folding her still-injured wings behind her with a grimace. I really hope those heal right. No, we aren't. But unlike humans, we can possess sigils as young as a week old. And having a sigil like that accelerates our aging and growth. I heard it's the same for all races, even humans. The few of you who can take sigils early grow incredibly rapidly and quickly. I've even heard rumors that the first of your people earned a sigil as a child. Desolation did so as barely a teen, though that is a risk in of itself amongst your kind. I bobbed my head at her mention of the rumor. I've heard that thought many times myself. No one can really refute or prove it, though, so it's just kind of there. Nevertheless, if the rumors are true, then figures like that are true monsters. To have a body capable of imbibing ether so young provides endless potential. Children do learn the fastest, after all. That is interesting. Would you mind if I taught that one? Sky Swain smiles at me, with the sides of her beak contorting the flesh of her face. I will never get used to seeing a Bado smile, even if I like them. Of course, I can guarantee you she'd love that. You're her idol. I can't help but smile at that. An idol? Who? I don't think I've ever been told that before. It feels, Johnny. An out-of-breath Elizabeth comes barreling toward us, shouting all the way. Many of those training before me pause in confusion, but with a wave of my hand and some words, I get them to continue. Then, I stand and meet Elizabeth. Looking close with a simple glance, I can see that her eyes' surroundings are darkened by a lack of sleep. She is ragged and exhausted, but her actual eyes are alive with a blazing fervor. The grief of Wyatt's unknown condition and Millie's death is hitting her hard. Has she lost it? No, she's just come up with an idea. I should listen. You cannot take Canyon's position, he offered. You have to take us to the meeting point with Bonfire, so we can pick up Wyatt. I watch her countenance shift into complete sincerity as I can't help but sigh. She's too emotionally involved with him. Staying here is safe for everyone. Elizabeth, I want to find Wyatt too, but we need to prepare for a situation wherein he is dead. I hate to believe it myself, but it is a possibility. Just take a deep breath and calm down. Sky Swain nods beside me. She wholeheartedly believes in staying here. Her people are safe here. Our people. But Elizabeth obviously doesn't. It's not just him, Johnny. Are we merely going to stay here and die if and when desolation fails? What about when the other races get past the wastes? If other gods, awakened by desolation, come down to us? Will we simply die then without the strength to defend ourselves? I shake my head at her. She doesn't understand. The 11th Prime has already killed 2 gods. His progress is not just insane, but unbelievable. Yet it has happened. He won't fail, Elizabeth. I can't see him dying to anyone of the same sigil. Elizabeth's eyes flare as she stares right into my eyes. She points down as she delivers a warning. What if she isn't a 10th sigiled? What if there is more? Do you think desolation could win that fight alone? I pause. I haven't really considered that thought. An 11th sigil. Is that truly a thing? Elizabeth continues as I swim in my thoughts. He might need help, no. He will need it. He needed it to become a god. He'll need it to kill the oldest and scariest god of them all, too. And we can't help him if we sit on our asses and do nothing. We have to train. We have to fight. We have to grow stronger. Her words elevate my eyes from the floor to her face. Maybe she's right. The mother below isn't alone after all. Desolation is inhuman in his very nature, but that doesn't mean he can kill dozens of gods, innumerable servants, and the god in question all by himself. But how? How can any of us reach a level where we'll even matter? All of us are far too weak. I get where you are coming from, Elizabeth, but what does it matter? We are too weak to join in that battle. I watch the young woman I've seen rapidly develop into a capable mind and leader. Inhale a deep breath before stepping forward. She whispers quietly into my ear, ether molding her voice so it cannot be tampered with or heard by any form other than mine. A war. We have to make everyone fight until someone joins him. 364, Toad Strangler. Eli, Underground Tree Weiss. I tread wearily through the hallowed halls of the most ancient estate in all of humanity. This place, deep within Onyx Gate, inside the walled section of Primary, had its very first brick placed by the first himself. I pause at the entrance, not even admiring its beauty. Air fills my lungs as the scrambling pain in my mind rises. Time is ticking. Soon the device in my head will end it all. But not yet. Vincent may be a god, but there is still so much work to be done. 100 of me would not be enough. So, I continue, heading more profoundly into the building past from prime to prime in history before eventually ending with the Harveys. After all, their family has held the title the longest. Once vibrant with the echoes of life of a millennium ago, The place is now burdened by the weight of my own deeds. The anticipation of being regarded as the strongest, the leader in times of desperation, now that Vincent is beyond us, should bring some sense of accomplishment. Yet, all I feel is a profound sorrow that clings to my very being. So many have fallen and sacrificed in the pursuit of what I deemed necessary for the greater good. The balance between lives saved and lives lost becomes an enigmatic puzzle, and I can't help but question the validity of my actions. Have I truly done good, or have I merely justified my deeds with a skewed perspective of righteousness? Would the young man who embarked upon this road still recognize me? Do I even recognize myself? I stop beside a large mirror, one that holds my entire body in its frame. I'm disheveled and injured. One may even call me a plebe. The eyes I was once proud of for their clarity struggle to function after months of these current ails. They are fogged, long replaced by other beings' eyes in a partially vain attempt at power. The Harveys passing me in the hall cast fleeting glances my way, seeking acknowledgement or guidance in this dire time. I wave them off, a silent plea for solitude as I grapple with the weight of my conscience. They can't see my thoughts, and I force it so. Not a hint of my emotions leak as remorse tugs at the edges of my thoughts. To them, it looks as though I am fixing my coat. Leave me be. I would like quiet for my planning. No sound meets my ask, but it is not meant for the Harveys remaining here. Many of them, in fact, most of them, are beyond the fourth sigil, but they do not matter. The plea is for my shadow, the silent scorpion. And so, I continue through the estate. This is the first time I've been here since when? Since Vincent last appeared 35 years ago? I think so. None of the current pillars of humanity would remember that time. Or at least, they were not capable when that meeting occurred. Ed would have remembered it had he been here, Marshall too. But alas, they have bled so that I can be. Finally, I step into the grand hall, a scene of faded opulence. The long table, once set for 16, now stands lonely and dusty. This is where we would meet, where we always did, the pillars. Once upon a time, there were 16 of us. I vividly recall all their smiles, the belief in the power we had, the unshakable might we possessed with our wastelander at the helm. That didn't last very long. Sighing into the solitude, I lower myself onto a creaky chair, surrounded by the flickering glow of candles that dance with shadows. Placing myself at the head of the table is unfulfilling. It is lonely. It is depressing to be here. The thought slaps a smile on my face. It's ironic and directly against what I'm feeling, but I can't help it. The loneliness, the depression, and the emptiness. They mean that I didn't do it all just to sit at the top. I never thought I did, but there was always a lingering wisp in the back of my mind. I was worried I'd fall prey to the woes of lesser men, the faults of power and greed. I'm no saint, nor am I without problems, but at least in this, I was honest. The needle aimed at my heart from my oath with the devil as my proctor holds steady, unwavering at the past. A profoundly filling breath fills my lungs as I fall back into the seat, feeling the ether around me. The Harvey estate holds more arca than any other place in the known world. 15 arca from powers and 3 from virtues, gathered by my close friend over his long life along with those who came before him. He has more arcas too, but he bestowed them to the civilizations beyond the endless. According to him, they needed the strength far more than us to survive. I am rarely in a situation to argue with him, and I did not decide to die on that hill. 15 should be enough. I retrieve the object that has allowed me to come this far as I ponder on how important it will be in the coming times. A small pendant rests in my hands, made of the densest and most durable material known to man. The object was given to me before Vincent embarked on a journey which has no end, only in oblivion. Godflesh, the muscle, skin, or whatever part of a fallen god it is made of is unknown due to its blackened color. But the pendant itself is what is unique. It is the mark of a prime, passed from one to the next. But that is not all. It is not simply a medallion. Godflesh bears its own unique properties. The more powerful the god it comes from, the more incredible the effects. And the Godflesh here? It is from the goddess of mud from her fall millennia ago. Not quite an arca, but particular in its own ways. The Primar bestows 3 abilities to its bearer. To me, The first and the most magnificent is a vast connection to the ether of reality. It is likely tapping into a pool of talent that one did not know they had. I'm unsure of the specifics, but I will be testing them soon. Based on the texts I had access to, it likely holds a sea of ether that one can use that doesn't provoke any ether saturation. After all, the human body cannot contain the ether of a god. It either destroys or ignores. I also believe this is how the dark light of the Mother Below functions. It is part of her, but it also possesses the ether that can only be produced by a god, allowing the mortal to gather additional power beyond their sigil. The second trait bestowed is hiding the bearer from other gods' vision. While holding this, neither the Mother Below nor any of her lackeys can view me. It's perfect for concocting my schemes. It even stops her from seeing me through the eyes of other beings. Without it, all my machinations would be null and void beneath her omniscience of this planet. As far as I know, scarce few are hidden from her eyes. Vincent was one, but so was Etern. Beyond those two, I am unaware of anyone else. Not even Killian could hide his twisted flesh. And the final one is a little less important for me. For Vincent, it was essential, downright life-saving. It gives the holder an innate sense of where the full corpse of the god it comes from is. And that god in question, the true name forgotten beyond the title, is beneath these very floors. It helped my friend find home after many years away. No matter how far, no matter where I go, no matter what darkness I might find myself in, I can always orient myself home. It offers me a profound sense of comfort. With this pendant, none of the Harveys will question me. They will allow me to come and take the things stored inside, even the hidden angel that Vincent placed within his family. There is nothing they can do to me, but that simply belies the inquiry. What will I do next? Vincent is waging a war far beyond where we can touch, nestled deeply within the bridge of the gods. Is there nothing I could do to help him? Not directly, no. If I were to become a Dominion, I could join the battle in my own way, even if only minorly. But that's not enough. Now that leaks are forming in the mesh of gods, I must only wait for the right one to fall. Then becoming a demigod is not the end. More can lie beyond that. Vincent is merely the cannonball that slams the whole world into high gear. I, however, will be the one to save him and the world at the most critical time. Yet, how will I perform the acts needed to rise that high? My third is still beyond me. Even if a fallen god were to lighten the load, the task is daunting. Perhaps I could reignite the flames of war between the races? No, that won't work. We're too separated now due to the wasteland. Damn it, Vincent. Why did you have to make it that massive? It'd take months to get a team capable of dealing some severe damage through. Though, maybe after the gods fall, other avenues of power will open other than violence. However, I don't believe I have the time to pursue them, even if they do. Killing, stealing, and war have always been the fastest way to money, power, and fame. I don't see this being any different. So, if I can't find the other races, then what do we do? Venture into the oceans? No, that would be suicide. Only Vincent could manage to cross the endless. The creatures in the depths of the waters could threaten even him as a Dominion. I've heard horrific stories from the man himself, how he nearly met his end countless times amid those waters. What hope would I have to compete? I'm not naive enough to believe I'm that skilled. What then? Delve into pained peaks? Fight against the lingering shadows of the past demigods that fell there? That's actually not an awful idea. There is always a chance that those shadows break out when provoked too often. The last time one did, the Pygmies' creator had to step in and throw it into the endless. It's probably not the best move here. Too much danger is just as useless as not enough. I don't want to die, after all. I suppose I could also cross Lawless Lake to fight Pygmies against my deal with Maddox. It wasn't a promise to the devil, so I can break it as I please without physical repercussions. But do I want another enemy when I already have so many? The slumbering are eyeing my stature with venomous eyes. They think I don't know they exist, but I do. What kind of information lord would I be if I didn't? Nothing hides from me. Nothing. Still, if I gain too many foes, they might strike on their own. Maddox did fulfill his side of the deal after all, raiding the Nahullo, demons, and pygmies while Vincent distracted their most powerful figures. The bastard even managed to kill 2 virtues. Or, or I can finally deal with that rebellion. I wanted to spare them from Vincent's battle due to the fact they were human and still had potential in this game against the gods. But perhaps this is their potential to be stepping stones for my rise. It's callous. It's downright evil. But it is necessary. The least evil in the world is brutal math. Yet, I believe now, despite the harsh and rapid times, is the best time to wait. Patience is a virtue few can demonstrate. I'll wait a little while and strike whenever someone grows weak enough to exploit. I find it hard to imagine Maddox, Lennon, or any of the other angels sitting still. I shall lay waste to them the moment a chance arises. Whether it's Maddox, Lennon, or Johnny, I need to get things into motion to spark my rise. Clarence? Still, that doesn't mean the rebellion shouldn't have some eyes on them. My voice echoes into the chamber as Clarence Love peeks his tanned head through, nodding toward me. I wave my hand at him, getting him to follow me inside and to join me at the table. Once he sits beside me, confusion on his face, evident despite his attempt to hide his genuine emotions, I begin to expunge my ideas. He's my most trusted confidant, and I could use a second opinion. We will be clamping down on that rebellion soon, Clarence. The only one that I would like to live through it all is the inventor. Earl Garner, I believe is his name. When all the dust settles, Vincent could use his mind. Clarence's eyes flicker across my eyes before he raises a question to me, unafraid of voicing his opinion. Just how I like it. A leader without advisors is nothing but an unfeeling king. Humanity doesn't do kings. We haven't for a very, very long time. They do not go well when a single man can topple armies. It leads to unbridled tyranny and consolidation of power. Then why did you save them before? Wouldn't it have been better to kill them? I sigh, noticing his question has a simple answer. He didn't manage to poke a hole in my thought process in the slightest. Killing them was a worst-case scenario after Vincent's rise. I was not anticipating the land he devoured to reach all the way to the northernmost outpost of the Nahullo, to the edge of Lawless Lake, and even to the depths of the wilds. Those men and women are talented, terribly so, but without anything to fight. Clarence, when the gods fall, we can only kill our own. I watch as the man's gaze wavers for a moment. Even he doesn't like the idea of killing our own. These are bad people. For the most part, at least. The deadliest assassin has done much of my dirty work, but his only requirement is that I have proof. Proof that those he is killing are beyond saving. That what he is to do must be done. My mouth opens again as I try to reassure him, even if I don't mean a word of what I'm spouting. Now, I must repeat, this is a last case, absolute worst case scenario. I know how I worded it did not sound like it, but that is because I am still formulating our next steps. It took decades to get us here. If other races come in, parts of the sands condense, or another threat arises, we will use them to grow. The notion of it being a worst case calms my assassin, and with his nod, I continue a bit further. Regardless, we are to wait. Practice whatever you feel will make progress. Ingratiate yourself with the Arca within these halls. I give you full authority to use any of them, even the virtued ones. You may disseminate them as you please too, to those you feel worthy of them and capable of wielding them. Though, remember, only Tyran, Cloud, and Brimstone are not aligned with any of the slumbering. This gets Clarence's lips shifting into a wide grin. He knows about one of the Arca stored here. Cone's Edge, an Arca of the rarest type. A weapon, or more specifically, a dagger, his favorite tool. I push my chair out from the table as I stand, extending my hand out to the man. I may not owe him my life, but he has been a solid soldier, one that I wish I had many more of. Thank you, sir. He even thanks me for the privilege of using the Arcus here. I shake my head and inform him of the future. Once the gods fall, the world will become chaotic. People will rise in sigil like you've never seen before. It's already happening. Angels will still be rare, but they will not be the one in many millions like they were before. These tools will provide us with an edge in the times to come, and we will use that edge to rise. Joseph, Sylvia, and Parker will be here soon. So will Cloud and Brimstone. We have to stick together. Our survival will lead to the survival of our race. Do you understand? Clarence hesitates for only a fraction of a second before agreeing, cementing himself into this coming chaos. I step forward and thump a hand on his shoulder, tightening my grasp to hold him in place. I need to become a god as soon as possible to aid Vincent. He alone cannot finish the job. He needs backup. Autumn Riptide Atkins. My teeth practically tear out my fingernails as I curse myself for being so stupid. I challenged my brother into a fight. I wasn't even that drunk. The emotions, they just took over me. It felt as if I didn't do that then and there that I would never get the chance to do so. But not all things are bad. I gave Virgil some of my extra coins, partly as thanks and mainly to help. Yet all they've done is buy food, relax, and enjoy themselves. The three haven't trained at all. Wyatt hasn't practiced or dueled Virgil this past day. I know there are 3 more full days until the duel, but still, where is that madman I knew before? No, I'm being unreasonable. Wyatt is decompressing after weeks of struggling against the Pale Lady. So are Virgil and Abraham. It makes sense. They need to unwind. They need to mourn. But I can't watch it. It's eating me inside. My hand slides against the lock to my room in this tavern as I slip out, hiding my feminine form with a cloak from the bastards that populate this place. In most other places, being a woman isn't too bad. Hell, it was better in the affluent regions of Blackreach. The men were quite lovely, chivalrous in fact. I'd have doors opened, free food, and even kind gestures constantly given to me. Here, my father couldn't have brought worse men together if he tried. I've had dozens attempt to assault me, even after knowing who I am. They merely assume my father wouldn't care, and that I'm powerless to defend myself. How fucking stupid. He might not care, but how could the sea's shadow raise a weakling? Shaking my head, I rapidly traversed the nightly roads of Kingstown toward the beach. I won't tell those 3, but I only found them because I was considering suicide amongst those waves. They are calming, embracing, kind. I wish I was more like them. My knees hit the sand before I even recognize I reached them. The granules dig into my skin. I breathe in and enjoy the sensation for a little while, listening to the tides. Wonderful, so peaceful, so endearing. I could just get lost in the noise and the sensations. Hey, Autumn, I thought I'd find you here. You and Ridger both love the sea more than any of us. Ryder's voice forces the peace to a screeching halt. I twist my head toward the man standing still amid the sand as my ether roars to life, liquid seeping from my pores. Tides are forming my weapons as I glare at the man. You here to finish the fight early? My twin shakes his head as he plops down beside me, with a burst of sand around him shifting from his sudden weight, gazing out into the waves and ignoring my heated stare. The man doesn't seem to care how I feel about him at all, preferring to speak his mind. I came here to say something. I haven't told Father this. I haven't told anyone this but Feldman. I'm dying, sister. A brain tumor. It's in the very core of my brain with no way to fix it. I called you back to give you a gift, but I cannot simply bestow it anymore. The organ in my chest halts for several shaking moments as I creak my head to look him directly in the eye. Ryder's eyes are unfocused, regretful, and hopeless. My brother, he is telling the truth. He is dying. The realization sends pangs deep into my chest, even after all he's done. Ulatai? It hurts to even imagine. This duel between the two of us would, of course, leave one dead or near dead. But I never honestly imagined I'd win. I just had to try. My stomach remains in a pit as I croak out a few words. The falling rain. You were going to give it to me? Ryder's head sinks up and down as he flashes the weapon to me. The beautiful Colt, the 5th of all the lumens, falling rain, nestles itself softly into his holster. My teeth chatter at the sight. Yes, I was. Father doesn't need it. And you will be the only one of us 3 to live to our 30s. I had thought becoming an angel might cure me, but it only slowed things down. Yet, I will now have to fight you to the death. And if I do not give it my all, I worry Father will simply kill us both. Before, I wanted to kill any who might oppose you to guarantee your position. Now, I can't help but gulp at imagining it. It would not be the first time he killed both kids for not fighting as he asked. The bastard has plenty more young ones coming. Not that they will likely have the time to mature due to the passing times. I am sorry, Ryder. I fucked things up. I messed up real bad. I don't even manage to tell my twin that someone else will fight him, and that stabs me even more profoundly in my chest. All I can do is twist and hug the man, wishing we were born under a different roof. Hell, any roof other than the falling rain at sea. It's okay, Autumn. It's okay. You can beat me. I have faith. Just remember, I can't see out of the corners of my eyes, and my hands tremble after I fight for too long. Use that. Use those hints, and kill me, so that you may live. 365, Blackleg Sportsman. Wyatt Graves. Abraham, Virgil, and I sit in a row atop the multi-floored in that Virgil managed to score us yesterday. It was pretty expensive, but I don't feel all that bad for the thieves Virgil stole from a pay for it. The coin wasn't theirs anyway. Never was. The three of us are silent after our recent game of cards, ending with Virgil's win. I'm pretty sure he cheated. Not that I'll blame him or accuse him. It's what we do. Abraham and I just really weren't in the mood for it after bonfire. So I extend my legs beyond the roof's edge while overlooking the sprawling city that spreads like a vast wreath of ramshackle huts, bars, and the occasional fancy manor beneath the canvas of the dawn sky. The hues of the rising sun paint the horizon in shades of gold and amber, casting a tranquil glow over the landscape. But despite the serenity of the rising morning, something I'm soon to fall asleep under, my mind is ensnared by the shadows of impending events. A duel awaits me on the horizon, a confrontation that looms just a few days away. I am posited to fight Ryder Adkins, son of Maddox Adkins. We aren't entirely sure it'll even work, replacing Autumn with me, but there is little hope besides that gamble. Autumn isn't prepared to fight her brother, and I won't let Virgil do it while still recovering, even if I think he's stronger than me. Neither of them is capable how they are. I don't even think I am, but I'll have to be. However, my thoughts struggle to tether themselves to the upcoming contest past those simple considerations. Instead, they drift inexorably towards the recent losses, or rather, the presumed losses, of the three. The weight of their absence clings to my consciousness like an unshakable specter. Is this what it was like for them when I was gone? The whole time we played cards, I kept looking to the side, expecting him to be there. But he wasn't, and neither were Frozen or Clumsy. All of those idiots are gone. Cigar, Woody, Frozen, Clumsy, Bonfire, the whole fucking group. It tears me up inside. Why is it the joyful ones that die? The happy ones? First, it was Marion, and then Otto joined him in the underworld. But it was also Vernon, then Heath, then Cigar and Woody. And now, finally, those three. I don't want to think they are all three dead. Hell, I don't even want to imagine one of them dead. But that quartet would have little reason to keep one alive, let alone three. I just, sleep, though not elusive, fails to offer respite. In the quiet hours of the night, dreams unfurl before me. They are vivid memories of the good times we had, hopeful of more in the future. They continue to weave scenarios of what might have transpired had I lingered. Scenarios that persist even after I open my eyes to the morning light. The uncertainty, the gnawing doubt, remains in the recesses of my mind. The self-loathing overshadows the impending duel that should command my attention. I should have stayed. I should have fought, even if I died in the process. At least, no, what am I thinking? That is the opposite of what those three wanted. As the sun ascends, casting its warm embrace upon the city below, I grapple with the echoes of loss. Virgil lowers his head as the sun's rays fall upon us, the man hiding his countenance from its radiance. Even just that tiny gesture fills me with even more profound sadness. The only times Virgil has felt the sun in the past year are when it is burning him alive. Does it get easier? I only realize I've voiced the question as Virgil glances at me slightly, his eyes peering out at me from under his mask. The man doesn't move his head, but only pats me on the shoulder. Shaking my head, I pivot and move away from the edge, heading toward the door that leads into the building. As I walk away, however, Virgil calls out to me, his head focused on me. I pause as his voice enters the early morning air. People die, Wyatt. They always have and always will. It doesn't get easier. You just have to get tougher. One day, I too will die. So will Abraham. So will you. Death is natural. Don't let it nail you to the floor. There are so many things I want to say, so many things I want to yell, so many things I want to hit, and so many things I want to rage at, but I stop myself. I only notice that Virgil can't bring himself to look at me, and Abraham is fingering that necklace he always wears, the one of a balance. I force my legs to move and carry me under the door before I throw my back against the wall inside the inn. Wiping my eyes, I tell myself the truth and take a deep breath to calm down. Virgil isn't being callous. He isn't being heartless. He isn't being monstrous. That is simply how he must see the world to survive. I mean, he's had to kill and bury his own younger brother. That is merely the tip of the iceberg as well. I've heard scarce of his time as a damned, but the things he must have done are beyond my imagination. I hate that I am gradually becoming like that. It's not insensitive or cruel. It's simply desensitized. You can only be beaten so many times before the pain hurts less. Or, more accurately, you react less. Almost mechanically like one of Earl's tools. I return to our room. The figures that step past me back away the second they get close. A low growl from my hand acting without my ask. Blodwin is silent, but he can feel my pain too. I open the door that we left unlocked, knowing nothing important was left inside, only to find a sobbing figure on the main bed. Autumn sits hunched, crying in her hands as I close the door behind me with a click. She glances up at me with reddened eyes. Her midnight blue hair shrouds her face as Autumn coughs out a sentence that I hardly understand. I want to fight him. What? Is she mad? I hurry forward, forgetting my roaming thoughts for a moment as I take her shoulders into my hands. She stares at me with complete sincerity, something I can't possibly comprehend. What the hell are you talking about? We've already been over this. You can't fight Ryder. Where have you been the past day? We were looking all over for you. Autumn's head sinks as if the truth has been beaten back into her. The shoulders of the woman falter, and she slips backward in the bed, splaying her dense hair outward. I raise an eyebrow as more tears leak from her eyes, confusing me further. What is happening? I raise a hand toward her, but stop. Are you okay? What changed? You were on board with this plan the last time we saw you. Autumn simply shakes her head with a simple reply, one that I have an argument against. Nothing changed. I just don't want my brother to die. What about all that he did to you? To Ridger? Why don't you want him dead? The woman sits up and sniffles, glaring at me with scorn. Do you have any siblings? I hesitate on my answer because of Lily, but I give her what she's expecting. No. Autumn stands, ruffles her hair, and retrieves a few dozen gold dollars from the bag at her hip. A scoff is the only real noise she makes other than her voice. Then you wouldn't understand. We fight, we feud, and we make up. The battles between us only ever got truly deadly because of our father. I love Ridger. They are the only family I've ever had. Come, let's go do something other than wallow in our own fucking suffering. I can tell Autumn's hiding something as she roughly slams some coins into my hand, but I don't want to force it out of the crying lass. Instead, I follow her out of the room with only a minor complaint. I was coming in here to go to sleep. We might have stayed up all night playing cards and telling stories. A hand grips my shoulder and pulls me from the room as Autumn closes the door behind us and locks it with one of the two keys we have. The other is with Abraham, as Virgil can simply flicker through any ordinary object, an invaluable skill for stealing. What wasted talents? Who am I kidding? He's a much better as... What am I saying? I should be paying attention to where Autumn is taking me, or I won't know my way back when she gets drunk. Well, you can sleep later. Now, you're coming with me for something else. Hey, Kingstown Special. Bushio. It's a stupid name for a stupid gambling game, but I need something to distract me. It's one of the few things Father would let us do when we're younger. I raise an eyebrow as we move through the streets, heading for the docks. The path is eerily similar to how we arrived there the other day when she challenged her brother, but I have trouble genuinely paying attention. The lack of sleep hardly affects me due to, well, an extensive list of reasons, but another thing falls in its place. My focus is more so on what the fuck Bushio is. In this game, Bushio, what is it? Autumn laughs as she stares at me, the tears all gone from her facade. How did she do that so quick? It looks like nothing was affecting her at all just a few moments ago. This woman, she's trained. I don't know what Maddox put her through, but when she wants to, Autumn can hide herself as adeptly as Virgil. It's a little worrisome, to be honest, but I listen as she details the game to me. As she talks, I quickly grow distracted as in the distance I hear mentions of the cabin. Worried whispers and panicked voices speak of it as an ill omen, that the world is ending. Rumors of people taken and losing their minds are on the rise. I stop and stare at one man, full of tears and shuddering beside mocking mates about his wife, who was turned into a silvery monster. A snap in my face brings my attention back to Autumn. I discard the worried thoughts of the cabin and focus on her for now. That isn't good, though. Soon the lighthouses will all fall. Listen, it's a fun game. Basically, we place bids on unopened crates that have been taken from raids in different places. They are typically separated by a category, like pygmy, nahalo, or whatever. Once you open it, the people there will purchase whatever is inside of it back from you, but only if you want them to, of course. I follow along with her words, but find a curious part toward the end. Buy it back? Then what's the point of doing it at all? Autumn giggles again, hiding her mouth with her hand as we enter the region of the docks. She grabs my hand and leads me to a stand in the distance, surrounded by crates and metal boxes with locks. That must be it. A wooden sign above it is illegible gibberish that resembles letters. Someone must have paid for a job without being able to read. I don't know if that's hilarious or sad. I'll pick the former. The point of it is to have fun. Sometimes you find something cool inside them. I remember Roger found an old bottle of whiskey from one that we all drank from. And one time, Vanessa got a colt. These things aren't widespread among the people here, but they were fun to us. Still are. I nod in understanding as we square up to the dilapidated shack that holds the crates for Bushio. This place sure doesn't look widespread to me, but Autumn seems to know the owner. Hey, Bucaramonestis. My eyes close themselves at the name, the many syllables leaving and entering my mind instantly. Not remembering that, I refuse to. The back of the man Autumn refers to turns around and faces us appropriately. The man has a bizarrely large nose with a visibly opulent pimple. The pus is already streaming down it in tiny rivulets. I can hardly look at this man as he shouts with joy at seeing my friend. Autumn, my dear, so glad to see you. I've got a recent shipment right from Ilstra's academy. Those damn pygmies had no idea what hit them. Huh? I tell you, your father brings the most delicious goods. I just had to scoop up whatever I could. I notice Autumn awkwardly laugh at the mention of her father, but the woman quickly disregards her old man, focusing on the place I've never heard of before. Ilstra's academy? That's where the raid was? How did they make it that deep into the flats without Tanyuan stopping them? Butcher, nope, chuckles merrily as he wipes his nose before leaning backward and hauling a sealed box onto the table, slapping it with his callous skin. I step to the side, checking the pus now stained into the wood as the man waves his hands grandly. Yes, the Dominions were distracted, and your father went on a grandiose adventure. He made pit stops at Ilstra's academy, stealing much of their technology, demons gathering many heads, and including falling rain, and he even stopped by the Nahalo's outpost in Stark Bluffs. I must say, however, I am a tad disappointed he didn't venture in a demon's accord. The wealth that must be stored there, the gold, the weapons, I can only shiver at the thought. Only the Undying has ever set foot upon those lands. Ah, what he saw. My mind slowly comes into frame as I recall all of these places. I have heard of them before. Marshall taught me of them. Ilstra's academy is the capital of the pygmies, where their best and brightest go to learn and grow stronger. As for demons gathering and Daem's accord, they are two places where demons, well, gather and make deals with each other. They are some of the few demonic cities we know of, other than the binary lords' abodes that span the length of human cities. Once again, though, I'm reminded of my father's ability to go wherever he pleased as none could put him down permanently. Autumn grows excited at the man's words, and I join her. The things in this crate could be extraordinary. Sure, it's unlikely that Maddox or his crew threw something interesting into this box or found this box in a vault and didn't open it, but the chance is there. Ilstra's Academy is the premier location for technology and ether constructs within all of the world, held deep within the Pygmies' flats. Man, I wish Earl were here. He would make this damn thing so awesome. Well, whatever. I'll get him here someday. Well, Bookrum and Estes, let's get started. How much for one for me and my friend? The game master grins as he grabs another crate and hands out the tools, worn-out crowbars that have seen their fair share of plunder. He extends two hands, one at each of us with a grunt. You think you can cough up 20 apiece? They fellers are a once-in-a-lifetime commodity, after all. Autumn sighs before nodding, slipping me some extra as we both pay. Buck. Nope, still. Chortles with glee as he nods for us to begin. Beside me, my friend's eyes sparkle with excitement. Autumn plunges the crowbar into the side of her crate. Then, she wrenches it back and forth, ether tinged into her arms. It only takes a few seconds before it cracks, and a rainbow of juice bottles spills out. Her enthusiasm is contagious as she takes one and pops it open to drink from, and I can't help but laugh. While drinking her juice, she points to my box, bouncing up and down on her heels. I know what she's alluding to. It's my turn. I jam the crowbar into the crate and rip my arm to the side. The lid gives way, with little effort due to my strength, revealing a sea of tiny balls. They roll out onto the table before the game master shouts in surprise, diving forward and cradling them with his hands. I had a crate of pygmy explosives? Oh shit, hi, Autumn. Do you maybe want to buy the rest from Ilstra's Academy? Discount, of course. I examine the spheres suspiciously as Autumn shakes my shoulder, whispering into my ear. See, isn't this fun? It's like stealing weapons from a mass murderer. Then, she stands back up and nods to the man before us. What kind of discount are we talking? 80. Buck. I'll call him Buck. Vehemently shakes his head and refutes her offer. 20. Autumn fires back as they enter a war of words. 70. 30. 60. 40. 50. Deal. After Buck recluses the box I opened, the two shake hands at half price, sliding it to me. Then, he reaches back and places 6 more on the floor outside his shop, putting his hand out for Autumn. She pays him the 60 gold coins he's asking for, and the ugly man waves us goodbye, shooing us off for more customers that I don't think he'll get. Autumn, however, can't be any happier as she stands with our 8 total boxes and her hands on her hips. Somehow, this actually has gotten my mind away from things. She tosses me a crowbar as we slide the crates away from the shop. So, want to open the rest? You just get a few hundred pygmy explosives. Those are worth a pretty penny, even if they are likely to explode on you. I laugh and nod, reaching down with my crowbar to open another. 366, the long sea shanty. More days swing by, each one faster than the last, until it is the day of the challenge. Every day was fun as Autumn took me all over the island, constantly doing this. And looking back, I think she did it on purpose. However, I'm not sure if it was to help her reminisce on her early life, or if it was to thank me in some way for taking this burden off her. Autumn never asked me to train or practice. She simply enjoys our time. Of course, we're not alone. Virgil and Abraham come with us almost everywhere. Bonfire's best friend, however, is still down. Getting him to go with us to the casino was brutal. He's always staring at that necklace of his, the one his mother gave him. I heard from Bonfire a long time ago that Abraham's mother believed in a god to soothe her troubles. I don't remember which one, though. There was a funeral pyre yesterday. It was for the fallen crew members of Maddox who perished in their most recent raid. Abraham snuck out and found us thereafter refusing to attend at first. I think he just didn't want us to see him cry. The fire was leagues below Emmett's in heat, but it reminded me of the man. Not knowing is what hurts the most. I don't know if he's truly dead or worse. I only know that he isn't here with us. My reminiscent thoughts pause as Virgil steps past me, his gait far more stable than a few days ago. Night owls sure do heal fast. His hand flicks out and tosses out a folded piece of clothing, a dark fabric that lands with some heft onto the table I'm sitting at. He's almost fully recovered. Perhaps I underestimated him. Still, the fabric draws my attention as I immediately know what it is. I've worn it for a long time after all. Is that a dumbrel? I thought I told you I wanted you to keep it. Virgil shakes his head at me, drawing a chair out as he plops down beside me. The man lowers his mask to reveal his face now that he is hidden from the burning sun with a tight grimace. I appreciate the gesture, truly, but it won't last that much longer. I've gone all over the island, searching for someone that can fix it. I could not. It's taken too much damage and is too rare for anyone here to know how to repair it, Wyatt. Whatever makes up its fabric has lost much of its touch. I think the sigil inside is fading from the damage. I nod to him as I understand what he's saying. Reaching forward, I unfurl the overcoat that has saved my life more times than I can possibly remember. The dark cloth is so tough it can stop bullets and halt blades, but in this world, there are things more powerful than guns and knives. There are even ones that can pierce beyond it anyway. I know it couldn't stop Virgil's dagger if he was determined to get through it. Vast lacerations encompass the back and front of the coat, with long lines of holes along the arms. Tiny holes, likely bitten into by the sands of the wasteland, garnish the whole of a dumbrel. I sigh as I confirm what he's thinking with a wavering tone. One last ride for this? I must say, it makes me emotional. We found it within Amun's vault. Virgil extends his hand onto the coat and nods profoundly. Then he slides Mars to me, the Colt grinding against the wood of the inn's table. Indeed, I reckon this fight will make it lose the rest of what makes it special. And take this. I take a moment to inspect the Colt. Lily doesn't say anything as she's wholly quiet in my mind at the moment, resting on my hip. But as I focus on the Mars, I can't bring myself to take the weapon. The old memory of Lily growing angry at my touching another Colt burns into my mind. That's not all that stops me, however. She's more than a weapon with tendencies and preferences. She's a person. Taking another weapon in place of her would be a betrayal. Lily might not have a bullet in the chamber for me to fire, but I'd take her any day over all the other weapons in the world. She has been practicing. She can fight even without a bullet. Still, Mars might be more useful. Regardless, I will not take it. Why? I can't help but wonder. The answer is easy. She's never failed me. She's always cared. Even when miles away, hardly able to do anything, she still reached out to save me. With an open palm, I slide the Mars back to Virgil, refusing his second offer. I know you're trying to help, but I can't do that to Lily. I'm a one Colt man. Not to mention, she'd be furious with me if I took it. I will wear a dumbrel, though. Virgil coughs into his arm lightly as he holsters his Colt, lamenting on his own powerful weapon that he's unable to grasp. Makes sense. Does have me regretting setting down that scythe to kill those crimlimes, though. Damn, that thing was nice, but just too heavy to outrun a train with. I hope no one gave it away or sold it. 7 sigil claymores are hard to come by. It's no lumen, but it ain't far from one. The old blacksmiths of the Nahullo were something else. I laugh softly as I recall him hauling it around shortly after we killed that demon together. She was inexhaustible, as brutal as me and as deadly as Virgil. What was the ability of that scythe anyway? Did you figure it out? My friend waves his hand in a rotational motion to say he's not sure before elaborating. Kinda? I learned that all its wounds naturally fester unless stopped with intricate ether, essentially making all wounds to low sigils lethal without a high-sigiled medic. It also tethers itself to a soul and is able to soar through the air to the owner with enough force to cut through seemingly anything. The distance obviously has a limit, or I'd have it back right now. Beyond that, I'm not sure what was Hand's power or the Claymore's abilities. I scratch my head at his words, remembering the many strengths and abilities that Hand displayed. From the impenetrable fog she created to the incredible swiftness she demonstrated, she was quite a formidable foe. And that's not to mention the corpse explosion thing she did. One wound opened by her would quickly detonate into death. Apparently, I was the only one to ever survive it. Virgil simply evaded it within his flicker. I wonder if that was the power of the scythe, and the rest were its other sigils abilities. That would make sense. But then, what was Hand's power? It might have been that fog of darkness. She seemed to be able to teleport, or was simply extremely fast within it, and her scythe's blade grew thicker thanks to the mist attaching to it. So I doubt any of that will come with the scythe. While I'm lost in thought, Autumn steps through the door, entering our rented-out room in this inn. She glances around shortly before focusing on me. By the look in her eyes, I can tell what she wants to say before she even opens her mouth. It's time. Let's go, Wyatt. The duel is in an hour on my father's ship. You don't want to be late. I stand up to follow her, wrapping my body in the tattered form of a dumbrel as I walk. She glances at the badly damaged overcoat with confusion, and Abraham, leaning against the doorway outside, explains. That's a bulwark, miss. Rare, I know. Though, it does look like utter shit, doesn't it? Wyatt isn't all that good at not breaking things. Take a gander at his arms. Believe it or not, he's lost both. He's probably about to lose another one. I glare at the pale man as I brush past him, grinding my shoulder against him. He laughs and waves his hands up in surrender as I can't help but smile a little at him. He's not normal, but at least he's joking again. Fuck you. Believe it or not, I've seen you lose limbs too. If it weren't for Heath back then, you'd be without somethings too jackass. Autumn's eyes shift back and forth before she wags her head and grabs me by the arm, leading me out of the building. The other two follow, but after we exit the inn, it seems as though hundreds of pairs of eyes are watching us. The people of Kingstown are excited about this duel. They're nearly salivating for it. We step through the open streets of Kingstown with the sun high in the air. It isn't quite noon yet, the time of the battle, but the whole city is abuzz with chatter. Bloodthirsty gazes dig into both Autumn and me. It feels as though people are primarily looking into me, curious about what I'm doing with Autumn. Some even shout out, questioning me for being with a woman who is already dead. The reasons are simple to me. I want that lumen. I want to keep my friend from dying. And finally, Maddox will let Autumn become his heir after this, allowing us some leeway and a potential close partnership with the pirate. I don't reply to the chatter, instead electing to focus and speak to Blodwyn as we walk. We have gotten far closer in the past few days. His vocabulary is snowballing, and soon, I reckon he'll be able to speak enough to make some sense. We got a big fight coming up, buddy. You ready? Blodwyn growls in acceptance and excitement, the bloody gurgling coming up and out of my hand through my chest into the air. The noise scares off some of the observers, but others scrutinize me even further. Again, I ignore them, listening to Blodwyn. Yes, little hungry. A laugh comes from myself before I can even stop myself. Blodwyn is constantly fucking hungry. When is the artifact not? At least he isn't eating me anymore, preferring other artifacts or meat and blood from Sigils. I think he likes human-based things the most, simply based on old experience, but I appreciate that he doesn't ask for it. It seems even his relatively austere mind can realize we shouldn't be eating my kind. I reply to him with a smile as the rising tide comes into view. Sure thing. After this, I'll score you an artifact to eat. The ship captivates my attention, forcing me to forget Blodwyn's reply as the rising tide dominates the horizon with its looming silhouette. Its imposing figure stretches across the canvas of the sea. The ship, while still damaged, has gone under vast repairs, gradually returning to its former self. Faces stare at us from every direction as Virgil whispers to us. The shadowy man takes Abraham and slides to the side with all the other people who are creating a kind of path onto the plank of the ship. You two go on ahead. I'll be watching. The whole city has been waiting for this for days. I've fully recovered, other than my broken foot. If I think you will die, I will do what I can to intervene. I nod to Virgil as we continue, walking through the wide berth given to us. Glares still tear into me from all over, but they don't dare do anything. We're this close to the sea's shadow, after all. As we navigate the chaotic walkway, the eyes of the gathered pirates shift between Autumn and me, curiosity and speculation etched into their unique gazes. They assume that she's the challenger here for a duel, unaware that I am the one who will be taking her place in the forthcoming duel. I release a slight smirk from my lips as we walk up the long wooden plank that acts as a stairway to the ship. All the crew uses it, and so we will too. And in only moments, the groaning plank beneath my boots leads me onto the massive vessel. The air pulsates with a cacophony of cheers and jeers from everyone around. As we reach the top of the plank, I genuinely understand how insane this thing I'm walking onto is. The rising tide is more than a mere boat. It is a walking arsenal. There have to be 100 cannons on each side of the ship with enough room to hold thousands of people on board at once. The expansive deck, normally bustling with the fervor of a life of raiding and pillaging, now stands eerily empty. Only two figures occupy the space. The imposing figure of the ship's captain, a weathered visage marked by the trials of the high seas, and his son, a younger but equally formidable presence. Their eyes fixate on us, a mix of wariness and curiosity in their gaze. Autumn turns to me and grabs my fleshy arm with a wavering pair of pupils that practically scream the fact she wants to say something. I return the gaze, but she seems odd. Her face is scrunched, and she appears to be holding her breath. Is something wrong? Do we need to fall back? My friend shakes her head as she inhales a deep breath, patting down her clothes before stepping onto the deck of the ship. She motions for me to follow, and I do. There is no going back. I said I would do this, and I will. A duel to the death? Huh? He won't be the first man I kill, but he will be the first who might not deserve it. At the very least, Lily should rise today. I'm unsure how this whole thing will work after we get the final kill, but we will figure it out later. The captain and Lord of Kingstown is dressed in the most gaudy suit I've ever seen, a bright smile on his face, as if he's at a merry carnival. The look frustrates me, but I say nothing. Maddox, undeterred by the unexpected turn of events of my arrival, stares right at me with simple inquisitiveness. His voice, deep and resonant, cuts through the ambient noise, summoning Autumn to the center stage of the impending duel. The scene is set, the stage laid, and the tension aboard the rising tide becomes palpable as the duel awaits Autumn and Ryder. Come, daughter. Is this who will bury you should you fail? The sea's shadow, a man with a gnarly scar on his cheek that only covers a fraction of the blemishes on his face, waves his arms for his daughter and son to fight to the death. But Autumn has a different idea. She steps behind me, placing a hand on my back with a bold but shaky voice. There are no rules to these, Father. As such, I should have someone fight in my place. Is that fine? The whole intensity of the world shifts in a single moment as Autumn brings up my existence. Maddox's eyes of a rampaging sea collapse onto me as he chuckles softly into the salty air. At the same time, I notice Ryder's eyes fall as if betrayed or disappointed. Did he want to kill his sister that badly? No matter. If he's that awful, it only makes it easier for me. I return my focus to Maddox. The old raider steps backward, making distance up the stairs as he advances onto the higher portion of the ship. He nearly doubles over in laughter on his way up, the noise a grating one despite being from a place of joy. I don't know anything beyond deck, masts, and sails, so I can't label where he stands. Nevertheless, he remains in front of the wheel, still laughing his ass off before replying. I hold my breath, waiting to see if he'll truly honor the lack of rules as his voice echoes across the sea. Very well then, daughter. I never thought someone would use that in this way. Clever girl, but you will still die should you lose. The only question is, have you brought someone capable enough? May you introduce yourself, young man? The concentration of all the people and Maddox himself falls to me as I stride into the center of the ship, feeling the roughness of the wood beneath me. This vessel isn't made of simple materials. I can already tell the dark wood is as tough as steel, if not more so. Once I land across from Ryder, I place my right arm on my chest, the metal still warped and broken due to Earl being in a far-off place. Then I open my mouth to the world. I can't help but feel a sense of excitement as I speak. Fights are not something I'd say I enjoy, but they get my blood pumping. And even though I don't genuinely want to kill this man, I can't lie. My heart is beating thunderously, but not out of desperation for once. This time I want to fight. I want to have Lily grow. I want to grow stronger. Lennon was always right. A challenge is the only way to grow. I am Wyatt Graves Maddox Atkins, and I am here to fight on Autumn's behalf. I watch the ship's captain cautiously, prepared to use Shadowed from Adumbril and all the other ether loaded into my flesh to run should he attack. But he doesn't. Maddox leans forward and furrows his brows as he places his arms on the railing of his ship, squinting at me. Oh ho ho, now, this is interesting. Been a while since I seen one of you folk around here. And how are you being compensated for this, Graves? Money? Wealth? Power? Her? I shake my head at the older man's insinuations and clench my prosthetic. The metal creaks and groans as I sense Blodwyn moving ether around our body in preparation. Nothing of the sort. I am doing this because she asked. Nothing more, nothing less. At my response, Maddox leans back, guffawing with a hand on his stomach into the sky. With his laughter, others around the ship join him in the heart laugh, having me realize that there are many more people aboard this ship than I thought. In a quick glance, I see 6 Sigils sitting on the vessel's edges or hanging on the masts. The threats put me on guard, and I lower my attention to Ryder as the man steps forward, finding his time to do so. He doesn't speak, however, preferring to let his father do so. She must have you twirled around her finger, boy. Well, no matter. A Graves in the family would be ideal. Let us begin. Take your places and agree to any rule should you two want. Should you win, Wyatt Graves, Autumn shall take Ryder's place. And you, well, we shall see about you later. Maddox's final words don't give me much reassurance, but I'm already here. I can't take this back anymore. I take my hands out before me and ready them as Ryder draws a cutlass and his lumen, the falling rain. The weapon immediately has Lily speak into my mind with alarm, the cult forcing herself to do so. She usually can't speak so freely. Watch out for that one. He's strong. I think between a Dumbrel, Petal Shield, and Blodwyn, though, we should be able to block the bullets. I nod inwardly to my dear companion, glaring at Ryder as he speaks to me. The man doesn't seem as abhorrently confident as others say he is. He looks at peace, maybe a tad bit disappointed. It's hard to tell. Nevertheless, he doesn't say much. There are no rules I wish to extend. No rules are preferred. Relief fills me as Ryder neglects to bestow any rules. These challenges are such weird things. There are no rules, but if the participants agree, rules can be made. I was really hoping that he wouldn't levy a rule against colts after recognizing the one at my hip. Not that I would agree, of course, but there is always a chance Maddox forces it through. Yet for some reason, even after staring right at Lily, neither brought it up. Is he that confident? Or is he resigned to death? I'm not sure, but it's time to start the fight. 367, Cut Up shines. As the tension hangs in the air like a thick fog over the salty sea, my gaze remains locked on the man before me, his face not too much older than mine. Ryder's hand inches toward the polished grip of the lumen at his hip, a glint of malice dancing in his eyes. The man's pupils don't look at me, however. They stare greedily at the weapon in my holster, the blooming spider lily. The greed weirds me out due to its bizarre nature. So, he doesn't know what she is, and he wants Lily. I wonder if his father ordered him to retrieve her. They must want her for her renowned power. Little do they know the price that comes with firing her lead. And so, we stand, two lone figures on the vast deck of the ship, poised for the duel that awaits us. The cold metal of my own weapon rests snugly in its holster, my fingers grazing its surface with anticipation. Yet as time passes, Ryder gives me a short, solemn nod as if prepared for the outcome of the battle. I want to say something, but I cannot. As the arbiter's countdown punctuates the silence, Maddox's voice joining the sea air, the world around us seems to freeze. My hand mirrors the movement of my foes, both descending towards the weapons that will determine our fate. The anticipation is palpable, each passing moment stretching into an eternity. On 3 dimwits, 1. I force ether through my veins, preparing every hint of my aptitude for this fight. He wants to trade shots with our guns. I will do him a favor and respond in kind. Even a lumen won't beat out Lily. I have that much confidence in her. 2. My fingers edge onto Lily's cold, yet welcoming steel as I grasp toward the inevitable moment. The moment where there is no going back. It will be do or die. But before the sea shadow utters the command to begin, Ryder's hands move with alarming alacrity. His hand is already outstretched and primed toward me before I even manage to react in the slightest. Yet, I feel the danger the instant he moves. My eyes turn shadowy for a split second as I move on my own, sidestepping and tightening my grip on Lily. I hardly have time to even register Shiver's immediate effect as I claw for my life. Arbalest throws my right arm into the air, Lily attaching herself to my hand with a petal shield as a shot rings out. During the slightest gap between the volley of lead crashing into me from Ryder's barrel, I respond, my fingers convulsing around the grip of my Colt and unleashing a retaliatory shot. The act is so swift and featureless that it is almost as if the Colt pulled her own trigger. In a cruel twist of fate, Ryder defies the rules. Perhaps reveling in the chaos he unleashes with that manic smile of his. The air crackles with the sharp retort of gunfire. His shot finds its mark first, half of his projectiles landing, and pain explodes through my whole body, a dozen holes opening as I stumble backward. Blood spills from me, staining the ground beneath us as we both kneel in the aftermath of our exchange. Crimson splatters and falls from me in legions more as my legs grow weak, needing even more stabilization. My left hand bears my weight as Lily cries in horror, her voice echoing into my mind alongside a peal of cackling laughter from Maddox. The father on the sideline seems to enjoy my suffering. Ah, great one, Ryder. Rules be damned. You can start whenever you like. And really, Graves, did you think I know not who you are? I am meticulous in my preparations. In the stillness, my opponent grunts, lifting himself to his feet while I stay on the ground. A thick ceramic plate, hinged with dense blue chains, clatters to the ground as Ryder massages his heart. Damn, they had something to catch Lily's bullet? I didn't even know that was possible. How did they set that up? And why? How could they know I was taking her place? We were quiet when discussing it. Unless, my eyes flutter over to a man with missing sockets, sitting silently on the bow of the ship, a knowing, sightless stare digging into me. Him, that man. He feels like Cicade in a way. An augur. That's how. Bastards. There goes the bullet Lily had saved up. Ryder steps toward me, rubbing his wrist as he flicks out the side of his lumen, a massive cartridge falling out before he replaces it with a new one. The man is silent, but focused as he prepares the falling rain for me once more. I attempt to stand, but Blodwyn groans at me, warning his tone. Many holes. Need time. My eyes fall down as I comprehend that I have a dozen fist-sized holes smashed into my body, even if they are rapidly closing. The weakness. A click of a Colt being fully reloaded draws my attention as I glare upward. A barrel meets my gaze. Pet. On it. Lily cuts me off with a gasping shout, and I have only a fraction of a second to lift my arm. The force of a dozen cannon slams into Lily's reinforced pitch made from the Cardinal, and only 3 bullets manage to puncture it. A hole in my shoulder, chest, and hip opens up as Lily concentrates the force on my skull. The impact of the collision, however, sends me rolling across the ship, blood slickening my pace. I can feel the warm and wet surface of the rising tide's deck as a splinter pokes into my cheek. This is not going at all how I expected it to. When was Lily ever outmatched? Never. She was never even contested by another Colt of the same status, let alone countered. It's my fault. I'm too slow. Ryder hasn't even used his ether while I'm here fucking struggling. Time to pick things up a notch at Blodwyn. I might not have trained these past few days, but I have rested. And when I'm rejuvenated, so is my artifact. A growling scream comes from my arm as it shifts, the bone, flesh, and nails transfiguring into a shapeless blob that molds over my skull. While Blodwyn works on Potom, I reposition Lily in my right hand, resetting the grip after the movements, the cold steel of my prosthetic gliding against her handle. And as my heartbeat accelerates, my ether digging deep into Payne's forge, I charge forward at Ryder. My eyes open spontaneously to another loaded chamber of falling rain. But my eyes aren't my own anymore. They peer out from underneath a prison of bone, flesh, and blood more dense than any steel. Remembering how Blodwyn took the scythe of hand without issue, I headbutt Ryder's weapon since I doubt I can dodge him. And as if on beat with my heartbeat, the man pulls the trigger, another plethora of cannons entering the air. Darkness suffuses me for a moment as I bumble backward, gradually regaining my senses. And when I glance forward at Ryder, I find him cradling his wrist while chunks of lead fall from my head and onto the ground. For the first time since I have met Maddox, I receive a round of applause from the man and a genuine compliment as feel my flesh mending from before. Incredible, enduring such a blast to the forehead. A Wendigo, you sure are Graves. Your father might just have his title challenged. The older man speaks to me, but I wholly disregard his presence, concentrating on his son. Blood boils within my veins as my heartbeat reaches incredible levels, beating hundreds of times per minute. Ether fills my heels as I soar forward, cracking the ship's deck beneath me. As I charge toward my opponent, resolve burning in my veins, he unveils a deadly arsenal beyond the Colt at his side, finally grasping for his ether. The broken bones open to the air in his shooting hand, born from firing the falling rain too much, unleash a torrent of blood, crimson liquid falling like rain. The blood sinks toward the deck, but doesn't taint the wood. Instead, it halts an inch about the floor, a hovering, menacing thing. Simultaneously, the seawater over the ship's edge responds to his command, rising and curling behind him like a watery serpent. Torrents flow from multiple sources as the angel backsteps, leaping up to the same height where his father is. I grunt at the sight and follow, ducking under one clenching tendril of water. Maddox, thankfully, encases himself in water before reappearing on a lifted water spout over the side of the ship. The feat of ether distracts me for a split second as more water shoots at me. The liquid is a relentless force that is attempting to wrap around my limbs, threatening to strangle the very life from me. Another fusillade of cannons whizzes through the air as I get close, a deadly accompaniment to the elemental onslaught. I weave and dodge, ducking for the floor, narrowly avoiding the projectiles as I press on. Ryder, however, proves to be a slippery adversary, both literally and figuratively. He utilizes the ship as his playground, acrobatically evading my every move, climbing and darting around like a wet shadow. His hands tie around the many ropes and contraptions on the ship, leaping high onto the masts. The movement is proof of his seasons on the sea, letting me know that he has done this many times. Amidst this chaotic chase, the blood flowing from his broken hand becomes the most insidious weapon. Sharp sickles of crimson pierce the air, extending from behind him like malevolent tendrils. They seek toward me like that of a scorpion's stinger. Each strike I fail to avoid sinks into my flesh, leaving searing pain in its wake. Despite the agony, I press forward, relentless in my pursuit, even as the blood digs deep into my flesh. Ryder's ether is insidious, and I can only imagine the simultaneous control of these two elements is the base of his power. The proper thing isn't even out here yet. The combination of the two must be the most formidable aspect of the man. Salted blood, huh? The battle unfolds in simple moments, bit by bit, around the totality of the ship, with bullets whistling, water surging, and blood-tinged tendrils reaching out for me. My pursuit yields little results even after a nearly full minute until I follow him onto the masts and the sails, leaping all over to reach for him as he uses a torrent of water to guide his way back down, disappearing into the ship's depths. I inhale deeply, sinking my teeth sharply into this moment of recovery and respite on the deck while Ryder is below. I don't know what he's doing, but Blodwyn needs a moment to regenerate the leg that was removed. Plus, we've only just now gotten my left arm reconstituted with flesh. Then, I close my eyes and hold my breath, taking stock of Blodwyn's ether. I feel it move. We haven't trained these past few days, but we have grown closer. Reaching for what feels like an instinct of mine hidden behind a veil of skin, I feel a sensation erupt within me. I copy his actions, using my own mind to multiply the effects. My flesh warps and tingles as I see my toes regenerate fully. Meanwhile, Blodwyn uses his power to hide the motions of our ether. Only when we share the burden can he focus on other things. While we're gathering ourselves, Maddox mocks us as he has the whole fight. This time, however, I listen. He's holding onto Autumn. After all, his daughter fearfully standing beside him. She's masking the alarm on her face, but I can tell. Well, aren't you going to continue? This duel lasts until one of you two is dead. I contemplate his words as I peer down the stairs that lead deeper into the behemoth of a ship that I'm on. I tighten the gaps in the armored skull, made by Blodwyn, to examine it more closely as I find hundreds of tiny wires of blood strung across the stairs and down into the hallway. Nope, I think I'd rather stay up here. I glance at Maddox for only a second, but I quickly realize my mistake as a fraction of something shivers within the depths of my soul, forcing me to leap aside. A peal of laughter from Maddox accentuates the splintering wood beneath me, exploding from the falling rain's barrage. Gaps appear within my legs, and I stumble from the loss of force as water and blood surge from the hole, Ryder nowhere to be seen. Leaning forward, I throw myself backward even further with my arms and an arbalest. If Shiver hadn't warned me, I would have lost far more than some of my legs. Then, I work with Blodwyn as we move the flesh and blood within my body, repairing it as fast as we can, even while an onslaught falls upon us. A petal shield from Lily stops a sickle of blood looming on my eye socket while I leap over a tendril of water. When I land, however, I find myself using my arms to push myself forward, but more puncturing blood seeps from the deck beneath me, stabbing into my prosthetic and the arm that has temporarily replaced Blodwyn. I wrench my body back, but I quickly understand it won't be all that easy. I contemplate losing my arms as Ryder's hand grips the edge of the hole from below. No time to think any further. Gritting my teeth, I rip my whole form away from the sickles. A jolt of pain that nearly floors me exits, while a weight leaves my body. I land on the balls of my feet as Ryder aims his Colt for me once more. This time, however, my left arm has been reduced to an elbow, while my right ends on my shoulder. More! I scream for Blodwyn to push our connection further before Ryder fires his weapon. We don't have much choice after all. I feel my heartbeat accelerate to a whole new level as it beats with insane power. The agony of losing my arms and the other leaking wounds fuels pains forged to cradle my heart with raw, unbridled force. But as it beats, I feel a crippling pain in my chest. My heart, it's beating too fast, yet there is no time to worry. I sidestep, with splintering and shattering underneath me as I use far too much force and slam into the railing of the stairs to the upper deck. I stumble and regain my balance in only a moment as another pair of water and blood come hurtling for me. A sickle slices from my chest, and I slide under it with such speed that more wood breaks. I exhale the struggler's gasp from earlier and renew it to remove the attacks directly surrounding me. I can hardly control the force coming from my muscles as I feel them rip and tear, the ether flowing through me too much for me to handle. Blodwyn groans in tension as he is the only thing that holds me together. But it's not enough. I dart for Ryder, but he's simply too fast and too skilled. Water surges him into the air, sending the man beyond my reach. As I step forward, my left arm coming back, this time tinted with plates of bone from Blodwyn, I hear Lily's voice. Wyatt, can you hear me? She lies in the grip of my amputated prosthetic, shouting for me. I glance between her and Ryder before choosing her. Sliding underneath a tendril of condensed water, I retrieve the Colt from the arm with my newly regrown left arm, only to feel a sprouting explosion of agony in my back, punctuated by another round of cannon fire. Sputtering out blood all over, I fall to my knees as bloody sides sink into my flesh. Watery tendrils contort and wrap around my neck and arm, holding me still as Ryder hastily but carefully reloads his Colt. Even from here, I can see that his hands are roughed up. He's not as bad at me, but bone sticks out from his wrist from the simple force of firing his weapon. Regardless, my vision darkens as I struggle against the ether holding me down. But it's not enough. I can feel the water and blood mixing, becoming diluted but more potent in the end while constricting me and invading my flesh. More! I shout for Blodwyn in my mind as water covers our mouth and nose, stopping all breathing while strangling us. The night closes enduring midday as Ryder levels his Colt toward my skull. My heartbeat accelerates further as my partner follows my needs, pushing with all he can toward the goal of increasing our physical strength to break free. But it's not enough. We are in a direct contest against an angel's power. Not just any angel, too. Ryder was talented enough to outcompete all his siblings, each based on Autumn, Ruger, and Ryder, impressive people in their own rights. A muffled detonation leaves me reeling as bone shatters and breaks off my face. Falling rain pierces through the majority of the protections Blodwyn has given me in a single moment. My muscles begin to weaken from a lack of air as Lily speaks to me, and Blodwyn flows my blood with all his might. I can shoot again. Aim me. Come on. Don't die. Please. You're so close. The thoughts in my mind muddle under the wavering energy left in my body. Far away, I see a shadowy figure bolt toward me, only to be blocked by a wall of water, hiding the rest of the confrontation from me. Damn it, Virgil. My eyes, only able to see through pinpoints, glance at Lily. She's still in my hand, primed to fire. If only I could move it. Time appears to slow as Ryder closes the chamber of his Colt for what is likely to be the final time in this fight. Even I can recognize that. Liberation seems to move independently, just as Blodwyn groans to me under the force of using it on his own. How when? I can only sigh to him in reply. It doesn't look good. I don't see a way, buddy. Maybe you ought to detach and find Virgil. A vehemently furious whine strikes that thought from existence as Blodwyn simply throws more of himself at Autumn, pushing the skill even further. He must believe we will break out if we beat my heart fast enough. Might as well join him. Due to how daunting it is, I haven't attempted to help him run the skill yet. But I suppose now is a better time than any. I reach for the blood in my body, sensing that film between my sigil and Blodwyn's core. It's like we are one, but not. The most vital portions of him I cannot touch, being his power and his actual sigil, but I can handle the rest. So, I tighten my grasp around my flowing arteries, circulating veins, and beating heart. Closing my eyes, I pull with all my strength, just as I did against that train long ago. And as liberation falters due to a lack of focus, I feel a heartbeat louder than a gun. 368, Sky, A Copper. My heart roars within me, a thunderous cadence that echoes louder than any sound I've ever heard, fueled by the union of Blodwyn and I. Breaking free of the watery and bloody bonds that endeavor to ensnare me with a single movement, I surge forward with an explosive burst of raw strength. The sensation of my flesh tearing and bones breaking under the strain is a dull backdrop to the moment's urgency. Amongst it all, however, the spike of pain in my chest is paramount. Ryder's eyes widen as time feels to stall, my heartbeat still blasting away at an audible rate despite my heightened senses. My boots sink into the wood below, my hand reaches outward, and my ether blossoms at the end of my regenerating, fibrous fingers for leash. He's close enough for me to catch this time. Finally, instantly, I propel myself forward with a speed that creates a shockwave in my wake. The air seems to buckle beneath my movement, and I can see it crackling under my grasp. My hand reaches out, fingers aiming for the barrel of the gun that threatens to sever my head from my shoulders. Simultaneously, my heart pulses with warning, a visceral scream in my mind cautioning me against the strain I'm putting on my body. Yet, heedless of the impending danger, I press on. The pain only manages to fuel it further, bringing Pain's Forge to another level as the organ destroys itself for power. My hand intercepts the gun aimed at me, a swift motion that smacks the weapon aside just in time. The cannon-like barrage intended for me crashes into the ship's deck. A slashing whip of air cuts open the flesh on my shoulders simply from the passing by of the lead, causing an eventual violent impact that sends shockwaves through the wooden planks. The force of the gun's discharge, however, comes at a cost. The ship's floor gives way beneath me. But before gravity manages to take over, I extend my hand, wrapping the leash around Ryder. His right arm resists my movement, but I've never felt stronger in all my life. He follows me without an effect on my fall. As the darkness of the ship swallows us whole, Ryder and I plummet into the unknown abyss below. The fall into the dark storage room is a chaotic blur as I strike out at him, uncaring of gravity. I can't quite reach, but between Blodwyn extending my flesh and Reach doing the same, I land a fist against his side. The man gasps aloud, even after his water dulls the blow to only break the immediate bones. I can see the pain on his face, but there is no defeat. Yet, the impact sends him further from me, the air whipping around me as I descend into the unknown. The oppressive atmosphere of the chamber becomes palpable as I crash into its shadowed depths. My eyes scan the surroundings, finding hundreds of crates and more sinister things. Bloody wires run from length to length of the room all over, proof of Ryder's preparation. Not only did they choose the time and place of the battle, but the father and son went as far as to place traps throughout the whole battlefield. Sounds about like Maddox's reputation. I only find the edge of the room dozens of feet in every direction, including the height. The razor wires made of blood dangle menacingly from the walls, waiting precisely for me. Even worse, they seem to not care for the other man. The sharp, stringy crimson, manipulated by Ryder, moves harmlessly past him while zeroing in on my flesh. Lacerations open all over me. Even more so, bouts of agony flash in tremendous amounts as weakness and strength suffuse me. Pain's Forge is beating with all it can. The moment of impact arrives, and I land on the cold, splintery floor on my stomach, grunting with the effort. The struggler's gasp finally leaves my lungs, not of my own accord due to the fall. Instinctively, I grasp for a moment of reprieve, but I quickly learn that it is not a luxury I can afford. A cacophony of alarms blares in my mind, both inner and outer warnings clamoring for my attention. My heart seizes for a brief, crippling moment, but a cold feeling of danger moves me against that agony. Shiver. Thanks to the skill, I roll to the side, narrowly avoiding a deadly scythe aimed at my spine as an arbalest from my leg does the job. I crash into a nearby crate, the collision jarring my senses with it all over. As I struggle to regain my footing with the hanging blood wires poised like lethal serpents only feet above my head, ready to strike. Ryder is already back on his feet with his broken arms manipulating the blood and seawater. But his colt is nowhere to be seen. I step forward, raising Lily up to shoot him. I can see the fear in his eyes, the apprehension and the regret. The father of the man against me stands in the hole from where we fell, shouting below. Quite the predicament for you too. Yet before I pull the trigger, defiance reignites, uncaused by his father, and he dashes to the side. The strings from above sink down toward me as I follow him with Lily, going to finish him off. And I do so. I clench my index around the trigger, endeavoring to close the gap so that the gun will fire. But that fervor explodes within my heart, and I lose all feeling in my hands. Without even knowing what I'm doing, I drop Lily and fall to my knees. My hand grasps at my heart. The organ not even there. What? What is happening? The blood in my body pauses as I feel a shortness of breath. My ether won't respond to me. I can't move. I fall further, landing on my elbows as laughter comes from above. Well, it seems I saw wrong. Finish the kid, Ryder. He gave himself a heart attack from the looks of it. Quite impressive, though. His father would be proud if he could ever come back here. I don't have time to consider his words as Blodwyn groans alongside me, his words letting me know what has indeed happened. Heart, explode, cannot fix. Inside lantern. Another cough exits my throat as I fall further, landing on my chest against the wood. Realization hits me. We pushed Podum too far without preparation. It's one thing to detonate an arm or leg with explosion. That wouldn't kill me, even if I didn't have Blodwyn. But to lose a heart, my heart, I am dying. Death's lantern. It's at my hip. I never thought I'd be the one to stop my own heart. My fingers move slowly toward the heirloom left behind by Hura after he was slain by Alexos. But a pair of footsteps threatens to end me before I can touch the lantern's pale blue light. I peer upward to find Ryder staring down at me. Still, he doesn't utter any words. The overconfidence and arrogance I've heard of from him is gone. He hasn't even shown it throughout this whole fight. For him, it's been nothing but brutal severeness, as if this was his only possible chance at a future. He could have declined the duel, so it definitely wasn't though. Ryder leans down for Lily before finishing me off, an availing sigh at the tip of his breath as he holds the Colt. I grip my teeth, reaching further for the lantern, stretching my fingers as my vision rapidly darkens. Blodwyn is so focused on keeping me alive that he can't do anything to help Lily, even as he fails to do his one directive. Not that I blame him. How do you keep something alive after its heart is gone? The pinpoints return while Lily uses Rosethorn, stabbing into Ryder's hands. He curses and almost drops the weapon before placing it into his holster. I can feel Lily's rage from here. She hates when others touch her that aren't me or Killian. Her screams give me strength. I've never heard her in such pain, such agony. I hate it. I hate it so much. Lily is more than a cult. She's more than just a weapon or even a person. She's the only other child of Killian Graves, making her my sister in a way. As I finish the thought, my fingers tap the edge of the lantern, and I dive into it, forcing my heart out of it. An otherworldly pain resounds as I regain my fleshy organ. I sense the once tightly corded muscle, only to find it utterly exploded. There is almost nothing left of the core of my body. It's not even connected to an artery or vein anymore, deflated and shrunken. The sight fills me with defeat and depression as a chamber falls closed once more. Ryder has retrieved the falling rain. His lumen levels against me as the man throws me onto my back. His ocean blue eyes stare into mine as he speaks a few words. I do not hate you, Graves. It is your life or mine, and I need the blooming spider lily to heal me. And so, I will give you the courtesy of a quick death by ending your suffering. The man's gaze holds not a hint of remorse or regret, but I do sense compassion. It's the most I'll get, I suppose, as he leans down and presses the falling rain against my chest, the barrel pointed at my feeble heart. And then he pulls the trigger. Blodwyn howls into my mind of pain, but he quickly falls silent. So, it does the rest of everything. It all quickly turns black as a pair of feet crash beside me, a grating voice with them. An impressive job, Ryder. Not the first to slay a Graves, but one of the few. I'm sure they'll pop up someone else another time. They always do. My muscles won't move, and my ether won't respond to me. Pain's forge is gone without a heart, and burdenless is useless if I can grasp for ether anyway. All I can do is let the darkness take over. The transition from life to death is swift, my senses fading into the encompassing dusk beyond. The throb of my heart, long stilled by the cruel hand of mortality, had persisted only phantomly through sheer determination. But now, even that tenuous hold on existence has slipped away, and I surrender to the inevitable descent. My consciousness lingers in my own body, untethered from the confines of the physical. A profound understanding of my own soul washes over me as I feel it. I am a formless body, possessing only a left arm. The right has long been lost, even to my soul. Questions flicker in this expanse, brief as fading embers. Why do I not leave my body as all others do when the pale lady touches them? This isn't the first time it's happened either. Something is different about when my heart stops. There is no pull. Silas mentioned a pull when he died, the one that brought him to the underworld. He sensed a hand ripping him down below, but I feel nothing. I only feel the darkness. As I ponder this enigma, a peculiar sensation courses through the remnants of my being. A presence, almost parasitic in nature, weaves through the intricate network of my veins. It charts a path toward the core of my form, navigating the pathways of my innards with purpose. Dark, amorphous masses of bloody flesh trail behind it, like ominous tendrils seeking connection. Blodwyn, he's still trying to save me. Poor thing. He should escape and find Virgil. I'm already dead. Within the confines of my chest, however, a perplexing hand takes shape, materializing at the very epicenter where my heart once resided. It is pale, the same pasty color as Blodwyn was before we grew close. Back when he was still the bloody palm. Back when he and I were fighting for dominion over this form. Back when my left arm was nothing but a nuisance. This abnormal appendage undergoes a metamorphosis as he clenches the fist. Flesh and bone cracks and twists as Blodwyn digs deeply into his ether. Ripping out all, he can while a white mist flows from the gaping hole in my chest. Burdenless, in seconds, I will be nothing but a true Wendigo, my mind dead, yet my body puppet by him. Though, I think I'd prefer that now. There once was a time when that was the worst possible end a human could have. I no longer believe that. Blodwyn and I haven't had all that much time together where he's been sentient, but it's been enough. He's rash, brutal, and animalistic, but he acts like a child. He hardly knows how to speak, yet always wants more food. He has so many flaws, but there is so much potential for him. I'd rather he live as me than die. A word, one managing to reach me beyond the confines of death, says otherwise. It is short and succinct, yet encapsulates everything about the bloody palm in one word. No, right? Even the man before Blodwyn hated the reality forced upon him. He raged against the misfortune he had been dealt, saying no to the world itself. I can see the similarity between Cassidy and Blodwyn. They are just so deep that the childish nature of Blodwyn hides much of them. That innate, deep desire for life, passion, and freedom burns as radiantly as bonfire's flames. The bloody palm rapidly changes from its very namesake. In but a moment, it transforms into a heart as dark as charcoal. Then he begins to reconstruct the intricate web of veins and arteries, meticulously recreating the lifeblood conduits that had been obliterated by the falling rain. It is as if Blodwyn knows every single aspect of my heart and my arteries. I suppose he would, wouldn't he? He's given me more blood and life than I think I've ever had, even over an entire lifetime. In a moment of awe and disbelief, the reconstructed heart pulsates once more. The beat is singular, but the instant it comes, I feel again. I think I might know what my tomb is, why my father had so much hope in me, why he threw so much at me, assuming I'd make it out alive. I don't think I have an afterlife of any kind, though I'm not sure what part of myself I have to be missing for that to happen. Nothing wants to pull me from my corpse, not even the god of death. Only Lily ever could touch my soul back then, but she was unsure. She wasn't sure what would happen if she didn't, only that she didn't want to risk it. Without my soul leaving my body or my body being utterly annihilated, I don't know if I can die. This is all only speculation. But as my eyes open once more and my heartbeat beats to the stale air, I hear the crunch of a twisting boot. I smile lightly as I lean forward, gradually returning to my feet. My movements are shaky as my ether is approaching my limit, but the awe hidden in Ryder's face is enough to give me the edge to do so. Even Maddox, a virtue in his own right, blinks twice at my moving. I can't help but mock them as the older one has to me. You've never fought a Wendigo, have you? We aren't so easy to kill. 369 made monster. The older man amongst the two burst into a cackling laughter, surprise not even shown on his face to my survival. My teeth grind together as my heart, or Blodwyn beats with a furious thunder. I see Ryder glare at his father before raising his Colt back to me again, his hands bloodied and broken from firing it before. But as the organ in the center of my body accelerates, Payne's Forge gains a new lease on life. From the few hundred in a minute we once were able to achieve, I now count almost 20 beats in a single second. In the instant the organ clutches itself the last time in that second, my surroundings vibrate from the power of my heart. Maddox steps back with a smile, placing his arms behind his back as his son visibly panics. A shocked gasp leaves his mouth as he fires at me, but time slows to my eyes, not to a crawl or frozen like liberation would. Instead, I feel a sense of life flow through me like a roaring tsunami. My leg extends, pressing against the floor, as in the next instant, I crash through dozens of boxes, rolling until I land on my single hand and knees. The bullets of falling rain all miss me despite the fact he pulled the trigger before I moved. I can't help but glance at my hand, amazed by the pulsing and extended veins that are tinged with a blackish red. All the skin on my body is heating up from the motion within. Blodwyn. My lungs speak out a word to my partner as water, blood, and bullets come seeking me once more. Ryder isn't even really hurt yet, and yet I've never felt more confident. Savok. Blodwyn groans a single word as the bone from my skull extends downward from my skull, encasing the entirety of my left arm and my upper chest. The single word shimmers the air around my lips, as if the very tone and pronunciation hold power, even within a mind. Then, like interlocked plates of bone, they cover me just as Ed Dumbrell once did. I didn't even realize the bulwark was missing until now. Without it, that first barrage might have killed me. It didn't catch any of the cannon-like rounds fired, but it sure did lessen the impacts. A sickle of blood stabs into my shoulder as I linger with confusion. However, I am pleasantly surprised to find the blade not manage to pierce through the armor of bone. The force still follows behind it, though, and I stumble to the side while more water wraps around my limbs. Ryder attempts to prepare once more to execute me as he did before, but I know Blodwyn isn't the same anymore. He's the only artifact I've ever seen capable of shifting his form from lances of flesh to a skull on my head. And finally, he's become my heart. Literally. The potency of an artifact is near directly correlated to its sigil and what construct the artifact takes. Things like fingers and toes are the weakest, with hands and feet being slightly above that. The bloody palm was in the lowest echelon of artifacts. Our synchronicity and compatibility are what made him so powerful beforehand compared to others. But between all the artifacts that are possible, the heart is the most potently disastrous. Even the pale cavity, the artifact commonly referred to as the most mighty in the world, is made of a heart. I don't know what exactly about their form affects their powers or their sigils. Still, as I feel the pure exhilaration and vitality running through me, even at the expense of Blodwyn's ether, I realize something incredible. This isn't a sigil skill he's using. It's far from it. He's combining all his sigil skills and taking advantage of my Payne's Forge and tough physique to push his potom further than ever before. This is no ordinary skill. I can sense it. He might not be entirely done with it as the time-slowing effects and the incredible speed are intermittent, but still, Blodwyn, an Arca, has developed a Zil. Now, it might not be the same as artifacts, which don't possess the limits that humans do. The requirement to call something a Zil is that it reaches the boundaries of what humanity is capable of with ether control. But it is still expected to call any skill that resembles this level at Zil. After all, even the sigil skills granted from being angels rarely compare to things such as these. My thoughts flow like a raging hurricane, sped up by whatever Blodwyn is genuinely doing to my body. All I can hear is the rhythmic and robust beating of my heart. The blood courses through me endlessly, without pause, and with such incredible speed, I worry I'll break from inside. I already have, though. Whatever my partner has done, he has fixed it to this degree of might. Another sickle, one of the dozens after our fight restarted, flings around, sinking into the back of my skull while I'm distracted. I stumble forward, but the blade still doesn't puncture. I curse myself for the diverted attention, but I honestly can't help it. This is such a big thing that I can only imagine the possibilities. Nevertheless, I have to hold them for later, because Blodwyn is rapidly tiring. Whatever he is doing, he cannot do for long, and whatever it is that he is doing is making my ether flow smoother, like that of a peaceful stream ordained to follow my orders. I kick forward with an almost instantly formed arbalest as I feel something building within. It's odd and bizarre, almost impossible to describe. A tingling sensation, not unpleasant, not uncomfortable, but simply there like a watchman. My focus remains partially on the sensation in a guard of what it might be as I flex my arm forward, allowing a sickle to crash into it. Once more, the blood doesn't puncture. It only manages to chip off some of the armor. Ryder becomes visibly worried for his safety as he darts away, leaping up into the many razor wires. The moment he does, those many wires move, barring the one he uses for balance. They slink away, shooting for me as dozens attempt to poke me through. I dodge many with hints of shiver, moving me from the ones that would get through the chinks in Blodwyn's tsavuk that leave my eyes open. But I can't avoid them all. Several of them stab through my unarmored legs, resolving to nail me to the inside of the ship. One only manages to slow me before I rip it out, maneuvering my ether to replicate Blodwyn's skill. I don't even know what he calls it or what it is called, but my flesh twists and mends, closing the wound before I even finish my next step. However, two gouging into me simultaneously freeze me in my place for a short moment. In this instant of weakness, many more follow. Dozens enter my legs and leave me trembling. But even with all the holes in my foundations, I don't fall. Blood falls in clumps all over, but I replenish it with gritted teeth. Blodwyn is too focused on his new skill. He hasn't yet learned how to multitask with it. Not that I blame him. Whatever he is doing has many moving parts between the bone, the blood, and the flesh. As I gaze up at Ryder, I find the man hanging from a wire with one hand as he aims his lumen at me once more. This weapon is genuinely quite the addition to this man's arsenal. Again, I raise my arm, blocking my skull and eyes as he fires. But this time, unlike all others, the fusillade of cannons that leaves the barrel like falling rain doesn't leave me on my knees. Only 4 shots even perforate into my flesh, the rest breaking off the bone shielding me. I slide backward on the wooden floor from the impact before surging forward, breathing in deeply as I finally re-engage with the battle fully. I've been out of it, too impressed and immersed in the feeling of Blodwyn growing stronger. But as I see Ryder's face brighten up in alarm, I force the tips of my boots into the wood beneath me. Splinters and cracks disseminate from where I stand as my heartbeat empowers me from every modicum of pain. He frantically reloads his weapon as I see the blood and the water around me combine, becoming something more extraordinary. It slowly shifts into a kind of humanoid creature with 2 arms and a lower body that extends along the ground. Ryder doesn't command it verbally, but it quickly rushes for me. It is almost entirely silent as it moves, besides the sound of streaming liquid, and it raises an arm for me just as I finish my preparations. Inhaling deeply, I let Struggler's gasp fill my lungs once more, eradicating the wires of blood around me. At the same time, the ether in my legs from release reaches a breaking point. Advancing to the 6th sigil reduced the limit on what I could release at once, allowing me to use the skill on the totality of my legs. As Ryder's creation flings a volley of watery blood at me, I unleash the pent-up force in my legs. and in an instant, I soar through the air toward Ryder. The intermittent nature of Tsavuk reignites as time slows once more. I can see the man's eyes flicker back and forth, searching for any way to not die. But he doesn't find one before I catch him. I wrap my bony fingers around his face, clenching tightly as flesh, bone, and blood spew from his head. The man isn't dead yet, and time moves at an average pace once more. He stabs his own hand toward me, the entire broken thing bursting out into an explosion of blood and gore that digs into my flesh while water slides beneath my grasp, attempting to free him. More wires sink into my flesh, but I rotate my body using the wire he's suspended from. I let the insides of my knee grip the wire, the blood grinding into me deeply. But as it does so, Ryder continues to struggle. Only he isn't strong enough to free himself or kill me before doing so. I wrench my arm back, letting it fall far behind me, and as an extension, Ryder too. However, he doesn't fall yet. Watery tendrils hold him to the wire as he beats against me in vain. He even fires another round of falling rain into my chest with almost no effect on my innards, the bone-like overcoat seizing most of it. His panic and frenzy outspeed me only because the impact of Blodwin's Zill is still sporadic. Yet, the moment I fling my arm forward to throw him to the ground, everything slows again. I can practically feel the pieces fall into place for Blodwin. My heart, our heart, exceeds 1,000 beats per minute and stabilizes at that level for more than just a single second. Using all the strength I can muster and forcing the entirety of my struggler's gasp into the act with the armored arm that has replaced the bloody palm, crackling under the effort as the Arca himself groans from exertion to keep my heart beating, I hurl Ryder toward the floor. A quake rocks the ship from its anchor, and I watch with shocked eyes as Ryder breaks through floor after floor, crashing beyond almost a half-dozen different levels before stopping wholly. The impact leaves me reeling and out of breath, so I release the grip of my legs and fall toward him. The time it takes to reach him from the pull of gravity takes far longer than I'm used to. My brain must be moving at incredible speeds for that to be the case. Regardless, I make contact with the ground. My feet hit the floorboards of the lowest level, water flowing in from the cracks in the bottom, doing little against the tough material beneath me. Only as I gaze at Ryder do I understand just how badly I flung him. His legs and arms are all bent in the wrong places, blood seeping out from him all over. The man, if he were any other sigil other than an occultist angel, would already be dead. Yet he still breathes. Wretched and brutal inhales, tinged with awful whines, fill the air. My heart sinks at seeing him like this. I don't want to break him. It just feels wrong. Killing him is one thing, but this. So I step forward and reach toward his hip. The fingers of bone made by Blodwin brush against Lily as I hold her in my palm once more. The colt sings praises of thanks as I can't bear to hear them at the moment. I stare at Ryder, the man's hollowing eyes meeting mine. He wasn't at all how I expected. Deceitful, but not arrogant. Serious, but in no way mocking. Strong, but not by raw power. There was an elegance to his style, a coordination that I wasn't expecting. He hardly even got to use his power. That creature. I'm sure it devours through his ether saturation based on the might it showed. But with Blodwin's Zill, I was simply too swift. I raised Lily's barrel to meet him, wanting to accomplish the goal of raising her to a new level. As I do so, a pair of feet land beside me. Water gathers around boots as if heeding the call of their master. But Maddox doesn't strike me as the liquid practically worships his presence. He only stares at Ryder's broken body. For a split second, I think I see some compassion, some guilt, or perhaps even some remorse, but that all quickly fades away behind a mask of cruelty and laughter. I sigh as I realize Maddox might, in fact, be this awful of a man. Some of me had hope he wasn't that bad, even if it was terrible for me. But he here is. Even in my slowed perceptions, his movements are swift, and his words are only slightly delayed. It would appear he was not up to the challenge of sailing the endless. Talented, but not enough. The godly must be ordained. After all, finish him, Graves. Put him out of his misery and failure. I don't wish to see him any longer. I pull the trigger not because of his order. I don't even do it to elevate Lily. I do it in pure spite of what this man was forced to become for a father who didn't even care in the end. All this was for what? For one of his children to become a god? To sail the endless seas beyond the horizon? To explore that which had not been seen? So stupid. A sense of physical loss burrows into my bones as a river of darkness covers me wholly. Yet, I am already healed. So much of the river falls back into me, returning some of what I had lost, courtesy of Lily. She apologizes to me, but I don't respond verbally. I give her a silent nod as thanks. Instead, as time returns to normal, Blodwyn sputters and is unable to keep the Zill up any longer, even after using Burdenless. I kneel beside Ryder's body. Down here, in the depths of the ship, it is only Maddox and I. I glare up at him, uncaring of the challenge it might give to the captain. Are you truly that heartless? Do you not hold even an ounce of care? Of love? I watch Maddox's face twitch in some unknown emotion, his eyes flickering to Ryder for only a moment. Then the older man sighs. I once did. Long ago, many, many years ago, I lost so many people that I gradually lost my voice to scream. So many loves fell to my enemies that I gradually lost my tears. I once grieved for many years, for many times, but gradually, I became one with my sea. I had once felt joy, genuine happiness, but gradually, the waves turned calm. Maddox's pupils fall onto me, the tempest storms and rushing waves within pulling me deep. He doesn't move, but his words tell a story that I feel every current of. You have lived a short life, one where you were coddled and loved. Amongst all the pillars, amongst all of humanity, I am the only man born with nothing and no one to reach such a stature as mine. Even desolation was forced to respect me on my waters. Birthed from the greatest clan of all, I fought for every single scrap of strength, every morsel of power. It was constant bloodshed until I was 40 from the time I could walk. Maddox breathes deeply, his head turning up as he stares unto the sky far above. Ruptured and splintered wood follows the path to the sky, splitting the sunlight into rosy streams. I can see he finds no joy in doing so, only that it is something he is accustomed to. When I was born, there were many islands in these waters. Bandits, pirates, and scum of every race gathered here for treasure and mayhem. They'd rape, pillage, and burn anything they could come across. Once I was a small boy forced to fight on their ships, but eventually I became my own captain. Then I joined them, knowing no other life. My power rose and rose, blood following every act, but it was never enough. Never. There was always that man above, the lingering shadow you know as the Wastelander. I open my mouth to say something, anything, but he lifts his hand, not in threat, but warning. I clamp my mouth shut as he finishes his words. Eventually, I submitted to him. I had no other choice, and he had me clear out all the non-humans in these waters. Pygmies, Nahalo demons. Unlike most others, we were not racist here. My first wife was a demon, and my second was a Nahalo. The children from them were sent out. I haven't seen those from the first in a long, long time, and those from the second, ever. In this world, graves, kindness is not allowed for those who come from nothing. It is better my children die early than live to become me. If they do not have the power to change the world, they don't have the power to do anything meaningful other than suffer. Still, I'll let them try. I'll let them try their damnedest. That is the only thing I can do for them. Maddox quiets after his long monologue, and I don't pipe up with anything. It's a whole lot to take in. Maddox's wives weren't human. He had to kill them. I don't believe it's right for your children to die if they, as he put it, do not have the power to change the world. But who am I to argue with him? I'm not a father. And his story lines up. No other virtue in history has ever come from such a low-born family. Eli Weiss is the closest it comes to, but even then his family was one of grand merchants, alchemists, and blacksmiths. My eyes return to the man dead at our feet, killed by me only a moment ago. So you feel no anger toward me? Maddox shakes his head, his apathy clear as day. No, you only did what would have happened eventually. Ryder was clever and strong, but he was not enough. He would have failed in the end. I feel profound relief, knowing that he doesn't harbor any grudge against me, but it still hurts. That carelessness, what has he been through? I've rarely stopped to think about the people like him, those who have reached great heights without any legs to stand on. no one to train them, no one to guide them, no one to care for them. I suppose my ancestors were all like that as well. From what I've heard, graves are rarely even raised by their parents, typically left to fend for themselves. At least I had on EY. My hand touches Ryder's eyes as I close them, asking a final question as that burgeoning feeling in the back of my head grows. So, do you think I too should just die? That there is no point in my living? Marshall shrugs. He points at his dead son with a warning. All those you care for will become him, eventually. Either killed by your hands, directly or indirectly. You will either be too weak or not enough. If you're lucky, you'll be chained to someone stronger after watching them all die. If you're unlucky, you might just be forgotten by time. Is that so? Maybe he's right, but I don't think he is. I killed an angel as a mortal. According to all others, I am a monster. And monsters, they don't follow the same rules as others. My safety and the safety of those I care for should be in no one's hands but my own. I don't want to be controlled or held down like Ryder and Audemars. I don't want to be relied on anyone for my life. I want to control my own chains. I will not die like this. I won't become this apathetic. I will be so powerful that none can hold my chains. None will tell me what to do. I will do as I please, protect those I want, and change things as I want. I tighten my fist and stand, turning to face him as a brilliant, multicolored light appears in my hand. I stare at it in shock as I feel something break inside me. It's near impossible to determine, but the light. I feel such a deep pull that I'm physically wrought forward. Maddox's awe surpasses even mine, his voice stuttering and raw. He even struts forward, reaching for it before ripping his hand back in genuine fear. I never thought I'd see it again after Desolation's ascension. The law of resonance. 370, born angel. The twinkling and many-colored light shines into my eyes as I'm drawn to it. I can't look away, but I do hum a question of pure curiosity to Maddox. His words make no sense to me. What are you talking about? What is happening? The sea's shadow steps aside, moving to my left arm as he reaches out and taps the light. He immediately pulls back, sucking on his finger with a hint of pain plastered onto his unfeeling face. I'm sure you have heard of resonant attraction. Those with more fantastic pulls to their sigils, better talents, one might say, inadvertently draw those with the same sigil toward them. For most, they hardly ever feel it. Those of us who can reach the angelic, we all sense it. They gradually draw to others. It's like gravity in a way. I finally manage to rip my eyes from the light and focus on him as he shows me his finger. An outline of what appears to be a chain link is scarred into his fingertip like that of a sunburn. But there are those of us, even fewer in number, who act like singularities, drawing sigils toward them, not just the sigils who possess them. It's rare, and as far as I know has only happened to 4 humans. The first and his successor, Desolation, and now you. Maddox finishes with a genuine, profound greed that stares at the light in my hand. It isn't the steal or murder kind of greed, however. It feels more approximate to envy. He wishes he were me. I run my mouth while gazing back at the radiance. But what does it do? Is this really what a sigil looks like? This rainbow light? I thought it'd be more like your sigils look. As far as I know, sigils change their appearance based on who has them. They are personal things that attach and morph to fit their wielder. Not all are this rainbow. Desolation's was a cruel yellow, like a dying sun. It gave me the sense I would die within the minute. Yours? It's like solidified liberty. Take your sigil. I see a much brighter future for you than before. I gape at the light, feeling a sense of freedom from it. But it's not just freedom. Cradled delicately in my hand, within the lights, I find vast meadows without end. I find a sea that continues beyond and over the horizon. I find a sky that encompasses all. I find that, even beyond that sky, is a cold, comforting darkness that is limitless. No matter how far I would go, there would be more to find, more to explore, more to experience, more to become. It all beckons with a voice that transcends sound, whispering sweet promises of freedom, liberation, and the boundless journey toward the fulfillment of one's desires. It speaks of the latent power concealed within the recesses of the soul, urging me to explore the depths of my being. It tells me to become more to transcend the flesh, to discard it, to become more than simple thoughts directed by mass. As I gaze into the radiant spectrum, the light imparts secrets that once seemed inaccessible, revealing the profound connection between the feeble mind and body and the potent essence that resides within the soul. It tells me a hidden cost as white fog emits from my body, burdenless, activating all on its own. The eyes are the first to be improved. Only with perception can one see the world. Only with those eyes can one dream, as dreaming is the only way to know a world without limits. But to go beyond that, the body must be enhanced. Only a sufficiently strong body can withstand a robust soul. Only with eyes that can peer into reality, a mind that can dream of anything, and a robust body capable of loosening reality upon itself can the next journey begin. The soul begins to take shape. First, it does the simplest thing, weaken the restraints on its physical form. Then its mental. And finally, the soul gains a sense of physicality, providing relief and strength to both its mind and body. I listen, hoping to hear more of the next steps. Those are the seventh sigil and beyond, but I quickly meander too far in the light. Lost in the intoxicating embrace of the rainbow's luminous glow, time slips away like sand through fingers. Minutes feel like mere moments, and the world around me fades into insignificance. The whispering light threatens to pull me into its captivating embrace, offering a taste of the limitless possibilities promised within its radiance. My instinct is to stand tall, to refuse to the grasping freedom, but that in itself is a trap, the wish for freedom providing it greater strength. However, the enchanting reverie is abruptly shattered by a sharp slap across my face. The sting of the contact jolts me back to the present, severing the ethereal connection that sought to engulf me completely. I stumble backward, dazed and confused, as a face puts itself between me and the light. You cannot let yourself fall into its whims. Sigils are not tools or weapons in their natural forms. They are concepts beyond the imaginable. If you listen too long, you will lose yourself wholly. I hope you learn enough with the second I let you wander. That was only a second? A second? I learned so much. My sigil, it's not about freedom. It's not even really about becoming limitless in body. It's all about the soul, the philosopher. It makes so much more sense now. The detail and how my sigil built itself. Why I wouldn't lose myself to an artifact. It never mentioned the rapid advancement though, but maybe that's just a side effect. I take a deep breath, unable to simply walk away from this opportunity to learn. It calls to me, and I to it. It's risky though. Even I could tell that without Maddox's words. Had he not slapped me upside down, I don't know if I could pull myself back. But I need to do this. There is so much I don't know. There is so much that none of us know about sigils. I don't think the lack of knowledge bestowed by them is merely because of the mother below. I think devouring sigils from others isn't the way to go about it, even if it is the easiest. This right here, that is better than any trip to the lighthouses. I need to look at it again. Please, Maddox, let me and pull me back. I beg the father of the man I killed only seconds ago, knowing there is a chance he will agree. He seems just as enraptured as I, the aspects of pure curiosity set ablaze within his mind. He stares at me, then glances back at the light. Maddox mumbles under his breath, something about the name of my sigil, before sighing. If you wish to kill yourself, be my guest. These are not demons or even gods you were to peer into. Sigils are the fabric of the reality around us made tangible. If you are rent too deep, I cannot do anything. It will change the very nature of your soul. Not even the most powerful mentalist alive can fix wounds to that. It is nothing like becoming a motherbound. You will simply change. For the better or the worse is unknown. I nod to him. It makes sense. I can understand the risks. But to gain knowledge, it's so vast. I have to try. I absolutely must. But before I do, there is something else. Do you think I'll ever get another chance? Maddox shakes his head vigorously. The man rubs the scar on his finger as he steps backward, putting his back against a nearby pillar of wood. The man speaks truths I didn't know existed. Probably not. Maybe. If you pulled a sigil with your raw resonance, then that means there are no viable sigils nearby that you could draw in. The philosophers within you and in your hand are likely the only ones in this plane. I'd have to guess that one right there was drawn by the bitch below, and you took the reins before it went to hell. A god like the mother below draws in sigils. I already knew that. All the rare sigils are in hell or the underworld. So, if I wanted to take another philosopher, I'd have to get unworldly lucky or go into the underworld once more. That thought begets another question. What sigil did the Prime have that he used to ascend with? The one that he resonated with so firmly to pull into himself? The one in which there were no more? I ask Maddox a different question, however. Can this happen at any time? Like during a fight? Could I? Maddox shakes his head again, proving the man's knowledge despite what many might think of him. No, I've read enough and spoken with desolation many times in the past to know that the incredible level of resonance needed can only happen in a moment of physical and spiritual peace for it to be sufficiently potent. I don't see anyone or anything ever doing both in a fight, not even him. He reached it upon slaying his first god, the brief aftermath of shock. It's not like an absolution or proof. From what Desolation knows from his vast library, the first and his successor reached their 7 sigils meditating, not even having to lift a finger. I nod to him in understanding. This means that not only will this possibly be the only chance I get, but because of how often I fight, it's unlikely I'll ever reach the conditions needed once more. I have to take the chance, Maddox. The older man closes his eyes softly and breathes out with more emotion than when his own son died. Very well. You will owe me a favor if I must pull you out again. A favor? I whisper mentally to Lily and Blodwyn in case they can wake me up, but the former doesn't reply at all. She's probably going through whatever my father set up for her. Blodwyn, though, is exhausted and grumbling. He still agrees to help. What might this favor entail? The sea's shadow stares me down, his tempestuous pupils nailing into mine. The man holds no common side. He is a raging storm forced into submission by the most powerful man to ever live. With his mere gaze, I know what his answer will be. You will owe me your life. I will ask you to do one thing, and you will do it. Promise me. Is this really worth it? I don't know if it is. Based on the way he's staring at me, he knows. Graves never break a promise. It's something that has been instilled in me since I was a child. It's a foundation of my belief. If I were to break a promise, it'd weaken all the others I hold in my mind. None of them would hold the same weight in my mind. So, if I accept, I will have to do what Maddox asks of me. Is this knowledge worth it? Yes, it has to be. The cabin is in shambles. Rumors are starting to spread of normal sigilled, even after doing everything right, becoming motherbound. There is a reasonably large chance that when I take this sigil, I will meet the same fate, or at least not have a routine trip to the cabin. Hell, I might not even go there at all. Who knows? Gritting my teeth, I attempt a single restriction on the order. You cannot make me kill any of my friends or family. The last part is so that I'm not sent on a death crusade against Aniwai or my father. The ironic bit about the two of them is that I feel closer to the demon than the man. Maddox eyes me closely before slowly nodding. Relief washes over me before I raise the light again, positioning my focus on the call once more. As I fade into the colors, I willingly immerse myself once more into the radiant embrace of the multicolored light. The appearance of this philosopher is beyond anything I could have expected, and yet the mysteries contained within its hues are seemingly endless, though I cannot tell if that is the nature of the sigil or how all are. The cost of learning more, though uncertain, pales in comparison to the potential gains. They are limitless after all. Delving deeper into the light of liberation, it unfurls before me like a grand tapestry. The pigments weave together threads of sky that rapidly break apart into a vast darkness. Both light and night are found within the endless. Good and evil are non-existent figments when limits fade. But that is not what it is telling me. It is only a mere fraction of the wisdom imparted. The light bestows a fundamental truth as the view given to me expands further, breaking any thought I had of my own world. I see it from the outside, from the vast darkness beyond the spherical orb of blue, green, and white. My eyes focus on one massive blot of red as the sight distorts further, turning the planet into a mere speck, with even the sun being tiny. The body has a limited shape while the mind has a limited function, but at the end of all things, the soul has neither. It has no limits but what they can imagine. It is a boundless entity, unrestricted by the shackles of form or function. I see arms extend from my body, dozens in every direction that are labyrinthine in shape. The sight shakes me, sending a shiver down my spine, but I don't falter. It's so bizarre and otherworldly, I don't even know how to feel. Regardless, I hang on, focusing on the rambles of reality, searching for what will come next. As the arms extend, I feel the past pearls of wisdom return, those of my first 6 sigils. And I quickly advance to the point that I was at before, the 1-second mark. The instant it comes, my view shatters, and I see my soul for what it really is. Tiny snippets of something connect me all over, like interconnecting chains. These chains, these fetters, they are me. I am them. We are one. It simply is. We have always been the same. Beyond mortality, things change. Humans become another kind of creature, one blessed by the universe itself, touched by the vast powers that wander it. Dozens of eyes begin to form, letting me see out of 1,000 directions at once as I feel it. Visions expunge, futures that may never pass or already have in a faraway place. A man reaches his hands into the sky, and his soul shifts. Unbeknownst to the creatures around him, visible only to me, his soul extends from his body. The soul, made of endless limitations, wraps around the horde that rushes him down, slowing and weakening them. The moment they come close, he steps forward, sliding his right hand along his left arm as the chains shift again, becoming an invisible weapon. The man in the first image is not me, as I can feel the aura of a philosopher in him as being impure. But the one in the second is. I find myself kneeling, a 6-part construct of glimmering chains morphed from my very being held carefully in my hands. Grimacing, I haul back the winch and load the vastly enlarged Ned ballista, priming it against a shadowy figure I cannot wholly recognize or see. The force held in my hands feels like enough to shatter the peak of a mountain. Then, the scene abruptly shifts. From the bird's eye view, I gaze down at my form, tumbling across rocks, through buildings, and into a grand statue. The statue is hard to comprehend as it shifts and turns, as if the knowledge is difficult or impossible for me to grasp. Bleeding with bones poking out from all over, and with the armor of Blodwyn shattered, I slowly stand. My insides return to me quickly, but not fast enough to make a difference. Slow, goading footsteps beyond my sight echo as my body trembles. The hurt too much. But defiance still exists. An offshoot of information burns itself into my mind, whispering that such things come from the depths of a being, more profound than even the view of a soul. Powers are only guided by a sigil, never controlled. All beings are made with a power. At worst, they are contorted slightly to fit their path in life. A deep breath fills my lungs, one that cannot be stopped even if there were no air in the sky. The muscles would move even in the vast darkness beyond the above. They would extend and contract even under the most domineering atmosphere. Not even a god could halt my lungs at such a time. I watch, enraptured, as the chains on my body slink away to a minimum, far more than they had ever done before. But that is not all. I watch myself hold on to my chest, forcing the inhale to fall even more profoundly. And the ether that comes from the outside doesn't stop at weakening my own chains. It goes further. The arm holding my chest, which is not quite me, but trembles with vigor, with power. Yet it is still not done. The ether sinks further to the weapon on my hip. Flowers bloom on the steel of the weapon, practically moving the Colt on its own. I look closer, opening my eyes as wide as I can while the footsteps amplify in sound. But as I do so, the truths return instead of the visions. I fall again into spiraling light, the gap between sigils. Like an unending maw, it draws me in, the opening of a leviathan beneath the sea, devouring all in its wake. I try to fight it, I try to escape to swim up and out of the endless, but I cannot. I sink deeper and further into the abyss of limitlessness. I see more. I learn more. Ether flows like a pencil's written meaning before me, whispering secrets that hurt to simply hear. I crane my ears a bit, listening for the name of my sigil to be, but as those tendrils of my soul extend even more, a warning spikes in my mind. The depths of my soul scream in horror for my safety. Something is watching me. Something is in this limitless. The vision ends abruptly, and I wake up only seeing through one eye. The alarm grips me as dozens of pairs of watery arms hold me down, preventing my movement. A voice calls me to calm down despite the fact there is a knife in my eye that I am pretty sure is deep enough to touch my brain. The view is terribly uncomfortable, but I can't move or it'll sink deeper. I can only focus on Maddox's deathly grimness. I had to stab you in the eye and brain to wake you, cutting off an arm to separate it from you, both legs to drag you away, and grinding out organs did nothing. Blodwin grumbles in a low-toned voice while agreeing with him. Tried. No response. Pain worked. A little. I breathe out slowly as I see my left arm and 2 legs already back after a few moments. Then, Blodwin tells me he cannot help me any longer. He is out of saturation to spare. So, I give Maddox a look and speak slowly so as to not shift the knife into my skull even more. I am fine. Thank you. The sea shadow pulls back and kicks the other arm toward me, the one still holding onto the light. What I can tell, however, is that it is shaking back and forth. The man wipes the bloodied knife on his suit before pointing at the sigil. Best hurry. I think you're losing it. Hope it was worth it. I give the light a look as I feel it deep down, a new understanding of ether, of my body, and my own soul. I even know of future ways that my sigil will work, giving me a head start in developing them. Yes, yes, yes. It was so very much fucking worth it. 371, Aifly winged. I nod to the older man and kneel partially, letting my body lower enough so that I can grasp onto my amputated hand. Then I take that multicolored light. Yet, as I hold on to it, a question comes to mind. Before I can ask it, however, a voice resounds, answering it. I glance at Maddox warily, but he doesn't show any hint of jesting. Eat it, or push it under your skin, anything to get it within you. My fingers clench as I tighten my grasp on the light. The colors call to me, but I ignore it for the moment, shoving the radiance into my flesh. There is resistance at first, but the instant that a piece of the glow enters my skin, it all quickly joins, funneling within. All that I see shatters for a second until I realize I'm lying face down on broken and splintered wood. The shards dig into my skin as I push myself from the floor, feeling a deep-seated sense of wrongness. It's a feeling that burrows into my core, one that is profoundly nestled within the furthest section of my brain. Something seriously isn't right here. The cabin isn't normal. Standing, I shift my eyes over the usual dark calm that rests within this lighthouse made for man, but it is ruined, broken, ravaged. The minor bits and baubles like the desks and chairs are shattered, left all over the floor in innumerable pieces. It is utterly opposite all the other times I have been here, which arguably is only a half dozen or so. Staring forward, I even find that the table where the tome used to be is gone. Both the book that once delivered knowledge and the purple wood that supported it have vanished. Instead, there is a hole in the wall of the cabin behind where the table would typically be. Purple light slinks in from the outside, shedding an unusual glow on the floor by my boots. Wiping my eyes from the dust in the air, I step forward, crouching to fit through the hole. Crawling through the minuscule hole that hardly fits me, I feel scrapes and cuts bite into my skin, but no blood exits the open wounds. The redness below simply pulsates and moves like that of a river. Despite my confusion, I quickly emerge into an otherworldly expanse bathed in an ethereal purplish glow. The tiny opening serves as transportation to a long, seemingly boundless walkway suspended in the void, crafted from the very essence of the purple radiance. The light is solidified as I tap my foot onto it, judging it to be quite abnormal. This is all so odd. A path of light? Was this always behind the cabin? As my senses adjust to the sudden light, I quickly realize there is no semblance of life or markers of existence beyond this causeway. Above, below, and on either side, only an impenetrable darkness looms, rendering the purple bridge the sole object in this void. I turn back to see the cabin sitting there, just as lonely as the bridge. But I don't have a choice other than to follow it. The tome wasn't in it after all. That is the only way to escape. With a resigned sigh, I place one foot in front of the other and continue along the bridge. Each step upon the radiant path echoes in the emptiness, rhythmic isolation. Every time my boots hit the light, it heightens in luminosity for a split second before sinking back to the typical glow. My steps feel inevitable, yet useless as gradually the cabin, too, fades into the void behind me. The time when I stop even looking back comes faster than I could ever think it would. But as per usual, I continue onward. The oddness and bizarreness of my situation don't force me to falter. They only raise my curiosity. What is happening here? What did the mother below do to this place? Is Gluscab still alive? He has to be, right? I don't know, but I have nothing else to do but question myself as I walk. It is all very frustrating. Walking along the luminous bridge, the emptiness of the void surrounds me. And as the quiet expanse deepens while driving me mad with boredom, faint whispers begin to tickle my ears. Initially indiscernible, these ethereal voices steadily amplify, transforming from elusive murmurs into a symphony of conflicting ideas. They speak of joining the tide, abandoning the brilliance of the light to embrace the obscurity of the dark. Paradoxical and contrary, yet oddly tranquil, the voices also weave a story of igniting light to push away the darkness to enjoy the brilliance. The words insinuate a balance between light and dark, a duality that hints at a profound serenity of twilight that nearly stops me in my tracks. I shift my head around, seeking the thing that is making these noises, but I find nothing. There is nothing to find, after all. These murmurs are coming from a god, the mother below's dominion. Just as Vincent Harvey's dominion was powerful enough to wage wars with sand alone, the mother below can manipulate a seemingly endless number of puppets to do her bidding. These dominions, I wonder exactly what they are. Perhaps they're simply the greater versions of powers, or maybe they're something utterly alternate. I try to block out the noises by holding my hands over my ears, but it does nothing at all to stop the stem of dark light. It isn't physical, but I know what it's leading to. The whispers seep into the recesses of my mind, subtly altering my thoughts. Despite my resistance, I feel the subtle tugs of influence, like tendrils encroaching upon my will. The notion of becoming a servant to the unseen deity unsettles me to no end. The teeth in my jaw remain locked as I take every step, the up and down motion of the bridge's light, a foregone detail to my focus. My focus, however, is not absolute. For, as the bridge stretches endlessly before me, doubt creeps in. Can I genuinely reach the end of this path? Well, I have to, don't I? And others did, too. Even among the awful inhabitants of Kingstown, they were few. But amongst the rumors of death, there were a few of survival. Not that the people weren't traumatized, though. Regardless, I move onward, relentless in my pursuit of the end of this path. A pursuit that grows increasingly arduous, the whispers growing stronger in their influence. As I tread farther into the unknown, the light below is my only guide through the void. The anomalous grayish-black light that is the dark light of the mother below envelopes my limbs along my steps, leeching away the natural hues. It's not a painful process, but an ominous sign that unsettles me deeply. The mother below is gaining on me. I don't really know how, but I can't resist this forever. But my hate for the god carries me forward. The rage bestows a kind of vibrance in each of my steps that cannot be outdone by the bridge's radiance. And something else does. As my feet lead me onward, the visions recited to me by my sigil replay in my mind, dashing away the outermost influences. Like cleansing forces, they wash away the tide of dark light, promising freedom. I feel rejuvenated and stride faster, seeking the end of the road. Still, time continues and even those visions begin to falter. I press on for what feels like an eternity, my once animated limbs succumbing to the encroaching grayscale. I worry about what is happening to my natural body, but I can't honestly spare the effort. It takes everything I have to simply step forward. It's not that it's difficult. It's that every effort is beset with 1,000 screaming whispers that order me to do one thing or another. Time becomes elusive in this expanse, and I lose track of its passage. Days, weeks, perhaps even a year could have passed, and I wouldn't honestly be able to tell. My body doesn't age, however, so that has to be a good sign. Nevertheless, onward is the only path forward, even as my whole body begins to gray. But just when the desolation seems endless, a peculiar sight emerges in the distance. A small pedestal, barely knee-height, materializes at the edge of the luminous walkway from beyond my vision, entering from the unknown. Atop the pedestal rests a book, the one I've been searching for. I can't help but smile at it. Yet the joy falls like a meteor as I notice what's far more critical. Above the tome hovers a grand figure, reminiscent of death, as I would conceive her were it not for the revelation of her true form. Towering hundreds of feet above, shrouded in tattered clothing that billows despite the absence of wind, the colossal entity gazes down at me without desire, caution, or even apathy. There is simply nothing. All there is to return my stare is a gaze of red that peeks out from beyond the hood it wears. Hello! My voice echoes into the darkness that surrounds me, but my voice never returns. It is utterly quiet, so quiet that I can't even hear my heartbeat. It's gone. I suppose that makes sense. Here, I don't have my right arm, so I won't have my heart either. The lack of echo or rumbling from a word released into the air, however, gives me an instinctual shudder. The same kind that happens when you're cold and shiver. I wonder if it will return if Blodwin moves back to his usual spot. I have other things to focus on right now that are far more important. However, the light beckons me forward as the book rests eternally on its own, and I cautiously approach without much else to do. The grand being doesn't react to my movement, yet I slow to a miniature crawl as I get nearer and nearer to the tome. No matter how close I approach to the being, though no fetters appear upon its form. It either has no sigil, which is impossible, or is beyond the capability of my eyes to survey. Still, even as I am only an arm's length away, the murmurs evolve into deafening roars in my ears, and the creature remains unfazed. Shrugging, I tap my hand onto the tome, and the pages quickly turn on their own to my page. Movement shifts above me, but I cannot look away. Unlike all other times, my eyes glue themselves to the page, and the information pries its way into my mind. It will not slow or take no for an answer. The ponderer and observer of reality, the dreamer of what could be, the struggler against a world that holds all down, the captive to rail against its chains, the escapist to hide their mind from their captor's onslaught, the departer of the prison that maintains them to a lesser form. Your seventh sigil toward limitlessness. You are no longer wondrous. You are no longer a feeble creature. Wings have grown to send the angel into the skies above. The sigil and the man have begun their fusion. You have taken a leap beyond your race. Humans hold nothing in common with one such as you other than birth, and even that is suspect to many. The warden, the intrepid strife. The manipulator of chains among those who know not what fetter holds them down. Able to grasp onto the fetters of others beyond yourself. Able to extend your own chains toward others. These chains hold no cause other than the one you bestow, no power other than the one you give, no substance other than the one you hold, and no right other than the one you find. The journey of a warden has only begun. Manipulating bounds and limits is a farce from limitless. Your limit of channeled ether has catapulted yet more, for the warden can only free others should he be capable himself. You have achieved a metamorphosis of being. No longer are you a weak creature to be stampeded over by the lording. You have become a vast complex of feats within a tiny form, unknowing of the potential lost or yet to be uncovered. You once made a choice. All choices are essential. They all possess reverberating effects. Your eyes, imagination, and reality are but two sides of a coin to a philosopher. What is not real is imagined, yet what is real is not. That must not always be the case. What is real to some is false to others, and lies can be seen as truth. A vast, imperceptible world hinges on your life. With those eyes, you can pull out the imagination, forming spectacles that may one day become so much more. I congratulate you, my dear warden. You are the first, the only, a feat that has never been achieved before, to my knowledge. My warning is simple, yet it is not directed upon your form. The walls are soon to fall, and with them will come shambling aberrations and monstrosities. Death and decay only begets more. One absolute boon yet exists for my dear, intrepid strife. It has been reached, the point of no return. Your breaths were never made to be singular or alone. None are. A single breath is only the beginning of life. Defiance is to be shared. Freedom is lonely without those to share it with. The pinnacle is born of solitude. Those you decree may join you in your momentary freedom, or you may inhale rapidly, taking the pain unto no one but yourself. The road of a warden has many choices, each as vital as the first. May your journey, filled with tyranny, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. My neck shoots up out of nowhere, and I fall to my knees, gasping for breath as the tome allows me to leave beyond the first page. There is so much on the page that it flips on its own, simply allowing me to finish reading it. I glance up, worried that the creature has moved or reacted due to what I sensed earlier. But no, nothing has changed. Suspicious. I stare at it for many moments, only for the whispers to return. It's better to push further with this than become a motherbound. So I flip the page, focusing on the remaining parts as I find my sigil embedded into the page. Before, it was always two-dimensional, without color or true substance. But not anymore. Multicolored changes drip, feed down from the center of the book's pages, stabbing into thousands of burgeoning eyes. The eyes practically leap off the pane, gaining a third dimension as they yearn for liberation, the desire palpable in their pupils. I rip my gaze away from it, stunned in awe, and view what I must do next. A warden has gone back for those they left behind, guiding them to a similar freedom, knowing that power, in the end, comes in digits. A mighty single will crumble. A pair may endure, but a deck? Its combinations and potential will be eternal. But for a warden to free others, they must prove themselves capable of doing so. All proofs of oneself are unique, just as the beings that do them are. You must return to the weakness of your flesh and bring one to follow you into the next stage of your soul. Your gaze holds your own self at a standard beyond any mortal or god. To continue, my intrepid strife, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I step back after sighing from the overload of information and quickly run through the topics in my mind, even through the whispers. First, I can now control chains. Based on what I saw in that vision, it's a literal and metaphorical thing. I can both physically hold someone down and weaken them at once. The opposite would also seem to be true, however, letting me enhance others. Next, my metamorphosis has evolved even further, changing my eyes even more so. It would appear I have one figment for each sigil that has been condensed into the three-part section that forms at the 4th, 7th, and presumably 10th sigils. According to the vision, the figments can be even more detailed and extensive, but from these words, I wonder if that is the limit. And finally, there is my power. A long time ago, nearly a year ago, I almost died fighting 3 hunters. And it was that night or early morning, I don't quite remember, that I obtained my first absolution. And finally, it has bloomed. One gasp of defiance is not the end, and now I can share it. At this point, with all the enhancements to it, it deserves a new name. Freedom. It just feels right. I abruptly pull myself out of my thoughts as a rumbling tone enters my ears. Unlike the whispers that have beset me for who knows how long. I step back, raising my hands up to the god in alarm above as it shifts slightly, the eyes following me. I wish you luck, child. This may be the last time we meet, or that whatever is left of me meets you. Never allow anyone to convince you that you are not special. All angels are, for their wings do not come without blood and gore. But amongst the angels I've seen throughout the millennia, you stand amongst the rare few that I'd call auspicious. Goodbye, my young philosopher. May you never have to return here. The voice ends abruptly as the eyes lose focus and leave me again. I wave my arms and call out to the being that could only possibly be the god of knowledge, Gluskab. Gluskab, the watchful eye, the guiding hand. He is one of the rare few whose true name collides with his title. Gluskab, are you still there? No reply meets my question, only silence. I'm left with only the information he's provided me through the book, as so little came from his voice. Sighing, I reach forward toward the tome. I never imagined he'd look like this. Decrepit, dark, brooding and dangerous. Yet, few gods, I'm sure, appear as they should. Hell, a monster such as Vincent Harvey looks like an ordinary man despite his divine might. It doesn't really matter, though. In the end, the weaker gods will all die to desolation, and those that don't will be able to join the Mother below when she awakens. In fact, does waking up the gods like desolation is doing cause her to rouse faster? I'm sure it does. That means time is ticking faster than it should. My finger taps the edge of the page before I see a familiar corpse beyond my feet. I give Ryder a nod before stepping to Maddox. What was that the favor you wanted? Maddox laughs and pats me on the shoulder. Don't know yet. We'll find out soon. I'm sure it'll be within 2 months or so. For now, accommodate yourself with your new flesh. I glance at my bony arm while he shakes his wrist, water spasming all over to cover him. In the next instant, he's gone, and so is Ryder's body. I'm left alone in the bowls of the rising tide. Kreat Blotwin, do you have any idea how to leave? I don't feel like climbing right now. I'm pretty tired. My partner replies, but his words are quickly garbled and hard to understand. I ask him again to repeat himself, thinking it's his lack of communication skills, but I fail to even hear myself speak. Out of nowhere, a piercing pain digs into my brain as my knees give out, and where am I? 372, be in the bonnet. Timony Metal Witch. Some fires are hard to put out. I read that once in my great-grandfather's journal. As a wee kid, I didn't understand what he meant. Now, however, upon this cliff face overreaching onto the waters of the only sea, I do. The monster that has been chasing us has been relentless. It is a fire that refuses to die. All we can do is run. It is an insane flame, a creature motivated by 2 wills at once, and yet both want to kill us for. It's only that they are different in how they want us to die. One wants us to be burned to ash, while the other wants to cover us in the silvery flames, converting our souls to the Mother below. I scan the waters with my eyes, seeing just how endless they appear to be from here. I've never seen the true endless, however, the ocean that goes and goes until it never stops. However, no one has ever managed to venture out more than 50 miles deep and return. There are rumors that desolation returned from those depths, but even my father thinks they are only that rumors. What the humans call Lawless Lake is grand, with water stretching beyond the naked eye, even that of an angel. Nevertheless, my mind strains to do anything but think of my great-grandfather's words. He always loved to ramble about any random thing he could. This one stuck with me for some reason. Timmy, some flames are to be put out. Some could be easily trampled underfoot, with no threat to any at all. Yet, there are some flames have souls, hearts, unyielding purpose. They have no reasons other than to burn. Yet they burn nonetheless. Some simply refuse to die for no other reason than to do so. Spite is one of the most powerful motivators. Find something and rise in spite of it. I don't think he was being literal with his words. My great-grandfather was known for his ability to manipulate heat and flame. He tried to teach me a lesson, one that I didn't understand all the way back then. Behind me, the black and silver fire of the relentless pursuer casts a haunting glow on the rocky terrain. We thought we had extinguished it once, but it emerged more vibrant, more dangerous. Now, with the 3 around me looking to me for guidance, I find myself standing on the precipice of a decision. The cliff looms ahead, and the sea roars beneath, its waves crashing against jagged rocks. There's a desperation in the air as my companions plead for direction. Even the cold bitch is finding it in her to ask me for help. I hardly notice their cries, but I respond nonetheless. The wind whistles through my ears as I sprint towards the cliff's edge, my heart pounding in sync with each footfall. Without hesitation, I raise my voice above the tumultuous wind, commanding them to leap into the water. A collective gasp follows my order, but they trust in my judgment. As they take the plunge, I accelerate towards the edge, embracing the imminent freefall. The rush of air engulfs me as I dive headlong into the abyss. The sea rises to meet me, and I brace for the impact. The fall is long, but I hardly pay attention as a wave of heat flows above me. Glancing up, I find an ocean of flame above us to match the one below, grazing only the top of Bemela's hair. Closing my eyes, I ignore the heat and seek the bottom. Quickly, my hopes are answered. The cold embrace of the water surrounds me, momentarily separating me from the fiery pursuer above. Beneath the surface, I kick and swim, leading the three behind me deeper into the sea. As we regroup in the water, I steal a glance back at the cliff's edge, half expecting to see the relentless flames extinguished. Yet, the black and silver glow persists, flickering in the distance atop the cliff like a malevolent beacon. I know our escape is only a temporary respite. The fire with a soul will persist, unyielding in its pursuit. Bemela catches up with Enodra, Nados, and I, forming a raft of ice we all climb onto. Nados rolls onto his back on the ice, placing his burns against the cool surface as Bemela does the same. I spare them only a minor glimmer of attention as the remainder rests upon the living flame. Enodra collapses, our bulwark of a Nahalo unable to keep moving any longer. I don't mock any of them. I once would have, but not anymore. That monster, it gives me shivers despite the heat still radiating into my bones. A sigh of relief enters me as the ice pushes us further away, and I extricate some metal from my veins to create a row. Still watching the monster, I place the metal pole with a flat end into the water, waving it to move us away. But as we make more distance from the cliff, I find the creature backpedaling from the edge slightly. Not enough to fade from view, only sufficiently far to get a running start. The curiosity in my mind is burned away in an instant as the creature leaps off the cliff's edge, an inferno at its back. The two wings, one of silver and one of black fire, wrinkle in the air like a pair of lungs as my eyes widen in genuine horror. Take a row and help. It's still coming. The other three react with groans, barely able to move. I force Nados into action with a kick to his groin and a row in his hand. Bemela acts on her own, taking a row while Enodra stumbles to her feet on the slippery ice. I share a glance with her before handing her a row, too, whispering into her ear, "Don't kill yourself." The warning is authentic. I don't want an ally to kill themselves from exhaustion, but Enodra's eyes widen in surprise. I ignore her inquisitive gaze and turn back to the raft. Row faster. I scream at the top of my lungs while hefting all the force I can into the water. I'd use my ether to push us, but I don't think it'd do very much. I'm not an emitter by any stretch of the imagination. Father always called me a controller instead. The categories of talent that we pygmies have come up with make far more sense than the humans' broad resonance that they adhere to. Not that we'll change their minds. It's way better for us if they had no clue what the hell they're talking about. Nados is the closest thing our squad of four has to an emitter, but he forces light out of his limbs. That doesn't carry much mass. It carries a little due to the heat and all, but not enough to propel us. Bemela is actually, like me, a controller. The ice she makes comes from the water in the air, freezing it to become solid while condensing it. So, we're stuck paddling the icy raft through the water as the monster flies toward us. At least it doesn't seem to know how the hell its wings work. Or just as the two sides fight for dominance, they're struggling to fly together. I'm not sure which is the case, but I'm just thankful it's not jetting toward us like it did before on land. While we bear the weight of our advance on our own bodies, Bemela calls out to me, her voice loud enough to reach beyond the distant flame and roaring waves. What's the play here, Timmy? Go until we exhaust. I shake my head, glancing at the shattered flame and then back into the horizon. No, it seems afraid of the water. We'll lead it to Kingstown and hide inside among the humans. We're all quite humanoid after all. I also have dyes to change our skin color, and hats can hide horns. I'll just be short. Bemela raises an eyebrow at my explanation, still unsure of what I mean. Despite her confusion, she still paddles increasingly, hefting her angelic strength. What do you mean? What's the point of that? I stifle my own laughter. These demons, they know so little about humans. How could they ever expect to kill them all if they don't do their research? The second strongest human, or I suppose he's now the strongest human after the Prime's ascension, lives within Kingstown most of the year. If he isn't raiding, which he just finished before we left, he's stationed there. And among all the creatures of the world, when it comes to water, he's called the Sea Shadow for a reason. It's no wonder why Vincent Harvey left the outlaw alone between his ocean's tempo upon his hip, the floating island of a beast, and the man himself. I have no doubt the strongest mortal could have ended him, but it would not have been without repercussions. Many would have died between their battle, likely spanning multiple islands and leaving behind relentless storms. Hundreds of thousands at least would have died between their clash, a far greater number than those the virtue would kill should he be left alone to his own devices. A clever move made by the Prime. He even leveraged the strength difference over the man, forcing him to make concessions. Had Desolation not taken Maddox Adkins under his wing, my father would have. There were already plans in place to give him another wife, my elder sister, but those backfired after Vincent made his move. Maddox Adkins is there. His prowess will be enough to douse any flame. We just can't get caught by him or this thing. So, fucking row. Act as if your queen ordered it herself. Damn it. Bemela nods at me, a slight flush on her cheeks as she seems embarrassed. Odd. I didn't know demons could feel shame. Perhaps she is angry. Doesn't matter. We need to fucking row before this wobbly flyer catches us. Earl, Miracle Maker Garner. The candlelight flickers in the small workshop, casting dancing shadows on the intricate design of the Skybane prosthetic I tirelessly craft. I can't have any electricity or oil lamps in here. The two can interfere with the preciseness of my work. Only the feeble light of candles doesn't. My eyes skin over the arm I've made. It's so brilliant silver, it is almost white. Skybane, the same material forged into the bullets of Fate Sealer. Not there are many of the original ones left, anyway. It comes from so deep in the earth that it's said bringing it under sunlight bestows great power. Of course, that is false. It is simply a material so densely swarmed with ether that I'm surprised it doesn't have its own sigil. Capable of deflecting even the force of cannons, I can't help but shiver in excitement, though that exhilaration quickly fades into a coughing fit. Fatigue has settled into every fiber of my being, but the image of Wyatt keeps me forging ahead. I believe in Wyatt's survival, a belief that fuels the surety that he will need a replacement for his lost limb. There is no way he doesn't need a new one. And so, I've put my all these past few days into getting a chunk of Skybane large enough to do so. Nevertheless, my hands tremble from exhaustion, my eyes heavy with weariness. Yet the unfinished prosthetic demands my attention. The city's owner, Canyon, extracted a heavy toll for this Skybane I've coveted so much. I toiled endlessly for him and his guards, trading my labor for the precious metal. I made over a dozen coils and 2 storms for them, while also dumbing the ladder down enough that anyone could use it. The struggle to acquire it was as challenging as the meticulous craftsmanship now before me. Not that I've gone very far in its craftsmanship, though. All I've done is manipulate the hunk of Skybane into small, intricate parts that resemble scales. Then I coordinated the scales together to form the outside of the arm. The fingers were the most strenuous part. Nimble but tense, tough but dexterous. There's a balance to it all. A balance I only want to make more perfect, but my fingers mock me just a bit more. I want to inlay the side blade into the arm. Oh, and place tiny knives into fingernails. Wyatt fights with the bloody palm like his nails are blades, so it will be better if both arms are like that. With determination etched across my face, I steady my hands through sheer force of will. The Skybane yields reluctantly, taking shape under the careful strokes of my tools and my precise ether. Each detail, from the intricate gears inside the scales to the delicate joints, speaks of a promise to provide my friend with a second chance, a new beginning. I will forever owe him after what I did so long ago, not just attaching the bloody palm to him. After that, I betrayed him. I betrayed his trust after all he did for us. My hands move with a grace born from passion and purpose, of promise and redemption. As the prosthetic takes form, I envision my friend wearing it proudly, overcoming the challenges of the wasteland. But that vision quickly grows far too real for my liking. Wyatt runs at me with joy, his arms waving in the sky. I smile at him, but before I can raise the prosthetic, a shout wakes me from my dream. Earl, wake up, damn it. A slap to the back of my neck jolts me up and out of my seat. What? Oh, Primrose. What's happening? Primrose, standing beside my half-circle desk, clutches one hand to her hip while the other stays behind her ominously. The woman glares right at me as she points outside. Don't know, Primrose, me. Remember our date? You promised you'd be ready. Ice chills my veins, and water washes over my face as I stare at her. Oh fuck, is it already Monday? No, it was just Saturday morning an hour ago. I twist my head, finding the city outside shrouded in shadows. Then, my eyes shift to the Skybane arm, only partially formed. Double fuck. Hey, I thought that was tomorrow. Was it really today? Give me a second, and we can go. Primrose taps her foot on the floor of my workshop, slamming her heels against some iron shavings. Oh, it was 2 hours ago. Johnny managed to get us a meal from Canyon's personal chef. Remember? I knew you would be at least a little late because of this. I waited for you, expecting you to come, but you never showed. Oh, I didn't mean to. I can see the hurt in her eyes. Ever since Wyatt went missing, we've spent way more time together. She's been comforting in her demandingness. Primrose provides me a sense of security, I suppose. Comfort, even despite the ferocity she shows. I'm sorry. I was just... But right as I expect to get my ear chewed out and be dragged out of my chair, Primrose flicks her leg out, catching another seat with her heel before bringing it beside me. Then she brings her other hand out, a closed box that she sets on my work table. It's okay, really. I know how important this is to you. I've known better than to expect you to leave your work at my whim. Even if it was planned, I brought you the food made by Cecil. That way, we can eat together. I smile at her as she opens the box. 2 separate sections of cooked fish, beef, pork, and a dozen other ingredients. It smells good, real good. Thank you. Primrose kicks a leg up onto the edge of my table, grabbing a sheet of metal that she uses as a plate. Then, she begins to wolf down her food while staring at the arm I've been working on, speaking through her chewing. What makes that metal such a big deal anyway? You've been working almost nonstop to get it from Canyon. Elizabeth has been trying to get your attention, by the way, but I kept anyone from coming in as you asked. Forgetting the food for a moment, I place a hand on the prosthetic and another on the spare Skybane that I plan to integrate into the more extensive limb. This metal is terrific. It's not magnetic, but so dense that I can't lift it without a lever or pulley. With that density, however, comes an incredible hardness alongside its odd amount of springiness. Tomas' claws could only leave minor dents in the steel, and even Fate Sealer could put a little more than that. I think this might be the most uncompromising metal we know of. It'd be 1,000 times more expensive if it wasn't so heavy. Only Wyatt could reasonably wield an arm made of it. Primrose eyes the material carefully before sliding her plate of food to me. The woman seems interested in my work, not just the outcome, but how I get to it. Few ever cared, but it did take her a while to feel that way. Sounds like a steal then. What else could you make of it? Do you reckon a dagger would work? Or armor? Imagine throwing Wyatt in a whole suit of that stuff like the councilmen are always cladded. I shake my head. That idea is ridiculous. No way in hell. A suit of this stuff would weigh tons. The arm alone is several hundred pounds. It'll make up for it once I put some sigils in it. But even dismissing that point, I don't think there is enough Skybane on the planet's surface to make a suit of armor. Canyon got all of his from the depths of the plateau, but the rest of it is scattered beneath the surface. Primrose nods to me while continuing to eat. She simply falls silent while roaming her attention all over. After just a few moments, however, she finds the skeleton of a knife written on a piece of paper. What's that? I almost stutter answering her, but I stop myself. A proof of concept. Skybane has anti-healing properties when introduced to the blood of a creature. I suspect that anyway, that sketch is meant for you, a dagger. I haven't started on it yet, though, so don't expect too much, okay? I'm not good at making melee weapons quite yet. Primrose's pupils fall onto me as her eyebrows sink too. The woman's gaze scares me for a second before the expression vanishes entirely. You're making a girl awfully excited, Earl. I don't know how to answer that one. Primrose stands and steps beside the sketch of the dagger, pointing at the hilt on the frame. What if you put in a canister like we did for Wyatt's last arm? I can fill it with gas whenever, so it'll work like both a Colt and a Claymore. It'll make it lighter too, right? That way, it can be a bit longer without being heavier. If it's so tough, you also wouldn't be sacrificing much strength in the steel. My heart skips a beat at the idea as I shoot to my feet, scattering food everywhere. It's amazing. How didn't I think of that? Stepping over to her, I grab my pencil and start sketching as she steps aside, simply watching while eating the meal she brought. Better not miss our next dinner. Yes, ma'am. 373. Civilizee. Linen-bladed monster hull. My eyes trail the vast landscape before me, stretching out beyond the limits of these feeble pupils. The scene from up high on the plateau of Gravecross down to Northine gives me pause, forcing my mind to slow and consider my past. I've spent much, in fact, the vast majority of my life protecting these places. It was a common thing for me to travel incessantly, going from village to deal with a threat, whether it be a ghost, demon, or beast, before heading right back on my path. Many times they were other humans. I was one of the few hunters licensed to hunt other humans without taking a specific bounty. A man-killer. It was something I enjoyed back then. The simplicity, the gratitude. But over time, it simply wasn't enough. I wanted more. Perhaps I'm merely a selfish man who hid behind the wants of his mentor. Virtuous? I'm hardly even admirable. Even what I was given is ironic. Or, I think I gave it to myself. Most people's powers are separate from the zills or main skills they develop. Yet, mine are one and the same. And, when pushed beyond my limit, it changed me to the core. I shift the ether in my body, caving it toward one of the sigil skills I've been given before with a soldier, the one that toughens my skin. While doing so, I feel an instant backlash, like a grating pain that is akin to being struck where no man would prefer to be hit crashes into me. That forceful stride of my ether, the one that shattered beyond the physical limit I had, was not without repercussions. The only path that the ether in my body can move is that of monster. That divot of ether might move over thrice as smoothly, but that doesn't mean it is how I would want it. In this world, what man only knows one skill? What angel only knows one way forward? I'd only know how to kill, how to swing this blade of mine, how to be a monster. Perhaps Marshall was right. Wherever I walk, I tread my own path. I slide my thumb along the scabbard that is empty on my hip. I have no more swords. All those that I find are quickly destroyed by my own might. And now I have no hope of making my own blade through my ether. Not that I thought it was all that feasible anyway. It's the slight hope vanishing that hurts more. I could ask that kid to make me a sword. I'm sure he'd do a damn fine job based on the other weapons he's made. But in the end, I'll come across the same issue. Eventually, that claymore, too, will break. Am I cursed to never have another partner? I suppose I might be. The steel Edmund gave me lasted over a decade. Nothing else has borne my efforts longer than 3 weeks. The only piece of forged iron I can think of that would handle the current and future me is Demon's Bane. But I don't think I can take that without a blade. To defeat the As-is Kate would require me to have a sword, which only harkens me back to the core issue. I suppose I should get back to training. My ether saturation develops too slowly for me not to push myself to the brink every day. If I don't, there would be numerous years between each and every sigil. With it, a year is the case if I nearly die several times at the minimum. Using just a single finger, I raise back onto my feet. My virtue did strengthen my whole form as well. Something about molding the vessel for the creature inside. Once at a standstill, I trek back to my training grounds, only a few dozen feet from the edge of the plateau. It's best for others if I'm away from them while training. The training grounds sprawl before me, a proof almost as great as my own strength to my relentless pursuit of mastery. Broken swords lie scattered, casualties of my unyielding might. The sight gives me a minor boost of confidence while also reminding me how much I miss my old claymore. Ignoring the sea of shattered steel, I reach for another blade, a nameless piece of tempered steel snug in a holster with a dozen others, fodder to be ruined. My breath steadies as I close my eyes, shutting out the world around me. In this moment, there is only the steel in my hands. As I prepare to swing the blade through the air, the world narrows to a singular focus. Every fiber of my being aligns with the imminent strike. There is nothing for me to slice, no target but the simple growth of my swing, and yet I do so anyway. But just before the blade sings through the empty space, a soft crunch of grass underfoot disrupts the silence. My eyes snap open, the blade halting midair. A voice, its timbre unfamiliar, yet oddly resonant, reaches my ears. The grounds that I have shown to no one have been infiltrated. I turn, my gaze searching for the source of the disturbance. So this is where you've been since you recovered. There, amidst the fallen swords, stands a figure, a silhouette against the backdrop of my secluded sanctuary, squinting against the sun's magnificence. I find Elizabeth Stroudwater kneeling down before rising with a shattered claymore in her fist. I don't reply immediately, watching her closely. This woman, she's weak, and yet I must caution myself around her. She is surrounded by figures that are not nearly as powerless as her. A lioness guarded by her pride. That is the only example I can imagine for this woman. A tongue sharper than any viper, and a mind capable of weaseling her way out of anything. She has not yet reached her full potential, but still, had she been gifted with the talent for ether, perhaps we are more alike than we thought. Our talents exist. They are simply in other things. How many of these claymores have you broken? A dozen? 100? More? I shake my head, not knowing the finite answer. Elizabeth simply nods, as if she expected that response. The woman walks, dropping the blade as she inspects where I've stayed the past 2 weeks. Her fingers trail the tiny tent I've made for myself before turning to me. All the while, my eyes don't leave her. What is she planning? I recognize that gaze. It's a calculating madness. You've got quite the scar there, Lennon. She diverts the topic, pointing promptly at my bare chest and the cylindrical scar that nearly covers my whole torso. Half of my heart was destroyed by Karn. I'd be dead if it were not for Edward, Dawn, and Earl. It took all 3 of them to keep me alive. The knowledge of my tie, my near loss, stings my pride to no end. I shouldn't need them. I don't need them. Gradually, I grow frustrated with her presence as she keeps it cryptic, but I realize that's what she wants. She wants me to be frazzled. When did she learn how to act like this? Or has she always known? Has she been playing that boy? Or did something change in her mind, just as it did for me long ago? And so, I stay mute as she steps toward me. Her boots fall onto sharp blades, yet she strides with enough caution for them to not pierce into her feet. I also detect that she didn't bring that rifle with her. You are looking for a new target, yes? Elizabeth stares directly at me from only a foot away. Her posture belays the feeling of comfort while those eyes display nothing but a challenge to myself. I nod slowly, finally speaking. Perhaps this will get her to leave faster. Yes, but I need a new blade. These ones are all too feeble. At my words, Elizabeth retrieves a bundled-up piece of cloth from behind her, the item short enough to hide entirely behind her. I stare at it with interest as she takes the weapon out of the cloth, revealing a claymore I never thought I'd see. It is a thin blade, one closer in stature to that of a needle. Yet it is as long as a medium-length sword, narrowing my eyes. I can even see the name inscribed onto the hilt Elizabeth holds. The 6th Sewing Needle, forged by Arnold Pilner. My heart accelerates at the mere name of the author of this blade. Arnold Pilner, where did you find this? How did you get this? Elizabeth's grin widens into a knowing smile. The woman's eyes slink backward toward the city behind us before focusing again. I was given access to Canyon's estate. I had figured that the old man would have at least one claymore worthy to strike a deal with you. Her tone is odd when speaking about the blade. I raise an eyebrow as I reach out for the sword, but she steps back with a glare. Did you steal it? The accusation hits home as I recognize just how desperate she is. The world is collapsing, but Elizabeth Stroudwater has next to no power of her own to stop it. All she can do is manipulate others. Yes, I did. That old bastard had no use for it, leaving it up here to rust. And I will give it to you if you take me to find Wyatt. I consider her words before finding no reason to disagree. The 6th lumen won't last me forevermore, but it will last long enough to prop me into becoming a true virtue. Or at least it'll be sufficient to kill one. Elizabeth smiles at my agreement, that bit of childishness left in her leaking. I extend my hand despite it for the blade. The deal is made. Allow me to see the scabbard too. The little lioness meets my hand with the blade nestled inside the needle-thin scabbard. The blade is meant for stabbing, so I'll have to change my swordsmanship slightly. It won't be all that strenuous, though. I can use any blade just as Johnny can use any gun. However, neither of our expertise is as varied as Clarence Love's. That man can use any weapon to lethal effect, even a piece of paper. I rip the blade from its sheath and feel an immediate effect. My limbs are inundated with ether from the weapon, pouring into my veins. The needle doesn't wrestle for control or fight against my veins, which are meant for only a single path. Instead, it makes me feel as swift as the wind. My fingers turn pliable and flexible, just as my arms do. I shift back and forth, enjoying the new sensation. This will be interesting, but for now, the practice with the blade will have to wait. I have made a deal. I nod to the woman as I sheath the claymore. Where to? Elizabeth pivots and points toward the vast landlocked sea of Lawless Lake. Her eyes point out beyond the horizon, locking onto something or someone that I can't see. There, Wyatt will be in Kingstown. Her voice holds no negotiation or hesitation. She has complete faith that the boy is still alive. I could never have that level of confidence in another being, let alone a human. Only in myself, or have I ever held that pure conviction. I don't think I'll ever find another blade to match her. I reach down and grab my pack from beside my shabby tent before shouldering it and walking in the direction she pointed. The woman, surprised by my eagerness, follows. We're leaving now? Of course. I hardly pay attention to her words as I trek toward the edge of the plateau, gracing my mind with the words written upon the lumen scabbard. These are the words of a former prime. Even my awful talents could possibly learn something from them. The sixth sewing needle. The world has infinite holes and catastrophes, but there are a finite number of fixers. Life is a struggle, borne by the few who can maintain the weight. It is the tools that ride that keep it all together, not the destructive weapons. Not all weapons must destroy, however. Some shall help build. Some shall leave the world a better place after they fall. Crafted and sigiled and inscribed by Arnold Pilner. Virgil Wraithbone. I stand on the edge of the ship, waiting. No sound is coming from the pit that Wyatt, Ryder, and Maddox entered. With bated breath, I can only wait for my friend to emerge. Several times during this duel, I attempted to intervene, but the sea's shadow stopped me each and every time. I held back from attacking him directly and instead tried to sneak past, but nothing worked. I'm not foolish enough to directly face him. He didn't strike back, though. He only laughed and told me that cheaters shouldn't get caught. I stare at that pit where they crashed into, waiting. Seconds turn into minutes. Still, everyone lingers. No one moves, wanting to witness the ending of the duel. Beside me, Abraham gnaws on his fingernails while Autumn leans on the ship with wide eyes, refusing to miss a beat. Then, a figure emerges with slithering waves. For a moment, my heart hitches in my throat, but it recovers when I realize the figure is Maddox, not Ryder. I stride forward, past the point of no return, asking the man brazenly. I can't wait any longer. Either Wyatt is dead, or he isn't. And there is no way the latter is true. Is he able to move? Maddox's eyes, clouded by something unknown, shift to meet mine. The tempestuous orbs linger for a moment before a hearty chuckle breaks the contact. You sure are confident in the young man. A man against an angel. And you bet on the child? Admirable, yet stupid. Go retrieve him. Your boy is asleep. Mine will never wake. I rush past Maddox when he gives me the go-ahead. Still, I give him a cautious glance, just waiting for him to strike. His son did just die, after all, but he doesn't. He strides away without a modicum of care. Ether empowers my every footfall before I slide down into the hole. Reaching upward, a night whip acts as a rope as I fall down to where I last saw Wyatt. The darkness envelopes me as I crash further and further down. Yet the moment before impact with the bottom of the ship, I tighten the night whip, slowing my descent. But as I regain my bearings, I realize that Wyatt isn't sleeping. The man is standing, haunched over with a dangling arm. It resembles the look of a madman. I eye him carefully and call out to him. The lack of injuries isn't all too surprising, but Maddox being wrong is. Wyatt, you all right? A growl is my only reply as flesh explodes from my friend's body. Bloody and meaty tendrils lash outwardly as a garbled cry leaves his throat. Wharf! Wharfish WHE? I squint and slide backward, night whips forming around me to block the tendrils. They are chaotic and without targets, like panicked outcries. This isn't Wyatt. I haven't ever spoken to the thing inside him, but I've heard enough about it from him. Childish, yet brutal. Ignorant, yet instinctive. Afraid, yet monstrous. Those crimson eyes are unlike Wyatt's colorless pupils. Blodwyn. The call to the Arca calms it for a moment, the tendrils born of Wyatt's flesh dying down. But it only lasts for a moment before that distorted cry of a being that doesn't know how to use its vocal cords returns. Wharf! Wharfish WHE? This time, it's even louder, deafening enough to crack some of the already damaged wood around us. To make matters worse, those tendrils are even more crazed. Damn it, has Wyatt been taken over? No. He told me himself that Blodwyn would never unless he died. But I don't think Wyatt's dead. If he were, his Arca wouldn't be asking where he is. That's the first order of business. My heart clenches, inhaling deeply as I prepare to face the creature before me. It is my friend, but it is not. I don't have to be soft with this, but I should be. The last thing I want is for Blodwyn to truly grow angry, not just agitated. Dashing forward, my movements are tinged with the darkness around me. Leaping over, sliding under, and twisting around the perilous tendrils, I inch closer to the heart of the turmoil. I stay my hand from retaliating, even as I'm stuck against my back. I don't want to use any big shows of ether as I'm afraid that might scare the Archamore. So, I bear the hit and continue after stumbling with a lash down my back. As I loom near Wyatt and Blodwyn, tendrils of darkness manifest from my being, a counterforce to the grotesque appendages. The many night whips reach out, latching onto and entwining with the fleshy extensions. I have my mind planting resistance against Blodwyn's tendrils of flesh. I can quickly feel that his power is beyond mine, yet I only need to hold it for a moment. In the worst case, I can always flicker away. Finally, within striking distance, I neglect the chance to attack. Instead, I close the gap and embrace my friend. Blodwyn pauses in shock, the Arca struggle ceasing for a moment as I tighten my hold and speak to him. It's all right. Just take a deep breath. Everything will be fine. I whisper into his ear, just as I once did for Vernon when he killed his first man. It's not the same feeling between them, but I know the look of panic, confusion, heartbreak, and self-hate. It's one I know very well. It's one that I didn't have someone to comfort me for. Blodwyn's ether calms, the flesh receding back into his body. Looking closely, I find those crimson eyes grow lucid, losing their rabid gaze and gaining sentience. The body of my friend crumples, and I follow him to the ground, holding him the whole way down. It's okay. It's okay. Take a moment. Take your time. There is no rush. Breathe in and out. Then, tell me what happened. The artifact quiets for a moment at my comm order. The only sound in the air is the rhythmic breathing of Wyatt's body. I pat the young being, only months old in its sentience, and it slowly begins to speak. He's asleep. I raise an eyebrow and return the response with slow words. I can't let him panic again. This is to be done with utmost caution. Artifacts are all highly volatile bombs of emotion. The young being losing his one anchor will not occur without incident. How did he fall asleep? Is he tired? Blodwyn shakes his shoulders in confusion. So, I can only hug the artifact in turn without a concrete answer. Regardless, the worry in my heart grows. That is until Blodwyn finds the words he couldn't. He found wings. 374. The devil you know. Abraham, Notmed, Ulrin. I couldn't stand that duel any longer. The moment I heard Wyatt was fine, I ran back to the city. I needed to be alone. I needed to think. And the only thing I could think about was just how pitiful I am, just how weak I am. So I locked myself away from the others. I have to become better more. And despite the silence of this room, I managed to snag only minutes ago after charming the innkeeper with a lewd. I can't stop the bobbing of my knee. This is probably an undeniably awful decision. But when will I stop simply going with the flow? I never take the initiative. I'm solely here. My hand reaches into my shirt, retrieving the only thing I have left of my mother besides the color of my eyes. It's a scale at the end of a pendant balanced perfectly on both sides. I wear it always, regardless of the dangers that are coming. My father tried to take it from me, but I never let him see that I had it. I couldn't lose this thing, too. Life isn't fair. I suppose that's why Mother reached out to the devil when she was young. So many fear him. Almost everyone, in fact, regards him with shivers and hushed tones. It's not because he's malevolent. The devil is one of the kindest gods out there. He always has been, but then again, that is a very low bar. A turtle could do better than most of them. People fear the devil for the prices he exacts for the things he asks. They always dig the deepest, biting into the very essence of a person. No one even walks away from a conversation with the god without losing something of them, as even the knowledge the devil bestows is a boon. A boon bestowed, a price exacted. All is fair between the balance and the blade. My breath comes out in stuttering phases as I attempt to rationalize what I'm about to do. Yet, I can't help but eye the preparations once more. I've meticulously organized the room for this attempt to commune with the arbiter of chaos. In homage to my mother's forced practice in the dark, I've left without telling anyone. I doubt any will be happy to see what I'm doing. Mother had to hide every single prayer she gave from my father. Iram. He did all he could to beat the faith out of her. In the end, he couldn't. The room is aglow with the soft flicker of countless candles, casting dancing shadows across every surface. And at the heart of the space, only two elements command attention. In the room's center, a bowl rests, poised with quiet anticipation. Above it, a delicate metal beam hovers, suspended with an almost fragile equilibrium. The devil's rite is simple, a perfectly balanced object and the blood of a human. Hopefully, a half-human will suffice. Otherwise, I'm probably only going to disappoint Mother. Not that the Red Judge ever answered her prayers. I think she did it for the comfort of a higher power. Me? I don't need comfort. I need strength. I need power. I can't bring Emmett back as a nightmare. Not that I can right now, anyway. My brain is still too frazzled. He made me swear an oath to never do it. So, instead, I'll have to get good enough to make him something other. Something alive. I snap my fingers, the ether in my hand, turning off a candle a second after the noise echoes along the walls. The air in the room is charged with tension, and the flickering, fading candlelight seems to dance in rhythm with my pulsating heartbeat. The subtle glow of the candles cast an ethereal glow, shrouding the room in an atmosphere of horror. Warmth sinks into my flesh as I extend my left hand, bringing my right to it with a dagger. Inhaling deeply, I enter the flesh of my hand with the edge. Dripping crimson falls from my hand on the beam of the bowl. A low seethe comes from between my teeth as I breathe inwardly even further. Slowly, gradually, I watch as the blood falls into the bowl beneath it, pooling at the bottom. Exhaling that colossal breath, echoing my anxiety, I begin the words my mother taught me as a young child. It is only one of many prayers, yet it is the only one I remember. A boon bestowed, a price exacted. All is fair between the balance and the blade. A boon bestowed, a price exacted. All is fair between the balance and the blade. Where chaos and order intertwine, lives are torn asunder. Guide my steps on this path where destinies swell. Grant me insight to discern the scale's delicate sway. May your judgment be just impartial and keen as I tread the tightrope where shadows convene. Where chaos and order intertwine, fortune blooms from strife. May the price be fair, the boon just, and the cause righteous to the heart. I pause for a moment, the candles on each side of the room balanced in number. Then I decrease them two at a time with force, cutting out their air while I speak the lines not from my mother, the lines meant only for the god. I ask for your power. I ask to be given a boon. I will pay any price you deem fitting. I am willing to do anything. I do not want to be weak. I do not want to be alone. I want to enjoy the company of my friends, even those dead. The words leave my mouth and finish the instant two candles remain, one placed on each side of the bowl. The blood in the container is nearly halfway full, and I feel a wooziness encompass me. I wait seconds, my heart racing against the clock as more blood dribbles down. The two lingering candles mock me as they sway back and forth, yet I don't listen to them. Instead, I stare at the balancing stick, focused and devout. Seconds turn into minutes as the candles gradually burn themselves out. More life exits my body and enters the bowl, yet I don't stop. I can't. He has to respond. He has to. But time continues to flow without any divine intervention. My head falls as the vertigo becomes too much to remain kneeling. Yet the instant I fall backward, the two candles burn out simultaneously. Then there is only darkness. And within that darkness comes the tap of something. I squint my eyes to see in the dark, but find nothing. So, I reach with my mind, only to be rebuffed by a towering spire of mental fortitude, one that resists me without even trying. A searing pain joins me as the fee for the attempt. Tap, tap, tap. The noise continues as shivers run down my spine. Coughing from an itch in my throat, I stand from lying on my stomach. The moment I reach my feet, I see through the darkness, just far enough to spot the figure looming over me. An old man, stepping through the void of light, stares at me with a cane carried by both his hands. He seems decrepit, nearly dead. There are so many wrinkles, I cannot even begin to count them. His back is hunched, a form that was once taller than mine, being reduced to a slight stature. Despite the odd look, something I didn't expect, as most journals depict this being as a conceptual thing. More like the symbol he boasts, a balance, I know what or who it is. The devil, the red judge, the arbiter of chaos. Still, I've never heard of a god having a humanoid form such as this. Nevertheless, his voice, aged yet supremely stable, cuts through the gloaming, leaving us in a featureless night of cloudy darkness. The room I was in only a moment ago is gone. There is only him. It is almost like there has only ever been him. You request for a boon. Do you comprehend what befalls such an inquiry? The devil speaks, and I nod immediately. I've never been so sure of something in my life. Emmett's dead, so are almost all our friends. The only ones left who still treat me as a human are Wyatt, Earl, and Virgil. Johnny regards me as a tool, or at least he treats me as one. I still follow him because, as always, I cannot lead. No matter how much I hate it, making decisions paralyzes me. But this one I can't afford to miss, no matter what. Yes, I do not wish to be weak anymore. I wish to be strong, strong enough to overcome any challenge. I comprehend the magnitude of this. You're godly. The red judge cuts me off, glaring at me sharply. Yet he doesn't seem angry, only annoyed. Do not use titles with me. I hate them all. Call me devil. Nodding, I open my mouth to apologize, but the devil takes another step toward me. His cane carries him shakily, as if it is the only thing that allows him to walk at all. The god smells like death and time, the scent of a human on the doorstep of death, my old age. It sends a shiver to my core, the idea of what it could do to me. His mouth opens when he gets within a foot of me. I cannot bestow you power, young Ulrin. What I can offer you is the chance to take it for yourself. However, the devil's back unwinds, delivering him to his full height as his eyes glow with a radiance that burns into mine. Tiny suns, backlit by a weaving beam of judgment, echo from within those pupils, petrifying me in place. Each word that exits his mouth shakes the foundation of my mind, trembling even in this space that we exist in. To achieve your wish of power, I will take from you. I will take what I want. There is no negotiating. There is either taking the deal or not taking it. Either way, you will never enjoy the refreshment of thirst, nor that of alcohol. That is the cost to speak to me. You agreed by slicing your hand. I stay silent as the devil bears down on me from an even higher height, his whole form reaching nearly 7 feet from the floor we stand on. I prepare myself to hear the price, even as I grind my teeth at the cost he has already taken from me. Alcohol, drinks, fuck, I'll never truly party again. That's okay. I can do that. Remaining quiet, I let him speak. He is the god. I'm a mere ant to him. I will give you the opportunity to triumph over any mortal. I will send you to the pits of hell. There, you will either die or, just as the first human to seek power did, excel amongst the brimstone. In exchange, I will take your nightmares. I exhale a sigh of relief before it is caught in my throat. He doesn't mean simply the bad dreams. He means my nightmares. My mouth turns dry as I consider the implications. He's going to send me into hell without my most vital assets, without even my power? I'll just die, won't I? No, that is how I've always thought. Cowardly. I've always refused to take a risk for power unless someone made the decision for me. Not anymore. May I leave behind a note? I don't want to do it without informing Virgil. Wyatt's still out of it, so there is no way I can reach him anyway. The devil steps back and shakes his head. No, here and now or never. Remember, I do not negotiate. I bite the side of my mouth as I hesitate again. Is this really a good decision? It's not, but I can't see myself accomplishing my proof in any other way. I'm not tough like Wyatt, indomitable like Lennon, cunning like Johnny, relentless like Tomas, terrifying like Virgil, radiant like Bonfire. I'm just me. a half-blood whom no one but a dead man has ever cared enough to help me see the joys in life. Must you take away my nightmares, devil? Why do you even want them? I can't help but ask the questions as the worry and curiosity burn like an effervescent flame. Yet, unlike what I expected, the inquiry doesn't provoke the devil. Instead, he steps back toward me, opening his mouth into a toothy smile of rotting jaws and missing teeth. I cannot simply give you strength, Oren. What I will, however, do is tell you one thing. It is in the most bottomless pits that a man will find their dreams. It is in the never-ending struggle, the one that leaves them broken and ruined, shattered and torn, awful and hateful, that lets them see that light. My sight changes as the devil touches me, a scene playing before my mind. A man falls to his knees, bloodied and missing flesh all over his body while bones stick out in many places. I instantly recognize him as an angel. Otherwise, he'd be long dead. Regardless, I see him groan as the vision expands, demonstrating what he perceives. A vast, endless vista of castles, forts, palaces, and all other manners of defenses stretch out before him. Around them, however, are streams of lava while acidic rain falls, striking him and burning into his flesh. Hell, this man, he's in hell. Despite his hopeless situation, the man, hardly able to stand, rises to his feet. A long, dreadful sigh leaves his throat as he sets his right arm, the bone moved out socket. He appears to not even recognize or compute the pain. He's all business, nothing but focus in his gaze. Then he searches for something before bending down and finding a pocket watch beside him. It's shattered, frozen at midnight or noon. Only Gluscab or the devil could know. Nevertheless, the man peers at the watch before closing it with a clasping echo and stepping toward the vast castles, a determined voice along his stride. He is limping, a gouge in his right ankle, so deep I can see the tendons within as without, but he doesn't stumble or hesitate. He only moves forward. I have to go back. Then I return to the devil. His aged tone, not dissimilar to that young man's, continues. He speaks with the knowledge of centuries. No, millennia of perceptions and thoughts have converged to one point. It is when you are beaten, when there is no hope left other than simply another day. When a tear falls for every step you take. When those tears matter to none but you. When all those you have ever known are gone. When all the minds have forgotten, even your name. It is only then will the human spirit burn brightest. The devil pauses momentarily, lifting a crooked and wrinkled finger to tap my chest. The force almost knocks me on my ass, but it doesn't as he grabs my shirt to hold me still with that single finger as it twists the cloth. You are human, Abraham Oren, raised by Nahalo, trained and indoctrinated by them. But deep down, you find your place with no one. That inherently is a human trait. Humans are lonely, yet seek out company. In that dark, without anyone but your thoughts, you will find the path to your dreams. You cannot find someone to uphold you if you cannot first find yourself. My brows furrow as the devil steps back, finishing his words. Then he offers his hand. I glance at it, unsure yet positively decided. This God, he seems, those words, he must have experienced them. Vincent Harvey, he wasn't the first god of humanity. This explains so much. Why he's aloof yet fair. Why he appears to be a human. Why he requires human blood for prayer. Why he answers none but humanity. It answers it all. Before I shake his hand and seal the deal, I open my mouth. You were human, right, devil? Those words, they couldn't have come from a concept like death or knowledge. The devil doesn't respond to me. He only stares me in the eyes, sharing the windows to his soul as he awaits my answer. I can see in him a profound time. I don't know what he's been through, and I can't even imagine. Yet, knowing that he's human, perhaps a deal with the devil isn't so bad. I reach forward and take his hand into mine. 375, roost over him. Virgil Wraithbone. You did what? My teeth nearly shatter against each other as I force out a slight whisper to Autumn's admission of guilt. The woman kneels and begs for an apology as Blodwyn sleeps just a few feet away. The Arca is like a child, unable to do anything but eat, cry, or grow frustrated when awake. Only the Arca packs a serious punch, capable of shattering steel with his grip alone. I have to be supremely cautious with him, even more so than I am with my little sister. Nevertheless, Autumn answers my question, and I do all I can not to explode in furious darkness. Meanwhile, tears splatter against the ground from her eyes in a flood. The Master of Water seems to be able to cry more than others. I couldn't bring myself to reveal Ryder's weaknesses. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He's my brother. He was dying, and the only way he could survive was with the blooming spider lily. I didn't know what to choose. The man who has saved my life many times, or the twin I grew up with. So, I was frozen and chose neither. I didn't help Ryder, but I didn't tell you guys either. I'm sorry. I glance over at Blodwyn, wielding Wyatt's face as they peacefully sleep. A part of me is wrathful at what she did, hiding away two very transparent weaknesses of Ryder. The man couldn't even see out of the corner of his eyes. Does she know how easily I could have won that fight in that case? It'd have been over in 2 seconds or less. No, I need to calm down. Speak first, think after. Focus on questions. Calm once. You were twins? Autumn nods as she gets up from her kneeling position, falling onto her butt. Her dark blue hair is frazzled and all over the place from her panic declaration. I can't hold it against her too severely. She told us we won, and yes, we share both the same mother and father. Shared. We were unlike any of our father's other children. We both specialized in liquid water as well. However, he branched out into blood for his 6th sigil, while I stayed with pure water. Families are my weak point, or more specifically, my family. Even still, I understand. If I was forced to choose between Wyatt and one of my brothers or sisters, even if they ended up like Ryder did, I don't think I could field an answer. I think I might freeze as well. Enough. I do not forgive you. Even if none of us died, I will remember this. But it is not my forgiveness you should care about. You will have to ask for Wyatt's forgiveness when he awakes. For now, let me find Abraham. I need someone to watch over Blodwyn. I obviously cannot trust you to this for an extended period of time. Autumn raises an eyebrow at me curiously while her face shows the hurt she feels. She stands to follow me with a question. Why do you need him to watch Blodwyn? I point to the unconscious figure in our shared room. Blodwyn is snoring, but even still, I can feel the reverberations of the might within that form. 2 angels. 3 if you count the lily. I can't be falling behind. I need to go and find my own wings. My thoughts are identical to my words as I turn the doorknob, but I stop at the doorway. I pivot back to her, finding something she can do for now. I can trust her for this, most likely. I need to find out where Abraham ran off to. Watch him until I come back. If he wakes up, feed him, and do not stop feeding him food. If you do, Blodwyn will remember that Wyatt is asleep. Autumn nods eagerly, as if wanting to make up for her failures. I return the gesture and close the door. I hear a feeble sob from our room before I even reach 10 steps away from the room. I pause again, but quickly return to my pace. I feel for her, honestly, but she did it to herself. Her own overconfidence and arrogance. I did the same when I believed I could protect Vernon from the threats at Rustbank. I was wrong, and so was Autumn. Overconfidence. It is the bane of us all, while the lack of it shelves us to be nothing but mediocre. My feet carry me to Abraham's room, the one he requested to be separate from us. I saw no reason to deny him his privacy, so I agreed back then. Yet, when I open the door, no one is there. All I find are several packs of tightly bound candles in the room. I lift them and sniff the candles to find them with the scent of sulfur. Either he brought these underground, or he prayed to the devil with them in hand. And with this thick stench, it'd have to be many times. Sulfur only grows minorly with each prayer, or a massive one. Abraham, what did you do? I leave the room quickly, heading right to the innkeeper. I give the man only a moment to be aware of my presence before I begin grilling him. The pale man goes by Abraham. Perhaps something else. You know of him, yes? The innkeeper nods profusely, terrified by my appearance out of nowhere. I notice his hand stretch toward the gun he has under his desk while he meets his eyes with his guard. No, tell me where he went, or if you heard anything lately about him. You keepers hear an awful lot, don't you? I slide the man some coin while simultaneously clamping down on his gun with a night whip. The keeper looks me in the eyes and answers slowly, obviously attempting not to stutter in fear, something he quickly fails in the endeavor for. I saw him head towards Skosden across the street. He hasn't left yet. The windows are clear, and Scum only has one exit. He's there. I nod to him, sliding across $30 more worth of coins. Then I flicker away, reappearing inside the inn across the street. You should have gone further, Abraham, if you were doing something like this. Who knows what that bastard will do? I mutter under my breath, but I smell sulfur the instant I enter the walls of the building. Sighing, I walk along the rooms, searching for where the smell is the strongest. At this intensity, he'd be found out in hours by a hunter within the territories. Here? I'm not sure. Surely Maddox would take it as a threat, though. Still, it could not have been a simple prayer. Striding forward, I waft a scent of sulfur with a hint of flame. There, turning, I find a locked door. With only a heft in my mind, I'm on the other side, a little more ether locked in my veins. And it's here that I realize something awful must have occurred. A bowl is filled with blood with slight waves to my footsteps while 2 candles are about to burn themselves dry beside it. Atop that bowl is a balancing beam of wood. Yet, there is no alabaster-haired man in the room. Scuffed footprints end at the center of the candles. It doesn't seem as though they ever left the central location either. The footprints are a single set, and they never turned around. No signs of jumping are here either, only falling. I have enough faith in my tracking skills to know that something happened to him. I've never seen devil worship like this before. I knew Abraham's mother had faith in the god from his own telling of it, but I didn't know he followed her in it. I thought that necklace was as he said it was, the last thing he had of her. Damn it, Abraham. What did you make a deal for? I'll have to speak to Maddox shortly. He has an augur beneath him skilled enough to find nearly anything upon the surface. Before that, I'll have to be worthy of dealing with. Seems I'll have to leave Blodwyn to Autumn a little longer. Do I trust her that much? No. I'll have to wait then. Surely Johnny isn't too far, right? He did promise Bonfire to meet him here, after all. Wyatt Graves. I awaken on a bed of red spider lilies, their petals stretching endlessly in all directions. The flowers surround me in a sea of crimson, their vibrancy contrasting with the darkness that cloaks the landscape. The familiarity breeds a sigh of relief from me, but the situation still causes me worry. My heart beats faster at the memories of what happened recently, but even still, my tiredness lingers. Usually a single wave of adrenaline removes any sleepiness I have, but not this time. Struggling against the remnants of sleep, I rise to my feet by pushing my hands off the ground. The ground beneath is a soft bed of petals, their delicate touch betraying the unsettling nature of how I got here. A sudden headache, and then blackness? Not mention, I don't see or hear Lily anywhere. The pitch-black river flows nearby, devoid of any reflection under the moonless night sky, just as always. The Cardinal, regardless of the world's conditions, courses like normal. Confusion clouds my mind as I gaze around, searching for any sign of Lily. Yet I find none. I am left stranded amidst an infinite field of red blooms. Lily, Lily, you here? I call out to her as loudly as I can manage from my lungs. Still, there is no reply. My eyes shift across the river, finding not even the hard-to-discern figure of my father. So instead, I step away from the riverbank, heading deeper into the sea of lilies. The ramshackle cabin that Lily lived in with my father is out there somewhere. It's the only place she can be. I'll head there for now. If Lily is not there, then I don't know what to do. I navigate through the sea of petals without much other choice, each step accompanied by a soft crunch underfoot. For many steps, I wonder if Lily can feel it whenever I step on these flowers, but I don't linger on that thought for very long. Instead, I consider the fact that I am now an angel. Not that I've been awake enough to feel it. I wonder, why did I fall asleep? Oh, right. Didn't Kate go into a slumber after she advanced? I don't know how long she was asleep or if she still is stuck in that hibernation. I can't help but feel excited, even with all the grimness and severity lately. I'm so close. Only a few more sigils, right? Even now, I should be strong in. No, I don't think I'll ever be strong enough until others treat me as they do to desolation. A walking cataclysm. Only with that level of power will people leave me and mine alone. And I won't be like Vincent. I'll help those who need it, because if I don't, then what is the point? Power exists to be used, not exploited. My thoughts continue as I walk, but I gradually fall into a sense of boredom, simply watching the lilies pass by. I don't remember the walk being this long. Perhaps it felt shorter with Lily by my side. After what feels like an eternity, I stumble upon the cabin. It stands as a fractured refuge, its windows shattered and door broken. Yet it resonates with a strange sense of familiarity. I guide my feet forward as I stride towards the dilapidated structure. I pause at the threshold for a second, gazing inside. My attention ignores all the scattered and broken things, focusing on the monument at the front of it all, directly beyond me. Lily is here, yet not. The work table holds disassembled parts of a revolver, its intricate design adorned with an inlay of endless red spider lilies. Memories flood in as I step into the cabin, reaching for the parts. My hands freeze partway as I notice the notebook beside the segments of Lily. I pause, unsure of which to look at first, but my curiosity overwhelms me in only a few moments. She can wait a few minutes, right? Who knows how long I was asleep? Anyway, I open the pages and scour the words of the books, practically inhaling the wisdom of my father. I stop to understand what he is saying several times, but my eyes never leave the page. It has been a while since I wrote the previous words for you to find here. This is not a live message. I wrote this the moment I had a minute of reprieve. I'm still alive, though, for how long is unknown. The Weirs have never treated the gods well, let alone a man such as me. Gradually, my body falls apart faster than I can repair it. Yet, it is both my folly and that of the deals I've been forced into. But you are not here to read about my time. You have been unconscious for a month and a half. Not bad. Some are longer, some are shorter. At that time, I peered closely into Lily, discovering the way forward and the paths that are open to her as of now. She is incredible, far more so than my Datura. The little girl has watched you for so long, she has grown envious of life. And perhaps that is an inadequate term. She wants to join you more than she has in the past. Unlike humans and most other creatures, artifacts are not nearly as limited when it comes to their powers, virtues, and dominions. The soul of an Arca is moldable and without much structure. They can shift them with enough desire so that they are precisely what they want and need when they form. We are alike to them in a way, just not as easily manipulated. Remember that. It will be vital in the coming days. Lily will follow you from now on. Whenever you pull that trigger, an avatar will manifest. I'm not sure for how long or with what abilities, but I know it will be substantial. It will be connected directly to the Cardinal, after all. I think Echo is an apt name for it. The echo of a falling lily upon a river, swaying along the current. It brings comfort merely to imagine. I must say, though, I am proud. When I discovered you underwent artifiction, I was worried. Truly. Yet, you have joined the many who came before us. For centuries, not a single one of us who has lived to adulthood has not gained their wings. Many think otherwise, but adulthood for a Graves is different. It is not based on age, but instead on achievement. Your first sigil makes you an adult, just as it did for me. Congratulations for joining us. But prepare yourself. You might have passed the greater length of the road, but it will only become steeper. It will become so impossible to climb that there will be nothing to grip onto but thin air. I do not know how Vincent managed it. I simply did as I promised many years ago. Perhaps I'll find him when he begins his descent and ask him. It has been a long while since we spoke. Almost as long since I've seen you. Enough of story time. Rebuild her. She is ready. And before your heart twinges, I do not need saving. I know your thoughts better than you do. Do not come for me. I wish this hell upon no one, but those who can destroy it once and for all. If you are to walk unto these weirs with anything less than a dominion, you will fall, powerless to the tide. For the way forward, for her ninth sigil, she must devour the souls of two beings who possess dominions. Whether they have 8 or 9 does not matter. They must only bear a dominion. The words end abruptly, without a goodbye. For a few sentences there, it almost seemed like Killian Graves cared about his son beyond what he could do for this world. How much of that I believe, though? I would like to believe he cares for me. It's not an easy task to do, though. A smile does grace my lips. However, even at the near insurmountable task ahead of me, Lily won't have to be as alone anymore. Whenever I fire the Colt, she'll appear. Not to mention, I'm confident she'll be an irreplaceable asset in a fight. With actual limbs and who knows what abilities, she'll be able to do some serious work after some practice. The only issue is that to practice, we either have to waste a bullet she's built up or consume my lifespan. My eyes turn to the table once more, and I move my hands to rebuild her as my father asks. However, as I do so, an even greater grin wrestles onto me. 6. She has 6 bullets. There are 6 individual rounds, wrought with the intricate red lines of the lilies she's known for, lined evenly on the far side of her parts. When Lily advances, it appears that she builds up quite the store of her power. Seems we'll get some of that practice in after all, though I want to save at least half those bullets for anything else. My fingers close carefully and meaningfully as I rebuild the blooming spider lily. Pieces easily fall into place without even the slightest error. I've taken care of enough guns in my life that it's no issue at all. Plus, I made sure to pay close attention the first time I did this. I had a feeling it wouldn't be the last. But as I finish the reconstruction with the barrel, my attention falls to the fact that Killian said I have been asleep for a month and a half. Why so long? What's happened in my absence? A month isn't very long, but my unconsciousness was very sudden. Yvonne is bloedwijn asleep too. Hey, hey, hey. I turn right to find Lily standing beside me. But unlike before, she isn't wearing the tattered and rough clothes of a peasant. Instead, Lily has a long, flowing dress nearly touching the floor with crisscrossing lines of darkness, reminiscent of the cardinal. It's far better than what she used to have. Just as she grows stronger, so does her manifestation in this world of hers. Hey, how are you feeling? Lily practically ignores my question and throws herself at me, hugging me tightly as her red eyes and sharp teeth bare at me with raised cheeks. Great, I feel amazing, even if it took you forever. Oh, that was harsh. Thank you. Now I can follow you, even if only for a little while. I return the smile and pat her head. The tightness of her grip threatens to break my spine, but I don't think about that and instead embrace her. She's incredibly joyful despite the bizarreness surrounding her like all other artifacts. Lily fits in the slight valley of being uncanny and being wholly human, and I can't help but want to protect that grin, even if it's filled with fangs. I wonder, is this what it's like to have a sister? I think I can understand why Virgil is so protective now. 376, coppering a bet. My eyes reopen out of nowhere during the hug, as if the lenses have another portion to reveal. And in doing so, light streams into my pupils painfully. Squinting while covering my face with my hand, I sit up from the bed I somehow got myself into. The midday sun is beaming at me through the window of our room. The sudden intake of light is so distracting I don't even notice that someone is speaking to me. Wyatt, that you? Confused, I turn to them and grow even more lost as Elizabeth is busy writing something on a page at the table in the room. What happened to Virgil? Abraham? Autumn? How did Elizabeth? Yup, that's you. Eyes are different. Come here. I thought you'd be confused after waking up. I mean, how often does someone sleep for 46 days? Perhaps that number hides something. No, I can't be as meticulous as Earl, or I'll lose my mind. I breathe out a deep breath, one that I didn't even know I had, as I sway my legs over the edge of the bed. The motion feels weird, but I ignore it for the part. Yet, as my feet embrace the wooden floor below, I realize what the weirdness is. 2 deep footprints are inlaid into the dark wood. Splinter dig into my feet, but don't gain any purchase, only managing to scrape the skin. What the? Elizabeth answers my nonverbal question, waving her hand toward the table she is seated at. Come here. Lennon told me of the things you might go through. Other angels have a gradual growth of strength to befit their new forms, but for you, it will have been instant. I nod slowly, cautiously moving my legs so as to not break anything else with little effect. More splinters fly into the air, but at least I don't force through the whole floor into the one below. Even more carefully, I wrap my lone hand around the chair across from her. Still, the wood cracks with effort and creaks as I rotate it. Sitting, I ask her the questions that my waking brain has finally gathered. What happened to Virgil? And Abraham? What about Autumn? Elizabeth, brushing her dark hair out of the way, twists the sheet of paper she was writing on to face me. My friend gives me an easy smile, as she places a soft hand on the back of mine. Take a few more deep breaths. Relax. Everything is mostly fine. He's out getting his 7th sigil. He stayed with you until Lennon and I showed up. As for Abraham, we're not sure. Virgil thinks he made a deal with the devil, but I do not personally believe in that theory. I think he might have just run off. As for Autumn, she is at her twin's grave right now. I think she might be hiding from you. Virgil's whereabouts make sense. I couldn't track him if I wanted, and I know that he doesn't desire to be left behind in power. This is the first time I've actually surpassed him. I'm confident he'll come back stronger than ever. Abraham's situation, however, leaves me seething, particularly at Elizabeth's phrasing. I calm myself down, though. I can't get angry right now, not with how little control I have over my limbs. But still, Abraham wouldn't just leave. He would never. As for Autumn, I'll see her eventually. I'm not sure what she's hiding for, but she can't do it forever. Regardless of my internal thoughts, I follow Elizabeth's finger toward the paper below, reading the words on it. She reads the words aloud with a quick introduction before doing so. I wrote a bunch of stuff to keep you up to date. Not that much happened. Lennon and I got here 2 weeks ago. Before we did, Virgil was teaching Blodwyn, who was awake in your stead, how to speak, walk, read, etc. Virgil left the day after we got here for his training, and I took his spot. Elizabeth takes a deep breath before continuing a little further and going beyond what's written on the short page. Meanwhile, Lennon has been practicing his blade nonstop in his preparation for dueling Maddox. I did all I could to convince him not to. But he's Lennon. I also sent letters to Gravecross, and everyone there is doing fine. Johnny decided not to come since I was trusting me to make the connection. Your mother, however, has disappeared and left a note that no one can read. I don't know exactly why anyone else hasn't come here, though. I think Johnny feels guilty about Bonfire and knows that Gravecross is far safer. I nod as I read along with her. It all makes sense. The past November has been without much action other than another god falling. The rate at which they are dying isn't stable. Not that it should be. It is Vincent Harvey hunting down and killing literal gods, after all. They should stay there. Gravecross is safe. But I do need to find out why. We had a plan to venture into the underworld to see my father. If there is anyone who can help Vincent, it's him. My ideas are laid out to Elizabeth, and she doesn't shoot any of them down. She actually agrees with me. That is a good idea. I did hear from a Niwai that your father showcased his Surza to help Desolation ascend. If we could get a guy like that on our side, things would be far smoother. How will you get to the underworld, though? I slide the paper back to her, managing not to tear it into 1,000 pieces with a single finger. As I do so, my mind thinks back to Abraham unconsciously. Niwai can make crossroads, but she noted that all the places deep within the territories have been removed of them. So, we'd have to go to the stairs within Onyx Gate that lead down to the Gate of Death itself. Before I go, however, I want to figure out where Abraham is. I can't just leave him. Elizabeth's face wrinkles with indecision as I lay out my thoughts. I furrow my brows at her in query, and she relents after a moment. I thought you'd want that. I did a little investigation for you in advance. Maddox has a man underneath him known for locating things. He goes by Feldman the Eyeless. You should go and speak to Maddox and see if you can negotiate something. Though, from what I know, Feldman used to be Ryder's right hand. So, I don't know if that's a good train of thought. I can only shrug. I want to learn where Abraham is. If this is the only way, then so be it. So, I stand and discover that Lily is still attached to my hip. No one removed her, or if they did, they put her right back. The chill sensation of her steel, as always, provides comfort and confidence. I step past Elizabeth before stopping just beside her. I'd hug you, but I don't want to hurt you. I'm happy you're safe. Elizabeth peers up at me from her seat. Her eyes stare through the gaps in her hair that cover her face with a smile. The woman stands and wraps her arms around me. Then don't move. I'll hug you instead. I'm happy you're safe too. Now go speak to Maddox. Try to get him into an alliance or something as well. I'd do it myself, but he doesn't like to talk to people as weak as I. He's as prideful as a demon. I look her up and down before laughing in disbelief. Sure, she might only be a 3rd sigil, but she isn't weak between that gun she has from Earl and her own brain. You're far from weak. It's just that too few understand that sigils aren't all that matter. I can't wait until Lennon proves that to Maddox in their duel. Elizabeth's grin widens even further. Seeing it, I search around for my overcoat before quickly remembering what happened to Adumbril. Shaking my head, I step out of the room, leaving her inside. It feels weird doing so after I woke up only minutes ago, but I want to speak to Maddox for many reasons beyond merely Abraham. There's so much. My feet carry me outside the inn. As I walk, I investigate my own body, surprised both by the quietness within my mind and the strength of my flesh. With every step, I gain a little more control, yet the muscles along my body are more defined than ever before. I'm no sculptor like Marshall, but I am by far not that scrawny boy from a year ago. Half of the change is from my own efforts, but half of it is simply from becoming a new type of being, an angel. The reinforcement from a soul intertwining with the sigil is incredible. I can feel the strength hidden within every aspect of myself. From my fingers to my ears, it's all different. I'm tough too. I forgot to even put on my boots, yet the rugged rocks that lay along the streets of Kingstown are hardly noticeable. Peering inwardly, I can sense my heart flowing with a greater force as well. Blodwin has taken up the organ with some apparent joy. "How you doing, buddy?" I leverage my mind toward him, and he replies after only a moment. His grumble still exists, but the words are now more discernible. "Good, still tired. Not easy to hold the body for long." The length of his sentence is a new record, and I realize just how much he's grown while I was asleep. He can nearly speak Chero correctly. That is about as ideal as it gets for a non-human, at least. There is only so much you can expect. I nod my head to him, but as I do, I walk directly into a panicked figure cloaked in a long robe. I can't see their face presently, as they are significantly shorter than me with a hood, but as I peer at the other three behind them, I find their figures familiar. Raising a hand, I reach out toward them, but a hushed voice pushes me aside from the tallest figure. I freeze, however, as I realize the arm is wholly white, particles of some illusory ether broken by my mere existence beside them. "We're in a hurry. Move." I don't reply as I comprehend that the being that shoved me is a Nahullo, and it is a group of 4, hiding themselves with illusions. It's them, and yet I let them walk away. I just woke up after all, but not without preparations for later. I will be getting revenge for Bonfire, clumsy and frozen. I coalesce an insight that falls roughly onto the shortest one, the pygmy. She stumbles for a moment as if detecting something wrong, but even as she turns to look at me, I'm already walking away, seeing through her eyes, hearing through them too. My feet point me on the path toward Maddox's ship while I listen closely. We wait for the duel to begin, then we strike. In the chaos, it is the best opportunity to grow. We all still need our virtues other than Natos, which is our goal. The stone beneath me falls to the wayside as I pay whole attention to their conversations. What about that monster? Surely it's chasing us. The thing just won't die, even to the sea. Do they have a monster after them? Did they bring something out of the waste? I didn't even know the monsters within it could leave those sands. No doubt, but even that thing will have to bow to Maddox. We take advantage of the chaos, kill Maddox and Lennon, take their lumens, and hopefully gain our absolutions. They are easiest upon performing such acts. Remember, the Great Mother might not control us anymore with Her Majesty's aid, but she will still give the nudge when we do as she wants. The conversation quickly moves to other things regarding their individual plans, but as I listen to it, I discover that I'm already at the rising tide. The vast ship extends through my vision, and I step toward the plank that leads up it. By the plank is a duo of guards, half paying attention and half playing a card game. They give me a severe look, and I answer them before they even open their mouths. I do recognize them from being at the duel. After all, here to see Maddox. "Can one of you show me where he is?" The gruff man on the right curses as he stands, tossing his playing cards down with annoyance. "Sure, kid. Was gonna lose anyway. Follow me. Cap's been wanting to see you. Name's Charles. Friends call me Dick." I raise an eyebrow at the notion that Maddox has been looking forward to seeing me, but I don't say anything about it. I simply fall behind the man while keeping my hand on Lily's steel. "They can't hurt us, Wyatt. Be more confident. They're nothing but dazes to us." Lily almost makes me laugh out loud as it comes to my attention that with her growth, she can now speak more freely. On the one hand, I appreciate it, but on the other, it might be crowded enough with one artifact in my head. Nonetheless, I wade through the ship after stepping up the plank onto its deck. From there, This man, who voluntarily gets called Dick, leads me to a pair of double doors made with a deep-seated reddened wood. Dick knocks thrice on the door before hurriedly walking away with a quick shout inside. The unbound Wendigo is here. I can't help but cringe at the name he gives me. Unbound Wendigo? I've never liked the latter half of that in the first place. Why unbound, though? These names people give are always so odd. Only a moment passes before the door creaks open and stands before me Maddox Adkins. He's in his fashion suit while openly glaring at my bare feet. With a sigh, he turns around, waving for me to follow. I glance down, completely forgetting that I wasn't wearing shoes. I couldn't really tell as walking on rocks didn't hurt in the slightest. Come in, sit. I was playing myself in chess. Would you like to play a game? I want to say no, but the fact that the chair he offers doesn't react to my untethered strength alongside his salty blue eyes makes me say yes. I slide the seat back and lay my hand out in front of him. The sea's shadow neatly seats himself across from me, the board already set back into the original place as his watery tendrils fix it. I open my mouth to ask something, but Maddox leans forward, placing a hand on a piece, moving his knight out from behind his lines. The world lies within games such as these. Every move can be the death of you. If we were to do anything except nothing, we cannot be sure of our end. Have you ever been sure of your end? Wyatt Graves? The blueness of his eyes dig deep into my pupils, and in them, I see a reflection of mine. They are wholly colorless, not unlike that of glass without a light. It is odd to see myself, but it provides me another perspective beyond the one I hold and the one I have leveraged against that pygmy. Have I ever been sure of my end? Yes. Thought I was to be buried mere feet from my mother, within the grounds of our ranch. Maddox nods, motioning me to make my move. I do so. Not that I know much about how to play. Earl has gotten me to go against him a few times, but I always lost without learning. The king of these waters nods and makes his. What about now? I don't really know how to answer this question of his, so I take it literally. I sit inside a ship more vast than I thought possible, facing a man who has become a lord of the waters. I make another move as he makes his, and the man takes my first piece, noting his position. A lord, a king, a master may move a man or a great many. A father may choose a son, and that man can also move himself. Only then does that man truly begin his own game. Remember, young Graves, your soul is yours to bear alone, regardless of how you are played. Those that play you may be lords, demigods, or gods themselves. But when you meet the paleness beyond the veil, you cannot say that you only did as others command, that to go even further was not possible. Maddox speaks with the surety a scholar would have upon their math. He speaks as if what he says is only an inevitability. I take a moment for my next move, both to ponder his words and to strategize. I don't want to lose so quickly, but the man is right. I am no longer weak. To all the beings in the vastness, I hold a power that is no longer meager, and Maddox recognizes it. But why are you telling me this? Maddox places another piece after I do, with little to no resistance or thought. And yet, it seems to be the one that is cruel. Check. You are a talent rarely seen. Yet unlike all the others, you have only ever been a follower. You have trampled the same steps all others have lain bare. It is beyond impressive that you have come this far in such a way. Yet if you continue to do this, you will fall prey to their same failings. The truly powerful must pave their own bloody road. I stare at him closely, searching for any hint of deceit, only to find none. He is wholly focused on the game and on speaking to me. There doesn't seem to be anything hidden. Are you saying I should go out on my own? Maddox shakes his head slowly, as if disappointed I fell to that conclusion. Of course not. There is strength in numbers to a point. I am saying that a man cannot expect to become anything more than that which they already are if he doesn't act as if he is more. Pick up your pieces, Wyatt. Tell me what you came here for. The game stops abruptly, and I already know I lost. In the short game, at most 10 moves in total, he only got a single check on me, but looking down at the board, I can see his next move is a checkmate. As I slide the pieces to the side, I open up to the man whose son I killed. I am in need of an augur. I've heard you have one on your crew. One of my friends has gone missing. Maddox stands and places his hands behind his back before walking across his captain's quarters. It's an extensive room that I've ignored up until now. Weapons litter every wall, just as relics, lost pieces of history, and prizes do as well. The man stares out the glass into the world beyond before answering me. You are welcome to ask Feldman yourself. I will not stop you. However, the duel is about to begin. I must ask that you do not intervene. I have a challenger that I've been waiting a long time to see. What? I stumble back as I ask for confirmation of who he's fighting, and Maddox simply nods, pointing out the glass. I stride beside him to find a tall man with a blade on his hip walking toward the ship. There are no crowds to watch his passage, no people to cheer him on. There is simply silence and solitude as Lennon Hull approaches the rising tide. There are threats upon my island, but I cannot bring myself to care. This man here, I cannot disrespect him with anything other than my utmost attention. Perhaps I will gain my dominion today. Perhaps not. Perhaps I will simply slay another man, touted to be too strong to die. Perhaps I will be the one to fall. Nevertheless, if I am to die, I was simply not enough. I believe I have borne enough pain for a lifetime. Maddox then turns to me, the oceans in his eyes swirling with power. I can feel the torrential ether within him with just my eyes. Those violet chains of his are not merely decorations. Which do you think it shall be? Young graves. Growth? Stagnation? Or death? Or something other? I glance between Maddox and Lennon, unsure of the answer. I hesitate before speaking, and in the end, the sea's shadow retrieves his claymore from his desk and walks toward the deck, sheathing the blade upon his hip. Even as he opens the door, stepping face to face with Lennon, I have no answer. Neither of these people could be called good. Neither of these people would I wish to control the lives of many. They both ignore the safety of thousands, perhaps more, for their bout. Demons, Nahullo, and pygmies are already on this island. Maddox knows. He does not care. I can only assume they are not the end of the threats. And yet, as they both draw their claymores, one announcing itself with the crackling of thunder above and the trembles of waves below, and the other with nothing but the superficial sheen of steel, I can only smile. I might not respect the two men for who they are, but I can admire them for what they are. Powerhouses. The first clash of their blades cracks the newly repaired deck of the ship and sends everyone nearby overboard except for me as the very ship buckles and sinks deeper in the sea. 377. Savage as a meat axe. Lennon bladed monster hull. My boots slide back across the dense wood beneath my feet after our first collision. Meanwhile, the organ within the depths of my chest accelerates even further. It is rapidly approaching the limit of what is humanly possible. Too bad. I have no way to go beyond that with ether. Damn virtue. Well, it's not all bad. The excitement of a good battle. I almost live for it. Maddox Atkins smiles right back at me. His scimitar, with a broad and long curved blade, stares into my steeled eyes. The man steps back with one leg, bending forward and placing his arm that wields his sword against his chest. An honor to meet you in blood, Lennon Hull. Let us enjoy ourselves, one warrior to another. I meet his eyes wholly, finding the oceans within too deep for the ends to be encountered. He's the most powerful enemy I've ever faced. Karn is absurdly dangerous, but Maddox Atkins is something different. He rarely shows it, however. Only those who are dead besides his crew have ever seen the true sea's shadow. To most, he is shrewd, careful, cautious. He only shows his hand when he is sure he can win. A strategist, yet also a grand fighter himself. What lies beneath the surface? I wonder, is there a bottom? It doesn't matter. I must throttle my adrenaline. This is not for enjoyment. This is for everything and nothing all at once. This has nothing to do with enjoyment, Maddox. We both know what this is for. The captain of this ship laughs ominously as he steps forward, the sea beneath shaking precariously. The bastard is preparing even now. Well, so am I. Oh, and pray tell, what is that? I grit my teeth. He's fucking with me. Even beyond that facade of a respectable man. Is this what lies beneath the surface? No, that glimmer in his eye. He's not genuinely fucking with me. This is a man who has killed his own wife. Two, in fact. He will do anything to survive. We have both reached our limits, Maddox, and we are in search of a way to break past them. The sea's shadow nods slowly, raising his blade to point the edge toward my eyes. While doing so, he mocks me even further. It's a strategy. I pay no heed to it. Is that so? And you gain no enjoyment from a fight? Lennon, is that the truth? What about the monster I've heard so much about? The teeth in my jaw grate against each other as I raise my claymore at Maddox. Not from anger or any kind of emotion such as that. The muscles are locking from exhilaration. The preparations are complete. Monster is primed and ready to destroy my body and his. I am a swordsman, Adkins, and I am skilled in the business of death, as many are. I take no pleasure in my skill. Simply, I would say I am good at what I do, and in that way, I must grow even better. My opponent scoffs, spitting beside him with annoyance. Then he strides toward me, brandishing his blade as the sea beneath us rumbles with a greater might than before. Horseshit, what a hypocrite. Fools like you rush in where even angels fear to tread. And with his last word, the ship below my feet splits open. Like the maw of a vast, never-ending creature, the sea bites toward me with thousands of tendrils. Maddox, across from me, smiles with a swirl of his blade, now cloaked in effervescent lightning. Gravity takes over my body for the most minuscule fraction of a second before I compel my situation to change. Monster flows through my veins, and with that comes a different perspective. The world becomes tinier, yet austerer to discern. At the same time, the sounds of the water wash away, leaving diluted colors in their wake. Time doesn't halt, but it does meet me in the middle, moving at a middling pace. I extend my right leg, reaching out for a falling piece of wood. I find purchase with minimal movement. Even in this slowed time, the clock ticking away and away, I take note of Maddox's reactions. His eyes are following me, only superbly slowly. That means his reactions are faster than his literal movement. Not good. I prefer the other way. The dissonance makes it easier to take advantage of. He is good, really good. Force enters my leg and exits through the lumber beneath me. The impact that leaves me is one I would never have thought possible from my feeble body years ago. It's not entirely flying, but to kick into the sky with a platform below you is not all that far. Okay, Vincent, I've reached your speed, my friend. It is only a shame you are not here to see me exceed it. Your time came, however. Perhaps mine will, but she'll have to pry it from my fucking hands. Air warps and tugs at my skin as I shuttle beside Maddox. The compressed form of monster, reaching only that of 2 seconds, yearns for release. Thanks to my virtue, the skill has grown in competence and allowed me to manage it more adeptly. Even still, the muscles within my body are imploding while my veins are exploding. Beyond those 2 seconds, my very skull will depart my neck. The sole of my left boot meets the hardwood, shattering it beneath the heel. But before I fall under the grasp of gravity, I force myself to move yet again. The bones within my arm crackle and distort, but they hold firm. The sewing needle yearns from Maddox's brain matter in less than half a second from the fight starting. I stab toward him, seeking to end the battle in a moment, but I already know he won't die this quickly. Expecting him to retaliate due to his enhanced perception, I sidestep and raise the broadsword from my hip that I brought as backup to my perpendicular. And my preparations prove to be apt as a watery tentacle crashes into me. The force crumples dozens of bones as monster fizzles out for a moment. I land on a section of the ship unaffected by the swirling mass of sea below. I roll, and roll, but I catch myself before I slide off the ship with the fractured broadsword. The steel of a 6th sigilled claymore is but paper in front of the sea's shadow. I can feel the side of my body that holds the claymore to be numb and fuzzy. Blood drips down from above my eye, and I nearly fall backward from the dizziness. Yet, as always, I find balance within the storm. Maddox turns toward me, impressed but now vehemently earnest toward my death. With a raised hand, water rises from the ship's sides and extends from the open maw in the center. Your instincts for battle, they are extraordinary. A lesser man would have died just then. I can name half a dozen at most that can react in time to block that. Best we end this sooner than later. You were overconfident to fight me here in my domain. The sight in my eyes hardly stabilizes before I hear the swish of water that heads right for me. Gritting my teeth, monster reforms, only not as amplified. He could do the same, forcing himself to move at higher levels for limited periods. I need to outskill him, not outmatch him in force. Blood streams down my limbs, even under the slowed perception of the skill. He's wrong. I knew that this would be a hard fight, an impossible one, even. But I have to do it anyway. Every time I reach my limit, I must find a way beyond it. 7 times I've done the exact same thing, one for each sigil. I must find a way forward. With my broken arm clenching the shattered hilt of a once formidable sword meant to never bear my full strength, and the thin rapier held nimbly in the other, I launch myself towards the ship's captain. Tendrils of liquid lash out with lethal precision in exchange. A swirling ballet of controlled chaos aimed directly at me. His control is opposite of mine. It is perfection, a work of art, even. The water is faster than before now that the tides have gathered and primed to slay me. But I'm not a man to back down when outmatched. I weave through the undulating waves, a nimble dance on the precipice of death. The first tendril lunges at my right side. I slide effortlessly beneath it, feeling the spray of water as it misses. The next comes from the left, and with a deft parry, I send the lethal momentum cascading harmlessly into the sea. As I sprint forward, Maddox orchestrates a series of rapid thrusts from multiple directions. With each move, I respond with every ounce of skill I have ever garnered. Sheer speed is not enough. He's faster. I leap over one watery whip, duck beneath another, and twirl away from a third, all in a single movement. The metallic clang of my rapier against water resonates in a disjointed melody as I helm this onslaught. The sea's shadow, undeterred, conjures a colossal wave, attempting to engulf me entirely. Sensing the impending deluge, I make a daring leap, using the crest of the wave as a springboard to somersault over the surging water. Midair, I unleash a barrage of slashing strikes towards Maddox, exploiting the momentary vulnerability. However, the captain is not finished. His scimitar meets my claymore, deflecting the first round while the sea erupts once more, this time forming a swirling vortex of water. Tendrils, sharp as blades, whirl around us both in a deadly cyclone. Yet the liquid leaves him be, seeking only my life. Undaunted, I channel every ounce of skill and agility, darting between the watery blades with razor-thin precision. Pain elucidates my being as the shards of water bite into me. The ruined arm that holds the broken blade moves, deflecting a tendril with the shattered edge. Then, I dive through the bladed water, seeking the man himself. Our clash intensifies as I reach the captain, a tempest of blades and torrential might. Maddox, faster and stronger despite not seeming like it, gains the upper hand in our initial exchange. My weary muscles strain against the overwhelming force, and I stagger backward, desperately seeking an opening. Monster is running low on time. Maddox, that blade, it's what is controlling the lightning in these waters, making it even worse. The man himself is powerful enough on his own. Water sprouts from behind him and from my rear, giving me a dozen more threats to deal with than he has for me. It's best if I get in real close then. That way, it'll be hard to take advantage. I dive toward him, taking a slice to my side as I exchange it for space. Once up close, I pressure him with all I can, feeling the short clock approach the ending. Maddox, however, dashes inward with his water, meeting me in the middle. He pushes too close, though. He is a man with a sword, not a swordsman. In a burst of inspiration, I deflect the captain's threatening scimitar with my rapier. His arm flies to the sky as the water around surges in to make up for his loss. Every man who has ever wielded a claymore would tell me that there is no follow-up possible, that I wasted my time, and that I should retreat to re-engage. Yet, I'm not any other man. I am my own. No quarter. I move on pure instinct, finding the single path to survival and victory. My shattered arm, wielding the broken blade, moves with unexpected finesse despite the brutal, lacing pain that wafts throughout my whole body as I step up to him and wrap my body along his like a loving embrace to prevent retaliation. Seizing the opportunity, I drive the jagged edge into the Maddox's neck, a desperate gamble to turn the tide. The impact of the broken blade leaves my vision a blinding white, as the only thing I can feel is my arm's agony. Yet I am not alone. A strangled cry leaves him alongside a rapturous wave that throws me off of Maddox. The waters cease, however, as Monster does too. The captain stumbles back as I stare at him. Damn, not enough. The wound falls short of delivering a fatal blow. As the sea's shadow regains his composure, only barely, I collapse to my knees, the toll of the relentless battle finally catching up to me. Exhaustion envelopes my every fiber, and the air escapes my lungs in ragged breaths. I hold myself aloft with only my right arm, keeping the sewing needle within. A fragile equilibrium is established as Maddox coughs out blood, crashing against the stairs to his upper deck. You almost killed me. I push myself, exerting every fiber in my body to move, and it does. But as I stand, I find a bright light radiating from the sea beyond Maddox. It comes off as both silver yet black, a darkness that is trying to squander a light. It paralyzes me at the mere sight. I squint, confused, as a massive heat envelopes me. What the instant I grow distracted, Maddox moves. Water encapsulates his blade as he swings at me. I urge my form to move, but I'm not fast enough. The water stings across me, managing to strike me partially. For a moment, I feel no pain. Then it all comes rushing as two mirrored arms fall to the ground. The fact of the battle hits me just as the sound does. I let the blood sink and crash in significant volumes without a word from my lips. It would seem I have finally lost. Maddox steps toward me, holding his neck tightly as he stretches slightly. The entire injury is displayed to me, a grotesque cut that nearly removed his whole spine. So close, yet not quite. I stare forward at Maddox as the captain gradually stabilizes his wound with his manipulated water, tiny threads like stitches putting him back together. He steps toward me, the ocean's tempo poised to remove my head. I don't know what distracted you so, but I must thank it. Luck is most certainly an aspect of power, and it would appear you do not have enough. The man's words cut profoundly into my present and past. I've always wished I had come from a different family, that I was blessed with talent, that I was anyone but Lennon Hall, an unlucky man who refused to be simply mortal, a wish for a line anew, for talent's blessing, a dream to pursue, refusing the bounds of mortality, a poet's son, a soul of audacity. Through the struggles, he dared to soar, a mortal spirit seeking something more. In the echoes of his destined die, a man who refused to simply die. That is me. No one can escape the confines of fate, as it would appear. I can only push back the pale lady so long. And in the end, I think I enjoyed the struggle. It made me whole. If I were to do it all over again, I'd only try harder. I smile as I meet the man to kill me. My legs give out from overusing monster and the lack of blood in my veins. I crane my neck to stare at Maddox as I realize he's not looking at me anymore. His one hand still holds his neck, but the other is shaking. A brilliant light draws my attention. Above the ship floats a figure cloaked with wings of both dark light and a fire that absolutely refuses to cease. The mere sight gets my heart beating, a hint of something that I do not comprehend. Maddox raises his blade toward the creature, but before the captain can even speak, the figure soars away. It heads toward the island like a dead man pursuing prey. The man beside me pivots back toward me, laughing shortly before raising his sword. You were an excellent challenge, Lennon. I learned a new way to use my water. Thanks to you. Speed is indeed an invaluable trait. I shall meditate on your swordsmanship for many moons as well. A master in every way. Goodbye. A swoosh of air seeks my neck. I merely stare at the storm clouds above, wishing I could fly into them. I wish this was not my last battle. I think Maddox was right. I am a hypocrite. I look down on those who fight because they enjoy it since I fight to grow stronger. Seeing the growth is joy. In the end, I think I am just like them. Yet, as I wait for certain doom, it does not come. Instead, I peer upward to find Maddox's blade caught by a pair of daggers held by a relatively short man with sandy blonde hair. Clarence Love. The silent scorpion grimaces with effort to bear Maddox's blade from a single arm with both of his. On the other side of Maddox stands Eli Weiss, the actual man's flesh and bone. Mind if we join? I also find myself stuck to a limit. I can only watch Maddox pivot to his side, only to find himself surrounded by 5 angels, not including me. Clarence Love, Eli Weiss, Sylvia Harvey, and 2 other figures I don't recognize hidden by burly cloaks. One seems to be a lithe human, likely a woman, while the other is an oversized one that has to be a man. Maddox chokes on his own blood as I stay still, watching as he stumbles back. One hand stays on his neck as he shouts toward the air, only to find a see-through sphere surrounding the entire ship. His words echo back toward him as Eli nods to the lithe, cloaked person. "Thank you, Cloud. We came prepared, Maddox. Your friend won't be saving you this time." The sea's shadow grows in fury before he lashes out at those around him. Water explodes from every direction as my entire vision becomes nothing but the depths of the sea, littered with my own blood. Yet as I fall into the waters, a hand reaches out and pulls me to the surface. I find Clarence's pained face as he shoves 2 daggers into the stubs of my arms. "Apologies, Lennon. We cannot have you rejoin any fights in the future. However, I cannot bring myself to kill you, even if he orders it. It is pointless. Your efforts have done much for humanity over the years. Retire while you can. These arms of yours will never heal. Do not let me see you again." I listen to his words, but hardly pay attention. I lost a fight. I should die. Why am I not dead? It doesn't make any sense. I lost. I should die. Retire? Only old men retire. I made peace with the fact I'd never have white hair long ago. I'm not that lucky. Never was. 378. Trig a wheel. Wyatt Graves. My feet kick me off the ship when I see a flying fire zooming toward the distance. I hurtle through the air, the waters of the dock below me, and as I lie in the sky, a muscle in the back of my mind surges with wonder. I reach for it, sensing that it can aid me here. I extend my arm, contorting a muscle hidden deep within as my ether curls with impunity. The core of my chest, Blodwyn, who acts as both my heart and my partner, inhales ether as well. It all moves like a chain of sequences meant to be. And in a fraction of a second, I feel my chains not weaken, but instead shift. They advance beyond my body, gaining actual physicality. Like the webs of a spider, they shoot out haphazardly, sticking onto any random crate or constructive wood. My confusion impedes me from adequately controlling the ether, so I crash into the docks. Shards of wood scrape across my flesh as I throw myself back to my feet. The instant I do, however, a thunderous impact comes from the rising tide. I pivot, finding water like that of a tidal wave surging from the ship. But it cannot escape. A bubble-like shield is blocking any water from leaving the confines of Maddox's home. I must have barely evaded it. A noise from afar shakes my attention even further. Turning back, I find that same figure from before, bearing 2 wings made of fire. One silver, one black. The black flame is identical to the one that Bonfire has used a few times in the past. When the man is truly pushed to the brink, when nothing is left to burn beside his flesh. That is what creates that black flame. Even months later, as an angel myself, I still know nothing that creates such a unique flame. His flesh, once ignited, burns with an impetus specific to him. And I can feel that sensation within that flame. Glancing down, I find my chain in my own hand. With a slight movement, it fades back into obscurity, leaving me entirely. Panic reigns all around while the bandits and pirates here are losing their minds. Their king, Maddox, is being attacked beyond the simple duel he had planned. I don't know who is attacking him, but there are only so many who could strike against the sea's shadow. I shake my head at that thought. It has nothing to do with me. I'll find this Feldman after I catch whatever this being is. That glimmer of hope for Bonfire's life has turned into a raging inferno. I already regret leaving him. I can't make another mistake such as that. Kicking forward, I dash through the city and reach out with my arm toward a tall building, letting that muscle flex deep within my mind. It's like a subset of Struggler's Gas, but not. It works in a similar way, yet with more flexibility. The notion is ironic in a way. Chains being flexible, the interlocked piece of me, extending right from the vein in the middle of my palm, strikes into the wall of the clock tower. The tallest building in the entirety of Kingstown loses some bricks from the impact, and I can't help but be surprised. This is like a better leash in every way. I tighten my fist around the chain and focus on the tip of the fetter attached to the clock tower. Upon my command, it expands and penetrates further, plunging into the tower's bricks. Then, I run and jump, leveraging the chain as I force it to shrink, hauling me toward the top. I accelerate far faster than expected as I crash into it. Dusty bricks cloud me as I roll along the roof of the clock tower. But I don't let the fuck-up slow me for long. Focusing, I search Kingstown again, finding that fire once more toward the northern edge. Squinting, it appears to be chasing a group. A group of 4? The insight left in the back of my mind echoes like a faraway thought, something I put away earlier to focus on the meeting with Maddox. But now, I yank it to the forefront, feeling the panic and hearing the shouts of the quartet. NATOs. Fuck. Here. Bemela. Freeze it for a second. Damn it all. Why won't you fucking die? An eruption of metal that is visible to me from this vantage comes with the last yell akin to that of a rising avalanche. I pinpoint their location with both my mind and eyes before leaping off the clock tower. In the brief interlude between sky and ground, I seek that skill again. It is odd, so close yet so far from my power. Shaking my head, I grapple again. Chains, born from my very essence with magenta tints, unfurl and snake outwards from my arm, seeking connection with the surrounding structures. Tense and sinuous chains bind me to a wall for a moment. A deft contraction follows an intricate surge of force that propels me forward with an exhilarating speed. I can't help but smile partially at the sheer speed at which I move. For the effort, it's 10 times more efficient than running at my maximum speed. Buildings blur into vibrant streaks of color, a sliding show of motion and light. Gunshots ring out from the chaos of Kingstown, but I couldn't care less about them. I thought about Elizabeth Blooms for a moment, but I set it aside for the time being. She's safe inside our room. From when I was awake, Virgil had put the fear of the devil in the people around us. I doubt they'd try anything, so I focus on those lights in the distance. Amidst my movement, however, a disconcerting sight emerges. A true avalanche erupts from the ground below where the possible bonfire is. The ice is a haunting reminder of both a former foe and ally. Frozen and that bitch who killed him, and clumsy. My jaw tightens in response, a surge of determination coursing through me. I push my newfound powers to the limits of my current skill with them, accelerating through the city's labyrinth like a living comet. I focus right on the fight transpiring, reaching it in only seconds. Once up close, I stare at the flaming figure in the air, realizing that it is, indeed, Bonfire. I open my mouth to shout at him, but the man is far too occupied to respond to me. He doesn't even turn to me at all. Locking onto the Nahullo that stabbed me way back in the waist, I make her my first target. The chaotic scene unfolds before me, and I burst into action. My target, Enodra, clad in the council member's renowned carcass, feels the full brunt of my arrival as I crash into them. The steel folds and bends under my force as I feel my knees crack. Yet, only one of the two materials can regenerate on the go. A fierce takedown follows, my legs wrapping around their torso, with sinewy flesh constituting them along the way, pinning them to the unforgiving ground. Beneath my weight, the figure struggles futilely, but I tap into my new skills that the visions and the tome spoke of. I tighten the spectral links of magenta that hold their limits with a supernatural finesse by closing my fist. The struggle they're giving me recedes immediately, and I stomp on their spear, kicking it away from them. Then, I raise my foot, Blodwin knowing just what to do. Bones extend from the sides of my ankle, dozens of blades pointing toward the Nahullo. She halts, staring me down as I return the gaze. I could go for the kill, but I'd instead end this here. With a hostage, I might be able to make them retreat. I just want to make sure Bonfire is okay. The man himself screams with rage as the twin-colored inferno covers him, blazing against ice and radiance. As I maintain control over Enodra and check on Bonfire, another threat emerges. The pygmy calls for me, adorned with flickering metal shards erupting from her palms. "Hey, you sick that monster on us? You fucking bastard." What is wrong with you? I thought you humans hated monsters." Her tone is accusatory while filled with rage. Swiftly calculating my response, I execute a deft evasion of the metal shards, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp projectiles without removing the danger at Enodra's neck. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd prefer if you shut the fuck up." Seizing the moment when she doesn't have metal in her hands, I unleash the chain extending from my flesh, hurling it at the metal-clad assailant. The pygmy attempts to manipulate the chain, assuming it to be a conventional metal construct. Yet, my ether seems to defy her expectations. The chain, imbued with the ability to impose weaknesses on others by tightening their fetters, pierces her shoulder with unerring accuracy. Now, grasping the advantage, I tug her towards me. Her tiny body practically flies at me, and before she reaches me, my left hand metamorphoses into a bony blade poised at her vulnerable neck. The sudden turn of events sends a ripple of unease through the remaining two, freezing them in their tracks. Even Bonfire pauses, the flames calming for just a moment as I shout into the air. "Stop! Bonfire! Stop!" The man's wings heave up and down before letting him down slowly to the ground. The pygmy in my hands, Timimi, if I remember correctly, glares at me. Whispers of threats leave her throat as I hold her in my grasp. "You will die for this. That monster should not exist. You have only made her stronger." Timimi's words confuse me, but I don't loosen my hand. Instead, I glance back at Bonfire. As I examine the man, who is utterly silent while glaring at me, I realize there is something genuinely wrong with him. That silver flame is precisely that, silver. My heart freezes in its place for a moment. "No, Bonfire." The demon with light blue skin scoffs at me, stumbling back as she rubs burns off her flesh with ice. Her other hand holds her innards within her body, a scorched gash along her stomach. "That is not whatever man you once knew, human. How naive can you be? No being can withstand her grasp without having some divinity of their own. And even then..." Bemela trails off, but even still, I don't let my eyes leave Bonfire. The man looks right back at me as if searching for something within the depths of his mind. Silence reigns for several moments, leaning toward the greater half of a minute. "Emmett, are you in there?" Still, the man doesn't respond. Yet, he isn't attacking me like a rabid motherbound. He isn't mocking me like a fallen tainted by the mother below. Instead, he's silently examining my face. I give the pygmy a deathly look. "I'm gonna let you forego. Do you understand? Leave now. Otherwise, I will kill you all four with this, with Bonfire." Timimi inspects my countenance for any hint of a lie before laughing out loud. I ignore what she thinks is my own naivety and drop her. The pygmy stumbles back, massaging her shoulder that held her up by my chain. "Very well. I hope you can deal with that thing. In the meantime, we will go join the fight we came for originally." Bemela quite wants that ocean's tempo. The other three nod as I let Enodra off the hook. My serrated blade leaves her neck, but I need to know one last thing before they go. Who is fighting now? I left during the duel between Maddox and Lennon. The demon with scars over his body in a similar fashion to Bonfire answers me while walking toward the ship. A lip harries his step, but the demon is still determined to meet the coming battle. "Why, of course, it would be your two strongest pillars. You humans bicker like we demons under Her Majesty, but you have way too few to do it in such a manner." They all quickly leave, dashing away as if they want to be as far away from here as possible. Even as they run, though, Bonfire is still silent. I pivot to face and walk toward the flaming man as I realize who is here on this island. Eli Weiss has arrived. Of course he has. I bet the bastard even brought a bunch of reinforcements. But that's for later. Bonfire is here. He's just not moving. Like a comatose or paralyzed man, he stares right at my face. There is no emotion, no hurt, no pain, no joy, no sorrow, no relief. Nothing that Emmett Knox would hold in his heart. "You gotta be in there, Bonfire. You aren't attacking me. So, it had to be you. Speak to me, please." Silence hangs heavy in the air as I bear witness to the agonizing struggle within my close friend. The sickening grasp of dark light has embedded itself into his soul at this point. I can see it through his eyes and even through his chains. They are tainted, not the pure magenta that they should be. Instead, There are hints of some rust on the otherwise flawless fetters. He's obviously not as far gone as Vernon was, but he's still not all there. Yet, a subtle transformation begins to unfold before my eyes. The claws of insanity gradually retract, loosening their grip on his tormented soul. A flicker of recognition, a glimmer of familiarity, surfaces as he claws his way back from the abyss. The wings of fire that had defined his corrupted state begin to wane, their infernal glow dimming in the wake of newfound clarity. A semblance of my friend emerges, though the scars of the ordeal linger in the haunted recesses of his gaze. Or, more likely, the stubborn bastard crawls his way back to sanity himself. I watch with bated breath as he blinks, inhaling a deep breath. Meanwhile, the silver and nightly flames that coat his back fade into nothingness. And in a surreal moment that only he is capable of, Bonfire reaches into his pocket, retrieving a match with a practiced ease. The sharp sound of its ignition echoes in the stillness as he strikes it, birthing a small flame that dances with ethereal grace. A sad smile tugs at the corners of my lips as I recognize the gravity of his actions. Bonfire holds the match out for me as one side of his face twists up in a grotesque smile while the other is narrowingly halted. Found you. I stride forward and hug the man, ignoring the match he has lit. Still, he raises above my arm so that the heat is not touched whatsoever. Nonetheless, he returns the hug with one hand. I thought you were dead. How? Bonfire pushes me away from the hug, focusing on the match's flickering flame. It's almost as if the flame grounds him to this reality. I took one of their sigils. Don't even remember which. Clumsy and frozen are dead. I saw it with my own eyes. And I grew furious. We knew what we were walking into, though. The cabin is not normal. It infected me, and now I'm stuck fighting these endless voices and waves of meaning. It's not easy to talk. I nod to him, understanding both the warning and the sensation. My hand reaches out for him, and the man shudders underneath my touch. He's been fighting this war within himself for almost 2 months. Bonfire. How? No, that doesn't matter. I just want to help him. If I can use my chains to restrict others, then surely as a warden, I loosen them too. Tightening my grasp as if to manipulate my ether, I let chains extend from my flesh. My own fetters gain physicality as they attack Bonfire's. A physical connection is made as I contort my chains with some muscle added into my mind recently. And with the twist, I find Bonfire's countenance gains sanity. The man smiles again, this time having significantly more normality. Not sure what you did there, but that feels way better. Still, you can't be with me forever. He's right. I can't forever help him. However, I can do it for a long, long time. I daydreamed myself until I could hold out against Blodwyn. There is no way this is that much more arduous. I can't find the grin to send back at Bonfire before feeling obligated to tell him something. Abraham is his best friend after all. Abraham is missing. We don't know where he went, but I do have a lead on an augur to help find him. Only, the augur, Feldman is likely aboard that ship with all the madness going on. Emmett Knox's cheeks shift in a way that is reminiscent of a motherbound, but uniquely set to his brand of madness. Then he points southward, right to where the rising tide is. That ship? I can sense half a dozen signatures of life, all of them angels. I raise an eyebrow as I nod to him. Yeah, that ship. But how can you sense them? Bonfire shrugs, stepping forward with legs. The man slaps them awkwardly, as if he's not used to walking. Dunno, I just feel the fires, these damn things. I should regrow those wings, huh? Maybe this time, they'll just be black. I slam a hand on his shoulder as I grind him to a halt. Bonfire stares at me with curious intensity in response. Stop using combustion. You'll kill yourself. Bonfire simply shrugs, affording me an answer I wasn't expecting. I would if I could. I've been at my ether saturation for a while, tiptoeing the edge. I think the only reason I didn't die is because the bitch below teetered me back and forth on purpose. Sighing, I follow the man toward the ship on the other side of the island. Hopefully, with my help, Bonfire will be able to recover some more. As we walk, though, I hear the crackling of lightning in the far-off sky. It comes from a section of the air without any clouds. It's odd, but I don't have any focus to spare beyond finding Abraham. 379. Waking watery snakes. The chaos of battle unfolds before my eyes as I arrive at the docks, greeted by a scene of absolute destruction, far worse than the happenings that I left. The colossal ship of the island lies in ruins, its massive form contorted but miraculously afloat. I am unsure if it can be repaired like that, but I don't think it matters if Maddox dies. A peculiar sphere surrounds the battleground, rendering the tumultuous clash within a silent struggle visible, yet devoid of audible strife. The orb hovers above the water, creating ground and walls for those within and preventing the sea's shadow from reaching his pinnacle might. Without water, Maddox is heavily restricted. After all, the majority of his strength comes from the sea itself. Inside this encapsulated arena, a lone figure, the sea's shadow, contends with a quartet of angels. His mastery over his ether manifests in torrents of water ripped from the air within the sphere, shaping into formidable tendrils and protective shields. The short bit I saw between Lennon and Maddox pales in comparison to this dance of death ensuing. Before, it was a duel of incredible speeds, both pushing themselves to overpower the other. This is an army of angels against one. I hold my arm out, keeping Bonfire from forcing himself forward into the ball of unknown ether while I investigate the people attacking Maddox. There are 4 in total, and the first that grabs my attention is a lithe figure in a dark cloak. This one, assumingly a woman due to their form, controls ghostly clouds of ether, weaving them into spontaneous barriers. These barriers that deflect Maddox's counterattacks mirror the enigmatic orb that envelopes them. She must be the one making it. And based on the fact that Maddox can't escape, not even Ocean's tempo and its lightning can break through. I squint further as a shadowy figure materializes intermittently, wielding an arsenal of floating daggers to harry the captain. I recognize the man instantly as Clarence Love, the Silent Scorpion. What is he doing here? Oh, I think I know. Shifting my attention, I also notice a burly man in a cloak charging through the aquatic blades, compelling the captain of the rising tide to retreat. Maddox does so, but not willingly. Lashes strike at the brute. Yet the last figure, a man who makes my teeth grind at the sight, protects him. Eli Weiss, a silent strategist, stands apart as usual, orchestrating near imperceptible movements. From him, coils of steel shoot forth with steam-powered precision, converging on the beleaguered Maddox. His flickering eyes have him vanish from my view before reappearing in a more advantageous position. I cannot tell if he is simply that fast or teleporting, but it has something to do with his eyes. As I observe the apparent trap that was just laid and set on Maddox, I search for Lennon. My eyes scan the nearby waters, finding debris and blood amidst the waves. I don't stop looking, even as Bonfire shakes me with annoyed anger. What are we waiting for? Thunder, echoing throughout the air, punctuates his sentence, and I find him as the noise ends. A magenta color lingers beneath the waves near the dock. Extending my arm, I let my chains extend toward Lennon, wrapping around him perhaps a bit too roughly as I haul him onto the shore. We'll fight in a second. Calm down. Lennon is really hurt. I scan the swordsman as his blade is sunk deep into the wood of the dock, not far away. Yet, the man is the real issue. Both of his arms are missing from his shoulders down. Lennon is sputtering up a mixture of water and blood from his lungs as he struggles to breathe. A deep breath fills my lungs as I reach for him, loosening his chains with the effort I can spare. At the same time, I press onto his chest, forcing out the liquid from his lungs. I don't necessarily like Lennon, but he's done enough for me that I can't just let him die. He's human and not one directly antagonistic to me, even if he's a bit crazy. I don't want him to die. It feels relieving to do so, but too much is painful, bearing profoundly on my mind. Another strike of thunder from a now cloudless sky resounds. The noise is becoming worrying. One strike could be a fluke, but 3? What is happening? I peer up from Lennon when he starts coughing out the water, trusting the man's stalwartness. And as I gaze up, I see a streak of light in the sky, quickly growing more prominent. Thunder resonates through the clear sky, again, turning into what sounds like a rapid heartbeat. The atmospheric disturbance intensifies in the time of a short breath. Initially no larger than a pinprick, the minuscule light swells rapidly into a fist-sized brilliance. The celestial display transforms into the echoing resonance of a descending meteor, intensifying in both sound and luminosity. "Oh fuck, see me or bonfire?" Reacting swiftly, I hoist linen, yell for bonfire, and dash toward the crashing waves. Before we reach the sanctuary of the sea, the radiant spectacle descends with a resounding crackle of blue-tinged lightning. A wave of force sends me stumbling, but I twist and peer at the crashed lightning. Surprisingly, we aren't all sending hurtling or injured from the impact. The only thing that keeps my ether from screaming into action. An enigmatic figure materializes from the electrified burst. The man within the thunder stands tall, nearly 7 feet in stature, while bearing witness to a history of scars, old and fresh, refusing to heal. Black flames dance in the vacant spaces where eyes once dwelled. The fires of undeath are different somehow. I recognize the man in only a moment, not knowing any other being quite like him. The Thunderbolt Titan, the cackling lightning. He is dead, long dead, yet brought back by my father. I stare at the third prime, frozen in amazement and confusion. The titan of a man twists while lightning flows along his skin like water in a river, changing even his skin color partially. He stares at me first instead of the battle still raging, the combatants ignorant of his arrival. Bonfire growls, the darkness within coming out, but I place my hand in front of him once more with a harsh whisper. "Relax." The figure before us looks down at me, squinting loosely. "So you're the man's son, huh? You Graves. Even when I was a kid, you were all so special. How long has it been since I was alive? Do you know? Do any of you even remember my name?" I meet the man's gaze, shaking my head slowly as I decide to be honest with the undead. He scoffs with disappointment. "Wonderful. I would then suppose you don't know my grandson's name either? Only his title? It is quite ironic how only the things that we were hated most for are what remains." The man pivots, shifting to focus on the battle raging in the orb that locks in all sound. The laughs with a crackling laughter, as if paying homage to his title. I do remember that he was said to laugh a lot, even in the most dire of circumstances. It is best if I am kind here. I don't want to anger a previous prime. Even now, I can see the dark violet around his form, crackling all over ominously. "I don't know your name, sir. Could you enlighten me?" The Thunderbolt Titan peers at me through the corner of his eye, answering me while delivering another question of his own. "Lazarus Hem, that is my name. You are pretty cordial for one of your family. Not that I met many, only 3. How many of you made it to adulthood this generation?" His inquiry confounds me entirely. I can hardly even muster an answer as I fumble over my own thoughts. What does he mean? Are there supposed to be more than just one? "I'm the only one, sir. I thought all Graves were single children." Lazarus Hem nods partially, delivering me a half answer before moving on. He points to the orb, a surge of electricity building on his finger. "I suppose they are in a way. Too bad. Humanity could always use a few more innate monsters on our side. Anyway, I should probably stop them. What do you think? I want to ask him about my family." But the way his eyes glimmer with a sharp blue stops me. Instead, I press on another topic carefully. "I'm not sure, sir. Are you the only prime that is still walking among the living? What happened 2 months ago?" The third prime crosses his arms and peers down at me once more. He doesn't seem antagonistic, only apathetic in an odd way. "Most of our bodies were destroyed in the brawl. Only my grandson, his student, and myself are alive. Sure don't make us like they used to. Oh, I suppose that Craftsman is still kicking, but he isn't doing too well. I'm sure you know what happened. It's fairly obvious. Your father is keeping us here, for some reason." My heart stutters in its motion as I present another question quickly, practically stepping on the man's toes. The whole while, Maddox fights for his life. I feel only slightly sour for the man's struggle. "Can you speak to him for me? I haven't ever seen him." The Titan shakes his head. The man then returns his focus to the battle, stepping toward the orb. He hops off the dock, and lightning coats his boots, keeping him standing despite the tumultuous waves beneath his feet. "No, there hasn't been any contact since he pulled us from Death's Gullet. Damn, I hated that place. If I had known that's where I'd go after dying as an angel, I might have reconsidered my life, especially knowing that I'll be going back there once I decay." Anyway, let's stop this. There has been enough bloodshed recently by human hands. I follow behind the Titan with Bonfire at my side. We don't stick too close, however. I even haul us back as the Titan raises his hand to the sky. He has all his fingers pointing toward the orb with an open palm as lightning races across it, building upon the tip. Then he lowers one finger at a time, the electricity doubling in radiance and danger every time. The moment he has only one finger remaining, a bullet of blue leaves his hand, crashing through the orb and shattering it into a million pieces. All the people inside howl in pain and shock as they fall to the water below. Lazarus Hem then steps forward again as Eli Weiss commands his angels. Still, before Lazarus can do anything to those trapped in the water, another figure materializes beside him in a flash of light. It is another undead, cloaked with the same dark violet fetters. He grabs Lazarus' arm with luminant hands as I realize this is the grandson he was talking about by the fact they look quite similar. This is the radiantal palm, the rising light. Not now, grandfather. Let them duke it out. I know you don't like civil violence, but we can't stay here forever. The essence that sustains us is running dry. Before you use it all, I'd like to go to where your mentor died. The whole region falls into a bizarre calmness as two long-dead primes speak to each other. A grandfather and a grandson, both littered with innumerable wounds and otherworldly power. Even Eli Weiss holds his fire. The woman with him creates a platform for them to stand with her barriers on, while Maddox does the same with his solidified water. Not ice, solidified water. No one wants to provoke either of these figures. I know that was the goal, Lycan. I haven't seen Rem. Ow. Yeah, don't say his name. In so long. For a man blessed by time, he didn't manage to hold much of it. Yeah. Let's leave the living to their own squabbles. I want to seek what that old man did before he died. Plus, the first was last seen there too. Perhaps we'll find out what happened that day my mentor vanished. My eyes shift back and forth between the primes as I realize something insane. The third prime was taught by the second, and the first and second either died or disappeared at Pain Peaks. That means, did the battle for supremacy happen before or after the first died? Did he create that place? Was he in the battle? Who was in the battle? Did he cause it? Where? Where did he truly die? I have so many questions, but I hardly get any answers. The grandson tugs on his grandfather's shoulder while light encompasses their form. If the stories are true, the Thunderbolt Titan was the fastest human to ever live, but the Radiantal Palm could be anywhere in the territories within a minute. The difference is raw momentum and usable speed in a fight. Come, let my light bring us there shortly. Hopefully we'll find some truth there to what happened back then. Perhaps we'll discover what happened to mankind's strongest soldier and our most extraordinary mind before our times hauls us back to that damned god. We don't have long. Remember, hours at most if we use ether like we are right now. In the instant that the palm finishes his words, the duo vanishes into a sparkle of light, spreading over the sky toward the southeast, toward Pain Peaks. And the moment after they are gone, Maddox screams at Eli over the now calm sea. You will pay for this, you bastard. We had a deal. You betray everything, you fucking rat. Hey, Clarence, you think he cares about you? What about you two roots? Or whatever he calls you? Do you think you'll live through this? That rat will sacrifice you at the nearest junction to live. Eli doesn't reply, only shuffles backward as he injects himself and his allies with multicolored serums from the belt on his hip. Then he slides behind them, coils of steaming steel unleashing themselves from under his clothes. In return, Maddox only growls, raising his blade to the sky as blood falls in clumps from all over him. The ocean's temp rattles in his grasp, vibrating as the seas churn and practically boil beneath them with crackling electricity. Para, dive! The two words unleashed by Maddox freeze the blood in my veins. Dive? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I take Lennon and toss him to Bonfire. The man raises an eyebrow at me as the entire world seems to shake. I know it's not the whole world, though. It's only the island. The Para-Ub has now realized what is happening. Take Lennon and fly. Fine, Elizabeth. Okay, I'll be fine. Just don't fall under the water. If you can, search the ship for a blind old man. Bonfire nods to me, and the wings behind his back explode with fire. The twin limbs aren't wholly black, though. There is still silver within the depths of them, creeping in and out. I can see my friend grunt in effort as his face twists with a modicum of insanity. But I have no other choice but to trust him to restrain himself as the waves grow closer to my feet. Eli Weiss and his allies attempt to escape from what is happening, but Maddox strikes at them with a torrential downpour, cracking the air with his raw speed. At the same time, the sea beneath us warps, attacking like a living creature toward them all. And in less than 10 seconds from his shout, the water reaches my knees. The entire island floods before it falls entirely underneath the sea. Yet, I feel no struggle in my breath. Air still comes in and out as I sense the earth still beneath my feet. Shifting, I find the whole island as usual. People are rushing through the underwater streets in a panic, but they aren't swimming. They are running. This is what? Glancing at my arm, I find a trembling presence of ether striding up from the ground beneath me. Oh, I see. This is the Para-Ub at work. Seeing that I won't drown, I peer up through the depths of the sea that are only growing deeper. Wings of fire cloud Bonfire before he lands on the heavily damaged ship while Maddox strikes against his opponents. I lock onto the captain, and feeling a little obligated to help him with a whole dose of wanting to murder Eli, I swim up toward them. Ether infuses my complete form as Blodwyn already gets to work. Bone covers my skull, heading down to clad my shoulder as well before I even get near. Distance vanishes rapidly as I force myself through the water, leaping up and away from the island to find its effects no longer upon me. Instead, a water vortex, made from the diving of the Para-Ub, is ripping Eli and his men more profoundly into the water. Confident in my ability to hold my breath underwater with Blodwyn and my durability, I dive for them too. Eli Weiss's eyes flicker to me as I meet his gaze. There are no words shared between us, but the hate within my heart blossoms to a degree I never thought possible. I highly doubt I can kill the man, even now. There is no way in my head that he doesn't escape this. He's Eli Weiss after all. There has to be backup plans on backup plans. But he must be expecting me to attack him in a fit of rage. That has to be a part of his plans. Yet I am no longer that child from before. I can control my rage. I can redirect it. If I can't kill him today, I'll do the next best thing. Blodwyn roars with anger alongside me as an explosion of ether from behind us propels us toward the lithe figure in the cloak. She is defending the whole group with her barriers, even underwater. The woman must be a vital aspect of Eli's plan. Too bad. I reach for the woman as I hurtle toward her, and I see her eyes widen in alarm under the hood. She's young, only a little older than me. At most a few years. My chest tightens, but with it so too does my ether. She chose to follow him. This is on her. Barriers, reflecting light oddly underwater, to quickly reveal themselves, block my fist. A dozen shatter from the force of my advancement, shocking her as she swims back. But I'm not done yet. Chains explode from my arm as they lock onto her, piercing toward her chest. Another figure charges at me and slams into my side despite the water. I feel bones crack and organs buckle. Nevertheless, I simply ignore the impact. I am confident in Blodwyn. Instead, I let loose the ether in my body. The chains fire out with even greater speed, going around or through the woman's many barriers. And even while my face is being beaten, 4 of them puncture her. Smiling underneath the mask of bone from Savuk, my heart beat faster than even these waves. I haul her back with all the speed I can muster. The woman cries out into the water, releasing bubbles as she approaches me, not of her own accord. The burly man continues to slam into me, while Clarence and Eli wage their own war against Maddox. Unsurprisingly, another figure shows up, one that I recognize. Sylvia, the slick slider, was named after her flexibility, not after her prowess with water. She joins Eli and aids him in fighting off Maddox within the man's element. I endure the pain and focus on the woman barreling toward me from the chains pierced into her flesh. In the instant that she gets close, I move my arm toward my hip, ripping Lily from my holster. Yay! I endure the pain of her joy at killing someone. Instead of stopping, though, I place the barrel of the blooming spider Lily against the woman's temple. I can see the fear in her eyes, but she doesn't try to escape. The giant of a man breaking my bones attempts to hold onto my arm, but fleshly spears stab out from every point in my forearm, preventing his grasp. Rather, the woman sinks a barrier deeply into my chest while a river of darkness connects us. I manage a smile as in her place. Under the cover of the darkness of the cardinal, a tiny girl, entirely unfit for this place, hovers in the water. The man upon me freezes abruptly as his head cranes backward, facing Lily. Then, as Lily's eyes open, the man kicks off of me, swimming right for Eli. A roar exits his mouth despite the water. Leave! The cool darkness rejuvenates me as my attention falls onto and cannot leave Lily. The little girl smiles as her dark hair extends in all directions, the red eyes in her sockets piercing through the water. A silent yet echoing laughter resounds in the sea as the colt opens her mouth to the waters around us. The sound is unimpeded by the water, unlike the shouted leave that left rippling waves in its wake. Don't leave! We just started having fun. Streams of darkness, identical to how my newly made chains work, extend from her arms, stretching for Eli Weiss. The underground tree's face sinks as the man takes out a vial from his belt. Inside of it is an eye, floating in some liquid. I can see magenta or seventh sigil chains wrapping around the eye. He crushes it without hesitation. And an instant later, light explodes from the eye, stretching out to grasp onto all of Eli's allies. And then, in the next second, they're all gone, leaving Maddox and me with this little girl who is able to speak underwater. Aw man, 380, Yorn Yellows. Emmett Bonfire Knox. Eat him. No, just his eyeball. It'd be so tasty. You know you wanna? Maybe cook it a bit? Oh, how would it smell? Like simmering venison. Come on, it's what mother would want. I shake my head vehemently, attempting to force the many voices in my head out. Yet, it never works. The instant one leaves, another invades. There is a near-infinite army of insane madmen controlled by that god to remove my mind. Yet I won't let them win. I was going after killing those four, but not anymore. After escaping that waking nightmare of rage, there are a few more things I wish to do. Namely one, find where the fuck Abraham went. I can't be kicking the bucket and having my best man do the same. That shit ain't right. One of us has to live, just the way things go. Are you sure you find, sir? You keep looking all over the place and speaking to yourself. I glare at Feldman, this augur that Wyatt spoke of. He doesn't seem like much, weak despite being a six-sigiled. You could eat him with a finger of effort, at most. The words don't even compute in my mind as I return to Feldman. The blind man stares back at me, his hollow sockets meeting mine. Yes, I am perfectly fine. Now, where is that man I was talking about? Feldman crosses his arms, leaning in closer to me despite the fact he cannot see with those orbs of his. Nonetheless, he moves so close that I can smell the liquor he drank yesterday. You, I've seen you before. You were the flame, the shattered flame. How have you put yourself back together? That should be impossible. No one can recover from the lightful darkness, unless you were never fully shattered. His negligence over Abraham stokes my hand, and I raise it toward him, only managing to stop myself partway through smacking him with a flaming palm. My teeth grind as the augur sees through me. Oh, I see. You are shattered still. There is simply a part that remains capable of repelling the darkness. Incredible. What a brilliant flame. But for how long will that last, I wonder? It is, after all, but a shard. A week? 2? A month? Do those who care for you know the truth? I feel my tooth crack and break within my mouth from the frustration I keep boiling within. Yet a second later, slimy fluid reconnects the enamel and repairs it. Another sign that what he says is right despite how much it fucking infuriates me. I'm Bonfire. The Bonfire. No one, nothing, not even a god will control me. I am free. I am free to do as I please and to live my life as I want. For if I cannot, then there is no point in living. The moment I am no longer free is the moment I will no longer be alive. I will hold out for as long as I must. I refuse to die in any position other than standing, however. Now, if you do not tell me what I want to know, I will fucking burn out your insides so that they leave through your orifices. A trim fit of chuckling laughter resounds in this tiny room, I found this man in. The other crew are fixing the ship together, but Feldman is all alone in this dark place. It is odd and suspicious, but not my problem as he is threatless. Of course, I don't want to keep an eventide waiting. Your friend grabbed my hand. I searched the augur's eyes, looking for any hint of betrayal or violence. I find none. Old habits die hard, though, so I keep fire flowing within my left hand, the black flames of my flesh blooming while I reach out my right hand. Before I take his hand, however, I prompt him on something he said, discovering that to be the bizarre point. Eventide? Is there really such a name for something such as this? Feldman ruffles his coat and slides his chair closer to me with a nod. The man opens his palm again and again, as if asking me to hurry while he explains himself. All the while, a motionless body lies beside us, with neither of us making mention of it. Lennon Hall has never been a man I've cared much for, but I also don't know any way to help him. So, I'll simply leave him be. Of course, all things have names if they have been seen before. Do you think you're the only one to ever resist her? No, that would be no. You are, however, the only non-Graves or Comanche ever to do so, I believe. You walk the precipitous balance between insanity and the right of mind. In fact, do you know your lineage? There is a chance you were from the deep woods. Nevertheless, just as a Wendigo battles the artifact within them, you are fighting the god that has supplanted themselves within you. Take my hand. Every second you waste is one you will not regain. I reach forward and grasp his palm, my fingers entwining with his. I ignore his vague comments about my family. Despite the oddness, he doesn't even consider for an instant I could be a Graves. The instant I touch the blind man, everything in my vision shifts. The world around us dissolves, and my vision fractures into a kaleidoscope of colors. The colors spread out as if creating a road for me to travel along, forcing my untrained mind to realize the vast distance my mind must traverse. And in mere moments, the colors break into fractured sights within the depths of my mind. I witness scenes that defy the natural order, things that should not exist at all. Lava flows like rivers, cascading in fiery torrents across the land akin to typical streams. Falling flames mock the presence of rain, illuminating vast stretches of sunless earth. The air is thick with the stench of sulfur, one that pierces into my nose despite the distance. Amidst this fevered dreamscape, I strain to identify the familiar features of my friend. Alongside Feldman's spirit, I reach out, grasping for the half-Nihilo bastard that I can't ever seem to agree with. Nor could I ever truly get rid of him. No matter how many times we fought in one city, somehow, we'd find each other again. It was a relief every time we got rid of the pale bastard. Only this time, I don't like that he's gone. Yet, the kaleidoscope shifts, revealing only a haunting image to my mind. I almost gasp in shock, but I stop myself in case it could affect the ether that Feldman is using. I see only the pallid arms of the man encased in abyssal black shackles that bind him mercilessly to a desolate wall. I don't see his face. I don't even see his torso. I only see thin, malnourished, and sleepless wrists within chains. The gravity of this revelation settles upon me like an ominous shadow. It wraps around my shoulders, and you should give him the light. He could use it. Look, he's so helpless. How pathetic. He needs the light. You need the light. Spread it. Spread those wings, oh calamitous flame. A creeping voice slides into the image, and the connection is abruptly severed. Still, the haunting image lingers even as Feldman falls from his chair, clattering to the ground in a panic. Dear, you have less time than I thought, eventide. Make amends. Write your will. Then, end it before it all takes you. The sheer idea that I would lose to this thing provokes such a profound fury that I can't stop my hand this time. It moves with a bout of darkness, so bottomless that I worry the flame will incinerate my own hand. Yes, it's my flame. Strike not while the fire is hot. Strike to ignite the calamitous blaze. Nevertheless, the hand, tainted with bits of silver, doesn't reach the augur. A firm, constantly regenerating palm catches mine. Wyatt's face moves into mine, shouting at me. His tone and volume wake me from the anger. Sheepishly, I lower my eyes as I come to. What the fuck are you doing? We need him alive. Not dead, you idiot. I stumble back, glaring at my own hands. These fucking things, they aren't listening to me. Why won't they listen? Don't hit people. Go away, ether. Go. I scream inside my mind, bulging veins on the outside. Yet nothing happens. The flames still burn, even as Wyatt shakes off melted skin from his palm. If it were anyone else, they'd never have a hand again. Ordinary beings cannot heal from the wounds my flames inflict anymore. But Wyatt is not an ordinary being. A swish of water beside me doesn't even resonate within my mind until my own victim shouts for my safety. Ironic. Don't! He has regained control, Maddox. Such a weapon, while running on maddened embers, should not be put out quite yet. Pivoting on my light feet, I find Maddox Adkins straining not to lob my head off with that claymore of his against my throat. I didn't even notice him move. My eyes shift down to meet the liquid running over the edge, like that of a changing tide. I would prefer not to die. We would prefer if you were all to die. Wyatt stands up for me as well, despite not knowing the whole truth. The young man places himself between Maddox and me, taking charge. I don't think I've ever seen him do that. The old Wyatt would have simply swung, not provided actual reasoning. Wyatt Graves. Don't kill him, Maddox. If you do, you will have to deal with me. And her. I can control him. You see this, correct? Beside me, Lily smiles with an emotionless grin, focused entirely on Maddox. The little girl has only been out of the cult for 30 seconds or so since we came straight to the ship. I jured, knowing that Bonfire would do something stupid. Furthermore, Maddox told me to come here while the island resurfaced, and I wanted to anyway, so I followed. I am surprised, though, how quickly Bonfire found the auger. Lily's countenance makes even me, someone who has known her for over a year, uncomfortable. That smile, even I know it's not quite right upon a human's frame. It's like death made manifested. Still, I don't let it show on my face as I pull Bonfire toward me with my hand, careful not to touch his still flaming palm. Maddox peers down at me with those torrential eyes as always. He scans me, examining every inch of me as if sizing me up for a bout. I know what he's doing as he does it, but I don't strike. I don't want to fight him, even if he is wounded. Blood leaks all over the captain in thick volumes, but I keep my hand stable. I'd have to kill him and then fight through the whole island to find Elizabeth, Dakota, and Autumn. Not worth it at all. I might survive, but I don't think they will. That's if I even win. He's hurt, but he was injured and fatigued before Eli even appeared. This is his realm, his home, his domain, not mine. In one day, he beat Lennon, then fought off the only other virtue of mankind besides Richard Lang. In the end, the sea's shadow snorts, waving his hand at Bonfire dismissively. Sure, you will be his keeper. I will, however, not allow any eventide within the confines of my ship or my island. Put him on a raft. I don't care. Keep him from the people. You have 2 hours. I nod along with Maddox's words, even as I grow curious about this eventide thing. Nonetheless, I don't disagree with him to keep the man appeased. Despite that, Adkins steps forward and meets my eyes at my level. And if this man should fall to the other side while within range of damaging what is mine, you will pay. I do not allow betrayals or mutiny. My teeth unconsciously chew on my cheek as he speaks. Regardless, I don't have much of an option here. I can only nod and move on with this conversation as Bonfire is still staring right at his hands. Yes, sir. Maddox smiles at my answer before turning around and heading back toward the deck. The virtued human waves at the 3 of us to follow him. I move to do so, but pause as I see Lennon's unmoving body in the room. And so, I step to my tenuous ally, falling to a knee while I check his pulse. Still beating. What a tricky bastard. However, who am I to talk? His hands, or his nubs, are still bleeding and leaking out his life. With my teeth, I rip off pieces of my shirt to wrap his wound with. Then, I turn to Bonfire. Can you burn this to stop the bleeding? The man wakes up to my words as if coming from a whole night's sleep. Several blinks elucidate the man before he shakes his head. Not unless you don't want those arms to ever heal. My flames prevent healing, except apparently from those who can grow new limbs like it's nothing. Bonfire's words provoke a thought as Blodwyn answers it immediately with the memory of him ending the black flame on my hand. Exhausting. Okay, good to know, I suppose. As I prepare to disagree, Feldman releases a piece of knowledge before walking away. His arms aren't coming back anyway. Clarence stabbed them with a powerful artifact that strikes the very soul. I nod to Bonfire after hearing Feldman's words. I doubt he'd lie or twist the meaning at all. He seems quite honest. Bonfire then sears Lennon's arms, closing them even in the man's sleep. Sighing, I pick up Lennon and lug him outside over my shoulder. The bladed monster only groans in wakeless pain as I enter the open sea air. Before us, Maddox stands with several of his crew's mighty men and women, all 6 reaching the 6th sigil. Even Feldman is now among them. I listen closely as the captain addresses them. I have suffered a betrayal at the hands of the estates. For years, we have done as they asked, killed those they wished, and returned those they pleaded for. No longer. They seek war. They seek strife. They seek strength. We shall deliver all 3 to them, only not how they seek them. The sea shadow finishes speaking while gazing out into the waves of the rising island. The water falls over the colossal turtle in mesmerizing ways, preventing my gaze from leaving the sight, even as Feldman speaks up to his captain. What about the war that has been delivered by other figures? Ryder is dead, sir. Are we indeed to let that slide? You place me to guard his life and guide him to lordship. Am I to die now without a purpose? A dozen eyes fall upon me, boring profoundly into my soul. I can feel the hate and disdain in each. There are fragments of respect, but I can tell that is only for the power I wield, for the death I can dish out. The pillar of lawless lake sighs, shaking his head at his crew. I immediately see all of them tremble with frustration, but the captain eases it with only a few choice words. You are all welcome to challenge the undying sun in combat. Should you prove yourself capable, then I have no problem with it. However, should you fail and waste a meaningful member of this crew, I will take away the bounty set aside for your family should you die. Otherwise, do as you have always done, Feldman. Guide the next generation. I expect my daughter to take his place. All the eyes shift away from me at Maddox's declaration. None of them seem willing to face me, yet the eyeless focus remains on me. Feldman, I return his focus, even as a seagull lands on the ship only a foot from Maddox, boasting a strip of paper on its neck. My eyebrows move on their own in confusion as Maddox unfurls the paper, revealing the title of a newspaper. New Prime Anointed, Eli Weiss. The remainder of the paper cannot be read by anyone as Maddox shreds the thing into innumerable pieces in but an instant. Rages fill the captain's eyes as he slams his fist against the side of his ship, shattering a portion of the newly repaired wood. That fucking weasel. How dare he? A prime must be a dominion. What is he thinking? The only exception was the second, due to his brilliance. All the rest. He's going to get us all killed. Fuck. Maddox then turns to me and his men, his fists still clenched close. I can feel the purpose burning within him. But why is he so angry that Eli Weiss was made prime? I feel like that was inevitable. However, the sea shadow does not think so and continues his fervor toward us. I'm gonna kill that fucking bastard, both for trying to kill me while I was having a fun duel and for this bullshit. I may not have a say in this, but I do respect the men who came before. To tarnish their legacies? Man! Footsteps slam into the wood of the ship as the captain of the rising tide calls everyone to attention. And with his rising voice, hundreds gather from below deck. All the souls aboard his crew are sigiled, and my eyes widen as I find an army of men that could exceed the forces Marshall had at bent. Even the repairmen gather on the deck of the ship while Bonfire and I, with Lennon on my back, stand away. But I cannot halt my shock. There are more 6th, 5th, and 4th sigils here than Marshall had when we arrived. Now, the great general had already lost half his men in total at that point, but still, even if the soldiers of Bent are bar for bar more potent than these bandits, the numbers might win it all out. I grind my teeth, thinking about how much all these people could have helped while Maddox opens his jaw to them all. Fix up my pretty lady. We are to set out the instant we are good to move. Our destination will be the shores of Kuin, but we will not stop there. All the loot, bounty, and riches you desire will be found in Onyx Gate. I will not stop or request any portion of this loot. It will be all yours, given that we make it to the shadowy bricks of Onyx Gate. The captain then begins answering questions that his many men deliver. While he does so, a burning sensation grows in the back of my mind. Onyx Gate. That is where Eli Weiss is. I want him dead too. Plus, the most reliable way to the Gate of Death is there. I don't want to go directly with Maddox, though. I don't think I could see what his people do and not stop them. You mind if I join you, Maddox? I'll have to take the scenic route to Gravecross first, though. The sea's shadow smiles a grin so wide that I worry it'll split his flesh before he extends his hand out to greet mine. In comparison to the heartless bastard's joy, his crew stares daggers at me. Nonetheless, I shake his hand. I don't plan on fighting anywhere near them. I only want to use them as a distraction to get the 12th prime. 381. In for it all. I find myself seated at a weathered table, the air thick with the palpable tension of wary gazes. Before me sits a trio, a seasoned gunslinger, a muscular old man marked by a litany of scars, and a woman, her grip firm on the blade she bears at her hip. As my eyes meet theirs, a faint smile curls upon the lips of the gunman. Glad to see you alive, Wyatt. Bonfire. The penetrating stares of the other two hold my attention. The old man with his cane and his deep violet fetters. He doesn't stare at me, however. Suspicion hangs in the air as their eyes interrogate Bonfire. I push to speak for the man, but Canyon, the king of Gravecross, makes his move first. His tone holds zero room for negotiation. I do not want a thing like him in here. Leave, now, or I will make you. Bonfire's gaze settles upon Canyon and Laura, but I place my hand on his shoulder. I whisper into his ear, while Johnny does the same to Canyon. Be peaceful. We can't get wrapped up here in a fight, especially not against our own friends. We left Dakota and Elizabeth in Kingstown 2 days ago, remember? Reason gradually refills Emmett's eyes. I nod to the development and open my mouth to Canyon. I won't let him speak to Bonfire like that. He's been through too much. He saved my life, sacrificing his own future alongside that of his close friends, of our friends. Some old bastard who has sat on his spoils for decades without doing a damn thing can go to hell. I'll keep it peaceful, but I'll be sure to let this fucker know he can't command us. I'm sure you know who I am, Furious Mountain. You cannot tell me or Bonfire what to do. We came here to speak to our friends before shortly leaving. I only obeyed your summons to be kind. Whether you allow us or not, we will be here. There is nothing you can do to stop us other than striking us yourself. Though, I highly doubt you would like that to happen within the hearth of your city. I stake my bluff with my eyes focused on Canyon. If this old man wants to be an asshole, I'll play along. Johnny glares at me with a warning, but I ignore him. I'm not that little kid anymore. I'm an angel just like him, and so is Bonfire. Our words hold meaning, as do our actions. I haven't gone all out yet with my new strengths, but just the fact Bonfire and I traversed an entire territory and climbed Gravecross in less than 2 days is enough for me to know we aren't weak. It makes sense to me how pillars were able to traverse the territories so quickly if their speeds are even close to ours. Yeah, you Graves are always so damned narcissistic. He may stay, but unless you wish for me to hunt you down, keep the eventide in check. Johnny's eyes fall to the floor as he hears the sentencing of Bonfire. The truth of why we are having this conversation is the ticking time bomb that my friend is. None of us know how long he'll last. Though if I were to guess, he would hold on until we find Abraham. Any less, and I don't think he'd ever forgive himself, even the converted version of him. I nod to Canyon as I then shift my focus to Johnny, not wanting to deal with the old coward any longer. So much less suffering would have occurred had a virtue like him done something other than sit in his ivory estate. He's hardly any better than the actual estates. Johnny. Bonfire and I will join Maddox in his attack on Onyx Gate. Now let me finish. I'm not going to simply ride along with him like I have done for you. We will be on our own, taking advantage of the chaos to kill Eli and take the Gate of Death into the underworld. There, we will head towards hell across no man's land and find both my father and hopefully Abraham as well. It's a long story, but he's there. I continue on my rant, detailing why we are going there and how. Channeling an aspect of Edmund, I rant for a while as everyone in this room with me listens silently. Canyon and Laura, however, leave partway through, finding something else to do instead of listening to me. I tell Johnny that he doesn't have to join. He doesn't even have to feel obligated. You have done enough for me, Johnny. I've seen that you've stayed here. If that is what you wish, then feel no pressure. Thank you for everything, even if it all started rocky at best. Bonfire and I, with Elizabeth, will do everything possible to take down Eli." Johnny's head bobs sadly at my words as I can see him inhale a profoundly deep breath. The man seems to age several years in only a moment as he clasps his fingers together to answer me. "You have to be careful with that girl, Wyatt. The deaths have changed her. She wants a war to strengthen everyone, a civil war, and it would appear she is getting what she wants. But I do not think I can join you in this. So many have died. I've lost so many, and this place is safe, safer than any I've ever known. I can't uproot them or leave them." My head also sinks at his words while Bonfire simmers quietly beside me. I know he's already had his spats with Johnny, but the man is holding himself back for me. Johnny is a man I respect so deeply that I cannot blame him for doing this. All the time I've ever known him, he's wanted to change how things are done, shake the world at the top. And while he might not have done it himself, it has happened. The estates hold far less control than they ever did. They're also about to be busy fighting a civil war against Maddox. This news, if anything, must be music to Johnny's ears, even if it hurts to hear. Gravecross has always been at odds with the estates, along with a fragile balance hinged upon the lifespan of Canyon Sift. Yet, with the current events, this place may just be able to become genuinely independent with Johnny's help. He's a leader to hundreds first, my friends second. I won't blame you, Johnny. You've done it. You found us a home. I'm only sorry I can't enjoy it with you. The Iron Consul raises his eyes to meet me again, this time with a great grin to match the solemnness. He scans me with those golden pupils, finding something that he very much enjoys seeing. "I'm proud of you. If this is our final goodbye, I want you to know that I knew you were special when I first met you, but not precisely how special. If I could turn back time, I'd never have made you a dead man. I'd have given you every morsel of strength I could have, just as I did for Earl. But none can truly see the future. We can only feel our way through." I shake my head at the man's regrets, standing and striding over to him. Then I wrap my arm around the man as he gets up as well. "It's in the past. I'm here now, aren't I? Just keep all these people safe. I mean it. Keep Earl safe. Don't ever let him stop changing the world. Let the Batto grow into a new population. Let Lennox live out his life. Let Blake, you better make her happy." Johnny smiles back at me before the hug ends. And as it does, he shoves a book into my hand. It is titled Excavator, penned by a man named Lewis Fern. "This is my gift to you, a skill, a dzill, made by a supreme from the underworld. Take it, learn it, add another weapon to your growing arsenal. I am positive it will be something you will use." Johnny then grabs my shoulder, glancing at Bonfire as well. The man's words leave his mouth with genuine care, even at the troublemaker behind me. "I wish the both of you success. You are right. I cannot join you, even if it pains me. But all journeys must have an end. I have fought and destroyed for nearly all my life. I think it is about time I start building. I have decided to place my faith in Vincent and in you all. I might sound cowardly, but I know I don't have a place in the battles of virtues and dominions, let alone gods. I'm just a man who has broken his limits once. I doubt it'll happen again. I'm no Lennon. I'm no you." Johnny then steps away from me, heading toward the door, opening it while gesturing for us to leave. "Yet, you'd be crazy if you thought Earl would just let you leave. I'd be surprised if he doesn't come along with you. I never have and will never force him to do anything. I would have to freeze for me to hold down his mind. Go see him. I heard he was making something for you while you were gone." "Earl made me something? Was he that sure I was alive? What did he make?" I can't stop myself from inquiring, but Johnny only chuckles. Patting me on the back again, he pushes me lightly into the street. "If I were to name someone with more confidence in you than Earl, I'd be lying. The kid practically sees you as an undying monster that can fix anything. He puts himself up to such a standard that he has to save that monster. If I hadn't seen you at your worst, I have to agree with him. It is hard to find friends with such loyalty. They are closer than any family could ever be. Remember that." The laughing from the gunslinger ceases as he ends his words with a profound grimness, sliding a note into my hand. Then he strides away with a wave, sending Bonfire and my farewell. "Don't see me again before you leave. I may not have the will to stay." I smile at his words, knowing the truth. He wants to join, but he knows better. Someone has to protect those here. Johnny has always been a guardian, not a war seeker. I'm happy he found his place. My feet then carry Bonfire and me to where the note Johnny gave us indicates. Following street signs, we quickly wander to a smoky-smelling building with incessant clangs within. We step through the front door to find a workshop filled with a dozen blacksmiths striking metal, while along the sides are coltsmiths putting together weapons. I raise an eyebrow at the sight and stand in confusion for a few seconds until a familiar voice shouts at me. "Wyatt, Wyatt!" Earl comes sprinting toward us, tailed by Primrose's ever-so-smug face. My friend slams me with a hug as the lady behind him smiles with a wave. "I'm so glad you're okay. Thank you, Bonfire. Hey, I knew you'd break your arm. How'd you do it this time?" Earl then rapidly drags us toward the back of the workshop. I let him do so, even if his strength is non-existent compared to mine, followed by the stares of all the workers within. "Is this your shop?" Primrose nods to me as she closes the door behind us with her boot. The woman then plops down on a cushiony chair with her legs up. "It is. Canyon gave it to him so he could create weapons and tools more efficiently." I pivot and see Earl's wide grin as he shuffles along his table. The man's rant starts before he even finds what he made me amongst the vast messiness of his life. And this is his life. "I knew you'd break your arm somehow. Either it'd be destroyed by the living sand, or you'd ruin it by battling some monster. So, I began searching for materials that would last. And within the depths of the plateau, Canyon had something I could use. Sky's Bane. It's a metal so brutal that not even Tomas Claus could put in more than a dent. It is absurdly heavy, though." Earl grunts as he drags a bag out from inside a cluster of parts and tools, heaving as he stumbles with it toward me. The thing never leaves the ground for even a second, proving the man's words. "It's not magnetic either. I've decided to toss out that part of it for your prosthetics. To make the magnetism useful, it'd just be too unwieldy and complex. Instead, I was able to shove more into it than before." The bag is unfurled as Earl steps away with the fabric, revealing the contents to me like the greatest gift in the world. The silver arm, a masterpiece of Earl's craftsmanship, resembles interlocking segments like that of an Amakuk scales. Intricate coils, springs, and levers lie beneath the surface, their purpose hidden from my discerning eye. As I step closer, the weight of the prosthetic becomes apparent the moment I try to lift it. It's a formidable piece, nearly matching my own weight. With a determined grunt, I hoist it onto a nearby table for closer inspection. My fingers trace the cool surface, feeling the promise of power beneath as I search the dark blue sigil chains with my eyes. Earl goes into more detail as I discover concealed outlets on each side of the arm, potential hiding places for lethal blades. The possibilities send a shiver of excitement down my spine. I figured that one blade wasn't enough to be foolproof. So, I gave you 4. Oh, and the gun is still there, look. I improved the impact power as Primrose has gotten better at compressing air, and the metal is more capable of withstanding the high pressures. I'm directed to a slider discreetly nestled in the palm, and with a subtle movement, a compartment opens, revealing a perfectly aligned hole. A place for a miniature cannon, a hidden weapon that could tip the scales in a desperate situation. It's a marvel, far better than the last one he made. I gaze up at him as Earl points to even more places, showing that there is still more to be found. I took out the mercury blades. I don't think they are toxic enough for angels. Instead, I replaced the spot with a handheld bomb. It is utterly immune to physical impact and can only be detonated through a mental command through the arm. It contains enough power to level a city block, so be careful with it. Oh, and the sigils. I found it easier to split them into halves, so half of them are mentalists and the other half are occultists. Its strength will come from both your mind and your blood, while also bolstering you in turn. I'm not sure what all the sigils can do, but we could do some testing. Again, I stop him midway through and hug him tightly. He has no idea what this means to me every time. I know he thinks he is paying for his past mistakes, but getting a new arm is like being given back a part of myself. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we get this thing on? I don't think I can wait any longer. Earl nods, motioning me to lift it. I do so, grunting under the weight with the odd grip on my lone hand. Then he helps me guide it to my stump as Primrose aids, too. In only a moment, with zero pain or discomfort, I feel my right arm once more. The old thing that was damaged and scarred for weeks is utterly gone. A pristine weapon that doubles as a limb now takes its place. I can feel Blodwyn stretching out his fleshly tendrils from my heart, touching the limb with a hum of approval. He likes it. Good. It would be rather awkward if he didn't. A moment passes before I feel the effect of the sigils within it as Blodwyn flows blood into the open veins the prosthetic has. And seconds later, red fluid lines the undercarriage of the scales of the arm. My blood smoothens out as I feel more vitality within each drop of the liquid. I feel good. I feel energetic. My mind is moving faster than before, and a sense of joy is streaming through my whole being. I stay a while with Earl as he continues to ramble about his many inventions and weapons, but eventually, Bonfire grows irritated. The man shuffles beside me, unable to speak as he once did. Earl gives him a weird look, but I motion to leave after telling him the situation. We must get going. I'm sorry for coming and going so suddenly, but we have to go. Oh, and Lennon lost his arms. Do you think you could look into doing something about that? Let Dawn know or something. I don't want him to be armless. He's done too much for us. Earl's eyes sink at my departure, but he nods anyway. I give him one last hug before dragging Bonfire out. I don't want him to get angry or lose himself here. That'd be really bad. So, I prevent myself from visiting anyone else. Not even Blake, Silas, or Tomas. Instead, we head out from the city, departing eastward toward the wilderness that surrounds it. But just as we enter the woods, a voice calls for me. Turning around, I find Earl standing behind me with a duffel bag on his back, one in each hand, and Primrose behind him carrying thrice that number. What are you guys doing? You should stay back. Earl laughs and shakes his head. No fucking way I'm leaving my best friend on his own to wage a war. I'm coming with. Primrose sighs and slaps Earl with one of the bags. The genius nearly trips and falls from the slight impact. I hate hauling his shit, but I'm here too. As am I. A voice comes from above as I stare upwardly. I discover a pale man with fires for eyes dangling from a tree. Silas smokes a cigar as he hops down, the sword at his hip wiggling dangerously from the movement. Tomas is going to join us too. Blake will probably sneak away as well. I'm afraid that's all the reinforcements you'll get. Quakes already left a few days ago to find her father's killer. This is from Ony. Johnny gave it to me to deliver when I said I'd be leaving. As Silas speaks, he hands me a letter written in a script that shifts underneath my very eyes. I read the short thing before the undead man explains himself. I've gone to Onyx Gate, little one. I long to see your father. It has driven me nearly mad. It is almost time, however. I've been playing with the minds of those around Weiss and Atkins. A war shall be soon. Join me. I will be waiting, little one. I cannot wait to see your wings up close. I heard from Johnny you're going back to the underworld. I figured it was about time I headed back myself. It just doesn't feel right up here. So, you have me to come along with. I smile at the undead and shake his hand as the jokester finds his medal. It is also good to hear that Tomas will join us later. But I don't know if I want Blake to come. She should stay with Lennox and Johnny. Not that I can stop her, though. I'll just have to keep her safe. And so, we continue through the brush, with 3 added passengers to Bonfire in my conveyance. As we walk, I pull the book out that Johnny gave me hours ago. Note from Isaac. This book is so old that it does not hold to the same standards as the others. The First Supreme was not a man that we know much about. To hold back the gates of hell by one's lonesome, however, is a feat only attributed to the devil himself and Louis Fern. The First Supreme was unlike any other man in history, both of the living and the dead. It has been centuries since I saw the light of the sun. I have dug so deeply into the confines of the self that I am not sure what is me anymore. Only the rhythms and rhymes of order and chaos keep me together. I know not of any man who has lived as long as I. 200 years and counting. It is against the rules. Perhaps I should simply change them. Or not. Perhaps I should find some others to change. In case I fail to alter the fabric of reality, take upon the notes that have brought me upon this pinnacle of might. Lords fear me. The powerful demons won't even speak my name. The lessers don't even know me by anything other than my facade. Excavator is a way to dig into the depths of one's flesh, bones, mind, and soul to unearth an input potential that one might otherwise not have. It rips out what has been placed there, unleashing the ether back out for a low price. Upon reaching a Surza, it has the ability to store more than simple movements of ether. It can hold vast concepts to be released into the air. Follow my words. Perhaps you will grasp the meaning. If you cannot, hand the book to another. Perhaps they will. The depths of a soul are endless. The only limit one has is the one they impose upon themselves. 382. Doompish Slaughter. Abraham Run Ulrin. I dangle in the oppressive darkness of this wretched jail, the chains biting into my wrists as if they share the same sadistic pleasure as my captors. The place is a breeding ground for filth, and I can feel the grime seeping into my wounds, festering with some disease I can't name. I fight against the illnesses with my ether, but they are not expected. Most sigils are wholly immune to sickness. Yet whatever is here in hell has me coughing and bleeding from my blindfolded eyes. To make matters worse, I can't even sleep. The one time that I really fucking wish I could. Worst yet, my bare feet barely graze the cold, filthy floor, the elevation of my chains denying me even the comfort of solid ground. The weight along my arms and the constant search for balance deprive me of even the nightmare that would be slightly more comfortable than this. Every inch of my battered body screams in protest, a cacophony of pain echoing from countless beatings. My jaw is shifted to the side from a strike, but it's almost set back in a place with force. I've tried to escape once already, but it didn't go too well. I was found only a minute after leaving these bars. The warden of this jail, a loathsome creature that reveled in mocking me, took my right ear as a grotesque trophy after recapturing me. And now, here I am, arrested, confined, and stripped of my most valuable tools, a mere day after sealing a deal with the devil for strength. A surge of rage tightens my jaw in a place with a blast of force as I curse the arbiter of chaos. The one to whom I, in a moment of desperate weakness, pledged my faith just as my mother did. The chains rattle with my futile struggles, but I wrestle with them anyway. I do so for no other reason than to have something to do, to occupy my mind. Suddenly, the clink of keys disrupts the quiet agony, crashing against the cold metal of a far-off jail cell. I turn my head, senses heightened, and I can feel a mind approaching. A voice dripping with mockery and tainted with sulfur pierces the stale air. "Oh ho ho, runt. We have quite the show for you to put on. Come, a lord would like to see what morsel came to this epic." Blindfolded, I strain to focus on the source of the voice, my mind racing as I try to recall the path I attempted to memorize for an escape. I clench my fists within the chains, ready to strike. But the warden moves faster than I can even expect. The chains around my wrists pull taut, and my body is yanked violently forward. Agony radiates from my skull, and I cry out in pain as I'm dragged through the decrepit corridors of the jail. A massive force, undoubtedly the demon's grip on my head, propels me forward, my limbs scraping against the unforgiving ground. In return, the demon only boisterously laughs, rumbling the insides of the jail with his cackle. The sheer volume threatens to deafen me as I continue through the dark. Still blind under the cloth, I endeavor to see through the darkness, but all I sense are the cruel minds of demons surrounding me. Their numbers seem to multiply with each painful step, the ground carving into my flesh and delivering fresh waves of suffering. From dozens to hundreds, and then into the thousands, the cacophony of demonic thoughts fills my mind. I quickly turn off the flow of ether for a lewd, one of my few remaining useful tools now that I've been stripped of my blooming power and most vital skills. The relief of no longer sensing all those minds fills me, but I only notice the lack of sensations other than the pain now that I've lost my sixth sense. Abruptly, the dragging comes to a halt, and I'm lifted effortlessly to my feet. I scramble for ground, finding it after a sour moment. Laughter reigns behind me as I'm thrown off balance by the demon. I stumble haphazardly as the stench of sulfur assaults my senses, and amidst a roaring crowd of demonic screams, my blindfold is ripped away. Blinking against the sudden onslaught of reddened light, I find myself in a colossal circular arena stretching nearly 1,000 feet in every direction. Thousands of demonic eyes leer down at me from the shadowy seats. Far above, having to be thousands of feet in the air, flow streams of lava embedded in the earth, blessing me with sights I don't want to see. My hands tremble, and my eyes water not just from the glaring brightness, but from the sheer noise that reverberates through the arena. Amidst the chaos, however, one mind pierces through the cacophony. The mind is so overpowering that a lewd reignites with pure instinct. My focus hones in on a solitary figure seated closest to the grounds of the arena. A demon, similar in height to me, but completely black, with insect-like segments along its body, stares back with an inquisitive gaze. Before I can fully comprehend the situation, a sharp slap against the side of my head sends shockwaves through my entire being. I stumble, disoriented, as my warden's voice curses me. "Don't you dare look at Her Majesty Woodworm. She won't even eat your flesh if you beg, Runt." I clench my jaw against the pain, hoping that it isn't broken again. As I do so, I cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic figure on the throne. Fear knots in my stomach as the realization sinks in. I'm nothing more than entertainment here. The devil sent me here to be entertainment. Is he truly as evil as I'll say he is? He must be. Mother, your faith was so misplaced. But you believed so much that I could only join you. Fucking BAS. A voice rings out. One so deafening that I fall to my knees in pain and strike away all thoughts. It echoes throughout the Colosseum and dives into my bones. The words are foreign, but they make sense nonetheless, somehow traversing language barriers. We have something genuinely exceptional here, folks. It is a being from the surface, something not seen for over millennia. It is a creature like that of him. Shudders run throughout the stands from the words as the announcer takes a pause, providing me a brief respite. Yet, the demon continues speaking after only a moment, with even more fervor than before. Yet, this creature has none of the same qualities. It is as simple as they come. It is a human, and this human shall satiate all of our appetites today, whether for food or fun. Perhaps even the third one if you're quick. Cheering roars fill the entirety of this place, shaking even the ground with the volume. I gradually grow used to the noise and slowly stand. Slowly, I shamble to my feet as the rumbling grows louder. And today, this human will be fighting against Masqua. Let's all pray that he can survive long enough for the meat to still be warm. The moment the announcer falls silent, I notice the gates on the other side of the arena. They are rusted steel, just like the ones behind me. Glancing around, I find that the warden is already gone, leaving me here all alone. Then, the rumble grows even louder as the gates haul up with an audible racket. The sound of the whole Colosseum falls to nothing as I can feel thousands hold their breath. The tremble in the earth beneath me heightens to a scream from the depths before I see the creature. I watch with bated breath as, from the opposite gate, a creature emerges, Masqua, the demons call it. Its sheer size dwarfs any bear I've ever seen, 5 times the magnitude. Chitinous segments cover its massive form, a natural armor that makes it look like a monstrous insect. The Masqua moves with an unsettling sluggishness, its every step echoing through the arena. As the creature enters the spotlight of the rivers of lava above, a din of demonic roars erupts like cannon fire, assaulting my ears further. The Masqua, affected by the sudden onslaught of sound, yowls into the air, rearing back on its hind legs. The noise and the beast's reaction create a disorienting scream, reverberating through the entire Colosseum. My heart races as I comprehend the danger. The Masqua, now standing at a towering 20 feet, crashes down on all fours and charges with a horrific momentum. The crowd of demons roars in approval, relishing the imminent clash of the colossal creature against a mere mortal me. I stumble backward, the enormity of the situation settling over me like a suffocating shroud. The Masqua's thunderous charge fills the arena, and I can feel the ground quivering beneath its massive paws. Panic claws at the edges of my mind, but there's no escape. The colossal creature hurtles toward me, a living nightmare made real. It's not like any of the nightmares I could conjure. It's a real, breathing figment of the worst possible reality. I look around for anything that I could use to fight it, but I discover nothing. There are no weapons for me. They want me to fight this thing without anything to defend myself with. No guns, no swords, not even a stick. The rumbling movement of the creatures falls upon me as I take my time. The arena is large. I need to think. Maybe if I kill Adele? Not the time. No weapons and no nightmares. What else do I have? I'm not too skilled at illusions, and even if I were, I have nothing to hurt it through the scales that are cracking the stone ground underneath. I'm not all that talented at mental damage with a lute either. I can do it, but a beast like this would only grow more enraged and kill me before dying. Do I even have any options? I can coat my hand with ether to cut, but again, the Bakwas chitin must be too tough. This thing, it has to at least be a 6th sigil based on its size. Maybe more. Shit, I've been thinking too long. I sprint with desperate agility, narrowly evading the Bakwas' thunderous charge. Every stride sends shivers through my battered body as it turns back at me. I seize every fraction of a second to strike at its mind, a futile attempt to disrupt its focus with a lewd, practically shouting into its brain. The Bakwas, however, seems resistant to my feeble assaults. My frequent eludes and adrenaline font only buy me the precious moments needed as I dance on the precipice of death. It does not, however, prevent injuries or spilled blood. The collision of the Bakwas with the stone-laden ground sends shards of rock stabbing into my flesh. The lacerations aren't deep, but they still exist. Sliding away from the impact, I groan but quickly recover to my feet. Blood oozes from the wounds, but there's no time for pain as I continue to evade, running and dodging with a desperate determination. Jeering laughs from the spectators reverberate in the air, a dissonant chorus mocking my every move. My teeth grit with anger, frustration building as my mental strikes continue to prove ineffectual against the monstrous beast. Still, I persist, weaving through the chaos and evading the relentless onslaught. A crash beside me sends me tumbling again, but an idea blooms as I approach the walls of the arena. Sprinting, it follows me and my fallen blood. With calculated desperation, I bait the Bakwas into charging toward a crumbling wall. It roars at me with anger, and I strike into its mind with the most potent elude I can manage, transferring all my hate and pain at once. With a slight stutter in its movement, I leap out of the way. As the colossal creature crashes into the stone, a piece of chitin explodes from its form like a bullet. It feels like a small victory for a moment, but the triumph is short-lived as the chitin moves, directed by ether. Another wound enters my body, this one a shard straight into its gut. The explosion of pain tosses me to my knees. Fatigue sets in, my body protesting with each labored breath. The Bakwas, undeterred, pivots and faces me once more. Despite this, I don't give up. I've been a coward long enough in my life. If I am to do so, I will do so standing. Grunting, I force myself to reach the soles of my shoeless feet, feeling the sharp sand between my toes. I strike at the creature's mind again, hoping against hope for a weakness to exploit. Still, I find nothing to latch onto. My feeble hallucinations won't even work against it. As I stand here, bleeding out, the Bakwas transforms, its massive form gradually shifting into a chitin-like demon, mirroring the one watching from the stands. My gut clenches as I realize the true nature of the spectacle. It is not a Bakwas. It is Bakwas. Bakwas is a name. The demon flings its hand to the side as the chitin embedded in my flesh rips itself out and flies to its hand. This explains why its mind was so tough. If it was only a beast, even an angelic one, it'd be far easier to strike mentally. Doubling over, I comprehend the true threat I was faced with all along. The being laughs as it saunters over to me while I struggle to keep my balance. So pitiful. Is that all you know at the 6th chair? Why are you so much weaker than him? Why? Are you broken? Is it you? Are you the problem? Bakwas speaks to me with such derision that I can't help but take his words to heart. I compare myself to the man who gave his life for me, the one who has always been stronger. Even in a lower sigil, back then, our scores were so often tied. No, he won way more than I ever did. He was just so silly that he caused so many losses than were needed in our fights or competitions. Bonfire. Emmett Knox, you were always better. I'll admit that. I should have died, not you. I should have stayed behind. You still need to find your sister. Remember? Why? Why did you do something so fucking stupid? How? How could you? You have so much more to live for than I do. I have always been broken. Scum. This is all they are, fellows. Scum. All humans are nothing but the dirt beneath our feet. He cannot be seen in any of them. He is but an anomaly that will end once the All-Mother awakens. Humans can do nothing but squirm beneath us. Their lives mean nothing. They should all simply die for us to reign on the surface as the All-Mother desires. I don't move as he speaks until he insults humans. I can agree with most of the negatives about them, but their lives do not mean nothing. Each one. They're beautiful flames. They simply must be stoked to reach their pinnacle. They don't understand. They never could. Emmett's death hits home as I imagine them mocking me with him in my place. He'd kill them all. I know he would. For all our fights and arguments, he always had my back. Always. I shouldn't have left him behind. If I was to die anyway, it'd be better if I died with a friend than alone. A feast to some demons. A surge of rage, fueled by the depths of my pain, resentment, and dreams unfulfilled, erupts from within. Every ounce of pent-up emotion coalesces into a torrent of mental energy. A tempest of phantom-like projections swirls around me. For an instant, I can see hints of my nightmares. All of them, from CERN to even the remnants of my father, stare at me with mocking gazes, but they all surge back into me, filling me with a fervor laced with such despair all I can do is scream. My nightmares were taken, but echoes remain, the injuries they left upon me. Those can never be lost. What is the Zill Wyatt mastered? Pain Forge? Turning physical pain into strength? That gives me an idea. Without any hint of resolve, only a pit of accepted despair, I take a deliberate step forward as the chitin-like demon charges at me. Raising my hand, I yowl into the air, bleeding from the tears in my throat as I move my ether. Torrents of the substance flow out of my hands from my mind, halting the demon in its tracks. The arena falls silent. A brief pause before the storm as force becomes something more than it ever was. I can feel something within the depths of my skull splinter. It isn't physical, however. It feels emotional, perhaps even memory-based. With how intricately meticulous I am with my own mind, I sense it immediately. It is a dam bursting, something brought out from the profundity. I ride with it, the raw sensation guiding my ether in a way that can only be described as instinctive, going against all that I know. Clenching both fists, I gather the force of my unleashed emotions. My ether is contorted by pure emotions, not even an ounce of my usual focus upon it. The ether explodes from my body, exiting from every pore at once and hauling the demon into the air. It flails, it screams, and it even fights back with its own ether, but it's not enough. A guttural roar echoes a sound that mirrors the demonic cheers from the crowd. I hold the demon for several moments, gathering myself for another surge of power. Warmth liquids drip from my eyes, nose, and eyes, falling onto the ground around me as my vision reddens. More. I need more. It is not enough. It never will be. Tightening my jaw, I rip my hands apart. The motion mirrors my emotions, unleashing the full force of the mental energy onto the demon's frame. Every beating I ever received, every time I watched my mother cry, every time I watched her pray, begging for salvation, for peace. Every damn time I got my ass handed to me by my half-siblings. They coalesce into a single, all-powerful emotion, once that I haven't let myself feel in a very, very long time. I never thought myself good enough for it, because despite it all, despite all the shit I dealt with, all the beatings, the contempt, the denial, I stand, and my family does not. Pride, a small, blooming, positive emotion, one not stemming from another, but from myself, helms the rage, the fury, the indignance, and even the self-hate. No emotion is mutually exclusive. They can all be felt, and in that maelstrom, time slows from overdrive, my brain speeding up to 1,000 times the pace it has any right to move at. My vision reddens further as veins appear in my eyes, visible and squirming in pain. Amongst it all, the hallucinations re-emerge right beside me. But unlike usual, it is a solemn, lone figure. It isn't the many shadows or the laughing councilman. It is but one man. He doesn't face me. He doesn't even face the crowd. He stands like a spear of retribution, balancing upon his feet with such steadiness that I would bet the world would fall before him. His head slowly turns despite my altered perception of time. Still, he doesn't face me. The long, billowing duster coat around him waves in the windless air, just as the man stares downward, forcing his attention onto nothing at all but rock. I try to speak, to call to him, but nothing comes from my mouth or mind. All I can do is continue to shift my ether, forging the deadliest storm of ether possible upon the demon. His right eye, swirling with golden sand, meets mine through the corner of his lashes. Seeing him, my brain trembles and I feel myself forget something. But what was it? His words break me from my lack of understanding. It doesn't help that he only speaks the moment before I release overdrive. Ah, you found me. Curious. Indeed, powerful enough emotions can indeed pierce the veil of time. I wonder, should I have chosen mentalist instead of copycat? No, that was the only path for me. May you continue yours. Abram, even to the very last word, he never truly pays attention to me, and I'm forced to momentarily forget about him as golden flakes waft off the hallucination before he vanishes, seemingly into a trail of water-like sand. Groaning in pain and confusion, I press all my might against Masqua. The creature convulses as shadowy creatures surround it, hints of the trauma left in my mind. These creatures grab Masqua together, cutting into him and grasping it tightly. Its chitin-like form splinters under intense pressure in less than a second. A bloody explosion engulfs the demon as blood and gore fill the air like ashes in the wind. The cheers of the demonic crowd turn even more rapturous as I fall to my knees, confused and lost. The energy I had within me, the denial, the rage, the anguish, the depression, it's all gone now, leaving only a bottomless pit of apathy. My eyes shift to my hands as I see ether swirl on its own within my hands before falling back into my flesh. My vision darkens as I focus on the dead demon before me. I don't even have time to consider that other man as everything swivels like a spinning chair. A duo of voices fill my mind as I enter the abyss, simultaneous yet opposite, one from within, one from without. The one within, however, is not the man from a second ago. It is not even a man at all. It is something far, far more. There it is. This human has obliterated Masqua. How unexpected. Dine in, devour the failure. Tomorrow, the human will battle again for us. Then nightmares hold back your dreams. You have now accepted the worst possible ending. Despair, the ugliest emotion, can no longer hurt one who has given up all but simple, raw resistance for the end. All along, you held this power, but you could never bring it to bear. You have always been your own worst enemy. We are alike in that way, you and I. Good luck, young man. Tomorrow, show me what you can really do. 383, down to the blanket. Lenin-bladed monster hull. You really gave up that easy, huh? One of Maddox's grunts mocks me while I sit still, watching the waves from the side of his ship. The victor of our duel sent me to join their crew. I don't want to be here, but I don't really have a choice. Both my arms are missing. Maddox's medic told me she couldn't fix it. I don't believe that bullshit for a second, but again, not much I can do about it. Without a hand to hold a blade, I'm at most at the strength of one of Maddox's ringleaders. Monster may make me inhumanely swift and incredibly powerful, but it's best used with a weapon. I'm not awful at hand-to-hand combat, but it's not very much hand-to-hand anymore. Is it? Really? Nothing? What happened to that monster? The one who killed Eden Brown? Did you know she was my cousin? I don't even give the man a glance. He's a 5th sigil, a well-respected level of might anywhere within the world. Yet being appreciated isn't enough. He will be devoured by the waves to come. The man doesn't take this for an answer, however. He strides beside me, leaning in to jut his face into my frame of vision. He is enraged, with veins popping out along the entirety of his countenance. Nothing? I'm sure you'll say something if I do this. The nameless bandit grips the point where my left arm ends, squeezing it with all the force he can manage. It hurts. It hurts a whole hell of a lot. But I can't bring myself to feel anything, and my face follows that sensation. The fury in his eyes surmounts as he notices that I don't even see his efforts. Huffing, the man storms off, shouting something about killing the cripple. His words mean little to nothing to me. I sit alone on the prickly wooden rail, gazing into the turbulent waters that mirror the storm within me. As I remain, I can almost imagine gripping the railing with my hands, feeling the sensation of the wood against my callous skin. I always believed that losing a fight would mean losing my life, a swift and final end befitting a swordsman like me. It's what Edmund always said would happen. I have no important family or people. If I am taken or beaten, I am to simply die. Nothing or no one will save me. But fate had other plans for me. In my very first defeat, life lingers like a cruel taunt. I'm left alive like a hollow shell, robbed of the means to carry out my purpose. No longer can I become more. No longer can I grow stronger. No longer can I fight. Just when I accepted how much I loved that very thing, it was taken from me. The void inside me is palpable, a chilling emptiness that consumes my thoughts. I'm adrift in purposelessness, and the weight of it threatens to pull me under. The waves below call me to them, and I feel myself gradually moving toward them. The wind whistles through the empty sleeves of my armor, a haunting reminder of what I've lost. The ruffling noise of the cloth against my flesh is a slap to the face every constant moment. Maddox, indifferent to my misery, leaves me untouched as they steer the ship toward the shore of Kyun, soon to ride the Quarry River to Onyx Gate itself. I am nothing but a passenger when I once decided my own fate. The waves crash against the hull, and I kick the ship lightly, feeling the dissonance. I find time passes while I stare into the rhythmic chaos of the sea. It is like a distraction from the torment within. I search for something, anything, to pull me from the abyss, but all that surrounds me is an unyielding emptiness. There are no ways for me to recover my arms or my strength. I am but a swordsman without a blade to ever wield. Maddox must have kept me alive to watch my internal agony. I thought he was heartless, not sadistic. The sails overhead flutter, indifferent to my plight, and I gradually slide my way to the edge of the ship, succumbing to the lure of oblivion. The water rushes toward me up the hull of the rising tide, a dark sanctuary promising an end to the torment that gnaws at my soul. I'm not a swordsman, so I am nothing. A poet's son is better off dead within these waves than a victim of the war to come. Slowly, gradually, I head toward my own death, a coward's way out. I hate it, but do I have much choice? There is no way forward for me. It has been closed by 2 daggers in my arms. But before the icy embrace of the sea envelopes me, a firm grip seizes my shirt. Startled, I find myself yanked back from the brink, suspended between the railing and the abyss. A pair of unseen eyes stare down at me, prompting the hair on the back of my neck to rise as it does against all augurs. Craning my neck, I realize the old man who pulled me back is blind, his gaze forever lost to the world. Confusion clouds my thoughts as I'm pulled back onto the ship, the old man's touch surprisingly strong. He pats my shoulder, a silent reassurance that leaves me speechless. I glance into his sightless eyes, but I don't question how someone without the gift of vision could have intervened. Only why. Augurs like this one can see far more than my pupils ever could. Far, far more than I ever will. Yet I don't voice my questions. I only observe the old man as he shows me a grim smile, nodding his head back to the abyss of water below. I will only stop you once. A life such as yours is not meant to be washed away by such waves. I can see into you whole. I can see through you. You do not want to die. You wish to fight. I know even as you pushed, you were struggling within. Give it time. Perhaps you will be given the chance once more. The elder turns around and walks away before even finishing his words. I call out to him, and thankfully, he twists to face me again. What do you mean? Will I regain my arms? And why are you with Maddox? The great Feldman the Wise. Why would you saddle up with such a man like him? Feldman laughs shortly, an eerie laugh that sends a chill down my spine as the man leaves entirely, diving into the depths of the ship. He leaves me under the moonlit night without anything but his words. You will see, not all of us have freedom. Hull. The whims of the world corral most beings into cages, forcing them to dance as the world wishes. You experience freedom due to your unique nature. Experience the opposite. Reflect on it. Perhaps a more terrifying monster will be born after feeling humility. My head sinks as I fall into his words. He's not entirely wrong. Most people are forced to do a great many things that they hate, forced to be people they hate. I wasn't as affected by that as the others were. Thanks to Edmund, I had a reputation that protected me from crazy or stupid orders being sent to me. None wanted to get on the old man's bad side, or it'd guarantee he'd never train their sons, daughters, or successors. Despite that, I still spent the vast majority of my time shielding others. Nevertheless, that was of my own will, even if not necessarily what I wanted to do. I did as Edmund would have liked before doing as I wanted. And recently, I have been nothing but free. I have gone as I please, slept wherever, ate whatever, and fought whatever I wished. It's been so amazing. That's the only word for it. Everyone else I've spoken to has hated the recent chaos and violence, but I have absolutely been thriving. And now, it's all been robbed from me. Yet, Feldman told me to wait. I don't know what I'm waiting for, but perhaps this humility will aid the swing of my sword. But how could it? It's not physical. It's not even Eli Underground Tree Weiss. Injecting a rejuvenation serum into Sylvia and Clarence on their bed, I take careful note of my own situation. I've lost enough vessels recently that my time has increased substantially. Not that much, though. My best friend's daughter is coming after me like a hound, hunting down every vessel with reckless abandon. For now, she's only killed 2 herself, but I can already feel my mind slowing. It hasn't reached madness, but random, obscene urges have been entering my mind here and there. It's coming. Months or years. I'm not sure what I have left, but I have to make the most of it, no matter what. For myself. For her, for everyone. This attack went absolutely awful. I lost Cloud, and Brimstone is excessively irate at me for that very misstep. Both Clarence and Sylvia will need another day or so to recover. Worse yet, I had to pay Sylvia Harvey with way too much to get her to join this. My teeth grind at what messed it all up. Won't those fucking old men just stay out of it? I thought they were all pulled back already. The 5th through 9th were seen turning into dust by scouts. I assumed it was the same for the 3rd and 4th. Guess not. Perhaps age has something to do with it? They were both ancient to their peers when they died. After all, not to mention their time spent dead. Or maybe it is power. The 3rd is often said to be the only prime to hold up when compared to Vincent or the 1st. After all, he managed to keep humanity around even after the 2 before him fell. I keep my cool, however, refusing to lose it after just a single casualty. Cloud's death will be rather substantial to our strategy, though. Her ability to isolate and quarantine targets for execution was incredible. Pairing her with Brimstone allowed me to assassinate many targets that would otherwise be impossible. We almost got Maddox away from his damn turtle, too. Yet, the Titan showed himself. I've heard stories about the Thunderbolt Titan and his incessant laughter, but I thought much of it was an exaggeration. Besides his power, no prime would ever be weak. Even the widely regarded weakest prime, Arnold Pilner, still could destroy me like I was nothing. That's just the men and women they are. No matter if being dead weakens them or not, without my own dominion, I am but a slightly stronger child in comparison to the rest of the world to them. I'll have to write them as possibilities in the upcoming plans. Maddox is on his way here. Lennon Hull is on his ship as well, but as planned, the man's arms won't be regenerating anytime soon. The substance should hold for 6 months or until I dissipate it. The man is nearly impossible to plan for, so removing him from the picture is better. I can't kill him, though. He's too valuable of a weapon. When I descend to the underworld, I expect to need him to face the Supremes down there, or the demons. Information is so scarce that I'm unsure of the exact situation. If only Vincent allowed me to speak to Killian the last time he surfaced. The Supremes aren't all too pleased about me funneling people to live down in the darkness. Getting people through without hearts is difficult, but not impossible. Simply stopping the heart and resuscitating it afterward works, even if it is annoying to do for each person. Fetching back through is far easier, but it's the scouting part that is near impossible. I've set hundreds, including a forerunner, but only one made it back with minimal information. I'll need to take angels if I want to create a base there. Still, I'll have to thank my spies in band for learning the trick to slide past the gate from Johnny. That group was incredibly close-lipped around any trees within my grasp, making it hard to learn much from them. But now, I have a backup plan should Onyx Gate ever fall. Priests can provide enough light to grow crops, while swimmers can deliver the nutrients alongside shamans. Nonetheless, I need a Surza, and to get one, the best course of action is to go into the Supreme's archives down there to find one. I'm confident I can learn any skill if given directions and enough time to experiment, but I don't have the time to create a whole Surza independently. The Prime's archive is inaccessible to anyone without a dominion, meaning I can't go in quite yet to find a Surza to learn. Still, before I do that, the ideal thing would be to become a dominion. And for that, losses aren't necessarily the worst thing to happen. They just have to be at an acceptable level. Clarence, I call toward my silent assassin, and he nods to wakefulness, seeing me in his gaze. The man acknowledges me with a groan. Fuck Eli, that kid really caught up to us? He kicked my ass with that eventide. I bobbed my head with him, consoling him and reassuring him. I need my second at his best. He did indeed. Each Graves is a once-in-100-years talent. Still, I doubt he'll be of much issue when I reach my next sigil. Desolation is a once-in-1,000-years talent and barely became a god. As long as we keep the gap with the kid, there should be no worry. As for the eventide, he's probably imploded already, forcing Wyatt Graves to kill a friend or die. Clarence sits up with my words and rubs his head softly. His sandy blonde hair fits eerily closely to the sands I set him to guard so long ago. Still, the man holds worries. What are we to do when they reach Onyx, Eli? There is you, Sylvia, Brimstone, Parker, Joseph, and I. Meanwhile, the coming tide has Maddox, Lennon, Johnny, Wyatt, Tomas, Quakete, and that shadow you refuse to kill. I listened to his concerns, finding a reason to pick apart most of them. Things might be similar between the two groups in strength, but in reality, we have the utmost advantage. Lennon is crippled, remember? And Johnny will not be coming. He's too noble to leave all those people behind. The shadow. Virgil Boone has not been seen in nearly 2 months. There is a decent chance he died trying to take the leap. Also, the rats that have come in from the other races are sure to muddy the waters. Furthermore, humanity still have a few hidden angels. I'm sure they're just itching to appear at this juncture. Things aren't as balanced as they seem. Standing, I hold out the primar, the pendant made of god flesh. It, even now, bolsters my capabilities of ether far beyond what I should be able to do. I could have stayed longer and potentially finished off Maddox, but I unquestionably would have lost both Clarence and Brimstone in that exchange. I don't make trades like that when I can afford better ones. We have many artifacts, heirlooms, and even this to hold down our scales. Newbie angels and Maddox won't hold a candle to us, Clarence. We simply take it slow and careful, and they'll all perish to us while we rise even higher. We'll have to be more careful of the hidden forces creeping in, and for that, I'll have to rely on you. The silent scorpion grins at my words. However, I can see behind the smile. He doesn't like what we're doing. It pains me to see him disagree with me, because it means he might not act how I want. That cannot be. I need him to follow every direction to the very letter. We will not kill anyone who does not deserve it, Clarence. I promise, okay? No children like always, and the unsigiled will be allowed to surrender. Not that Maddox has many. Clarence love meets and holds my gaze as he presents me with a final question, with his wobbling eyes still affected by the medicines flowing through him made from my expertise. What about the Graves? Wyatt Graves is... I cut him off, not letting him continue down that train of thought. Wyatt Graves is of age, Clarence. He is not a child, even if he might look young. He bears more scars than you, both of the mind and body. Do not treat a Graves as you would any other. They are beasts within human form, missing parts that would make them the same as us. I lean down, focusing my eye without the now-blinded ale I have to replace to accentuate my meaning. Good thing they all come in pairs. He has to get this through his head. The next time you meet the unbound Wendigo, do not hold back. He will not. He is not human. Human blood does not flow through his veins. Clarence puffs out his lips in thought before slowly nodding. Good. I know he doesn't believe my words fully, as even I do not, but I leave him to recover as I step outside of the medical bay within my laboratory. There are more experiments to do. Brimstone could use an ale, and so could Clarence. Plus, I wonder if I could integrate my mechanical arms with their flesh, combining sigilled steel and flesh just as Wyatt Graves has with an artifact. There are many questions to ponder and many things to do. One thing is for sure. The Graves are not human. They can't be. After reading the text left behind in Vincent's study, most of which is history, I've found so much about the family, but still not their origin. That was struck from even his records, probably only left in the actual archives. I went to search for Sigils, and I found a few just laying around in the study. Still, the things that stick in my mind the most are the vivid descriptions of these monsters throughout time in various documents and retellings. A human cannot exist without blood. A human cannot exist without bones. A human cannot exist without anger. A human cannot exist without grief. A human cannot exist without pain. And yet, all these things have existed among that wretched family. There are so many things inherently wrong with this group of people that I don't even know where to begin. Where do they come from? When did they first appear? Who are they? What are they? Are they friends? Or are they foe? Why has there never been a pregnant Graves? There are no records of a female Graves giving birth or a male one with a pregnant woman. What exactly are they? And what is their youngest missing? A note from Broken Saint. So this is the finale for Volume 9. Starting tomorrow, the 10th volume will begin. I think the 10th volume turned out quite well and might be my best so far. I'm quite excited for you all to read it. Among Ruins and Rancors is the 10th volume. Some crazy stuff starts coming. So get ready as we enter the last few volumes. Additionally, I have some good news and some bad. I'll start with the bad. Tread lightly won't be 12 volumes. Now, here's the good. I'll end it at 13. As we have been approaching the latter end of the story and constantly updating my outline/backlog, I realized I had far too much to wrap up and complete, even in 10, 11, and 12. I'll need a 13th volume for nothing to be rushed or poorly wrapped up. I hate reading books with awfully written or copped-out endings, so I've committed myself not to doing the same thing. I also wanted to say I really appreciate all the discussions and theories in the comments. They always give me a smile to read, though I won't ever confirm or deny anything. That ruins the fun. That's enough of a ramble, though. I figured I should put that out there since I've said I wanted to end at 12 volumes multiple times. I hope you all enjoy the 10th volume tomorrow, being the first chapter of it. Things start a bit slow for a few chapters, but they accelerate very quickly.